Noah came out of the broken cup in a hurry. His hair was messy and disheveled, and his robe was untidy and open in many spots. Yet, Noah didn't seem to care and ran directly from the gate leading to the countries of the empire. That damned woman will cause me troubles for sure. It was with those thoughts in mind that he hurried for the gate. It was time to leave Slyfall. Meanwhile, back in the underground room of the tavern, Jillian was still laying naked on a bed, pensively looking at 50,000 credits that were in front of her. Was he to your liking, matriarch? A waitress neared the bed, handing Jillian a clean robe and her pipe. Well, yes, he was less inexperienced than I thought. Yet, he kept on interrupting the positions required for my technique. He maintained his awareness of me even while we were at it. The waitress opened her eyes in disbelief and covered her mouth with one hand. Matriarch, don't tell me. Did he discover our secret technique? Jillian shook her head and took the pipe from the bed. No, the diagrams of the charming demon sect are long lost. The orthodox sects of the papal nations have made sure of it when we were forced to escape. He must have simply felt the danger coming from our positions. The waitress heaved a sigh of relief. Then, what should we do about him? Jillian took a long drag from her pipe and stared absent-mindedly at the walls of the underground room for a while. I didn't manage to absorb any of his yang during our intercourse, but he was still tainted with the scent of the pink rose. Tracking him shouldn't be a problem. She fell silent again, taking her time to slowly smoke. Go after him and retrieve the item. He should also have a considerable number of credits due to how detached he was with his purchase. The waitress bowed and turned to follow her orders, but Jillian continued to speak. Oh, try to capture him. He has such a strong body for his age. I'm sure he can survive our cultivation method for many years. The waitress bowed again and disappeared in the darkness of the room, leaving Jillian alone on her bed. Noah left the city of Slyfall. A few thousand credits had to be spent to bribe the soldier appointed for that gate, but that wasn't a problem for Noah. He didn't really care if the investigations of the royals would ultimately reach that city. He was sure that they couldn't operate so openly in another area of influence. I have finally managed to escape the domain of the Wuxia nation. There should be only nations affiliated with the Shandal Empire from now on. Noah had finally escaped the area of influence of the Elbas family. However, there was no happiness or relief in his expression. That damned woman. She has actually tried to use me for a demonic technique. Having sex with her is a thing, but being part of her cultivation technique? She can just keep dreaming. Jillian was quite beautiful. He didn't mind her request too much. Yet, he had already noticed that something was wrong with her gestures, but he didn't pay much attention to it while they were conversing. However, after they had laid in bed, she had started performing strange positions which alerted Noah's senses. I couldn't even enjoy it because I had to change position every time to interrupt her. The map is the real deal, at least. He had bought the most expensive item of the three, and he was pleasantly surprised by its quality. The map depicted the entire continent and highlighted all the known danger zones. Also, it had the geopolitical division of each country, and one could use his mental energy to inspect what information the map held. The information mostly regarded their alliances and other general aspects, but the owner of the map could add more details if he wanted. The only flaw of the map was that it didn't show any detail of the three big nations. There were basically 3 large empty spots on the picture of the continent. However, that was far more than enough for Noah. With this, I can stop running blindly in other countries and can actively choose a route. The only problem is, will Jillian let me go? The reason why he left in such a hurry was that he wasn't sure about Jillian's reaction. He had done his best to please her without endangering himself, but that didn't mean that he was out of troubles. Killing her wasn't an option. I can't just fight her in her own home and hope to escape the city afterward. Also, the maps were locked by the inscriptions on the tables. I needed her to be willing to hand them to me. Noah reviewed the events of the previous night before shaking his head. I did everything I could, now it's up to her. Well, if she really decides to rob me, I will just kill them all. Noah didn't think that Jillian would personally come to rob him. Her position seemed quite important in that secret market. She couldn't just leave it. She seemed strong, but I should have hidden my power quite well. There is a high chance that she will underestimate me. Noah had, after all, the aspect of a young man. Most of the people that met him wouldn't believe about the rank of his centers of power. It is better if I don't make many stops though. I should get away from here first. The city of Slyfall was quite isolated from the society, and the mountain range repelled strong magical beasts, preventing danger zones to form. Basically, the area around the city was quite deserted. Damn it, they have come already. Noah felt 10 presences in the distance that had their focus on him. I should let them follow me for a while. They might have reinforcements in the city. I'll just wait till I reach that mountain to kill them. Noah's eyes shone with a cold light as he continued to run with his usual hurried pace toward a mountain in the distance. The mountain right after Slyfall didn't have a name, but it was signed in Noah's map as a danger zone. It says that there is a pack of loud eagles. They are strong in sound attacks, but they usually prefer long-distance combat. I won't find them at the base of the mountain. Once he knew the type of magical beasts that occupied the mountain, Noah was immediately able to decide which was the safest place where to fight the cultivators behind him. They are picking up speed. It seems that they don't want to fight too far away from the city. Noah smiled under his hood and accelerated. The 10 cultivators following him were surprised by that gesture. Noah was going quite fast already, but that speed was still in the human ranks. However, Noah's new pace completely surpassed that limit. He has a rank 4 body, one of the cultivators whispered, and he was able to perceive us. Let's hurry. 2 female voices sounded in the group following Noah. They had just realized that they had underestimated Noah. Yet, they needed to retrieve the map. They couldn't just go back and reorganize. I've revealed the power of my body, but they are still after me. They must have some confidence. Noah continued to run toward the mountain. Those behind him weren't able to catch up, but they also weren't losing ground. Their speed was the same. However, Noah could sense the usage of breath behind him. Some of them are using spells to keep up. It seems that not all of them have a rank 4 body. That realization reassured Noah. His trump card was the demonic form spell, and it was almost impossible to resist it with only a rank 3 body. It was enough for Noah to touch them and they would vanish. I can't be that naive. They will surely use their number against me. I should avoid being encircled if possible. He was far away from his usual environment. He didn't know which techniques they used nor how organized they were. The forms used by Jillian weren't orthodox. It's safe to assume that her followers would use something peculiar too. There were many ways to fight in that world, and Noah only knew a small part of them. The academy had taught him well, but the world was too big. It was impossible to learn every single technique, especially the unorthodox ones. The mountain neared and soon occupied all of Noah's field of view. I should first make them lose track of me. As he had that thought, his figure was enveloped in black flames, disappearing completely from the sight of his followers. What? A teleportation spell. Calm down, he couldn't have gone far, and we can still track his position thanks to the scent of the pink rose. The cultivators stopped their march and gathered in a circle. They stood in silence. They were using a specific technique to follow that peculiar scent. He is on the mountain. Yes, but he stopped at its base? Is he trying to ambush us? No, he probably thinks that his last spell made use lose track of him. Come on, let's go. They spoke for a bit before deciding to resume their chase. Meanwhile, Noah had appeared to one of the branches of the trees at the base of the mountain. His attention was completely focused on his followers, and Echo was using its innate ability to help Noah's perception. They are coming right at me. This isn't just luck. It must be Jillian's fault. Noah covered his figure with many layers of mental energy and proceeded to carefully inspect his body. He had been cautious the previous night, but the actions of the cultivators behind him had aroused his suspicion. However, even after he analyzed his body inch by inch, he couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. I guess I'll have to ask them. Noah dug a hole in the tree and hid inside it. He was preparing his ambush. The 10 cultivators reached the base of the mountain. They had a clear idea of where Noah was, but they couldn't pinpoint his exact position. They were following a scent after all. There was a margin of error. Yet, they still reached the area where he was hiding. They simply had to search and they would find him. Let's divide into 5 groups and search. We will meet at the center of this area. The group of 10 formed 5 groups of 2 people and continued their search for Noah. They were all relatively close. If something happened to one group, they could immediately help them. Russell, one group of 2 sensed some movement behind a series of bushes and carefully neared them. They slowly approached the area only to find that a plain-looking black panther was there, tossing around a large bat with its maws. They were just magical beasts. What a peculiar scene though. You don't see these types of beasts in this mountain every day. The 2 women exchanged a few words and turned to continue their search, but, to their surprise, the 2 beasts stopped fighting and jumped on them. Humph! Merely rank 3 beasts. Learn your place. One of the women snorted and attacked with a whip that had suddenly appeared in her hands. The whip tore the panther's chest and severed the bat's head, making the woman relax at that sight. However, the beast still moved after being mortally wounded and reached the 2 cultivators, stabbing their remaining fangs on them. Fucking beasts! The 2 tried to react, but they soon understood that something was wrong. The beasts had a long fuming line that connected them to something at the top of a tree. Then, black smoke began to envelop the 2 beasts, spreading to the women that they were holding still. Screams resounded at the base of the mountain, turning the attention of the other 8 cultivators in their direction. What they saw was gruesome. A fuming bat and a fuming panther were biting with all their might their 2 companions, and black smoke continued to envelop their figures, consuming their skin and flesh. They were too engrossed by that sight that they were one step too late in noticing that black flames had appeared behind 2 of them. Second form of the Ashura. Noah immediately used his strongest attack. The 10 cultivators had their features covered in black hooded robes. He couldn't distinguish them with only his eyes. However, if he relied on his senses, he could understand which one of them was the strongest. They were his first targets. Using his blood companions to create a diversion and executing the warp spell to catch by surprise the strongest cultivators, that was his simple but effective plan. His 6 arms joined together to slash at the incredulous cultivator. His heart pumped liquid breath throughout his body and his white sabers released black smoke. He was using his most powerful moves without hesitation. The cultivator below him could just watch as the air above her distorted and a vertical cut severed her in 2. Surround him! An order resounded from the assailants, but Noah didn't allow them to take the initiative. Black flames enveloped his figure again, and he reappeared behind one of the remaining powerful cultivators. One clean diagonal swing with his joint sabers severed the hooded figure in half. Of the 10 cultivators, only 6 of them were still alive. Noah was using the warp spell with extreme precision, appearing right in the blind spot of each enemy. Also, that spell made up for the weakness of the second form of the Ashura. Even though his attacks were slowed by the pressure on his arms, the surprise effect didn't allow his enemies to dodge. Noah warped again. The remaining cultivators anxiously turned. They tried to intercept Noah's sneak attack. However, Noah didn't teleport behind any of them but in front of 2 of the weakest ones. First form. His sabers multiplied mid-air and slashed at the 2 helpless cultivators. 10 fuming attacks crashed on them. Their bodies were only in the 3rd rank. They were powerless against Noah's offensive. Then, Noah sensed a strong fluctuation in the area around him and hastily deployed his wings to shoot in the air. Boom! 2 fireballs and 2 columns made of ice converged on the terrain below him, creating a deep hole on the ground. I lost the initiative. Noah cursed in his mind as he watched the remaining 4 cultivators standing around him on the terrain. They began to execute strange forms that affected the environment around Noah. Inscriptions shot from their bodies and created deep signs on the terrain that then converged in the form of shining bullets toward Noah. Boom! Another explosion resounded on the mountain. Noah couldn't avoid that attack and was hit by the joint technique of his enemies. His flying speed was only in the human ranks after all, and he didn't have enough time to warp away. Is he dead? Don't know. Cultivators of the darkness element have strange spells. Didn't the matriarch ask to bring him back alive? Are you saying that you have the ability to capture him alive? The 4 cultivators spoke between themselves as they watched the gray cloud in the air that was created by their last attack. Quite peculiar, not only were they all women, but they can also perform these joint techniques. Noah thought inside the cloud as his fuming armor reformed. He had activated the demonic form spell at the last moment and managed to avoid any fatal injury. Yet, that last attack had still managed to break the protection of his spell, arousing Noah's interest. The women on the ground watched with wide eyes as the gray cloud darkened. Black smoke covered the air around them, and they gasped at the sight of what became visible after a while. It was a black humanoid figure, with 2 short horns and a small tail. It wielded 2 fuming sabers, and its skin was uneven and moving. It didn't have a solid state. Noah didn't hesitate. It launched a rain of fuming wind slashes toward the ground, disrupting the position of his enemies and forcing them to retreat. However, his attacks were too deadly, and 2 of them had a rank 3 body. Even though they dodged Noah's slashes, they were still hit by the toxic smoke. Screams resounded in the black cloud that was being created on the ground. The last 2 cultivators knew that it was time to retreat. Yet, one of them was hindered by a black panther that had suddenly appeared in front of her. She immediately used her strongest spell to open a path. Countless ice shards formed right in front of her and then shot toward the panther, destroying Shadow's body repeatedly. However, Shadow wasn't a living being. Its body reformed after each destruction and continued to interrupt the woman's escape. Damned bias dash. Her phase was interrupted since Noah appeared right behind her and severed her head. The last of the group was running at a high speed back to the city of Slyfall. She didn't have time to care about the cries behind her. She could only do her best to keep her life. Nevertheless, black flames appeared in front of her from which a young man with a cold gaze came out. She wanted to speak, but the man directly slashed at her. His sabers bent the air and neatly severed her legs. The woman began to fall, but Noah grabbed her head and threw her back toward the mountain. She was smashed on the ground. Her head felt dizzy, but the pain coming from her severed limbs kept her aware of her surroundings. Noah slowly walked toward her. His complexion was slightly pale. He had used the warp spell for a total of 5 times, and he had also transformed in the demonic form. His mental energy had mostly depleted. Yet, he had managed to win the battle virtually unharmed, and he had finally used all his abilities. It seems that I still can't use the demonic form and warp at the same time. They consume way too much mental energy, and using them together would just increase that consumption. He had deactivated the black smoke before warping. He wanted for the teleportation to be as precise as possible. Noah arrived in front of the woman and squatted toward her, uncovering her face in the process. The beautiful face of a young woman was shown to him. Yet, that sight wasn't enough to melt his cold gaze. I'll be honest. I will never let you live. Why don't you simply answer my questions, so I can avoid torturing you? I'll never betray the matriarch. The woman gritted her teeth and spoke with a firm voice. Noah sighed and grabbed her hair as he walked back on the battlefield. The woman screamed and cried, but Noah was unmoved. He simply returned at the base of the mountain and left her on the ground. Then, he went looking for the remains of the other 9 cultivators, but he wasn't able to find much. He had fought using the partial demonic form for the whole time. The toxic smoke had devoured most of their bodies. They had 1 space ring each, but they only contained their weapons. There weren't any potions of wealth inside them. It seems that they were afraid of being recognized. I understand the absence of credits, but bringing no medications is quite foolish. Noah shook his head and gathered the weapons in his space rings before destroying those of his enemies and clearing every remaining trace of their battle. Only he and the surviving woman remained. I understand that you don't want to reveal your identity, but I'm still interested in your techniques. How are you able to perform inscriptions by just moving in that strange way? That last spell was able to break Noah's defenses. He had to admit that he was quite surprised by its power. However, the woman didn't answer and turned her head away from Noah. You spoke of a matriarch. Are you referring to Jillian? The woman's breathing stopped for a moment before resuming at a normal pace. Let's see if I have understood correctly. Jillian asks each man that comes to purchase from her secret market to spend the night with her. Yet, that's just a way to perform an unorthodox technique. I believe that's a cultivation technique of some sort. The woman's eyes widened, but Noah continued with his speech. Also, her followers are all women who are able to perform even stranger techniques. I can't help but think that she is in charge of some organization. Noah had his head raised as he spoke those words. He was trying to link every detail that he remembered. Then, she doesn't even allow her followers to bring potions or pills in their missions. For someone that has spent his life hiding, I can recognize those that do the same. You have no proofs. The woman finally spoke. Nor do I care. The way I see it, if a man is so weak that can't suppress his arousal, he deserves to die at Jillian's hands. I just want the theory behind your joint attack. I can't neglect the knowledge of the other countries in the cultivation field. The woman listened to his words and gulped, suppressing the pain coming from her missing limbs. The technique originates in the area of influence of the Utra country dash. Noah wielded a saber and severed one of her arms. That's a lie, and I've never asked for its origins. You just want me to think that you have given up. The woman cried in pain as another of her limbs was cut away. She had a rank 4 body, her vitality was extremely high, but that wasn't an advantage in that situation. A high vitality meant that she would be able to resist for a longer time under Noah's torture, and he didn't seem to have any restraint in doing it. It's a martial art. It is extremely similar to a spell in power since there are more people performing it. That's all I know. So, they just use quantity to make up for the lack of quality. Martial arts are weaker than spells, but if enough people perform them in harmony, they can match their power. It seems too easy. Noah fell deep in thought. His mind tried to remember every detail of that attack. Those were clearly inscriptions, but their creation was too fast. It's a formation, right? You use your bodies as the cores of the formation and use a martial art to power it, creating a devastating effect. The woman nodded at his words. She was quite surprised that he could understand so soon how it worked. Is there a version that can be performed by a single person? No, they are battle formation especially created for groups of people. Oh, right. How could you pinpoint my location? The scent of the pink rose of the underground room is all over you. We have a technique that can trace it. It will naturally disappear in a week. Noah nodded at her and stabbed his saber on her heart. Black smoke came out of his weapon that quickly devoured every trace of her. I guess that the other nations have managed to create formations that can be deployed almost immediately, that increases the power of their weaker cultivators by a large margin. Noah checked his condition and decided to resume his march for a few days before finding a place to rest. I shouldn't underestimate weaker cultivators from now on. There are simply too many techniques that I'm unaware of. The safest approach would be to increase the level of my centers of power, but that would slow my travel by a lot. Noah picked the map and unfolded it. The countries under the Empire's influence occupy almost half of the continent, and I want to reach the opposite border in order to feel completely safe. Noah searched on the map for a country that fitted his needs. He needed to find a place between the Shandal Empire and the Papal Nation where he could develop. What he needed was time to raise his strength. War zone. Noah read those words while he inspected the countries on the opposite border with his mental energy. Ephrana war zone. Only place where the defensive formation of the Empire has fallen. Constant battle between the Empire and the Papal Nation. Mercenaries set their tribes there to have a better chance of being hired. The information on the map ended there, but they were enough for Noah. It took me 4 months to arrive here, and I have basically never stopped. The distance between this place and the nation of Ephrana is even longer, and I surely don't want to arrive there tired and exhausted. I've decided, I'll take my time to reach Ephrana and then accumulate wealth as a mercenary. My centers of power should improve quite a bit before I arrive there. Noah was in a cave at quite a distance from Slyfall. 2 weeks have passed since he had been chased, and he had used that time to increase his distance from the city. Then he had chosen to rest. The scent of the pink rose had vanished by then, and he needed to recover from the battle. The cultivators under Jillian had a dantian between the solid stage of the first rank and the gaseous stage of the second one. Adding the fact that some of them had a rank 4 body, they were basically on Noah's level. However, Noah had a rank 2C of consciousness that had further improved after the bloodline inheritance. Also, he had ambushed them, making full use of all his techniques and spells, expressing his experience in combat to the best. It definitely feels good to use all my power. Hiding my strength for so long was becoming too annoying. Noah heaved a sigh as he thought of that. In the Utrination, revealing his element would have alerted the Bulvin family. There, however, he could simply fight how he wanted. Information would take a while to reach the ears of the royals, and they didn't have the same influence on that side of the formation. I should still try to leave as few witnesses as possible. I don't want another big organization taking interest in me. He had virtually suffered no injuries in the fight, but his centers of power were still heavily stressed. For months of constant travel were still weighing on him. Also, Shadow's figure in his sea of consciousness was full of cracks. The last spell from that cultivator had surpassed the limits of what it was able to endure. Rank 3 beasts are too weak, but the will of a rank 4 creature is too strong. I'm quite sure that I can't contain it. It seems that I found another weakness of this spell. The body inscription spell was his first spell, and was what had allowed him to surpass the other contestants in Eccentric's inheritance ground. It could be said that, if he had not fallen inside Twilboya Cliff, he would still be struggling to escape the grasp of the Bulvin family. That's why Noah valued that spell a lot. Not only could it allow him to ably fight when outnumbered, but it was also what gave him the ability to fly. However, those strong points were slowly being outclassed by his other powerful abilities. The first form of the Ashura was way more effective than a rank 3 beast, and his running speed had long surpassed his flying one. Should I create another blood companion? To what end? Even if I forge it, it still won't be able to surpass the limits of the human ranks. My spells or martial arts would still be the better choice in every situation. Noah refused that idea. The main weakness of the spell is its requirements. The other one is its uselessness in these middle ranks. Having a rank 3 beast against cultivators in the first rank or with a rank 3 body was useful, but it became pointless against stronger enemies. Yet, to have a rank 4 creature as a blood companion, a cultivator needed to have at least a sea of consciousness in the third rank, meaning that he couldn't really use the spell for 2 entire ranks. I should focus on what can increase my battle prowess quickly, namely the demonic sword and the new technique. Noah inspected his space rings. There were 32 buckets that contained the undead chameleon's bones immersed in his own blood. Their refinement had long ended, but Noah didn't have time to resume his experiments. I have a basic outline of the sword in my mind, but that will require another series of experiments and a long period of time. It's best if I focus on that after I near the center of the continent. The elemental forging method required long procedures and many mistakes to succeed. Noah had managed to create a shard of his finished product, but that was only the simple version of his sword. Something created only with 2 materials wouldn't be sturdy enough to last. That's why he decided to leave that matter for when he was in a safer place. Then, I'm left with this. 2 scrolls appeared in front of him. They contained the diagrams of his 2 rank 0 spells. Blind wasn't that useful. As my power increases, the number of enemies that rely only on their eyes diminishes. Not even magical beasts do that anymore. Noah had bought that spell to increase the variety of his attacks, but his power had increased too quickly, and he was also forced to hide his element for the whole time. He really never needed to use the blind spell. I can't even imagine to use it for what I want to do. I'll just store it for now. 1 scroll returned to his space ring, leaving only one of them in front of Noah. Shadow Step spell, rank 0. It was useful to complete my ability to fly, and it has increased my battle prowess while I still had a rank 3 body. Its diagram is extremely simple since its power is limited. Yet, it's really a pity to not be able to use such a useful ability. Noah's idea for a new technique was precisely about that spell. He knew the importance of abilities that improved the mobility of a cultivator. His last fight using the warp spell was a proof of the advantage that they could give. Martial arts are an imitation of spells, which means that I could theoretically turn this diagram in the forms of a martial art. Also, since my centers of power are on a superior level, I should be able to set its strength to a level that can be useful to me. Noah's eyes shone with excitement as he studied line by line each part of the diagram of the spell. Also, if I manage to succeed, I might also be able to mix some of the effects of the warp spell in it. That would create an incredible martial art focused on agility. The process of the creation of a martial art from the diagram of a spell wasn't an easy one. The first phase consisted in the identification of what effects each line of the diagram produced. Then, a cultivator had to reproduce those lines with his body to obtain a similar effect. The issue was that a spell was generated with a mixture of mental energy and breath. Those two energies could be manipulated easily. It wasn't hard to follow the rhythm of a diagram with those. A martial art, however, needed for the body to execute that rhythm while following the lines of the diagram. It was impossible for a material figure to have the same maneuverability of an immaterial matter. That was why martial arts were generally weaker than spells. The body would not keep up with the rhythm of the diagram and would produce weaker effects. Also, the fact that the Shadow Step was a rank 0 spell, its diagram was extremely simple. It wasn't created to produce strong effects. Body, Dantian, mind are the three centers of power on which a cultivator relies. Noah had his eyes closed. He was still in the same cave, but the density of breath was far higher than before. He had taken out his breath blessing and resumed his cultivation as he pondered over the creation of his technique. Spells are created from mental energy and breath. They're complex diagrams, and those two energies are what make them the strongest weapons of a cultivator. The knowledge learned in the academy stormed his mind. He wanted to consider all his options. Martial arts only use the breath and the body. The lack of another type of energy is what eventually determines their inferior power. Also, a body can't execute complex diagrams, leading to simplified imitations of the spells. The three forms of the Ashura depleted a large amount of Noah's mental energy because he required an insane amount of concentration to perform it. The mental energy was the representation of his thoughts after all. The more complex an action was, the more thoughts would be expended. Simply speaking, I would just obtain a martial art in the second or first rank if I just try to imitate the diagram of the Shadow Step. That won't do. I need it to be in the third rank if I want it to have some utility. Noah was sitting cross-legged on the bare ground. His hands were joint according to the dark vortex cultivation technique. Yet, my body alone is in the fourth rank. Creating a rank 3 martial art might be useless too. The Shadow Step spell could not withstand the power of his body. It was normal that Noah wondered if a rank 3 martial art would do the same. There is only one way to approach it. I will identify the lines of the diagram that produce the propulsions of the black circles and remove everything else. Then, I have to balance that simple effect on the strength of my centers of power. The more he thought about that idea, the more he felt as if it was the best course of action. The complete martial art should produce a sudden acceleration, yet, its weakness will be the need for a foothold to perform it. The black circles allowed Noah to stand on them before having the propulsion, and he wanted to completely remove their creation from his martial art, meaning that he would need a foothold to perform it. Picking the simplest of the effects and then reconstructing it using my body as the foundation, it will take a lot of trials and practice. Noah sighed in his mind and interrupted his cultivation. His dantian had completely recovered by then, and his body was at its peak form. There was no reason to delay the creation of his technique. The diagram of the Shadow Step spell was in front of him. Noah had observed it from time to time when he interrupted his cultivation. However, he was now actively studying it, trying to discern the effects that each of its lines produced. That won't do. Not only my inscription method is different from the attunement, but diagrams are meant to be performed as a whole. I can only test the effects of each line. It was after that thought that his study began. Noah would use small amounts of mental energy to trace the diagram in his mind. Yet, he would always interrupt it after some effects started to appear. Half of a dark circle appeared under his soul, but he forcibly interrupted its creation, making it vanish in the air. The small line in his mind vanished and the mental energy accumulated there exploded, making his mental sphere tremble from the impact. The shacking didn't last much, but it was enough to make Noah frown. Forcibly interrupting a spell isn't really a safe process. Luckily, I'm working with a rank 0 spell. The energy accumulated in its diagram isn't that dangerous. That was one of the risks involved in the creation of techniques. If, for example, Noah wanted to study part of the diagram of the warp spell that way, he would incur in severe repercussions to his mental sphere. Creating a technique wasn't easy. Noah studied the diagram for days. He traced longer and longer lines in his sea of consciousness. He needed to identify the part where the propulsion effect was added in the diagram. That process was slow. Not only Noah had to constantly interrupt the spell, but he also had to test the half-formed circles to see if he had reached the part that he was interested in. His mental sphere trembled unceasingly in those days, and Noah had to spend many hours resting to prevent the creation of any long-term damages. However, in the end, he had successfully managed to isolate the part of the diagram that added the propulsion to the black circles. Finally, now it's time for the testing phase. Noah resumed his march toward the nation of Ephrana. His centers of power had recovered, and he had decided the route to take. Staying near the border of the empire would only increase the chance of being found by the royals. The road toward Ephrana was long. Noah needed to cross many nations and danger zones of which he only had a few information. However, that was far better than his initial situation. This country is basically deserted, there are only some sparse danger zones, yet I should find more human settlements in the next one. Noah reviewed the information on the map in his mind as he proceeded to walk in a strange rhythm. He would take short steps, then he would suddenly accelerate, then he would stomp his feet repeatedly. If anyone watched his actions, they would label him as a madman. Nevertheless, Noah was actually training. He had isolated the lines of the diagram of the shadow step spell that produced the propulsion effect of the black circles, and he was currently trying to recreate those lines with his body. What he knew about the creation of techniques were only the theories and the records of previous cultivators that had succeeded in it. There wasn't a set method for that. Every new technique was extremely personal to the cultivator that created it. It reflected his attitude during the creation process and his preferences. There wasn't an established method for that procedure. Yet, it was recognized that there were three main stages: isolation, experimentation, and perfection. The isolation stage indicated the part when the cultivator decided and identified the effects that his technique had to have. It was called that way because most cultivators isolated certain parts of a diagram like Noah had done. The experimentation stage consisted of attempts in the reproduction of those effects. Many trials were needed when creating the forms of a technique. Noah was currently in that stage, trying to find the movements that produced a propulsion similar to the shadow step spell. In the end, the creation of a technique entered the perfection stage. Once the wanted effects were successfully isolated and reproduced, what was left to do was perfecting those forms so that they could have the intended power. Only after all those stages had been completed, a technique could be considered finished. Noah had yet to find the right movements. He would attempt in every kind of different move that he felt imitated the lines that he had isolated. However, he still couldn't achieve any results. His body was partially made of breath. He didn't need to use the one in his dantian in that process. Once his movement met the required rhythm, the propulsion would be produced. That's how his days were spent. Noah had previously decided to alternate 2 days of march to 3 days of rest and cultivation. He didn't want to neglect his training because of his travel. Personal power was the most important thing in his mind. That wouldn't change based on where he was. He spent his time traveling, walking in that strange manner, limping and jumping around to synchronize his movements with the chosen lines of the diagram. The other days were spent in caves or inside trees, making full use of his breath, blessing to obtain the best results from his cultivation technique. His dantian steadily improved in that period, and his mental sphere did the same. Noah could already feel that a breakthrough was nearing. 3 weeks had to pass for a change to appear. Noah was still running in that strange manner. He was moving slowly. His training had a huge impact on his traveling speed. Then, he pressed twice on the terrain, using just enough strength to continue moving forward, and the effect that he was expecting so much finally showed itself. Noah felt a slight propulsion when his foot touched the ground for the second time. He immediately stopped and focused all his attention on his left leg. Tap tap, he tried again to make the same exact action, but he didn't manage to match the previous rhythm. However, Noah tried again and again. He had finally found the right movement. He couldn't allow his body to forget that sensation. 41 was the number of times that Noah repeated that movement before he was able to produce that effect again. Again! Noah didn't stop. He had to automatize that form before he continued to move. The number of failed attempts between one successful form and another shortened. It went from 41 to 30, from 30 to 12, from 12 to 4. It was only at that moment that Noah stopped using his left leg and began to train with his right one. Failed attempts piled on, but Noah was becoming more and more used to that form. When he managed to complete the right movement every 4 attempts, even with his right leg, Noah returned to use the left one. The day became night and the sun soon rose again in the sky. Noah hadn't moved from his position for an entire day. 2 deep holes had been created on the terrain due to the constant repetition of that gesture. Noah's legs were buried in them, but he didn't seem to care. There was only the form of his new martial art in his mind. When the sun disappeared again on the horizon and the night enveloped the world, Noah stopped his training. He forcefully kicked his legs free and sat on the ground. His hand went autonomously under his chin as he fell deep in thought. I can now execute this form without making mistakes. The easy part is over. His body was basically still at its peak condition. He didn't use much strength while he memorized that move. The problem now is that I have to increase the overall power of this move. It can barely match a weak rank 1 martial art in this stage. I should first learn to perform it with my body and breath at the same time though. I'll think about increasing its power later. Noah's march became a bit faster. Adding the breath to his move wasn't a hard task. He had only to match his body's movements with it. However, the results were already starting to satisfy him. Noah ran at a normal pace, but his speed suddenly increased every time he pressed twice on the ground with the move that he had memorized. This is the right feeling. I'm still far away from surpassing the acceleration that I can obtain by simply using the full power of my body though. He had a rank 4 body, a martial art that weak couldn't give him any real advantage. This is one of the issues with using the diagram of a rank 0 spell. If I limit myself to the simple imitation, I can only obtain a somewhat similar power. Noah had no use for a martial art with the power of a rank 0 spell. He needed something that could match the 3 forms of the Ashura for it to be useful. Well, if I had tried to work with more complex diagrams, I would still be in the isolation stage. Noah's fast results were mostly due to the simplicity of the spell that he was imitating. His hard work and dedication only helped in shortening the process. The form is basically set. Now I have to see how far I can go with it and then apply some modifications. Reaching the limits of what the imitation of the spell could produce and then modifying it to raise its power, Noah knew what he had to do. His journey continued quietly. Noah spent his days doing what he liked the most. The feeling of having his centers of power becoming stronger after each session of cultivation was extremely appreciated by him. The 4 months of escape didn't allow him to train at all. They were a huge blow on his morale considering his addiction to cultivation. Yet, he had finally gone back on track and he had no imminent limit. He had even absorbed again breath in his sea of consciousness. That gaseous energy stood like a black cloud over the sea in his mental sphere, generating an incredible internal pressure. Like that, his mind enlarged even during the days spent marching. He was really making a complete use of his time. A whole month had to pass before he reached the next country. The scenery was about the same. Forests and small hills covered the landscape, but the atmosphere felt way tenser to Noah. This country is inhabited, and there is a high percentage of cultivators. Noah couldn't help but become warier of his surroundings. He didn't really think that he could meet many people stronger than him. He was entering a country far away from the center of the empire after all. There could only be that many powerful cultivators. Soprad Nation, an underling of the empire. I wonder how it is structured. The map told Noah those few information, and he was quite eager to discover the differences between the peripheral countries in the area of influence of the Utra Nation and of the empire. It is said that the empire gives to everyone a rank 3 body nourishing method. I wonder how they manage to maintain control over the masses if that's true. The nobles in the Utra Nation kept control over the population by restricting the access to techniques and spells. There could never be a revolution of the commoners there, since they simply didn't have the means to cultivate. Commoners saw cultivators as superior beings. They wouldn't ever think about rebelling. Noah advanced. His pace was quite slow since he was still experimenting in his martial art. During the last month, he had increased the amount of strength and breath used when he performed his technique, and he had obtained some satisfying results. The martial art had reached the power of the 2nd rank. Noah was using more power of his centers of power as he used it. It was obvious that its effect became stronger with it. Yet, he felt that he had reached a certain limit. No matter how more strength or breath he put in the technique, the effects didn't increase. Instead, they would completely disappear, meaning that the execution of the martial art had failed. Noah knew that the lines that he had isolated from the diagram of the Shadow Step spell had reached their limits. They simply couldn't express more power in that form. What he had to do now was to make a modification to those lines in order to surpass the limits of the original spell. However, he really didn't know how to do it. The creation of spells requires diagrams which are a composition of different lines in a certain order. Those lines are generally a form of inscription. Cultivators study a natural event and reproduce it in the form of diagrams. That's quite a disadvantage for me. To recognize and translate an event in the form of inscription, one had to be proficient in the attunement method. Noah's inscription method, however, was completely unrelated to heaven and earth. It was his will that set the meaning. I don't have any other spell from which I can isolate lines that express effects useful to me. Well, I have them, but it's too dangerous to break up their diagrams with my current level. The only thing I can do is to create completely new lines, but my inscription method works in a different way. The attunement method was the best option for the creation of new spells and techniques. Practitioners of that method could literally hear the meaning of the breath, after all. However, that method was precluded to Noah. He couldn't create diagrams with the help of the world. Either I find a way or I drop this idea until my sea of consciousness reaches the heroic ranks. He had never stopped moving while he had his mental discussion, and he had arrived near a human settlement. The scene that unfolded in front of him was quite far away from his expectations. It was a small encampment with 100 or so tents. Yet, most of the people there had metal collars around their necks, linked together by large chains that were fixed on the ground. Are they prisoners? That was Noah's first thought. He could recognize the strength of their bodies. They were all between the second and third rank, yet they seemed malnourished and exhausted. They resembled commoners while they moved. What are they excavating? All those people wearing metal collars were digging holes on the ground with their bare hands. Some of them were covered in blood. Noah couldn't imagine how much work they had to do to injure their hands with the terrain. The chains linked to the collars didn't allow them much freedom. They were fixed on the ground, forcing those prisoners to work in a circular area based on the chain's length. Noah didn't find anything wrong with learning more about the situation. He had escaped precisely in order to stop hiding. He felt no need to avoid that encampment. A layer of mental energy enveloped his figure as he moved forward toward the tents. Noah soon discovered that the one in front of him wasn't the only camp. Many more of them entered his field of view as he gazed toward the sea in the distance. The area there is quite crowded. Is it because of the sea? The camps were more populated along the coastline, while the ones more inland had had only a few hundreds of people. It was normal for Noah to think that the sea was the cause. He walked casually toward one of the chained people and waved his hand to greet him. "What are you excavating?" Noah asked the first man in sight. The man had his head lowered and completely ignored Noah. He was only focused on digging the terrain. Is he ignoring me, or is the chain that forces him to work? Noah arched one of his eyebrows as the saw that the man didn't answer. His gaze eventually went on the collar and then on the chain. Inscriptions could be seen on both those items. Their brilliance flickered under the daylight. They seemed to be applying some unknown effect to the chained man. He was about to ask another question when a rough voice sounded from one of the biggest tents. "Hey you! Don't talk to the slave." Slave. Noah first gave another look at the chained man, and then he turned toward the voice. A half-naked burly man who was still halfway through the entrance of the tent was looking at him in an angered manner. "Who are you?" "These mining fields belong to the Empire." "Mining fields?" Noah's eyes shone with a cold light as soon as he understood that there was something valuable there. He performed a bow to the burly man and wore a wide smile before speaking. "I wasn't aware of that. I'm just a traveler with very little knowledge of this country, and it is my first time seeing an actual slave. I hope you can forgive this misunderstanding." Noah's words slightly eased the man's temperament, but he was still somewhat wary of him. "You better get going. You can't disturb slaves when they are working. We have a schedule to keep up with." The man snorted and folded his arms around his chest. His muscles became more evident that way. "I can't understand his level, but I don't feel any danger either. He should be as strong as me." Noah took out a jar of Ivor's wine from his space ring. After his prolonged habitation with him, Noah had become used to stashing some for himself. When he opened the lid, the scent of strong wine filled the area. Noah took a slight sip from the jar, but his attention never left the man. He was wondering if such a good wine could attract his attention. Luckily for him, the man was immediately interested in Noah's jar. His eyes followed its movements in Noah's hand. It couldn't be helped. Ivor's wine was of the best quality and extremely expensive. Noah was sure that a cultivator in such a remote location couldn't have access to something so precious. "Hey, where did you get that? It's my first time smelling something so delicious." "Oh, it's nothing much. Wine is a passion of mine, and I like to keep a reserve of the most delicious ones." Noah lied casually. He waited for an invitation from the man as he continued to drink from the jar. However, the invitation never came. The man simply limited himself to stare at the jar while licking his lips. Why doesn't he just ask for it? "Would you like to taste it?" Noah became tired of waiting and took the initiative. The man's eyes lit up at that question, and he happily moved the curtain of his tent in a welcoming gesture. "Yes, please. You can come inside if you don't mind." Noah nodded and entered the tent. The man stood still on the entrance, waiting for him to cross it. So, that's how the life on the borders of the empire is spent. Noah suppressed a surprised gasp as the scene inside the tent unfolded itself. There wasn't much, only a small table, a few chairs, and a large bed. However, on the bed there were two naked women with a collar on their necks. Also, the tent seemed to have some kind of inscriptions on its surface. Noah guessed that they were meant to suppress the noise. Slavery doesn't cover only the working field then. "I'm sorry for them. I wasn't expecting visits. I will send them away immediately." The man clapped his hands and ordered the women to leave the tent. They didn't even dress as they went outside. "Are all slaves cultivators?" Noah asked loudly as soon as the women left the tent. They were cultivators too. "Well, yes. Mortals die too easily. They aren't worth their price in the long run." Noah nodded in understanding while he moved toward one of the chairs and placing his jar on the table in front of him. "I've heard that the defeated countries provided slaves to the Shandal Empire, but I have greatly underestimated their quantity. Did you win many wars?" Noah wanted to gather information about the empire. He had planned to spend a long time in its area of influence after all. Almost every country in the central area of the continent has surrendered to the might of the empire. If it wasn't for the Utra nation and the Papal nation, we would have conquered the whole landmass already. There was pride in the man's words when he spoke about the empire. "I guess I should avoid telling him that I come from the Utra nation." Noah carefully observed the expressions of the man. He wanted to discover as much as he could about the central countries. He had to take advantage of him when he could. "Oh? Are they that powerful?" Noah asked, taking out 2 cups from his space ring and filling them with Ivor's wine. Each one of them alone can't match the empire. The only problem is that they both have to suppress the empire or they will be conquered. Their geographical position makes them allies against us." The man snorted again as he sat on the opposite chair and took the cup, immediately drinking from it. "Good wine," he exclaimed after taking a small sip, and then he resumed his drinking with enthusiasm. "It's just something that I picked up randomly." Noah rejected the compliment before speaking again in a casual manner. "How is it possible, though? I've never seen such a concentration of cultivators, and this is just a peripheral country. I think that the empire has enough manpower to take down both the Utra nation and the Papal nation." The man wore a prideful smile after Noah's comment. He seemed really attached to his country. "Well, the truth is that we have far more cultivators in the human ranks than any other country, but those in the heroic ranks are about the same. We people of the empire like to boast around and act mighty, but the cultivators of the other countries aren't weaker than us," he admitted, placing the empty cup on the table. "Is that the reason why you didn't ask for my wine as soon as I opened it?" Noah filled both cups again with a smile on his face. He was obtaining some decent information already. "Haha! People from the empire never ask for anything. They earn it. Anyway, my name is Ross. I'm in charge of this encampment." "Adam." A moment of silence followed their presentation. They simply sat on their chairs, enjoying the flavor of the wine. "What are you mining here? I can't imagine what precious mineral requires so many slaves." Ross looked at Noah in disbelief. Is this really your first time here? Noah nodded and waited for the man's answer. Well, it's quite widespread as information. All men and women of the Empire have access to a rank 3 body nourishing method. This method requires a particular terrain called Vostum that can be found only near the sea. All the commoners in the Empire need it to cultivate, so the Empire handles the mining operations to make a gain out of it. They create the demand and then set a monopoly, gaining an endless stream of wealth and increasing the number of cultivators at the same time. Smart, really smart. What about cultivation techniques and spells? Are they that accessible too? Noah asked with interest. If the conditions were good, he would gladly change his route and head for the Empire. However, Ross immediately shook his head at that question. You must either perform a meritorious service or work for some higher-up in the army to obtain those. Why do you think I'll be living in a tent surrounded by slaves if not for the payment? Will you obtain a technique for this? Noah asked, receiving a wide smile as an answer. That's right. I and the soldiers in the other encampments will join a high-ranking troop after our job is done. That will give us access to rank 3 cultivation techniques and rank 2 spells. Truly a fortune. Rank 3 cultivation techniques so easily? I bet that these high-ranking troops are similar to the noble families in the Utra country, just more loyal to the head of the country. Then, Noah remembered one particular piece of information in Ross's last sentence. Soldiers? Is there someone like you in each of the camps here? Ross nodded. Yes, the law imposes a soldier every 100 slaves. There have been cases of revolt in the past. That number is necessary to suppress them before they start. So, I'm not alone with him, there are more soldiers here and I can suppose that they are all on my level. Well, there wasn't anything valuable anyway. I have no need for a material useful for rank 3 body nourishing methods. Noah refused the idea of creating a mess in that place and simply continued to converse with Ross. Their topics covered mostly the political situation of the Empire, how it was structured and its actual strength. Simply speaking, the cultivators of the Empire valued strength over everything. Their whole hierarchic system was based on it. Basically, every citizen was a soldier, but his mansions depended on his personal power. They could be allocated in mines to handle slaves, as farmers in the fields, or even as servants. The most powerful of them could become full-time soldiers and join specific troops led by a captain. I have to admit that I'm starting to like this country. They have no care for your birth and they only look at your strength. Well, you still need to be born in the Empire to obtain these privileges. There was only one thing that Noah wasn't sure of. How can the Empire suppress so many cultivators? I mean, there has to be someone in charge, right? How can he or she handle so many powerful people and prevent a revolution? Ivor's wine had relaxed both Noah and Ross. They were speaking in a more friendly manner since the jar was almost empty by then. Why would someone revolt? The Empire strongly pushes cultivators to become more powerful and to take down their superiors. We are not bound by some anachronistic law. Yet, that still can't prevent weaker cultivators from organizing and jointly attacking the stronger powers. Ross listened to Noah's words and nodded at them. However, his gaze was then filled with reverence as he opened his mouth to speak. No one will revolt because there is a god leading the Empire. A god. That simple word caused waves of shock in Noah's mind. He must be referring to a cultivator in the divine ranks. Yet, how couldn't the Empire conquer the continent if they have such a strong leader? The divine ranks were a world on their own. Noah couldn't even imagine the actual might of someone on that level. That's why he found suspicious that there were still free countries in the continent. Nothing should be able to match a god after all. Unless, both the Utra nation and the Papral nation have a similar power. Noah knew that the stronger cultivators of each nation would abandon the mortal world and focus exclusively on cultivation. It couldn't be helped. Cultivating required more time as one's level increased. Noah had been in the gaseous stage of the second rank of the Danteon for 2 years and a half by then, and he was still in the middle of the human ranks. How many monsters are living outside of people's sight? How many gods there are in this world? He didn't notice it, but his gaze was being filled by the flames of ambition as he kept thinking of that. We are proud of our country and proud of our leader. Rebellions are for rats and criminals. Why would someone choose to act like a rat? The Empire is waiting eagerly for another god to be born. It pushes us to our limits and provides resources to anyone willing to work with it. It's a fair request. Ross continued to speak, but Noah had completely lost interest in their conversation. I should probably go. My family is waiting for me. Noah stood up, placing a new jar on the table. Ross was confused at first, but seeing that Noah was willing to leave another jar of that wine as a sign of goodwill, he didn't bother asking much. Noah left the tent in a hurry. He had a strange feeling that was making him uneasy. Gods, actual gods. Cultivation opens the path to godhood. He knew that humans could reach incredible levels, but that was the first time he heard about someone that powerful. Gods in his previous world came from religions and cults. He had never believed in any of them. Yet, here people could watch them and dream of reaching their levels. Ambition, anxiety, restlessness. Those emotions mixed together and led Noah outside of the encampment, back on the large forest on its other side. He had not lied to Ross. His family was waiting for him, he was sure of that. However, he knew that he was just an ant compared to Thomas Bulvin. He couldn't even defeat William with his current power. Noah ran in the forest. His feet released shockwaves every time they touched the ground. Yet, those propulsions didn't make Noah any faster. His body was too strong for such a weak technique to have any effect. He stopped in the end and found an empty cave where he could resume his cultivation. I need to succeed with this martial art. He had reached that conclusion along the way. Too many things depended on his ability to create techniques. The path toward the heroic ranks is blocked. Organizations detain cultivation techniques, and they give them away in exchange for personal freedom. I can't end up in another system that tries to use me. I want to be independent. Even if the Empire's requirements were vaguely loose, Noah still couldn't accept them. He sat on the ground. His gaze swept his legs as he thought of a way to solve the problem with his martial art. Inscription methods are what have allowed cultivators throughout history to create spells and techniques, at least for the majority of them. However, the elemental forging method doesn't take inspiration from the breath of heaven and earth, but relies on the will of the cultivator to power up its effects. Noah knew that he had to find a way to create his own techniques. He would soon reach the limits of his current ones. His body was already at that point. The body inscription spell wasn't created with the attunement method. I'm sure of that. It uses the power stored in the beasts and the breath of the cultivator to create an animated puppet. The body is just a vessel that powers it. He felt that he was about to find the solution that he was waiting for. Basically, it takes power from its materials while the cultivator depletes breath and mental energy to control it. Noah's eyes were still on his legs. My body is a rank 4 material. It has less power than a beast's body, but it's still incredibly strong. The breath blessing was taken out of his space ring and laid on the terrain. Noah needed the perfect environment for his training. The meaning behind the lines that I've isolated is weak. It can't express much power. I'm basically trying to force a toy car to run as fast as an actual car just because I'm giving more power to it. No matter how strong the power source was, a toy car could never surpass an actual car. It would just explode, unable to withstand that much pressure. In the same way, the lines of a diagram from a rank 0 spell couldn't express much power. The moment their limits were surpassed, they would simply stop working. My inscription method requires good materials but also a strong will. My will can be imposed on the world and produce the effects that I want without imitating the behavior of the breath. If I want those lines to surpass their limits, I have to add my will in them. Noah closed his eyes. He had become used to refine the breath in his sea of consciousness by then, but he had only worked with his meaning of sharpness. However, he needed something different at that moment, something explosive. The breath in his mental sphere entered the crystalline sea while Noah focused completely on finding a new will to refine it with. While Noah was busy traveling and training, the Nation had been filled with rumors about him. The first cultivator of the darkness element that had appeared in decades was, in reality, the bastard son of a medium-sized noble family. His crimes became widely known and many linked tragic events to his person. Doris' disappearance was one of them. Cultivators couldn't think that she had vanished because of personal matters anymore after they had learnt that Noah had been in her same hunting area. Phoebe and Manuel's death were the same. A second investigation on their weapons revealed some conflicting clues about the cause of their deaths. Yet, while the most powerful nobles viewed his figure as a stain on their authority, the weaker cultivators thought of him with some reverence. Noah was a man that had defied his status to become stronger. He had hidden among the most powerful organizations in the country and was now on the run. "My dear disciple, I've really failed you." William was in the outer circle of the Bulvin mansion. His mood was sour as he looked at a picture portraying some of the most dangerous criminals of the nation. It was needless to say that Noah was among them. "You have really grown. Not even those lofty airs in the academy were your match. It seems that the whole world has underestimated you." His eyes showed some affection as he remembered scenes from the past. "You were just a smart kid in a difficult situation back then. How could you end in such trouble?" He sighed. He knew that Noah had grand ambitions, but he had never thought that they would lead him to become a man wanted by the whole nation. "Please, be safe wherever you are and, if you can, abandon the hate that links you to this family. Abandon all of us and only look at the road in front of you. We are lost causes anyway." Sanford and Mark neared him and sat on his table. "Vice Captain, that kid is crafty. I honestly pity the next organization that will welcome him. My brother is right. He has managed to escape from the royal family. The Bulvins will never find him." They tried to lift William's morale a bit. They had fought together with Noah after all. They had more feelings for him than for their masters. "You guys, do you know that I can have you hanged because of these words?" William smiled and teased the brothers, who laughed back. "You should be happier. The kid is safe and well and is becoming stronger every day that he is on the run. Old men like us can only watch as the new generations take over the world." Mark commented, but then he took a glance toward his brother. Sanford nodded and wore a stern expression. "William, the family wants to go to the Balor mansion and have a meeting with their heir. Noah has lived together with her for quite some time, so the lords want to ask her some questions." William's brow arched at those words. Did my disciple finally manage to think about something that is not cultivation? Sanford showed a proud smile. "It seems that my teachings had some effects on him. They grow so quickly. One day you are hunting rebels with them. The next one they make noble girls fall in love with them. Such a good kid." Mark suppressed a laugh at Sanford's act, and William couldn't help but release a happy sigh as he shook his head. The last period had been a tense one for him considering his relationship with Noah, but Sandy and Mark had always supported him, easing some of that tension. "So, they want me to go to the mansion?" Sandy and Mark nodded at the same time. "You know him better than anyone in the mansion. They want you to hear the girl's story to see if you can understand where he went." William snorted at those words. "Humph, I've betrayed him once, I won't do it again. However, I suppose I should see this woman. She needs my approval if she wants to be with my disciple." Mark and Sandy couldn't suppress their laughter anymore. They understood William's intentions. He was simply eager to know more about Noah. Some days later, in the central part of the Balor mansion, June was silently cultivating. She was in a dark underground room covered with inscriptions, and a shining orange rune was in front of her. "I've created countless techniques, but only a few of them could be considered actual masterpieces. You lack the talent for runes, but you are quite good with formations. Remember, heaven and earth is petty but also fair. Every road can lead to the same result, you just have to find out how." Eccentric Thunder's voice resounded in the room. The rune in front of June carried some of his teachings. Runes, formations, inscriptions, each one of those methods can be used for the creation of new techniques. You have a big advantage since you have my whole inheritance, but you can't slack off on your study of formations. The day will come when you'll be forced to create something by yourself. The first thing will be something to replace your damned hat." June shouted at the rune, but there was no response. The rune carried only registered teachings. There wasn't any will in them. She sighed looking at the inanimate rune. It wasn't her first time hearing that explanation, but she still couldn't force herself to spend hours in the study of formations. The constant stream of rumors about Noah made her wander in the memories that she had with him. Their first battle on the airship, the events in the royal inheritance, their cohabitation spent stealing Ivor's wine. However, Ivor was now dead and Noah was a criminal. Her happy memories had been turned in constant guilt. You hid so much but still decided to trust me with Eccentric's inheritance. I acted so grumpily and spoiled, and yet you have never asked for anything. She clearly remembered Noah. She remembered how his cold gaze stared at the world with indifference. Vance, where are you? She missed him. Noah was basically her first friend, and he had given her an incredible opportunity, asking only to not use it against himself in return. In the end, you couldn't even trust me. Noah's last words made her feel regretful. She wished to do more for him, but he had vanished, and she had no idea when he would come back. June. The envoy from the Bulvin family has arrived. June came back to reality after that communication, and she immediately stood up, trying to suppress the anger that she felt. A table filled with delicacies was placed right in the middle of one of the most luxurious rooms of the Balor mansion. The table divided the cultivators in the room according to their families. June, her father, and the patriarch of the Balor family were on one side, while William, Rhys, and Adrian were on the other one. Lord Otis, I want to express my appreciation for allowing us to meet the heir of your family today. Adrian spoke in a polite manner to the patriarch of the Balor family. Otis was an elderly man with short silver hair and a long white beard. He waved his hand at Adrian's words with a wide smile on his face. This is just a small matter. We are happy to help the Bulvin family. The Balor family was just a small-sized noble family. Even if they were in a different domain, they had still to respect a more powerful family. I've already spoken to my daughter. She has agreed to answer all your questions. June's father joined the conversation, expressing his good intentions toward that meeting. June didn't speak. She simply stared at Rhys with cold eyes. Thank you, Lord Max. We just want to ask a few questions to your daughter. Specifically, we would like to know what kind of relationship did she have with Noah. 5 heads turned toward June, who simply continued to stare at Rhys. Max pressed his hands on her shoulder and spoke to her in a soft voice. June, they have asked their question. June nodded. I know. I was just confused. Confused by what exactly? Rhys asked that question. He had become quite impatient under her gaze. You know, when they told me that you had driven out a genius like Vance, I imagined that you were some kind of powerful asset. It seems that I was wrong. June plainly answered. She was really surprised that Noah's father was only an ordinary cultivator. Her mocking, though, was purely out of anger. How dare you? Rhys stood up from his seat and was about to slap her when William grabbed his arm. My lord, she has a rank for body. You will only hurt yourself. Rhys' pupils constricted as he stared at the young woman in front of him, and he coughed loudly before sitting again. I'm sorry for her temperament. It's my fault if she came out this wild. Max performed a slight bow, but he was unable to hide the proud smile that had appeared on his face. The truth was that the Bulvin family could bully them, but they couldn't touch June at all. Not only was she a former student of the academy, but she was also actively working for the royal family. Her position was too high. Otis Balor had simply approved the meeting to silence any rumor concerning June's relationship with Noah. It's fine, you two please forgive my brother's temper. You can imagine how this situation is affecting his mental health. Adrian spoke. He didn't care about June's words. They were true after all. He just wanted to obtain any valuable information. So, were you in a romantic relationship with him? He asked. June lowered her gaze. That question reminded her of the one that Noah asked her back in the academy. No, we were just fighting partners. But you have lived together with him for quite some time, right? Yes. I wonder if you have learned anything from your cohabitation with him. Adrian led the conversation right to the part he was interested in. June lowered her gaze again. Her mind reviewed the memories that she had of Noah. No, he has always been extremely careful. He has never revealed anything about himself. Otis coughed lightly to join the conversation. June. He is a criminal. Try to remember something at least. However, his words only triggered June's anger again. What something? All I knew of him was that his name was Vance and that he was stronger than me. He has never spoken about himself. He has never asked anything to anyone. He has basically spent 3 years cultivating like a madman. William lowered his head at those words. They perfectly described the youth that he remembered. So, you don't know where he went? June shook his head at Adrian's question. No, he didn't trust me either. Silence enveloped the room. The cultivators from the Bulvin family understood that they had just wasted their time. William wanted to speak, but his position didn't allow him to do so. He was just there to try to understand any hidden message in June's words. You forsake even this girl's affection. My disciple, I'm really sorry. He couldn't help but blame himself for Noah's trust issues. His position had always been complicated in the mansion. He had never had the ability to actively help him. June, on the other hand, was just venting her anger. She had joined the meeting to learn more about Noah, but she had been clearly disappointed. Her anger didn't come from the men in front of her, but had birthed from Noah's last words. If you ever try to use that power to harm me, I will forsake all the good moments that we had together and kill you without hesitation. She clearly remembered those words spoken while she was receiving the inheritance. In the end, you couldn't trust me. Her anger came from that single moment. Noah had nothing. No one to rely on. No one looking after him. He was carrying the burden of Eccentric's inheritance, and he had to give it to someone. He had chosen June, but he had done so because of the situation. That realization had hurt June, and she was still carrying that sorrow. Her hands tightened in a fist every time she thought about that moment, that last interaction with Noah. I bothered you so much about your true self. I was really an idiot. The next time I see you, I'll make sure that you understand my position toward you. With that resolution in her mind, June stood up from the table and left the meeting, going back to cultivate. Meanwhile, Noah stood up from his cross-legged position. His eyes were focused, his mind had never been sharper. He pressed twice on the terrain, applying basically no strength at all, and his foot released a shockwave that resounded throughout the cave. Rank 3. His gaze was shining. He stared at the results of his refinement with excitement. I finally understand how I will create techniques with my inscription method. Noah had refined the breath in his sea of consciousness, fixing his mind on the image of a plane setting off. He needed explosivity, he needed acceleration. The planes of his previous world were the only thing that matched those qualities. Imposing my will on the world of heaven and earth. This is my path. He had refined that breath, and he had used it to power the martial art, creating an effect that matched a rank 3 martial art. Using that breath for his techniques gave him a strange feeling. He wasn't using his dantian after all. He felt as if his body was breaking some kind of natural rule. My mind is a world of its own. Noah heard a humming sound as he had that realization. His mind was resonating with him. I can't produce breath, but I can give it a meaning. My techniques were never meant to follow the will of heaven and earth. A few lines of the diagram of a rank 0 spell couldn't be used to create a rank 3 martial art. However, Noah had just done that. Steal the breath. Refine it according to your own will. Use it to break the limits of this world. The breath is life. The breath is everything. The wonders possible thanks to that kind of energy were limitless. Noah couldn't help but be surprised every time he thought about it. This energy can create matter. It is the very foundation of the world, its true origin. Heaven and earth produce it to fill their world, but I can steal it for my personal reasons. His gaze went on his low waist. He was figuratively staring at his dantian. That energy doesn't belong to me. Then, his attention went to his back where his acupoints were. Neither that energy belongs to me. His focus returned to his mind, the real personal place of every cultivator. This is my personal world. Succeeding in breaking the limits of the diagram had enlarged his point of view. He had finally understood how to create techniques with his inscription method. My mind can only contain so much breath. I need my dantian to steal that too. He was making a plan for his future. I've refined the breath in my sea of consciousness and used it for my martial art. The effects have greatly surpassed my expectations. A rank 3 martial art had birthed from a rank 0 spell, which was theoretically impossible. However, if breath containing a specific meaning was used, those effects could be obtained. Heaven and earth fill their breath with a neutral meaning. It doesn't have any specific usage. Yet, when I set its meaning to one single effect, it helps in surpassing the limits of the world. Heaven and earth were impartial and fair. Their breath could be absorbed and used by all living beings. Yet, that energy was simply a form of fuel. It couldn't be used to surpass certain limits. Nevertheless, Noah was adept in the elemental forging method. That method required him to impose his will on the breath to create wonders. His own meaning could shape that energy according to what he was going to do, vastly increasing its effectiveness. That was exactly what he had done with his martial art. The only problem is that I have a limit on the number of times in which I can perform it. The breath in my mind will eventually be expended. The sea of consciousness wasn't meant to store breath. Its capabilities were limited in that field. That meant that Noah could only use his martial art for a set number of times before the refined breath was completely depleted. In the future, I need to create a cultivation technique that allows me to store stolen breath in my dantian. I can't neglect this kind of usage. If his dantian became able to absorb and store the breath stolen from heaven and earth, he would solve the issue of its limited quantity. Right now, my centers of power are still weak. I can only perform a martial art with the power of the third rank. When my mind improves, I'll be able to imprint a stronger will on the breath, obtaining an even more powerful result. Damn! The applications of my inscription method could be endless. Noah was excited beyond reason. He had finally found his personal way of making techniques. He still had to improve his centers of power, and he wasn't completely sure of how to apply that method in every field of cultivation, but he had discovered his path at least. The black smoke of the demonic form could be controlled if I generated it with refined breath. The answer was right in front of me, but I couldn't see it. Noah pressed again on the ground. His foot released shockwaves every time he imbued them with the breath in his mental sphere. He performed that movement many times, always expending that refined energy. The black cloud over the sea in his mind was consumed quickly. It had only allowed 10 usages of Noah's martial art. Only 10 times, that's not bad. It is only in the third rank my body alone can match this acceleration. Well, it seems that any new progress can wait for my mind to reach the third rank. The third Kaiser rune came out of Noah's space ring. He was set on speeding the arrival of his breakthrough. I wonder, if I was to refine all the breath in my dantian and use it to enter my demonic form, how strong will I be? 1 year quietly passed by. Noah didn't have any enemies in that part of the continent, so his travel had been extremely peaceful. Also, most of his time had been spent in seclusion, improving his centers of power as much as he could. The countries in the area of influence of the empire that he had crossed worked in the same way as the Soprad nation. They were filled with slaves forced to work for the mining of Vostom. It couldn't be helped. Noah had always stayed near the western coastline, and that material was what allowed the commoners of the empire to cultivate. Its demand on the market couldn't be met by just using one country. Noah had chosen to avoid the other encampments that he found along the way. He had learnt everything he could from Ross. There was no point in meeting other soldiers and risking to incur in troubles. That kind of travel allowed him to focus cultivation and, due to his dedication, some breakthroughs had finally arrived. The first one concerned his body. His dantian had nourished it for a long time, making it reach the peak of the lower tier of the fourth rank. His body had then stopped improving. If Noah wanted to continue training it, he would need a rank 5 body nourishment method. The second one concerned his dantian. More than 3 years had passed since he became a rank 2 cultivator, and more than 1 year had been spent while having a rank 4 body. With the breath blessing maintaining a high density of breath everywhere, he cultivated and his rigid routine, Noah had reached the liquid stage of the second rank of the dantian. What surprised him in that breakthrough was that he had not needed to use the earth pill or any other resources to help in that process. His mind had improved too much after the bloodline inheritance. His mental energy was enough to force the compression. As for what concerned his mind, after the breakthrough of his dantian, he had been able to store liquid breath in his it, further increasing the internal pressure on his sphere and improving the effects of his martial art. Though the power of the art remained in the third rank, Noah knew that the issue was on the power of his will. Soon my mind will reach the 3rd rank. That's when I will actively resume my forgings. Noah was in a cavity that he had dug in a tree. He was using that moment of rest to return to his peak condition. He had understood by then that the power behind the will that he could impose on the breath depended on the power of his mind. Even if his emotion was strong, the level of his sea of consciousness still prevented him to create extremely impactful wills, lowering the power of his creations as a consequence. He would use liquid breath in his forging after all. He wasn't sure that he could control the process as well as when he used the gaseous one. My body is finally complete. It won't become stronger unless I find a new nourishing method. My dantian has enlarged since it entered the liquid stage. My reserves of breath are enough for a prolonged fight. My mind is nearing the limits of the 2nd rank. The constant internal pressure and the bloodline inheritance will make me reach the 3rd rank quite soon. There is no point in avoiding danger zones anymore. The reason why he had crossed inhabited countries in the first part of his journey was that he still had no confidence in entering danger zones with his level. The fight with the leader of the worms in the bear dungeon had made quite clear that he was still too weak to face rank 4 magical beasts alone. However, his dantian had finally reached the liquid stage of the 2nd rank. That was one of the basic requirements to defeat a rank 4 creature. Of course, Noah wanted to test his actual prowess. The tree where he was resting was at the borders of a danger zone called Leston Forest. That area was the fastest way toward his destination. Avoiding it would mean wasting months of travel. Also, Noah couldn't find any reason to avoid it. Danger zones usually didn't have human settlements and were harder to investigate. His tracks could be covered more easily. He was still on the run after all. Crossing inhabited countries would only leave a trail of his passage. Noah didn't believe for 1 second that his short hair could cover his identity. The map says that the forest has a few packs of wolf-type magical beasts, and that some of them are led by a rank 4 creature. It isn't exactly the safest place where to test my current power, but it will have to do. Wolves couldn't fly and they only had slow long-range attacks. Noah had nothing to fear from them. What he was worried about was that the map gave him no information about the other magical beasts in the area. Noah knew only the name of the forest and that it had strong wolves in it. Fighting strong beings improves the sturdiness of my mental sphere, and I need to be sure that my power is enough to kill a rank 4 creature. Too many things will change once my mind enters the 3rd rank. I need to know that I can defeat it. Noah had put most of his plans for the future in hold, waiting for his mental sphere to have the breakthrough. Simply speaking, he had 3 projects for the future. The first one was to bring the power of his martial art in the 4th rank, and his mind was too weak to do so. The second one was the creation of the demonic sword. Having a rank 3 sea of consciousness would allow him to better control the process and to insert a stronger will. It was worth delaying its creation since he was relatively safe now. The third one was the creation of a blood companion from a rank 4 magical beast. Noah had decided to play it safe, and to wait for his mind to reach the 3rd rank before attempting in that feat. It's time. The sun disappeared on the horizon, leaving its place to the night. Noah exited the cavity he was in and calmly jumped on one of the branches in front of him. He was going to hunt. The forest was dark and filled with tall trees. The night was the perfect cover for a cultivator like Noah. He didn't think that the rank 4 creatures would have difficulties in the darkness, but he wanted to be in a situation where he could escape whenever he wanted. Hunting at night gave him that possibility. Noah was jumping from branch to branch, looking for a pack of wolves that met his requirements. He wanted to choose the weaker type of wolves, and he wanted to study the terrain before fighting it. He wouldn't just barge in a pack of magical beasts without studying the environment. There is movement in that direction. Echo heard something moving at a few hundred meters from Noah's position, which made him change his course. 40 or so thunder wolves sat quietly in that area. Noah could discern their type by just giving a quick look at the beasts. They are quite problematic. The joint attack of the thunder wolves is strong, and with the leader there, I'm afraid I'll be forced to escape before I have a chance of vanquishing the pack. Thunder wolves could make joint attacks. The population of their pack was part of their strength. I better find something easier to deal with. Noah could choose to slowly kill all the beasts in front of him, but that would create a commotion in the forest. A protracted fight could only attract other magical beasts. In another part of the forest, Noah found a pack of four-eyed wolves. They are far weaker than the thunder ones, but I don't know if my mental sphere can withstand so many mind attacks. I should probably look for something else. Hours passed. Noah explored all the forest and found more than 6 packs of wolves. 6 rank 4 wolves. This danger zone is quite populated. Noah was at the top of a tree, silently staring at a group of 30 or so beasts below him. They were 3-headed wolves. Their specialty was close combat since they relied mostly on their bodies. The leader of the pack was a rank 4 wolf 5 meters tall, and its 3 heads exhaled a nauseous smell that could slow the mental faculties of its prey. They are the best target. As the weaker type of wolves in the forest, they have been isolated in this remote area. I should be able to act as I want here. 2 white sabers appeared in his hands, and a layer of mental energy covered his figure. Then black flames covered his body, making him disappear on the spot. The wolves were silently sitting on the ground. The leader was at the center of the pack, while all the weaker beasts were all around it for protection. Life in the forest was rather peaceful for them. There wasn't much food in that area, but they could at least avoid fights with the other packs. Then, all of a sudden, black flames appeared right over the head of the leader. Noah came out of the flames and slashed immediately below him. 30 fuming slashes cut the air and crashed in a circular area all around the leader, killing all the weaker beasts in the impact. A circle made of black smoke isolated the leader from the rest of its pack. The weaker beasts couldn't pass through the smoke or else they would die in a few instants. Noah was alone with the rank 4 creature. He didn't hesitate. The membrane around his heart poured breath in his circulatory system, and an armor made of black smoke covered his figure, transforming him in a fiend. Full power right from the beginning of the fight. The leader was still surprised by the sudden event and couldn't block the descending slash that Noah immediately performed. 6 sabers became one and crashed on one of the heads of the wolf. Noah was using the second form of the Ashura together with the full power of his body and his strongest spell, coupled with the surprise effect. His assault was unstoppable. The slash pierced the central head and stabbed Noah's sabers deep into the wolf's skull, where they released a torrent of black smoke. The wolf cried loudly and used its frontal paws together with its other 2 heads to fend off Noah. 2 pairs of wings came out of his back and his legs kicked the air to distance himself from the wolf's attack. However, he couldn't match the speed of the leader. Its fangs managed to land on Noah's body. Noah was flung away. The sheer strength of a rank 4 beast was incredible, but the protection of the demonic form and the regeneration ability of his body prevented any serious wound. In that short exchange, the wolf had lost one of its heads while Noah was still at its peak condition. My attacks are effective. I can kill it. Noah shot toward the leader and the beast did the same. Its specialty was close combat after all. It would never refuse to fight in that field. However, Noah suddenly halted his charge and dispersed the demonic form, revealing his face filled with bulging black veins. Warp! Black flames covered him right before the leader arrived in his position. It was still confused by Noah's disappearance when it felt a piercing pain on its right head. Noah had teleported again over it and transformed back in his fiendish form, inflicting another severe injury to the beast. 2 heads are down. What will you do next? Noah stopped his assault and waited for a reaction from the leader. The wolf had 2 of its heads hanging lifelessly from their necks. Only its remaining one was staring at Noah with venomous anger. It has stopped mindlessly charging. It's waiting for its pack to arrive. Well, I can't allow it. Noah jumped ahead, creating more than 10 ethereal sabers around him. The leader looked in disdain at the first form of the Ashura and used its paws and teeth to fend off most of Noah's attacks. The effects of the first form were less evident. Noah's attacks could only pierce the leader's skin and inflict some slight damage. They weren't attacks focused on power after all. Yet, since he had managed to destroy 2 heads before the close combat began, he held an incredible advantage. The rank 4 3-headed wolf was slow in its reaction time. Losing 2 of its heads had greatly impacted its mental capabilities. That's why, even though it could potentially match Noah's offensive, it was pushed back toward the edge of the circle of smoke. Noah's offensive was relentless. 20 fuming sabers danced around him and continuously crashed on the wolf's body. The number of superficial injuries piled up, further weakening the beast. Then the wolf made a mistake. It tried to move its weight on its frontal legs to pounce Noah, but it wasn't able to realize that those legs had suffered an incredible amount of damage already. Those limbs bent, unable to sustain the weight of the wolf, and left a long opening in the beast's defense. Noah didn't waste that opportunity. The ethereal sabers around him disappeared and converged in his 6 arms as he lunged toward the remaining head. 6 sabers became one, curving the air where they passed, and swiftly pierced the last head of the rank 4 creature. The 3-headed wolves were different from the excavating worms. They had a stronger body, but they also had a clear weak point. That weak point was precisely their head. Noah had managed to destroy 2 of them due to the surprise effect of the warp spell, and the last one by exploiting the advantage previously created. His battle had been precise and without mistakes. It was with a smile on his face that Noah watched as the wolf fell lifelessly on the ground. He had finally killed his first rank 4 creature all by himself. I depleted too much mental energy. I should retreat. Noah hurriedly took the body of the leader in his space ring and warped away after dispersing his demonic form. That fighting style comported a heavy burden to his mind. Entering and dispersing the demonic form consumed far more energy than simply fighting in that state. Also, using the warp spell as soon as the spell was turned off further increased that depletion. Couldn't be helped. Noah had to use all his power when fighting a rank 4 beast. He couldn't hold back at all. Yet, he now knew that his strength matched rank 4 creatures. I think that I'm still a bit weaker than the average beasts. I've killed this wolf because I managed to use my most powerful attack on its weak points twice. The advantage of using movement techniques to fight was evident. Destroying 2 heads while the wolf couldn't react was what allowed him to use the first form in the last part of the battle. My second form is now completely able to inflict real damages while my first form still struggles to surpass the natural defenses of the beasts. It's fine. This was somewhat expected. Noah analyzed his battle from the top of a tree. His eyes casually observed as the pack of wolves below him erupted in a chaotic fight now that their leader was dead. Magical beasts in the human ranks were generally stupid. They only acted by instinct. They are fighting for the position of leader. What a ruthless world. The rank 4 creature died not even a minute ago, but the remaining beasts of the pack were already fighting for its position. If I managed to complete my martial art, I would be able to fight without dispersing the demonic form. Fighting like this is really tiring, and it won't work well when I'm outnumbered. I leave too many openings in my defense while I warp. It had become a habit for Noah to analyze his battles in order to improve his fighting style. He had a clear idea of his weaknesses, and his most evident one was the lack of a suitable movement technique. His flight was one of his stronger abilities while he still had a rank 3 body, but it had become useless once they had the breakthrough. He needed something that could substitute that. The warp spell was the best option at that moment, however. That spell had many weaknesses. It required a large amount of concentration and mental energy to be activated. Noah couldn't use it efficiently while he was in the demonic form. Also, it wasn't immediate. There was a casting time which could become a fatal weakness in a fight against more than one enemy. Lastly, it couldn't be paired effectively with his martial art. It could only be used to catch the opponent by surprise a couple of times. The martial art that I have designed would perfectly combine with the 3 forms of the Ashura and would increase my battle prowess by a lot. It's a pity that my sea of consciousness still needs some time. The propulsion designed by Noah would have the weakness of being limited to ground usage, but it would have far more advantages. It would be highly maneuverable, allowing Noah to perform any kind of movement he wanted. Also, it would expend far less energy since it was a martial art and not a spell, allowing Noah to use it without dispersing his demonic form. Well, I can't force any breakthrough. I'm already stupidly strong for my age. Noah's most monstrous advancement concerned his mental sphere. He was only a bit more than 21, but he was already thinking about reaching the 3rd rank. That thought was simply madness for the cultivators of that world. However, Noah had always relied on that advantage since his rebirth, even pushing the limits of that center of power in the process. Generally speaking, geniuses would become rank 3 mages around the age of 30. They simply didn't have the means to further improve their training speed. Mental spheres were quite fragile. They were hard to temper and even harder to enlarge. Cultivators usually spent years to reinforce its walls. It should still take a year or 2 to break through. Well, I might shorten that time by filling my head with breath, but that would leave me defenseless in this foreign environment. It's safer to just take it slow and steady. Noah didn't leave Leston Forest in a hurry. He had tested his new battle prowess so he could take his time to slowly march toward the new country. Audiobook. There is basically no information about this country in my map. Noah's map usually had some data, but when he swept that nation with his mental energy, he could only see the words strong soldiers. It shouldn't be another nation forced to slavery. I must be careful. The edge of the forest was clear. Noah couldn't see any danger in the mountainous landscape that followed that danger zone. I don't see anything wrong either. Is it a wasteland? Noah couldn't see anything out of the ordinary from the borders of the Audiobook. He enveloped his figure with a layer of mental energy and exited the forest. His attention was raised to the peak, and even echo helped with its innate ability. It seems deserted. At that moment, though, a humming sound resounded from the border of the nation, and a series of runes lit up on the terrain. I couldn't perceive it. Damn it. Noah hastily tried to warp back in the forest, but he soon discovered that he could not focus his mental energy outside of the formation. Teleporting was impossible. He immediately decided to run, but he found that an invisible layer was blocking the path toward the forest. This formation traps everyone inside. Noah wielded his sabers. He was ready to unleash his most powerful attack on the barrier that prevented his escape when Echo perceived many figures moving in his direction. Damn it! Noah gave up on trying to force the formation and shot toward one of the mountain peaks in the distance. If he could not escape, he would just continue on his way. Stop right there. A voice sounded from his side, but Noah didn't even turn to look at its origin. He simply activated the warp spell to make them lose his tracks. Noah reappeared at a few kilometers in the distance and continued to run for his life. He didn't know those cultivators, nor did he know their alliances. What he knew was that he wouldn't allow them to capture and interrogate him. A formation that I can't perceive. Their defenses must be incredible. His thoughts collided nonstop inside his mind. He was analyzing the situation as fast as he could. Are they at war with the Empire? Are they from the Empire? Damn it! Damn it! Noah felt even more figures nearing him. They were coming from different directions. They wanted to encircle him. How do they know my position? Don't tell me that the formation has marked me. He didn't know much about formations, but he guessed that it had something to do with the quick catching up of his followers. Come then. Noah warped again and managed to escape the encirclement. Yet, when he resumed his escape, he found out that even more cultivators were coming from him. I don't have enough mental energy to escape this country while continuously using the warp spell, and I'm not even sure that the formation on the other side will let me leave. Noah stooped himself. If he couldn't escape, he would fight. A potion appeared in his hand and he hastily drank it. He was trying to refill as much mental energy as he could before the cultivators reached him. You surely ran fast. A voice sounded from behind him. 20 or so cultivators appeared all around him. Noah found himself surrounded. They all have a rank 4 body, and I can't understand the power of some of them. I can't win. That realization forced Noah to abandon his plan of fighting his way out. Who are you? Are you a spy of the Empire? The same man spoke again. So, they are enemies of the Empire. Noah smiled internally. He was beginning to understand their wariness. I'm just an outsider that was passing through. I didn't expect to find such surveillance in a seemingly desolate nation. Noah plainly answered. His expression showed no emotions. That's for us to decide. Do you have any proof? Noah took out the token acquired in Slyfall City. The name Adam could be clearly seen on it. I come from the area of influence of the Utra Nation. I have crossed the border through Slyfall City. This is my proof. Silence enveloped the area. Noah's words made sense. It was unlikely for someone to enter that city unless they came from a different nation. So, why did you run when you were found out? Noah shrugged his shoulders before answering. I don't have any information about this country. As soon as I saw the runes lighting up, I thought I had fallen into the trap of some bandits. Actually, I'm still not sure of who you are. Noah was exaggerating. No bandit would place that kind of formation just to rob some passerby. What bandits? We are proud soldiers of the Odria nation, and you just sneaked in our country like a little rat. The martial law allows us to cut your toes for that. Lucy, enough. He is just probing us. A woman couldn't stand Noah's mocking and revealed some of their information, but she was soon stopped by the man that had been asking questions till then. Well, you are soldiers and I'm just trying to reach the northern border of the area of influence of the empire. We don't have any business with each other. Noah expressed his intentions and waited for the man's answer. I can't allow that. Your story doesn't prove that you are not a spy. Men, seal his centers of power and apprehend him. 5 cultivators nodded and neared Noah, but they were forced to stop due to a wave of killing intent that exploded from his figure. Noah was staring with cold eyes at the 5 cultivators. His pressure was completely unleashed and his figure began to release black smoke. You try to seal anything and I'll gladly die to take down half of you with me. My centers of power are my life. I'd rather die than allow you to seal them. Those were Noah's thoughts after he heard the man's order. Noah had based his reason to live on cultivation. His whole second life had been focused on that. Hearing that his centers of power could be sealed had triggered a wave of unparalleled anger in him. He had dropped any kind of pretense at that threat. The cultivators nearing him had all a dantian in the solid stage of the second rank, but they stopped their tracks at the sight of the black smoke. They felt danger from it. They couldn't help but take the threat seriously. Also, Noah's declaration was backed by his chilling pressure. It was with a stern expression that they watched the young man wielding a pair of sabers and getting ready to fight. What is your name? The man in charge spoke again. Noah's seriousness actually made him take a step back. Adam. Noah understood that something had changed and answered him. I mean your real name. Noah's eyes sharpened at that request. He hadn't revealed his real identity in a long time, but that situation was really dangerous. The cultivators encircling him were at least in the liquid stage of the second rank. He knew that he would probably die if they began to attack him. I'm Noah Bolvin. I'm a criminal from the Wuxia nation. Noah revealed his most hidden information. Noah and the man stared at each other for a while. The man knew that Noah was being serious. The black smoke coming out of him gave him a dangerous feeling, but he had the advantage in numbers. He knew that he could kill or capture him. However, was it worth it? A man willing to die only to inflict more damage was the most dangerous one. He didn't really want to lose any soldier for a simple capture. Come with me. I'll take you to the Lord as a guest. Those words caused a lot of surprise gazed in the cultivators around Noah. Lord? Is he someone in the heroic ranks? Noah hesitated. He couldn't really match a cultivator that powerful, but he couldn't even win against those around him. He didn't have that many options. The man understood his worries and spoke to ease them. The strongest cultivators of this country are in the 3rd rank of the Dantian. If you decide to die, you can do that fighting them. I said that you will be treated as a guest, so you can be assured that we won't imprison you. You have my word. Silence fell again in the area. Noah wouldn't believe the man's words so easily. I believe that you will die while killing half of us. Please believe me when I say that you'll be safe. The man spoke again to reassure Noah. The truth was that Noah didn't have the slightest amount of confidence in surviving the joint assault of the cultivators around him. His anger came from the threat at his centers of power. I'll believe you for now. Noah retracted the partial demonic form and hid his aura. A peaceful solution was the best outcome from that situation. The other cultivators were surprised, but they didn't dare to disobey the orders of that man. They simply lowered their heads and escorted Noah toward one of the mountain peaks of that nation. Noah followed the man while he analyzed the environment. He couldn't see anything out of the ordinary with both his sight and mental energy. Where are we going? You couldn't perceive the formation around the country, so you won't be able to see our home unless you enter its borders. Oh, my name is Logan. Please restrain your threats in front of the Lord. Noah didn't answer to that explanation and simply continued to follow Logan. After they passed a certain height of a mountain, the environment changed, revealing the true form of the mountain peak. There was a small city on the summit of the mountain. It was covered in snow and inscriptions, but it seemed bustling with people. Don't tell me that this entire nation is amassed in one city. Noah had seen the capital of the Wuxia nation. The city in front of him paled in comparison. However, he clearly felt that it was quite populated. He wondered about the number of cultivators inside it. The gates of the city opened at Logan's sight. The building inside it unfolded themselves in front of Noah. Small, just a fraction of the capital. Noah wasn't moved by the tall structures after the defensive walls and continued to move, warily observing his surroundings. There was a castle at the center of the city. Noah guessed that the so-called Lord lived there. The Lord might be inexperienced, but we have sworn to protect her. Watch your tongue when you speak with her. Noah shrugged his shoulders at Logan's request and continued to follow him. They crossed ample halls and luxurious stairs until they arrived to the tallest point of the castle. Noah found himself sitting in a wide room. The cultivators from before were still surrounding him, and they even seemed to be more wary of his actions. They must really care about this lord. Noah sighed. He only wanted to continue in his travel, but the recent events forced him to arrive right at the center of Audionation. Well, I'll just kill as many as I can if they try something funny. I'm not scared of death. He had already died once, and the forging of the 7 hells had forced him to become used to that feeling. Then, Noah's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of doors opening. A gate at the bottom of the hall opened, revealing a young girl sided by 2 old cultivators. They both had a long beard and a bald head. They seemed far stronger than the cultivators that surrounded Noah. Are they in the 3rd rank? Noah couldn't understand their level, so he moved his attention to the young girl. She wasn't even 18. Her long red hair was combed around a golden crown and her features were delicate. Noah couldn't help but think that she was quite cute. She sat on a throne placed right in front of him and opened her mouth to speak. My men told me that a cultivator of the darkness element has invaded our country. Is that true? Noah's element was exposed as soon as the meeting began. The cultivators around him released surprised gasps, but Logan kept his stern expression. I bet that it was him that discovered it. Noah sighed. He understood that he had been granted a meeting because of his peculiarity. I'm not an invader, I was just passing by. He uncaringly answered the girl. He had really done nothing wrong that time. Anyone that trespass our borders is an invader. We are at war. The girl firmly answered. She seemed used to her position. Why did they put such a weakling in charge? Noah could clearly discern her level. She had a rank 2 body, a rank 1 dantian, and a rank 1 sea of consciousness. She was just a weakling in his eyes. War? I can only see cultivators in the human ranks. You are not in the position to be at war with the Empire. The Shandal Empire had a god as a commander. Such a weak country couldn't call itself a worthy enemy. Noah's words caused enraged gazes to be shot at him. The cultivators around him completely disapproved his stance. Our ancestor died to limit the invading forces to the human ranks. We are one of the few countries that still oppose the Empire. The girl proudly declared. Limit to the human ranks? Is that even possible? Noah was confused. The sheer power of the Empire was enough to submit any other country that he had seen. He couldn't understand how such a weak nation could survive thanks to the sacrifice of a cultivator. I understand your confusion. Our ancestor was a mighty rank 6 cultivator that imbued the formation around the country with his own life. Not even the god of the Empire can break it. The girl's eyes were filled with pride as she told that story. The 2 cultivators on her sides lowered their heads as soon as the ancestor was named. However, Noah saw things differently. So, he basically created a large prison for you all to live in, right? He could accept that a rank 6 cultivator could create wonders. Eccentric Thunder had built a seemingly endless world after all. Yet, he didn't see anything worthy of praise. The actions of that mighty ancestor were only a temporary measure against the Empire. Formations, runes, and inscriptions suffered from the passage of time. Nothing was eternal. The god of the Empire had just to wait for the defensive formation to lose some power before that country would be conquered. How dare you? The girl stood from her throne and pointed a hand at Noah. The ancestor sacrificed everything to keep his offspring alive. I have his blood in my veins. I won't allow anyone to taint his name. Men, the girl ordered, and the cultivators around her neared Noah without hesitation. However, Noah released his pressure again, and his figure started to be surrounded by black smoke. His eyes shone with a cold light as he answered the girl. I made myself clear already. Try to imprison me and I'll use my life to kill as many of you as I can. Noah had dropped any kind of pretense already. He was using his own life as a threat. There was no hate between them after all. He didn't believe that they would sacrifice themselves just to kill a simple nobody. I really don't care about your situation, but all I see is a weak girl leading a bunch of prisoners. The sacrifice of your ancestor means nothing to me. Noah continued to speak. He made his stance clear to everyone in the hall. The powerful cultivators next to her became incredibly enraged after Noah's mocking and shot toward him at an unimaginable speed. Stop! However, the girl softly ordered and the two men blocked their attacks just in time. Noah casually watched at the two fists that were standing in front of his face and turned his attention toward the girl. So, what do you even want from me? I just want to go on my way. I really don't have any business with the Empire and your war. The cultivators retracted their fists and returned to their position next to the young girl. She sighed and began to explain the situation of her country. Even if the formation blocks any cultivator that has a rank for Danteon or above, the Empire still sends soldiers to fight us. We would appreciate your help in the war. It was about my element after all. Any organization that Noah had met wanted to exploit his superior battle prowess. He was a cultivator of the darkness element after all. Anyone would want him as an asset. I'm just a rank 2 cultivator. I can't influence your war that much. Also, I don't have a reason to help you. If the war was limited to the human ranks, then cultivators in the 3rd rank were the strongest assets. Noah was strong for his level, but he still paled in front of cultivators with a stronger Danteon. He chose to follow Logan because he couldn't defeat his group after all. We need all the help that we can get and... The girl spoke, hesitating a bit toward the end of her sentence. We have a spell of the darkness element in our inventory. Noah's eyes lit up at those words. Spells of his element were rare. It was heaven and earth's way to balance the power of the rare aptitudes. Even the Academy didn't have that many spells of my element. Most of them were just rank 0 or 1. Noah was enticed by that opportunity. He would gladly enlarge the number of spells in his possession. Rank? He asked. He wanted to be sure that the spell matched his standards. Up to the 4th rank. The girl promptly answered. She seemed well aware of the resources of her country. 4th rank. It will be useful even in the heroic ranks, and having its diagram as a reference will help me in my future creations. Deal. Give me the spell and I'll join your war for some time. Spells of the darkness element were extremely rare and they were hard to copy. Noah couldn't refuse the chance of obtaining one that could be used till the 4th rank. That offer was simply too appealing. After all, the spells that he could use at that time were the demonic form and warp. All his other spells were too weak or unfit for his combat style. Simply speaking, he needed to have a larger variety of attacks. Humph, you should accumulate some merit first instead of requesting immediately for the spell. The girl snorted at Noah's proposal. She couldn't just give away a precious scroll to someone she couldn't trust. However, Noah wore a shameless smile at that rebuke as he replied. You control the formation around the country, right? That means that I can't leave without your approval anyway. Just give me the spell and release me after I've accumulated enough merits. The girl put a pensive expression at that explanation. Noah's words made sense. He would have left already if he had the chance. The only thing forcing him to stay was the defensive formation of her ancestor. Yet, he was just a prisoner at that moment. He would need incentives to become a soldier. I don't know if you'll really fight for us. I don't trust you. Those were the words that came out of her mouth after she thought about the situation. Noah shrugged his shoulders and spread his arms in an uncaring gesture. That's your problem. You need to pay the right price if you want to use me. Also, having another spell would increase my battle prowess, meaning that I would be a stronger soldier under your command. He had nothing to lose. He had already threatened those soldiers with his own life. There was nothing that could make him back off. Silence fell on the hall. Even the other cultivators felt that Noah's words were true. They fought because of their attachment to the country after all. Their reward was the peace that they achieved with their blood and sweat. Noah, however, was an outsider. He had no attachment to their land. He accepted to fight with them only to gain some benefits. You outsiders are really impossible. Deal. Logan will go with you and explain our situation. She then turned to Logan. Set the conditions for his release and give him one of the rooms at the borders of the city. I believe that he won't complain about the state of those habitations. She then waved her hands and dismissed everyone except for her two protectors. Noah stood up and followed Logan in a relaxed manner. He didn't look like a prisoner at all. When everyone had left, the girl heaved a long sigh and punched the armchair of her throne in anger. Lisa, you can't keep on trusting outsiders. One of the men next to her spoke in a soft manner. And what should I do? He is right. This whole country is a prison and we don't have any chance of escaping it. We need help from outside. Lisa angrily replied. Noah's words had unsettled her. My lady, you can't expect an outsider to go against the Empire just because of a few cultivation resources. The other man spoke. They seem to be more than simply guards for her. The constant siege of the Empire keeps on weakening us, and there is nothing that we can do about that. Our war can only end in two ways. Our country gets conquered and we became slaves, or an external force helps us win. Lisa had both her hands on her forehead. The crown there felt heavier with each passing day. Are you willing to deplete all our reserves because of your bets on promising outsiders? Lisa sighed again at those words. I'm willing to do far more than that if that means saving my people. Meanwhile, Noah was following Logan toward the borders of the city. Logan was narrating the story of his country in detail. He wanted to give a clear picture to Noah. Our ancestor used his life to empower the formation, preventing any cultivator with a dantian in the heroic ranks or above to enter the country. Yet, that was only the beginning of our problems. The Empire has a seemingly limitless number of cultivators in the human ranks. Our little country couldn't match the assault of tens of thousands of soldiers. We were forced to make a further deal with the Empire to ensure our survival. We gave up all our cultivation techniques, resources, and Xianxia runes with a rank over the third to limit the assault of the Empire. We hindered our own cultivation journey to create a fair battlefield between our two nations. However, we had overestimated the loyalty of our stronger soldiers. Without the resources to continue cultivating, most of our cultivators in the heroic ranks chose to leave the country to join the Empire. Those that chose to stay have slowly died over time. It was only a few decades ago that our last soldier in the heroic ranks died of old age. Noah listened to the story with an expressionless face. He was beginning to understand why that country didn't have any strong cultivator. What about creating techniques? Noah couldn't help but ask. That really seemed their only option. However, Logan shook his head. Our knowledge has never been that great in that field. When the ancestor died and the other strong cultivators left, every information we had about inscriptions and formations was lost. We are stuck in the human ranks forever. Noah nodded in understanding. The Wuxia nation had the academy and a central power that had accumulated knowledge for 2,000 years. The royals had invested a lot in the creation of inscription masters. Yet, even the powerful noble families struggled to create techniques. It was no wonder that the Wxia nation suffered from a similar problem. Then, why exactly are you giving away scrolls to outsiders? Noah could guess that there was something wrong. Lisa had accepted his conditions too quickly. Lady Lisa strongly believes that our only hope is in promising outsiders. You are not the first that she has tried to bring on our side, and I'm sure won't be the last. She is basically hoping that someone will repay her kindness in the future. Repay her kindness? Is she delusional? Noah understood that their situation was complex. They were reclused in their country, unable to reach the outside world for help. The Empire was all around them, preventing any external help. Also, they didn't have the means to become stronger. They could only watch as their forces slowly decreased in number against the endless assault of the Empire. Their only hope was in the lone cultivators that crossed their borders by accident. What can a single cultivator even do? The Empire has a damned god as its leader. Noah understood them, but he still thought that their approach was incredibly stupid. Lisa is hoping that a lone cultivator would take pity on her and help them from outside the country. This is simply reckless. Who would want the enmity of a god? Who would sacrifice his prospects to save a country with which he had no ties? The answer was simple. No one. She must be really desperate to hope that criminals would become heroes. Noah couldn't help but say those words out loud. The Empire watches attentively anyone that comes out of our borders. We can't ask for outside help nor gather cultivation techniques. We will either slowly vanish under its assault or convert someone to our cause. Logan explained. So what? You give away spells and resources to anyone that seems promising. Logan nodded at Noah's question. It's still better than doing nothing. Their conversation ended with that line. Noah limited himself to follow Logan after that. They reached the borders of the city. The amount of breath in the air was so little that Noah wondered how could someone still reach the third rank of the Danteon there. This is your habitation. You will be staying here for the time being. There is a battle every month. We will summon you in 2 weeks to explain how our battles are fought. Logan spoke, pointing his hand toward a small and smelly flat. No, I will join the battle after that. I need time to prepare and to learn that new spell. Noah immediately refused Logan's order. 2 weeks were simply too short for what he had in mind. As you wish. This token contains some basic information about the city, and you can use it to contact me. We will review the conditions for your release in a month and a half then. Logan sighed and handed a token to Noah before leaving. Noah was finally alone again. What would I do if I was in their situation? Noah absent-mindedly entered the flat. It was dirty and there was no sign of inscriptions. It was just a simple room, surrounded by enemies led by a god, without any resource or technique to become stronger, watching my people continuously dying in an endless war. He could understand how desperate Lisa was. He could imagine why she ultimately chose to hope in outsiders. She simply had no choice. Well, I would probably try to escape, but I don't have any attachment to this country or to any of these people. I also don't have any confidence in escaping their interrogation after I go out of here. What a messy situation. He didn't mind fighting for resources. His plan was to become a mercenary all along. What he was worried about were the consequences that his fights in that country would produce once he left it. Well, it's still too early to think about that. I should focus on increasing my battle prowess right now. The prospect of a war had changed Noah's priorities. He wanted to wait for his sea of consciousness to reach the third rank before attempting in some of his experiments, but he needed to increase his battle capabilities as much as he could before the battle began. The only thing he could think of was the creation of the demonic sword. My previous experiments ended with a shard with the power in the middle tier of the second rank. I have now liquid breath in my Danteon and my mind has also improved. Considering that I would add more rank 4 materials to the forging, I should be able to create something in the peak of the second rank. Noah accurately analyzed the material in his possession. He knew that a finished and stable product created in that way could match the power of a peak rank 2 cultivator. I won't be able to fight cultivators in the third rank, but, with that weapon and my spells, I should have no problem against those in the solid stage of the second rank. Noah didn't waste time. He sat on the dirty floor and took out one of the sealed buckets from his space ring, together with other materials. Undead chameleon bone to prevent the smoke of my spell from destroying the other materials. Scales of the blind pangolin for the sturdiness. Spikes of the rabid hedgehog for further sharpness and to fix the empty spots. 3 rank 4 materials coming from magical beasts of the darkness element, and I have enough of them for about 30 attempts. I had decided the basic layout of the sword long ago. Now I just have to become used to the interactions between these materials. Noah had spent a long time training in the elemental forging method and had accumulated a large number of materials during his year with Kurt's hunting group. Using these materials before I become a rank 3 mage is a pity, but I don't have any choice. I can't go to a war unprepared. Noah sighed at the sight of his precious materials but resolved himself to use them. He could just buy more of them at some point in the future. His life was far more important. Then, a loud knock resounded from the door of his room. Noah opened it and found a soldier with an old scroll in his hands. You better be worth the Lord's trust. The soldier handed the scroll to Noah and left the area. They really don't like me. Noah shook his head internally and took a glance at the scroll in his hands. The words mental tremor were clearly written at its top. Mental tremor spell up to rank 4, limited to the darkness element. Focus your mental energy into a shockwave to destabilize or destroy the opponent's mind. The shockwave shoots from the eyes, so an excessive use will stress that organ. This can be extremely useful in battles against humans. I don't know its effectiveness against magical beasts though. As soon as he read the effects of the spell, Noah could already identify its strong points and weaknesses. It should be pretty effective against cultivators with a weaker sea of consciousness than mine, while it should at least disorient those that are on my level. Its strongest quality is that it's hard to defend against mental attacks, while its weakness it's the necessity of looking at my enemy's head. Overall, it should be a pretty reliable spell. Noah was satisfied with the spell. He wasn't expecting less from something limited to the darkness element. I should learn this first before resuming my forging. I don't know how much damage I will cause after all. Noah looked at the frail-looking room that was his habitation in apprehension. It's a miracle if it will last one explosion. He knew the consequences of a failure in the forging process and, at that time, the energy infused in his items would be far greater compared to his previous experiments. I guess they will give me a reinforced room after this one blows up. Noah put those thoughts in the back of his mind and focused on learning the new spell. He had only 1 month and a half of time to prepare for the war. He couldn't waste time thinking about the consequences of his inscriptions. A week passed before he was able to completely memorize the diagram of the mental tremor spell. His mental sphere had greatly enlarged after all. That diagram didn't pose that much of a challenge. Noah tested the spell immediately. A large quantity of mental energy was expended as the diagram was formed in his mind. Then, the walls of his mental sphere began to tremble and emitted a humming sound that was redirected toward Noah's eyes. There was a simple-looking vase in front of him which Noah had put there as a target. His vision blurred for an instant before it returned to its normal state. Noah felt his eyes burning for a few seconds before the regenerative properties of his body acted to heal any damage. That hurt. The aftermath on my eyes is strong too. Well, my body should be able to negate any negative effect in its empowered form. The empowered form was simply the moment when the liquid breath around his heart was injected in his circulatory system. His injuries would heal much faster in that state. It was obvious to think that the negative effects of the spell would be greatly reduced in that form. Noah massaged his temples before inspecting the vase that had endured his mental attack. There were slight cracks all over its figure. Noah couldn't help but nod in satisfaction at that sight. An attack with mental energy was able to affect the material world to this extent. I can't wait to test its power to a real cultivator. He was really excited about that new attack, which seemed not to hinder in the slightest his fighting style. The matter with the spell is set. Now it's time to forge. One day after Noah memorized his new spell, Logan was hurriedly walking toward the outskirts of the city. He had received a report not long ago from one of the soldiers stationed there. The report spoke about some kind of explosion. That's the area where the new guy was placed. I hope he didn't cause some trouble already, Logan thought, picturing the young-looking man with cold eyes in his mind. However, Logan's hopes were soon shattered. Soldiers encircled the area around Noah's habitation with a stern expression. They were warily looking toward the man sitting cross-legged at the center of the floor of his room. As for why they could watch him from their position, it was because there wasn't any wall blocking their line of sight. What the fuck has happened? Logan shouted toward one of the soldiers. Sir, we are not really sure. We heard an explosion, so we came here immediately, but all we could see was a black cloud that consumed everything in its path. Luckily, it has dispersed now. I don't think that the other buildings would still be standing otherwise. The soldier's gaze didn't leave Noah for even one instant. He was afraid that he would cause another mess if he was left unwatched. Adam, right? Care to explain? Logan moved his attention toward Noah and addressed him with angry words. Oh, good morning to you too. Well, simply speaking, it seems that I've misjudged the sturdiness of my room. I believe that a reinforced one would fit me better. Noah couldn't hide his excitement as he spoke. He had clearly failed a forging, but the energy released by the explosion even surpassed his prediction. The explosion directly blew up the walls of the room, and it took all his concentration to control the black cloud that was created after that. I can't wait to concentrate all this power in a sword. My power would increase by an entire stage. Logan watched incredulously the young man requesting for a better room with a smile on his face. Is he crazy? He has just destroyed a house. Then his attention moved toward Noah's clothes. They were torn in many parts, and there was some red stain on his burned sleeves. The explosion wasn't completely harmless to him. Are you sure you won't kill yourself? A reinforced room would contain the explosion. You would have to endure most of its power. Noah immediately stood up and bowed. He was aware of the dangers involved with the elemental forging method. There wasn't any reason to refuse the offer. Very well, we have some empty chambers for you. I just have to notify the Lord about it. Logan spoke and was about to turn when Noah interrupted him. I suggest you give me something that can handle rank 3 cultivators. I believe that those made for rank 2 cultivators won't last an entire month. A month slowly passed. Noah was successfully moved to a reinforced room. The cultivators in the Odria country couldn't perform inscriptions, so their inscribed rooms were mostly empty. The only occupied rooms were the ones with a higher density of breath, but Noah had no use for them. Explosions rang out continuously in Noah's new habitation. The people there became used to that noise after some time. Yet, the explosions suddenly stopped right a week before the next battle with the Empire. Logan had placed a few soldiers next to Noah's room to keep an eye on him, and they promptly reported that change of behavior. He couldn't help but worry at that silent conduct. However, more days passed in silence. The date of the battle was nearing, and Noah had still to exit the room. I should take a look. Logan thought 2 days before the battle. He had seen Noah's state after he blew up his previous flat. There was the possibility that he had died in his experiments. Yet, the scene that welcomed him as soon as he entered Noah's room was quite far from his expectations. Logan directly opened the door. He didn't knock, nor did he announce himself. He was Noah's captain after all. He could act freely there. What he saw was Noah seriously staring at a black saber. The shape was uneven, and it was quite thick. It didn't even have a handle. Nevertheless, it had a sharp side, and the amount of danger that it radiated made even Logan hesitate at that moment. Tell me, do you have the confidence of blocking an attack with this? Noah spoke without moving his gaze from the sword. He was fervently inspecting every detail of his creation. No, Logan honestly answered. He was a cultivator in the solid stage of the 2nd rank of the Danteon. His sheer power was 1 step above Noah. However, at the sight of that weapon, even his confidence wavered. It couldn't be helped. The sword radiated an ominous aura. Its thick body exuded a sharp feeling that was completely inconsistent with its form. What is that thing? Together with that sharpness, Logan also felt an innate destructiveness. That weapon seemed created with the sole purpose of destroying everything in its path. Good. Noah plainly answered and stored the sword in his space ring. He didn't move though. He stood still with his mind focused on the device that was keeping the blade. It doesn't affect the ring. I can store it. Noah heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the floor of the separate dimension was unaffected by the destructiveness of the sword. What is it? He asked. He could finally focus on the soldier. The battle is in 2 days. We need to prepare. Logan replied, and Noah nodded at those words. I need another day, and then I'll join you. Noah was emitting a sharp aura as he spoke. His mind was still affected by the recent forging. All right. Meet me in the central building. Logan gulped before saying those words. The atmosphere in that room was too tense for him to act normally. He immediately exited the room after that. He didn't want to stay in that situation for even a second more. Well, that was an honest judgment. Noah smiled. His recent creation put him in a good mood. He was extremely happy to have finally created something that powerful. 25 of my undead chameleon bones have been wasted, but the 26th has granted me a battle prowess in the peak of the 2nd rank of the Danteon. Let's make it 27, and I'm ready. Noah resumed his forging. He had always fought with a saber in each hand. He couldn't create just one demonic sword. The 2nd blade was created in half a day, and it was a more perfected product than the first one. Its body was less thick than the other sword and its shape seemed more fit for battle. Noah wielded the other sword and took a deep breath before exercising with his new weapons. The inscribed blades were heavier than his previous sabers, and each of their attacks released a destructive aura that made the inscriptions in the room flicker to no end. Then, Noah directly performed the second form of the Ashura while entering the partial demonic form. 6 fuming sabers became one as he slashed vertically on the wall of the room. The inscriptions of the room shone with blinding light to prevent any damage on the wall, and they ultimately won against Noah's destructive blow. Yet, a small dent still appeared on the wall. The defensive inscriptions couldn't completely block that attack. This room was meant for rank 3 cultivators, and my most powerful attack can barely scratch its surface. My battle prowess is at the peak of the 2nd rank. That's the best I can obtain for now. Noah had decided to forge the demonic swords before reaching the 3rd rank of the Sea of Consciousness because he wanted to have some kind of insurance during the war. He was simply too weak. He would just be stomped by rank 3 cultivators. However, having finally created his weapons put him at the peak of the 2nd rank, giving him some confidence in the imminent battle. The conditions for my release will most likely concern the number of killings that I do in the battles. These weapons should catch a few cultivators by surprise. He had finally used the elemental forging method to improve his strength. He felt as if his constant effort had ultimately been repaid. These are prototypes. There is large room for improvements, but I should still wait to become a rank 3 mage before attempting in other forgings. Right now, I should be happy that I finally have weapons unaffected by my demonic form. The black smoke from before didn't affect the blades at all. They actually resonated with his spell, increasing the amount of smoke. I actually can't wait to test them in battle. I wonder what Ivor would say at their sight. It was in that mood that he went to rest. He wanted to be at his peak condition before the war. Noah went to the central building of the city at dawn. Logan was waiting for him with a small troop of soldiers. Their expressions were stern and focused. Even the atmosphere predicted a bloody day. "Follow me." Logan spoke as soon as he arrived and led him toward the borders of the country. They crossed what seemed a main road toward the eastern border. Noah guessed that it was once used to link the Empire and the Audrionation. Then, the road ended in a gorge sided by 2 tall mountains. There was no grass nor vegetation on the terrain of the valley, just a lifeless brown ground with shades of red in its color. "This is where we fought for the last hundreds of years. It is the weakest point of the formation and also the battlefield decided in our agreement with the Empire," Logan explained. Noah looked at the environment with apprehension. The valley allowed only frontal attacks. It wasn't a place where one could perform intricate battle plans. Hundreds of years of battles have started to change the color of the terrain. The battle will be messier than I thought. "How does it work?" Noah asked after he had a general idea of the battlefield. "We gather here every month, 1,000 soldiers for each side. The rules limit the number of rank 3 cultivators to 50 and rank 2 cultivators in the solid stage to 200. The other spots are freely occupied by anyone below that level. So, I'm basically cannon fodder. Forging the demonic swords was a good idea." Noah nodded at Logan's explanation and continued with his questions. "When does the battle start?" "Midday and continues till the sun sets. Then we stop fighting and reorganize for the next month." "What are the conditions for my release?" "Kill 100 cultivators in the solid stage of the 2nd rank and you are free." Noah halted his questions at those words and turned his gaze to Logan. His expression was firm. It was clear that there wasn't room for negotiations. "For how much do they want to keep me here? Do they expect that living here for some years will eventually make me sympathize with their cause?" Noah could guess their intentions. He was simply a cultivator in the liquid stage of the 2nd rank, and furthermore he had had his breakthrough only recently. Using cultivators in the solid stage as a requirement would force him to stay in that nation for 3 years at least. That was because he would need to have another breakthrough before he could confidently face those strong enemies. He would be forced to fight against soldiers with power similar to his before he could effectively target the stronger ones. "They are underestimating me." However, his actual battle prowess was far higher than their calculation. Noah had the demonic form spell as well as the mental tremor spell. Those two attacks relied on the power of his sea of consciousness that was highly atypical for his level. I can't directly charge in the ranks of the cultivators in the solid stage, but I should be able to sneak out some kill from now and then. He wasn't expecting to complete the task directly in one battle, but he could guess that it would take him far less than they expected. All right, Noah ultimately answered. You will recognize the level of the enemies by the colors of their robes. Black is for cultivators in the 3rd rank, red for those in the solid stage of the 2nd rank, and blue for everyone else. We have prepared a blue outfit for you. Wear it before the battle. A soldier took out a blue robe from a space ring and handed it to Noah. Noah directly undressed in front of the soldiers and donned the new clothes. They were tight, exactly as he liked. They must have chosen them after my usual outfit. They are really trying to please me. He sighed as he stored his black robe in his space ring, but then he noticed that Logan's troop was staring at him. What? Logan coughed lightly before pointing to one small boulder in the distance. You could have changed there. There are women here. Noah then noticed that the female soldiers had their heads lowered and some signs of blushing could be recognized on their cheeks. Aren't we about to fight a war? How can they think about anything else? Noah didn't understand them, but he was a special case. Not only the topic of romance was always outclassed by his training, but he also had never been careful about those gestures. He had simply chosen to change there because it was the fastest action. He couldn't bother with the feelings of those that were watching. Truth to be said, his body was extremely fit and his white skin coupled with his cold aura gave him a harmonious but untouchable figure. The women there couldn't help but be attracted by him. Can I cover my face, right? I have my enemies too after all. Yet, Noah's mind was completely focused on the imminent battle. He had never had a second of peace in his second life. Everything had always been about life or death. His eyes could only see the path to power. Yes, you can. Logan answered, and Noah took out a black hood from his space ring. After wearing it so that his facial features were covered, he sat cross-legged on the ground to meditate. Logan sighed and set a battle plan with his troop as he waited for the other soldiers to arrive. Little by little, more people arrived in the valley. Most of them wore blue clothes while a few of them had red robes. Only every now and then a cultivator dressing black would appear. On the other side of the valley, a similar scene was unfolding. Soldiers from the Empire were amassing on that part. It didn't take much for them to create a troop made of 1,000 soldiers. The battle was about to begin. 1,000 soldiers for each side. They were staring at each other with animosity and stern expressions. Yet, there were differences in their attitudes. The soldiers from the Nation were solemn and focused. They were fighting for their country after all. They were the line of defense that protected their loved ones. Those from the Empire, instead, had a more relaxed attitude. They were worried about the imminent battle, but they didn't seem that interested in its outcome. Also, they seemed far more inexperienced. These are just new troops of the Empire while we have experienced soldiers on this side. What a joke. Noah understood the meaning behind that battle. So, you exchanged your future to become a training ground? He couldn't help but ask that question to Logan. We do what we must to survive. His answer was cold. He didn't appreciate Noah's mocking. They are just using your determination to train new soldiers, though. I bet that they give away rewards based on their performance. Noah had seen a similar situation both in his mansion and in the academy. The battle in this country is just a mission for them. They will receive rewards based on their performance and some privilege for their participation. The determination of the two sides is on a completely different level. One fought for their country, the other fought for benefits. It was obvious who would prevail. Yet, the objective of the Empire wasn't to win but to train new soldiers while slowly weakening the Nation. No wonder they survived for such a long time. The Empire hasn't a better use for them. They had given away their techniques, forever sealing their path toward higher levels, and they were also providing a training ground for new soldiers. What would the Empire gain more from conquering them? They are no different from the slaves mining Vostom. They are simply used in a different way. Noah sighed. He was beginning to understand the amount of desperation that they had felt through the years. Adam, you will join the blue troops on the left side. We usually fight according to our colors, so you should only face cultivators on your level. Logan reassured Noah while explaining his battle tactic. You know, I don't fight well when I'm surrounded by allies. My strength will be affected. Noah complained, but Logan simply snorted at those words. That's your problem. You are part of our country now. Kill as many as you can while protecting those around you. These are your orders. Then, he pointed toward the left side of the valley. He was ordering Noah to take his position. He didn't waste time and went where Logan had pointed. He was soon surrounded by soldiers wearing blue robes. The army was slowly taking the position. Meanwhile, at the top of one of the mountain peaks, Lisa, followed by her two protectors, was coldly looking at a man on the other side of the formation. Lady Lisa, you are becoming more beautiful with each passing day. The man bowed toward her as he spoke those words. Humph. Keep your crap for yourself, Seth. I'm here just to watch the battle. One of her protectors took a chair from his space ring and placed it on the ground. Lisa calmly sat on it and focused her gaze on the valley below. Her eyes seemed to linger on a blue figure with a black hood that covered his face. That sight saddened her for a second before she wore again a cold expression. I see that you have a new outsider in your ranks. What did you give him to make him fight? A martial art? A spell? Or maybe yourself? Seth mocked from the other side of the formation, causing the anger of the two protectors. Watch your mouth, trash of the Empire. Lady Lisa is as pure as the day she was born. That answer made Seth smile. He enjoyed those kinds of interactions. And what can you even do? The moment you step outside the formation, you will die. There was only the defensive formation protecting the Nation from the unmatched power of the Empire. The protector couldn't cross it just to teach a lesson to Seth. Ultimately, the protector snorted and shut his mouth. Lisa, you are losing about 50 soldiers each month. I believe that it won't even take a decade before you'll run out of them. Seth continued speaking, uncaring of the cold gazes of the protectors. You know, I'm the appointed captain for the missions on the Odria country. I might purposely select weak soldiers if you manage to please me. Seth had a lecherous smile on his face. He was basically offering easier battles in exchange for Lisa's body. You lose far more soldiers every time. Lisa didn't move her gaze from the valley as she answered. It was almost midday. The battle was about to begin. And the Empire is thankful for that. Your help in taking away the trash from our ranks is really appreciated. Seth bowed again. There was some truth behind his mocking words. The battles against the Odria country were used as a form of training for their new troops. The Empire was able to skim the ranks of the soldiers, reducing their numbers and obtaining experienced cultivators under their domain. Weak soldiers were a burden after all, even for a big country like the Empire. However, by skimming them in a war, they managed to keep a high standard for their cultivators. Strength was everything. The Empire had no need for cultivators with a weak battle prowess. Seth then raised his head and looked toward the sun before quickly lowering it again. It's beginning. Down in the valley, Noah was in the vanguard position among other soldiers. The red and black troops were behind them. They were the first line of attack. A cultivator with a black robe was in front of them, carefully inspecting the position of the sun. He then raised his hand. The atmosphere in the army immediately became tenser. Then, he lowered it in a fast motion, loudly shouting to the soldiers behind him. To battle! The battle began. 1,000 soldiers charged against 1,000 soldiers. Both sides neared each other at high speed. The side from the Empire had robes with an emblem depicting a winged tiger on their chest area. It wasn't hard to recognize them. However, Noah didn't focus on the wave of blue soldiers that was about to crash on him. His attention was on the red troops right behind them. First wave of spells. Noah warily thought. Spells were the strongest weapons of cultivators. It was obvious that they would be used in that battle. However, spells usually had a wide range of destruction. They would most likely hurt your allies in that situation. That's why the moment before the clash of the two armies was the only moment when they could be freely used. Multicolored lights shone from both sides. The cultivators of both armies cast their long-range magical attacks against the nearing soldiers. Water bullets, fireballs, beasts of any form and color, icy shards, flashes of lightning, golems, and much more, were created and launched from both sides. The troops from the Nation were organized. They efficiently divided defensive and offensive spells between themselves. Those from the Empire, instead, cared more about their personal safety, casting far more defensive spells than needed. An earth-shaking explosion resounded in the valley due to the impact of that uncountable number of spells. The earth shook and the terrain shattered under that amount of energy. The joint attacks of 2,000 cultivators were too much for that valley to handle. However, the runes of the formation aided the terrain, making it barely able to withstand the tremors. Screams and shouts could be heard from both sides, no matter how trained soldiers could be. There were always flaws in their defenses. Some soldiers directly died, unable to defend from the incoming spells. Others were injured due to the shockwaves created after their defenses clashed with the offensive blows. Casualties were already mounting. Your side always wins in this exchange. My men care too much about their safety to accurately react to those kinds of attacks. Seth loudly judged from his position at the top of the mountain. He shook his head at his soldiers' performance. Lisa, though, was used to that scene and was paying attention to the only unusual person in her army. She clearly saw that whenever a spell came close to the cultivator with a black hood on his head, a black light would shine which completely destroyed the attack. He is not using spells to defend against spells. Bold. Noah was running toward the incoming soldiers while judging carefully the might of the spells shooting in his direction. They are mostly created by rank 1 mages, only a few of them are from rank 2 ones. My swords are enough to destroy them. The power of his new inscribed items could be already seen. Noah had only expended a small quantity of breath, because his sabers were able to completely consume the enemy's attacks. When Noah injected breath in the demonic swords, their true power would be revealed. A threatening sharpness coupled by the destructiveness of the black smoke was radiated as soon as breath circulated in those weapons. The incoming spells were swiftly divided in two only to be devoured by the toxic smoke that was automatically released. Simply speaking, Noah came out untouched from the first wave of attacks. He would always store his sabers after he had used them to defend. They were simply too dangerous to be in the open among his allies. He had to limit their usage in that situation. The opposing army became closer. Both sides were running toward each other. An earth-shaking clash at the center of the valley was inevitable. The soldiers from both nations had formations and battle plans to perform, but Noah couldn't care less about them. He was weakened when he was among his allies. His real power could only be shown when he was surrounded by enemies. Just as the two sides were about to clash, Noah activated his new spell. His mental sphere hummed and redirected those vibrations toward his eyes. His vision blurred for an instant, but Noah forced his gaze to stay on the soldier right in front of him. It was a man in a blue robe. He had a rank 4 body and a dantian that matched Noah's one. Yet, his mental sphere was only in the first rank. It was simply too weak compared to Noah's level. The shockwave hit him. It wasn't something material or visible, just an inaudible tremor that hit his mental sphere. That tremor, though, was dense. It ran through the air like a beam made of mental energy that directly pierced the cultivator's mind, creating a hole in the frontal part of his mental sphere. However, the power of the shockwave didn't disperse. It continued unhindered its march across the mind of the cultivator, creating another hole on the sphere and exiting from its back. The shockwave then hit the soldier behind him and destabilized his balance, forcing him to halt his march. As for the first soldier, his eyes lost their light as life abandoned him. He fell lifelessly on the ground without even being able to react. One spell to kill a soldier and destabilize the one right behind him. Amazing! Noah was elated by the power of the mental tremor spell. Its effects completely matched his expectations. Simple mental waves can crack a mental sphere, but it takes time and a great amount of concentration to do so. I had to endure the thunderstorm when I fought Manuel because of that. This kind of condensed beam, however, is far more effective and takes way less time to prepare. The death of the soldier left an opening in the vanguard line of the Empire. Noah suppressed the burning sensation on his eyes and shot at full speed right in that opening. He wanted to cut through the enemy's ranks all by himself. Noah jumped right between the enemy's army. The soldiers behind him crashed on the opposing side, attacking with their strongest blows or defending against the enemy's offensive. The second clash produced more casualties. Many soldiers of the Empire were caught unprepared by the momentum of the battle. They were simply too inexperienced to efficiently use their power in that situation. After the first clash, though, the situation stabilized. The soldiers formed small groups where personal or group battles were fought. Killing a cultivator was hard. Victory couldn't be achieved unless there was a big difference in numbers or strength. The survival instinct of the soldiers from the Empire kicked in. The second line of their army did better than the second one. They managed to block the offensive of the Odria army, stalling the advance of the army. The battles in the vanguard position were messy and merciless. One mistake could cause death or a fatal injury. The soldiers of the Odria nation were relentless in their assault. They had been in that situation too many times. Their cooperation and experience slowly made them win the small battles on the first line of the battlefield. The cultivators of the Empire were slowly pushed back. Noah, however, was already among the enemy's ranks. He had immediately killed the soldier previously destabilized with his spell, and then continued to swing his black sabers inside the army of the Empire. The first form of the Ashura coupled with the demonic swords showed its full potential in that situation. The fuming ethereal sabers fend off any enemy that tried to approach him from his sides, while his two real weapons cut unhindered anything that stood on their path. Those soldiers weren't wealthy. Their cultivation level came from the generosity of the Empire toward its citizens. So, they weren't equipped with defensive items or inscribed weapons. Only a small part of them had inscribed items in the second rank. Yet, Noah's weapons were at the peak of the second rank. They had been created with the sole purpose of cutting everything in their path. Noah's mind was imagining a saber dividing the sky when he imbued his will on the breath. Their sharpness coupled with the destructiveness of the demonic form spell made them able to easily sever anything weaker than them. Swords, spears, shields, knives, all kinds of weapons were used by the soldiers to block his offensive, and all of them were cleanly cut without any exclusion. Noah's blades destroyed common and inscribed items as if they were cutting through butter, always ending on the astonished soldiers afterward. A war was a messy place. The soldiers didn't have time to actively change their fighting method, especially considering their inexperience. That's why Noah's offensive continued to take lives without anyone able to stop him. Those soldiers were either in the gaseous or liquid stage of the second rank of the Danteon. Their power was already barely enough to match Noah. Considering the confused situation in the battle and their inexperience, they were completely unable to stop Noah. Yet not everyone was unaware of his actions. Seth, Lisa, and her two protectors could clearly see how the hooded man ran in a straight line among the army of the Empire, disturbing their formation from the inside. "What is that? Did you hide a cultivator in the solid stage below a blue robe?" Seth angrily asked. He was ready to suffer some losses, but the number of dead soldiers was increasing at an incredible ratio. A situation like that had never happened before. "You know that I can't do that. Our agreement is clear. I can't use this kind of tricks or my Danteon would explode." Lisa coldly answered. The agreement with the Empire was strict. The battles had to be fair and straightforward. Both sides couldn't use any kind of ploy or trick. Seth's eyes sharpened. Noah's figure was continuing in his killing spree. No one among the blue soldiers was able to stop him. A token appeared in his hands and he softly spoke at it. He was communicating some special order to the troops below. "The outsider you trapped this time has some talent. It's a pity that your nation managed to rope him in before the Empire could," he loudly announced as his eyes shone with a cold light. On the battlefield, Noah was still running in a straight line. The first form was used to defend from the attacks coming at him from other directions while his two sabers continued to claim many victims. That kind of fighting style allowed him to fight for a long time without expending that much energy. He was only using his martial art and the partial demonic form after all. He could totally bear that expenditure of mental energy and breath at his level. That was also due to the fact that he was using those means only to defend. His real offensive power came from his blades that consumed virtually no energy. Then something changed around him. The blue soldiers began to back off and a red figure could be seen running at full speed through their ranks. "There you are." Noah smiled behind his hood at that sight. "They have finally sent a cultivator in the solid stage to stop me." He knew that he was creating far too damage in the army of the Empire. They had to stop him. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Noah didn't run away at the sight of that red robe, but instead, he jumped right at it. A loud snort could be heard from the red cultivator. He felt that he was being underestimated by that simple blue soldier. A difference in stage meant more powerful attacks and the ability to fight for a longer time. It was hard to overcome that hurdle. However, Noah jumped at him without hesitation. Mental tremor. His vision blurred for less than an instant and a mental beam shot toward the red cultivator. His opponent had a rank 2 mental sphere and an inscribed weapon. He was clearly stronger than him. Yet, Noah's spell was able to destabilize him for a few seconds, making him unable to infuse his breath in the weapon. Noah's vein bulged and turned black. He had activated the power of his body and converged all his ethereal sabers in a single slash. Under the incredulous gaze of the soldiers of the Empire, Noah's attack cut right in the middle of the red cultivator's weapon before it severed his head. Gasps, astonished expressions, surprised shouts. Those were the reactions of the soldiers of the Empire after witnessing Noah's actions. They have seen how a cultivator in the liquid stage had successfully barged into the enemy lines and killed tens of blue cultivators before beheading the red one that had come to stop him. Defeating a cultivator in a higher stage but in the same rank was not an impossible feat. Many geniuses in the past had succeeded in such an act. However, Noah's actions were smooth and fast. The red cultivator wasn't even able to attack before he was killed. They had no doubt that Noah was in the liquid stage. They knew about the terms of the agreement between the Nation and the Empire after all. That meant that his amount of breath was limited. They could surely overwhelm him with their sheer number. Yet Noah's actions made one thing clear. Taking him down would come at a heavy price. That's why no one wanted to make the first move. The soldiers of the Empire simply stared at Noah collecting the corpse of the red cultivator as they encircled him. They were waiting for the moment in which he resumed his offensive. Their focus was reaching the peak as they stared at the hooded figure. Nevertheless, Noah didn't charge at them. Instead, he began to run in the direction of the Odria army. His demonic swords were unsheathed, and the first form of the Ashura was performed as he made his way back to the allies' ranks. Is he running away? That was the first thought of the soldiers around him. They couldn't help but be slightly relieved by that course of events. What are you doing? Chase him. A loud shout resounded right behind them. 2 cultivators with red robes were running at full speed toward the escaping Noah. Their eyes were filled with anger as they crossed undisturbed the crowd of blue soldiers. Everything became clear in the soldiers' mind. The Empire had decided to double its efforts in taking down the hooded cultivator. The soldiers began to chase Noah, but he was already far away in the distance. No one dared to stand in front of him after seeing his battle prowess. They simply limited themselves to attack his sides. Yet, the smartest of them had realized something from that turn of events. He has escaped before we could perceive the arrival of the red soldiers. What exactly is the level of his sea of consciousness? Noah was in the liquid stage after all. It was normal to think that his mental sphere must have just crossed the threshold for the second rank. The reality, though, was different. Noah had begun to escape right before the reinforcement came. His timing was too perfect to consider it a coincidence. Meanwhile, Noah was returning at high speed toward his allies. The soldiers of the Empire didn't dare to block his path. He basically never used his inscribed sabers while returning to the Odria army. The area where the battle was held came into his field of view. The valley didn't allow for all those soldiers to fight each other at the same time. The battles were limited to where the 2 armies clashed. It should involve red and black cultivators as the night approaches. Noah knew that blue cultivators were only cannon fodder. Just those few cultivators in the 3rd rank were enough to vanquish all of them. I should just lay low till the end of the battle. I don't believe that the Empire would leave another red soldier unguarded. He had done enough in that battle. He didn't want to expose himself too much for a nation that had basically imprisoned him. Let them fight their war. I only need to collect red cultivators. Noah saw an opening in one of the battles in the front line and hastily jumped toward it. One of the soldiers of the Empire had his head severed from behind his back as Noah passed him and returned inside the allied army. That small battle was then won by the soldiers of the Odria country. They were more experienced after all. That small advantage given by Noah had allowed them to inflict fatal damages on all their opponents. The soldiers that watched his retreat looked at him in disdain. They weren't aware of his feats behind the enemy lines, so they simply thought that he wanted to find a safe position where to hide. Yet, they were focused on the war. They didn't have time to care about one deserting soldier. From his safe position, Noah could calmly recover his mental energy and pay attention to the continuation of the battle. The soldiers of the Nation had the advantage from the beginning. They slowly pushed back the army of the Empire. Time passed and the number of battles won by their side rose. The casualties on the side of the Empire increased at a fast pace. The Odria army would substitute the wounded and exhausted soldiers even during their battles. They were doing their best to limit the deaths as much as they could. The Empire, however, was using that situation to skim their ranks. They would simply let the soldiers in the front die before sending reinforcements. The numbers are completely on your favor this time. You lost only around 20 soldiers while we have suffered losses for more than 150 cultivators. I think it's time for the Red Ones to join the battle. Seth spoke and whispered some words on his token. The 199 red soldiers of the Empire immediately joined the front lines. Their actions were fast. They were ready to move a long time ago. However, before they could reach the defenseless blue cultivators of the Odria Nation, the red cultivators of that side had already moved to intercept them. Lisa wasn't taken by surprise by Seth's quick decision. The battles escalated. Every fight had blue and red cultivators fighting together from that moment on. The waves of energy released in each of those fights made even Noah wary. Everything became messier. The battles began to spread through the entirety of the two armies. They were slowly crashing on each other. The front line had fallen as soon as the red cultivators joined the war. Cultivators in the liquid stage weren't much of a threat for those in the solid one, but they could still overwhelm them with their numbers. The first clash had left the Empire outnumbered after all. Even with the help of those in the solid stage, its army was still forced on the defensive. Yet, the casualties had stopped increasing so rapidly. The red cultivators had become the main power in each battle while the blue ones were just providing support. The difference in strength between the two sides wasn't that overwhelming. Noah could run freely on the battlefield in that situation. The soldiers were engaged in their personal or group battles. Their focus was on the opponents in front of them. They couldn't be distracted for even a second. That's why Noah resumed in his killing. He would reach for the most one-sided battles and help to deliver the finishing blow on the blue soldiers of the Empire. The layers of mental energy around his figure allowed him to appear behind their backs almost unnoticed. Most cultivators wouldn't even understand what had hit them even as they died. This is similar to the battle against Orson. I'm surrounded by cultivators stronger than me, and the energy released from their battles is enough to blow me away. Yet, if I plan it carefully, I can decide the outcome of some of them. Killing one blue cultivator could break the balance in each battle and create the chance for a fast victory. It wouldn't cause the death of the red soldiers, but it would surely increase the casualties among the blue robes. Also, due to that diminished obstruction, the red soldiers on his side would have an easier time defeating their opponents. Ants were small and inoffensive, but 1,000,000 of them could take down a tiger. The same went for the cultivators in the liquid stage joining the battles of the red ones. Their power was not a match for those in the solid stage, but their attacks could still wound their bodies. One attack from a red cultivator could kill anyone with a blue robe, but they were still forced to defend against the joint offensive of those in the liquid stage, especially if they were backed by red cultivators too. Eliminating the pawns to leave the knights unguarded, that was a really common battle tactic. Found you. However, Noah's actions couldn't remain unnoticed for too long. Noah turned toward the voice that had just shouted those words, only to find a red cultivator sending icy shards at him. Fuck! The chaos inside the battlefield had covered the tracks of that enemy even from a careful person like Noah. Yet, he wasn't that close. Noah was able to promptly react to that spell. 20 fuming slashes shot from his inscribed weapons. The slashes multiplied mid-air, and the black smoke resonated with the sabers, tracing black lines in the air as they reached for the crystalline shards. An explosion rang out, the shards were destroyed and exploded in every direction, stabbing themselves on the soldiers around the area of impact. Also, a black cloud formed there, creating a dead zone that consumed any unfortunate cultivator that came in contact with the smoke. This madman actually used a spell in such a crowded area. Noah didn't care about the damages that his attack caused on his allies. He had to defend himself after all. He had no other way to block that spell. However, the determination of the Red Cultivator had surprised him. Is he tasked to take me down? Noah couldn't help but think that he had become some sort of target in the eyes of the Empire. Typical of the Empire, you don't care about your soldiers at all. Another voice sounded in the area, and a Red Cultivator from the Nation jumped right in front of Noah in a protective manner. You have no honor. You actually chased down a weaker cultivator. Let me teach you a lesson. The cultivator that came in Noah's defense was one of the female cultivators in Logan's troop. Noah vaguely remembered her face. Humph. Weak my ass. That devil has unleashed mayhem in our ranks and even killed my brother who was a fellow Red Robe. Heaven itself wants me to take revenge. The woman was surprised by the man's words and turned to look at the outsider behind her. Noah's actions weren't seen by many. He was behind the enemy lines after all. There weren't any witnesses from the Nation. However, when she turned, she noticed that the hooded figure had disappeared. AHGH! A pained cry came out from the Red Cultivator in front of her, which forced her to turn again. Then, she saw a scene that she would never forget. The man in the solid stage was holding his head with a pained expression. His brows were knitted as if he was suffering from a powerful headache. A blue figure immediately appeared behind him. His hood flapped due to the fast movements of the young man, revealing his cold, bloodshot eyes firmly staring at the man's neck. A black light flashed and the man's head was severed. Everything had happened so fast that she almost didn't realize that a cultivator in the solid stage had just died in front of her. Noah stored the corpse in the space ring and nodded at the woman that had come in his help. She was able to see how the black veins filling his face slowly faded as he put his hood back on his head. She then understood what had happened. Noah had used the moment of distraction that she had created to kill the Red Cultivator. There was no hesitation in Noah's actions. He had recognized that chance and grasped it, obtaining the best possible outcome. His cold eyes resembled those of a magical beast pouncing at its prey. There wasn't any superfluous emotion in them. Only a sharp determination was exuded. She felt a chilling sensation on her back as she looked at his lonely figure going back on the battlefield to look for more prey. Noah continued to kill as many blue cultivators as he could as the battle kept going. They were the easiest targets on the battlefield. He couldn't find isolated red cultivators anymore. Yet, that didn't discourage Noah. He kept on lowering the number of blue robes to force an opening in the red one's defenses. Time passed. The battles between cultivators could last a lot. They had great reserves of energy and strong bodies. Victory couldn't be decided in just a few minutes. That's why, as the hours passed, Noah found fewer and fewer targets to kill. His actions had finally aroused the wariness of the Empire. They had begun to fight in an extremely careful way. They are not leaving me any opening. Should I just join a battle? The army of the Nation had completely overwhelmed the Empire by then. Only the red cultivators and a few hundred blue ones were left on the battlefield. I don't really want to. I don't fight well with allies, and I don't want to end up in a fight with 2 or more red robes. His new spell needed eye contact to work. Noah could only hit 1 cultivator with each activation. If he was to fight against 2 or more cultivators in the solid stage, Noah's only option would be to escape. He simply wasn't strong enough for that kind of battle. This is getting boring. I could be training right now. Noah scratched his head. No one was coming at him, and he didn't want to join any battle. He found himself with nothing to do on the battlefield. However, an event forced him to focus again. From the bottom of both armies, right when the sun was about to fall into the horizon, the cultivators with black robes took a step forward. Are they going to fight? Noah's eyes shone with interest at that sight. Cultivators in the 3rd rank were on a completely different level. He couldn't even hope to touch them. Their battle should be interesting. It was with that thought in mind that Noah moved toward the sidelines of the battlefield to find a safe spot where to look at their battle. Black robes walked slowly from both sides toward the center of the valley. The cultivators engaged in battles interrupted their fights at the sight of their passage. Some of them directly walked right between them, uncaring of the attacks that were about to be launched. Yet, the cultivators from both sides would just stop when they passed. They wouldn't dare to break their concentration and incur in their wrath. Their gazes were fixed on the nearing opponents, 50 rank 3 cultivators against 50 rank 3 cultivators. Noah was expectant toward that battle. It couldn't be helped, he had some sort of reverence toward power. He wanted to know more about the upper stages of cultivation. After all, the only warrior on that level that he fought was William, and he was just training him. The gazes of all the soldiers moved toward the black robes. They maintained their attention on the enemies near them, but they still wanted to take a look at that battle. Then the clash happened. Just as they arrived at 100 meters of distance from each other, the rank 3 cultivators of both sides jumped ahead. A loud explosion resounded in the valley. The clash of those two sides created shockwaves that made the ground tremble and crack. The cultivators that were too close to their battle were swept away due to the might of the impact. The amount of breath released by their attacks was simply too much to withstand. Amazing! Noah judged in his mind as he stared at the battle. The weapons of the soldiers in the third rank were all inscribed. A normal weapon could not handle the energy that they released as they fought. Martial arts were performed with extreme precision. Each of their forms produced incredible effects that reverberated through the entire valley. Air slashes, afterimages, piercing strikes. Noah could recognize each of those forms, but the power behind them elevated those movements toward a higher realm, something he couldn't still hope to reach. The black cultivators were fighting 1-versus-1 battles. They were in the same number after all, and no one of the bystanders could interfere in their fights. The other soldiers slowly resumed their battles. They couldn't just stand there. They still had their personal reasons to fight. Only Noah could somewhat watch the battle of the rank 3 cultivators in its entirety. The soldiers of the Empire avoided him while those from the Nation held the advantage already. There was really nothing that he needed to do. He stood on the sidelines. His back was on the rocky wall of the mountain, and his gaze was fixed at the center of the battlefield where the battle at the apex of the human ranks was held. I can't even distinguish in which stage they are. They simply seem too strong in my eyes. Noah carefully analyzed each of their movements. Both sides were experienced. It was almost impossible to reach the third rank while being unskilled. They are not using spells either. Their battle is just for show. Noah was a bit disappointed by that, but he could understand the reason behind that choice. Cultivators in the third rank were the most powerful asset in the war between the Nation and the Empire. Their value surpassed any number of blue and red cultivators. Also, they were extremely valuable outside of that limited environment. Noah remembered how lofty their positions were in the Nation. The war continued for another hour, keeping that rhythm, when the sun ultimately disappeared and the darkness enveloped the valley. The soldiers immediately stopped fighting. They were scared that another attack would break the rules of the agreement between the two countries and produce some repercussions, so they just stopped altogether. The war was over. It was time to gather the dead and reorganize for the next month. The soldiers dispersed quickly. They returned to their respective sides and regrouped around their commanders. The Nation had clearly won, but there wasn't any happiness in its soldiers' expressions. They knew that that victory didn't amount to much. Each of their loss was permanent, while the Empire could refill its ranks with an incessant stream of cultivators. They were just surviving after all. Another brilliant victory from your side. You lost only 40 blue robes and a couple of red ones, Seth announced as he turned toward Lisa and bowed. I believe that we will see each other again in 1 month. He left as soon as he said those words, climbing down the mountain from outside the formation. Lisa had a sour expression. Her mind was already planning the substitutes for each of the deceased. Rejoice, my lady, we have never killed so many of them. That outsider surely knows his way in battles. One of her protectors tried to raise her morale and slightly managed to do so. Lisa nodded at his words. Noah's actions had indeed helped in shifting the scales of balance in their favor. Those swords of his, you didn't mention them when he was captured. Noah's weapons had surprised even the soldiers of the Empire. It was impossible for Lisa to overlook them. I will ask Logan again, but I think that he simply didn't use them in the chase. He was probably keeping them as his trump card. The protector spoke again, but Lisa shook her head. He would have surely tried to escape using those swords if he had them before the chase. He didn't come to the last battle because he needed time to prepare. I believe that he has just created them. Lisa's words made the eyes of the protector widen in surprise. Are you saying that he is an inscription master? But there were no visible inscriptions on the blades. The protector understood the meaning behind her words and replied in an astonished manner. Inscription masters were far more valuable than simple cultivators, especially in a country that had sold all its precious cultivation methods to the empire. Grandpa Luke, you are the one that taught me that the world is big and the ways of cultivation are endless. Our ancestor was an expert in formations. Our knowledge is limited to that field and it has mostly disappeared after his death. We can't presume that the world stood still after that. Lisa's words were right. Cultivators would always test new methods for their training. The academy itself was one of the best areas of research of that world. Schools would improve as time moved onward. The old techniques would become unsuitable when compared to the new methods. You might be right. Do you want me to summon him? Luke asked after considering her words, but Lisa shook her head. That guy is slippery. He fooled the entire army of the Empire with his blue robe. He would just lie if we force him. I need to speak to him privately. Noah returned to his reinforced room. The corpses of the two red cultivators didn't have much on them and their space rings were about the same. The only valuable thing was a reagent for the third rank of the Danteon that Noah carefully stored for future usage, but the other loot included only an inscribed weapon and a few thousand credits. What's even the point of accumulating wealth if I can't use it? Noah cursed in his mind at the sight of his belongings. He had many inscribed weapons for the total value of 40 to 50,000 credits, a seemingly endless stash of curative potions and pills, for earth pills and 150,000 credits in their crystal form. He was considerably rich for his status. Yet he had no use for most of those items. The inscribed weapons could only be sold. His demonic swords were far more powerful than them. The potion and pills were only useful in battle. Noah was always careful to have a large amount of them, but their number only continued to increase after every battle. The earth pills were completely useless at his level. He had forced the breakthrough on the liquid stage by just using his mental energy after all. Their effects could be neglected. As for his money, there wasn't a market that had something valuable in the Audionation. He had no reason to spend them. Maybe I should stop taking the inscribed weapons. I really don't see a reason to do it. Weapons in the second rank could be valued 10,000 credits or more, but the ones collected by Noah were either dented or almost destroyed. Their actual value was far lower than that. Well, I still have a lot of storage space left. I'm basically only using one of my 4 space rings. Noah tossed the problem of his useless items in the back of his mind. He had more pressing matters to attend. He took his black sabers out in the open and laid them on his crossed legs. He wanted to inspect their state after the battle. Basically no dents, they have never been stopped after all. They literally cut through anything. He was especially satisfied with the performance of his new weapons. They completely stood up to his expectations. The color seems to have faded a bit though. Is the black smoke inside them diminishing due to their usage? Those inscribed items were far from perfect. Noah was aware of that. The moment they met a weapon that could match their power, their internal stability would be tested. However, Noah left the improvements for another time in the future. He didn't have the power and the materials to create a better version of the demonic sword anyway. I should focus on cultivation from now on. That's one of the advantages of being stuck here at least. Just as he thought that, however, a loud knock resounded from the door of his room. Noah didn't have time to stand up that the door was opened, revealing Lisa and Luke on the entrance. What's the point of knocking if then you just open it? Noah loudly complained, storing the black sabers back in his space ring. That action wasn't missed by Lisa, who smiled radiantly at that sight. You want us to call you Adam, but your real name is Noah. Tell me, why didn't you tell us that you could perform inscriptions? They noticed. Noah thought in his mind as his gaze sharpened. The elemental forging method was quite atypical as an inscription method. It was a dying school after all. Yet, Lisa managed to recognize it. Noah couldn't help but think that she had paid attention to his performance during the war. I'm no master. I just know some tricks. Noah answered with vague words. He wasn't exactly lying though. His ability in creating inscribed weapons derived from his constant experimentation. He had used the complete knowledge of the previous masters of that method and many efforts to succeed in creating his second stable product. He was far away from the title of master. Also, the real reason why he had managed to forge something stable in such a small amount of time was that his mental sphere had improved a lot after absorbing the bloodline inheritance. He could control the forging process with far more precision. The level of the sea of consciousness of a cultivator was the biggest limit to a practitioner of the elemental forging method. However, in Noah's case, it was actually an advantage. His mental sphere was stronger than his dantian, which allowed him to freely absorb breath from it, shortening the absorption process by a lot. He could also have an easier time manipulating the materials since the energies involved would always be on a lower level than his mind. He had realized long ago that the weakness of his inscription method was mitigated in his case. Weapons that can destroy spells in the second rank are interesting tricks. Can you mass-produce them? No. Noah immediately answered Lisa's question. Not only the forging process was hard and took a long time, but the materials required for the creation of the demonic swords were quite rare too. Also, he was the only one that could wield them due to the proprieties of the black smoke inside them. Then, can you create just a few of them for our elite soldiers? No. Noah refused once again Lisa's request. Lisa was becoming impatient at the sight of the young man uncaringly closing his eyes to start cultivating. Remember that you are our prisoner. Noah snorted at those words. It's precisely because I'm a prisoner that I can do whatever I want. You wanted me to put some efforts into the monthly game that you call war and, for that, you've given me a spell. Now you want me to mass-produce inscribed weapons when you don't even know if I'm able to satisfy that request. Why don't you just let go of this land and escape with your people? What's even the point of struggling so much when your hopes are in random outsiders? He was quite angered. Since his birth in this world, Noah had always been the prisoner of some organization. The Bulvan family, the royal dynasty, and, ultimately, the Odria country. Every time he took a step toward freedom, he would always find someone able to entrap him. That cycle was starting to annoy him. That's why he spoke with such sharp words. What was a country, after all? Was it the ground in a certain area of a continent? Was it the people that composed it? Noah had never cared for such divisions. Everything was a creation of the humans after all. You could take a piece of land and divide it into two different countries, but that piece of land would still be one in the eyes of an outsider. Borders and similar ideas were meaningless in Noah's mind even before his rebirth, and his second life didn't change his thoughts. How dare you? The Lord is always thinking about our well-being. She has never stopped caring for us. She is so young, and yet she is giving her everything for the country of our ancestor. How can someone like you understand such feelings? Luke couldn't withstand Noah's attitude any longer and exploded in a loud reprimand. However, Lisa had begun to understand Noah's character. He is lawless, without any bond in the world. He is living only for himself, lying and cheating on each of his steps. Such a lonely life. She thought, and she couldn't help to pity him a bit. She was able to endure the situation of the country thanks to the constant support of its citizens. She cared for them, and they did the same. Noah, instead, was alone. The world itself was his biggest enemy due to his rare aptitude and exceptional talent. He had no one to rely on, and he had to make the best out of each situation. Come with me. Lisa broke the silence and began to walk toward the main building of the city. Luke and Noah were confused, but they still followed her. It was needless to say that Noah was quite wary of the old man at his side. Where are we going? Lisa led him back to the main hall of the castle in the center of the city. The room was deserted. Only Noah, Luke, and Lisa were inside it. Our country once was the overlord of the western side of the central part of the continent. Our borders reached the mountain range that divides the two areas of influence on the southern side and the mystical fog right before the Papal Nation on the northern side. Lisa spoke with a reverent tone. That was the apex of her country after all. She was extremely proud of its past. Yet, we had a mortal enemy, our neighbor, the Shandal Empire. She reached the back of the room and pressed her hand on the wall, filling a gap in a formation that was placed there. Luke's eyes widened in surprise, and he was about to speak, but Lisa promptly shook her head, stopping him from acting. Our ancestor lost the race for the divine ranks against the god of the empire, and I believe that you are aware of how things developed after that. The wall opened, revealing a rocky downward passage covered with inscriptions. Cultivators in the heroic ranks need far more breath than you can imagine. An entire country could be sucked dry by a rank 6 existence. That's why they need to create special environments to continue cultivating. Noah was beginning to understand the meaning behind her words, and his gaze started to inspect the end on the passage with interest. Welcome to our ancestors' training cave. We call it mausoleum. A wave of dense breath came out from the bottom of the passage and swept over Noah and the other 2 cultivators. Mausoleum? Is this some sort of inscribed room? Noah had lived in habitations with an enhanced density of breath. The capital of the Wuxia nation was filled with such buildings. However, they were always tuned for cultivators in the human ranks. The most valuable ones were in the center of the city, near the royal mansion. Generally speaking, a higher density of breath quickened the cultivation speed, but only in certain quantities. Each rank of the Dantian had a different purity of breath. Cultivators in the first rank couldn't just absorb the breath in rooms made for rank 3 cultivators. Their Dantian simply couldn't endure such a training speed. That's why it was always better to have a slow but constant training rather than a fast and immediate one. Putting too much stress on that organ would just produce injuries. Yet, the breath in the passage was barely enough for cultivators in the second rank. Noah didn't understand how a mighty rank 6 existence could be satisfied with just that. Lisa understood his confusion and continued her explanation. The formation around the country is powered by the breath inside it. Our ancestor used his whole essence as its core in order to surpass the limits of the heroic ranks. The defensive formation will always be his masterpiece and the proof that he was worthy of reaching the divine ranks. He simply needed more time. Then, she pointed at the various inscriptions on the walls. This formation, however, was used to create his training chamber. It gathers the breath from the underground, and it's linked to the sea where the density of breath is generally higher. Not only did it prevent the creation of danger zones, but it also gave hope to his successors. The inscriptions on the wall formed intricate diagrams. They even ended up in runes that flickered with a pale white light. Such a majestic work. It should be on par with eccentric thunder's dimension. The records about these mighty existences were taught in the academy. Noah was aware that eccentric thunder had been at the peak of the heroic ranks in his prime. He created his inheritance right before undergoing the heaven tribulation for the divine ranks. This ancestor should have had a similar thought when he created this environment. The mausoleum has 6 layers. Each one of them is specific for a rank of the Dantian. This is just the first one. Cultivators in the first rank are currently training here. Please don't disturb them. At the end of the passage, a wide shining room unfolded in front of Noah's eyes. The underground room was filled with mats, and many youths could be seen quietly cultivating on them. They were a bit more than 15 years old, but their concentration surprised even Noah. At least 1,000 of them. These kids should be the new generation of the nation. There is already someone in the liquid stage between them. Noah had to admit that such a feat surprised him. The pressure radiated from the inscriptions also affects the mental sphere. The ancestor really thought about everything. The light in the room was generated by the formation. Lines and runes shone with a pale white light that covered the entirety of the room, exuding a halo that pressed on the mental sphere of the cultivators, increasing its sturdiness. Lisa never stopped walking and reached for a passage at the end of the room. As soon as she entered the passage, though, her brows knitted together as if she was suffering from some sort of mental attack. Luke sighed and promptly enveloped her with a layer of mental energy, mitigating the pressure in the passage. Oh? Even the weight of the formation increases as we descend. Noah barely noticed the increased pressure. His mind was too stable to be affected by that. Yet, Lisa was only a rank 1 mage. Her mental sphere could not endure that environment. In the second layer, cultivators in the second rank are training. Noah had understood by then the layout of the mausoleum. It was simple but efficient. It helped both the Dantian and the Sea of Consciousness, truly an excellent training ground. So, you lasted until now because of this place. Your higher experience in combat coupled with a faster cultivation speed was barely enough to keep you alive. Noah commented as he inspected the luminous lines of the corridor. He really couldn't understand the meaning behind those inscriptions. Humph, the Empire thinks that our soldiers will be depleted in 10 years. We can last at least for another century with this place. Lisa snorted as she thought about Seth's words and explained the situation to Noah. How isn't it aware of this place? I thought that the deal forced you to give up all the cultivation methods in the heroic ranks. This place is useful till the 6th rank, right? Noah expressed his confusion. He wouldn't believe that the Empire didn't mention such an amazing place in the requirements of the agreement. This formation can't be moved, so it's protected by the formation on the borders of the country. Also, it can't be considered a cultivation method. We can't surpass the human ranks without techniques after all. I believe that the god and a few higher-ups of the Empire are aware of this place, but the common soldiers should be in the dark. They probably hid this information to give hope to their troops. It seems more like a loophole in the agreement rather than an explanation, but, well, it's not really my business. Why did you show me this place? Noah moved the topic back to his situation as they reached the 2nd layer. The room there was a bit smaller than the previous one, but there were still a few hundreds of cultivators training there. Noah could recognize a few of them from the battle on the valley. Inscribe for us and I will allow you to train here. Of course, if you could make cultivation techniques to break through the heroic ranks, I would be even willing to give you my crown. Noah's gaze inevitably went on the golden crown on Lisa's head. That ornament was a symbol of power, of rule over a country and its citizens. Becoming the king of the Odria nation, marry one of their women, have children, defy the Empire. I've read too many stories like that. The hero joins the suppressed country and saves the day against the terrible and awful enemy that only wants more power, giving his everything for the greater good of his subjects. Yet, I'm the terrible and awful enemy only interested in power here. In a world where humans could become deities, power surpassed any ethics. My mother was a good woman. She was abused and was ultimately forced to kill herself because she was weak. June was only a kid when her family started to train her like a beast. Countries, laws, they have no value. His mind then recalled the dream in the test of the attitude at the academy. Noah clearly remembered his feelings at the sight of countless human figures kneeling toward him while he was sitting on the throne. He felt nothing. Only the brilliant stars in the distant sky could move him. His ambition continuously sharpened with the passage of time, becoming a pure will that dictated his every move. He had one regret, though. Lily, the woman that had suffered in his place to give him enough time to become independent, the woman that was happy to see her son choosing cultivation over her. The suffused moans coming from her room still resounded in Noah's mind, and each of her bruises was a weight over his heart. It was only thanks to his innate detachment that he was able to suppress his killing intent when he was in the inner circle of the Bulvin mansion. I have no interest in that crown. He sighed as he reached that conclusion in his mind. Well, there is also a problem with my inscription method. I can't really live up to their standards. Noah organized his thoughts before giving an answer to Lisa. My inscription method can only produce darkness-type inscribed items. Maybe, in the future, I will be able to avoid this limitation, but my experience is simply too little right now. He was a man of two worlds. He was quite sure that, as his ability improved, he would be able to modify the forging process to better suit his necessities. Yet, the method always stressed to use an element matching your aptitude. Not only absorbing breath of another element required a completely different process, but also its manipulation would be harder. The aptitude was innate. Noah would find manipulating breath of another element more difficult. Cultivation techniques are the same. My level is too low to even create something for me, and they are further limited by my element. Both your requests are simply outside the range of my abilities. Noah's explanation made Lisa wear a disappointed expression. Of all the outsiders that have come to her country, Noah was the only one that could perform inscriptions. That art was taught only by top-tier organizations and similar. Can't you just teach your inscription method to us? You don't seem the kind of person bound by honor if the price meets your standards. Lisa directly asked for the complete method. In her mind, that was the only solution. However, Noah shook his head. My method is flawed. I believe that it will kill your country before the Empire breaks through the formation. Noah was being honest. Among all the practitioners of the elemental forging method, he was the only one having it quite easy. He could skip the long absorption processes because he was taking breath directly from his dantian, and his mental sphere was always stronger than the purity of that breath, allowing him to easily suppress it. Yet, how many cultivators had the sea of consciousness on a higher level than the dantian? Noah couldn't think of anyone. He was the only known person that had that quality. Is it that dangerous? My men aren't afraid of death. I believe that we will ultimately succeed. Lisa didn't give up. The biggest opportunity of her life had just appeared. She couldn't just let it go. Noah moved his gaze toward Luke and wore a bitter smile before speaking. Will you ever store breath in your sea of consciousness? Luke snorted and laughed in response. Yet, seeing the bitter smile that continued to stay on Noah's expression, his laugh stopped, transforming in disbelief. Are you serious? That's madness. Noah simply shrugged his shoulders before replying in a soft voice. It's just the only method I could learn. Nothing much. Lisa's gaze moved between Luke and Noah with a confused expression. She wasn't that knowledgeable about the topic of cultivation. She could not understand what they were talking about. Luke noticed her behavior and sighed as he put a hand over her shoulder. My lady, it's not doable. He is right, most of us would die. His words seemed to have more weight on her mind since she ultimately gave up at the thought of obtaining an inscription method. I can create consumable weapons, though. Their power will depend on the materials and on their elements, but they should be quite useful for the blue soldiers. Noah said. He had already trained with materials that were of a conflicting element. The power of the items created in that way would be lower, but they could still be useful in the monthly battles. Some light returned to Lisa's eyes as she heard those words. The casualties each month were mostly blue soldiers. Increasing their battle prowess would surely have positive effects in the long run. That would be enough. What do you need to start? How much time? How many weapons can you deliver for the battle in 30 days? A storm of question hit Noah. It couldn't be helped. Lisa handled all the matters concerning the country. She needed as much information as she could to accurately plan the next battle. Noah, however, had just begun to imagine the blueprint of that disposable weapon. Seeing that she was impatient for answers, he could only investigate about their reserves. Do you have bodies of magical beasts stored somewhere? We have tons of them in our inventory. They are usually used by our blacksmiths to forge weapons, but since the number of our soldiers continued to decline, we have more than we need. Do you have rank for magical beasts among them? Noah's request surprised Lisa, but she still nodded. Rank 4 corpses were hard to process, and it would be a waste to use them to create simple weapons. They had basically been untouched since the death of the ancestor. Good. I need to inspect them. My method requires precious materials. I need a certain combination of body parts to create something effective. Rank 3 materials were too frail. They could barely handle Noah's breath and mental energy. Also, using rank 4 beasts would almost ensure the power of the inscribed item. It will be in the second rank by simply using only one of those materials. We will bring you to the inventory tomorrow. You should rest now. I believe that you are still tired from the war. Lisa spoke in a concerned tone. The battle had ended only a few hours ago. Noah could still feel its weight all over his body. However, he shook his head at those words. I cultivate at night. It was with those words that he exited the passage and entered the second layer. He walked calmly in the bright room. The pressure radiated from the formation was still not enough to halt his advance. The pressure increased as he moved toward the end of the underground chamber. Noah guessed that the ancestor had planned that when he created that training ground. The end of the second layer should be for those nearing the third rank of the dantian. Yet, my mental sphere should be able to endure the pressure. The density of the breath slightly increased as he moved forward. Noah found its concentration acceptable as he reached the end of the room. The pressure on my mind is also quite strong. I should cultivate here from the time being. The piece of breath blessing came out from his space ring, and Noah calmly sat on it. His back was on the wall, and his body faced the passage for the first layer where Luke and Lisa were staring at him with incredulous expressions. Even some of the soldiers in the room had opened their eyes to look at the young man calmly cultivating over the square blue crystal. The density of breath had increased because of that. It was impossible to overlook such a change. How can his sea of consciousness be so stable? And where did he find such a precious mineral? Lisa watched Noah closing his eyes and cultivate. He seemed unmoved by the radiation of the formation. He is indeed full of surprises, Luke said before taking Lisa away from the mausoleum. Noah cultivated for the entirety of the night. He stopped as soon as the quantity of breath absorbed by the black vortex began to diminish, signaling the arrival of the day. Even in that room and with the breath blessing, the density of breath wasn't enough to avoid the limitation of his cultivation technique. I wish I had that big boulder found in the 6th layer of the royal inheritance. I would reach the solid stage in no time with that. He then remembered his nature and smiled bitterly as he took back the mineral below him and walked outside of the mausoleum. I think it's for the best that I don't have it. I can't really control myself when it comes to training. He returned to his room and took out the Xianxia rune. He wouldn't neglect his mental sphere just because of his fatigue. The pressure of the mausoleum should further increase the sturdiness of my mind. It will be beneficial in the long run, but it would just slow my training speed if I was to memorize the rune there. The Xianxia rune enlarged his mental sphere. Training in an environment that pressed on it was detrimental. That's why Noah exited the mausoleum under the unwilling gazes of the soldiers. The density of breath had immediately decreased as soon as he stored his mineral. The whole morning was spent like that. Noah had basically never stopped training after the battle of the previous day. It was precisely when he stored the rune and prepared himself to rest that the door of the room opened and a soldier became visible behind it. The Lord has summoned you. Noah sighed and made a fast calculation in his mind. Tell her to wait 1 time and 2/4 hours. I need to rest. Noah was basically asking for 3 hours of sleep. The soldier was surprised by his manners, but he ultimately acknowledged his words. Lisa had been extremely precise in her orders. His performance in the war and his ability in performing inscriptions increased his importance in the eyes of the other soldiers. Coupled with the fact that he was able to cultivate at the end of the 2nd layer, Noah's imagine in their minds had become far loftier. The soldier simply closed the door and waited outside. Noah fell asleep as soon as he laid on the mat. 3 hours were enough for his mental sphere to be completely refilled. He was nearing the 3rd rank after all. The fatigue also quickly vanished. He had a rank 4 body. Its regenerative proprieties and endurance were inhumane. When he woke up, he hastily bathed before following the soldier. They went toward the outskirts of the city where Lisa and her 2 protectors were calmly waiting for Noah. They didn't seem annoyed by the delay of his arrival. The reports had clearly stated that Noah had spent the whole night cultivating. We have a formation around the inventory to diminish the rate at which the materials deteriorate. Please follow me. Lisa spoke, before leading him in a simple-looking building outside of the range of the inhabited buildings. How many corpses can this structure even store? Noah had his doubts, but they were soon solved as soon as he entered the building. Inside, thousands of magical beasts' bodies were casually laid on the terrain. The space inside the structure was far bigger than the one he had imagined from outside it. Noah couldn't help but think of it as a separate dimension. Will this number do? Lisa honestly asked. She really didn't know the number of materials required for inscriptions. Yes, this will definitely do, Noah's answered. His eyes shone at the sight of such a variety of magical beasts. I will begin to work immediately. Do you have a reinforced room nearby? Noah felt restless. He had never had access to so many materials. His mind was being inspired by simply looking at them. No, we never really needed one near the inventory. I can order someone to bring them to you. Just give me a list. Noah nodded as he neared some of the corpses to check their conditions. They were visibly old, but the most important parts were still somewhat usable. He just had to remove the rotten portions during the forging. I will need a complete register of these bodies. The rank and their state should also be added to their information. That's not a problem. The formation keeps tracks of those characteristics already. We just need to make a written copy for you to inspect. Lisa easily agreed to Noah's demands. Then, I'll go back to my room. I have to prepare. Noah returned to his reinforced room. The prospect of undergoing such an intensive session of forging had put him in a good mood. He gladly welcomed that free training that Lisa had offered him. His ability in the method would only benefit from that. Also, since the elemental forging method was his only real chance in creating techniques of higher ranks, he didn't mind strengthening his foundation in it. I wonder how I should proceed. Noah began to think about the item that he was going to create to arm the soldiers as he absorbed breath in his sea of consciousness. A long forging session was about to start. He needed a large amount of harmless breath before the materials arrived. The first item that appeared in his mind was the moon needle. He was already experienced with its form, and it was also extremely easy to create. Its usage was quite straightforward too. I should try that first. The list of the corpses arrived. Noah was quite satisfied with the accumulation of the country throughout the years. The fact that they didn't have any usage for them is actually in my favor. I can freely choose any combination of materials that I want. Noah selected many materials. The majority of them were in the 4th rank. They arrived shortly after he gave the list to the soldier outside his room. All the corpses that he had requested were inside a space ring. He immediately began to take the pieces that he needed from each of them. Then he set his schedule. The night was reserved for the dark vortex technique, but the high density of breath forced Noah to reduce the time spent cultivating to prevent too much stress from accumulating on the Danteon. That created a window of time where he could rest, moving the training with the Xianxia rune to the afternoon right before he went to the mausoleum. The mornings, the moment of the day where he was at his peak, were used for his experiments. Noah immediately attempted in the creation of a second prototype of the moon needle. He was using materials of various elements before moving on those of the darkness one. He would gladly request for those of the darkness element as an additional reward for his services if he managed to create items with materials useless to him. He didn't think that he could simply steal them. There had to be at least a few knowledgeable cultivators paying attention to him. The first round of experiments begun. His will was skillfully imbued in the breath inside his mind. The liquid black lake over the sea became a sharp saber without errors. Yet, he wasn't used to those new materials coupled with the different elements. His first tests turned to be explosive failures. Boom! An explosion resounded inside his reinforced room. Only a few days had passed since his deal with Lisa, and his cultivation was greatly benefiting from the new environment. However, his experiments weren't going that well. The conflicting elements was a bigger problem than he had predicted. There seemed to be a fixed failure rate due to that. Even if I ultimately find the right composition, I would lose 20% of the materials in the forging process. These explosions, though, aren't affected by that. The power released by the destabilization of the internal composition of the items was equal to the full power that he injected in them. It didn't diminish due to the conflicting element. Then, he was hit by a realization. Why can't I simply create exploding items? They would be just as the grenades of my previous world. That idea seemed so doable that Noah immediately stopped the experiments on the improved moon needles to begin with that new item. The instability between the materials won't be a disadvantage anymore. I can use it as the actual weapon. He called for the soldier outside his room and gave him another list of materials. He was impatient beyond reason. The difficulty should be in forging something highly unstable, but that can maintain that status until breath is injected in it. The breath had to be the trigger for the explosion, but he had also to consider the delay needed for a cultivator to throw it. His experiments resumed as soon as the new corpses arrived. Noah seemed especially captivated by the thought of applying the knowledge of his previous world in this one. A month passed in which explosions continuously reverberated in the room. Their might was so scary that Luke was forced to personally visit him to be sure of his safety. Yet, when he entered the room, he saw Noah with disheveled hair and a ragged and burned robe. He held a simple-looking brown sphere that had spikes all over its body. What? Noah impatiently asked. His days were so full that he barely had any time to eat. The monthly battle is tomorrow. I was wondering if you had succeeded in your task. Noah was surprised by that statement. The cycle of training and forging made him lose track of the passage of time. He straightened what remained of his robe and handed the sphere to Luke. This is called instability. It's the prototype of the weapon that I will create for your soldiers. Be careful though. I still have to tune the delay before the explosion. Instability was an inscribed item created from 2 rank 4 magical beasts. The core of the item was obtained by the skin of a magmatic whale. It was a really hard material that could contain large quantities of energy. The skin was processed in the form of a sphere that was then coated with the spikes of a brown hedgehog. Both materials came from rank 4 creatures and had different elements. The whale was a fire-type beast, while the hedgehog was of the earth element. The item formed in that way was highly unstable. Noah had to use the magmatic whale as its core just to force it to maintain its spherical form. As for the will imbued in the breath inside it, Noah quickly found a suitable one. The sharpness of the saber that cut the sky wasn't a good match, and the propulsion of a plane setting off was the same. Noah had to imagine something different for the instability. Luckily for him, his previous world didn't lack images and movies portraying explosions. Noah had just to think at the most powerful one and then increase its might inside his mind. The result of that mental journey was a supernova destroying every planet in its reach. How does it work? Luke inspected with great interest the spiked sphere in his hands. He couldn't help but feel the large quantity of breath contained inside it. You inject breath inside it and then you throw it. An explosion with the power of the liquid stage of the 2nd rank will occur, creating damages in the area of the impact. The spikes around it will be shot together with the explosion and, since they come from a rank 4 beast, they are potentially able to hurt even red cultivators. Luke listened to Noah's explanation with wide eyes. From what he understood, the item in his hands had the power of a spell, with the only disadvantage being that it could only be used once. Luke's eyes began to be filled with eagerness as he stared at that simple-looking sphere. As I said already, the delay before the explosion must be tuned before it can be used in battle. You don't want that thing to explode in your hands, right? Noah guessed the meaning behind Luke's gaze and promptly warned him. He had been injured more than once as he experimented with the instability. When will it be ready for the monthly battles? Luke gave the sphere back to Noah as he asked that question. The power inside the item was the proof that Noah could really inscribe weapons. His tone immediately became more respectful. I should have a few prototypes for the testing phase next month. I need to change its composition to optimize your resources, and I want to reduce the variabilities to the minimum to make it more reliable. This one should be the most powerful in its category. Do you want to see how it works? Noah raised the spiked sphere in the air and smiled toward Luke. He was also quite eager to test its power. The theory was all there, but he had to limit its tests during the past month. It wasn't exactly safe to activate a grenade in a closed environment. Sure, any empty area is fine, right? 1 hour later, Noah, Luke, Lisa, her other protector, and Logan stood in an empty mountain right over a slope. The Nation was filled with mountains, and its population was concentrated in the main city. It wasn't hard to find a place that met Noah's requirements. This is a highly unstable item. Its internal composition has a delicate balance that can be disrupted even by a small quantity of breath. In my inscription method, such an item would often be labeled as a failure. Yet, I managed to momentarily halt the destabilization to use its explosion as the intended effect. Noah explained the composition of the sphere to the other cultivators. He wanted to be sure that they understood how dangerous the instability was. There are 3 conflicting elements inside it: fire for the magmatic whale, earth for the brown hedgehog, and darkness because of my breath. Its full power will be released only if one of these 3 elements triggers the explosion. A 4th element would just weaken its effects. Breath had to be injected inside the item to activate it. Noah was basically saying that its full potential could be achieved only if the cultivator using it had one of those 3 elements. My finished product will have a set delay based on the amount of breath that you inject in it, but now I will just show its power. Noah's explanation ended, and he looked toward the 2 protectors. Luke nodded and pressed his fellow guardian with his gaze. The latter snorted and created a layer made of blue water in front of the group. That was a protective spell powered by the power of a rank 3 mage. It was the best form of protection that Lisa could think of. Thank you, Grandpa Leo. Lisa thanked him before turning her gaze toward Noah. Humph. I still believe that it's a waste to use 2 rank 4 materials to create a disposable item that can't even reach the 3rd rank. Leo expressed his disagreement with Noah's forging. I agree, I will use the next month to replace the skin of the whale. I believe that I can obtain a similar power even with its rank 3 version. Noah spoke, approving Leo's complaint. Then, he injected breath in the sphere before throwing it over the defensive layer of water. He didn't follow the trail of the instability with his eyes but hurriedly crouched behind the layer. He wanted to be sure of his safety. The sphere wasn't able to fly that far away. Noah had injected too much breath, accelerating the internal destabilization. Boom! An explosion rang in the sky. The instability exploded right next to the water wall. Yet, the power of the liquid stage couldn't even make the spell of a rank 3 mage tremble. The cultivators behind it could clearly make out the power behind the blast. However, the spikes came immediately after. They were fuming due to the high temperatures released from the blast, and they shot in every direction. Tens of heated spikes crashed on the layer of water created by Leo, stabbing themselves inside it. The cultivators on the desolate mountain stared with wide eyes at the spikes stabbed in the layer of water. I wanted to replace the spikes with a rank 3 material too, but I don't think that something on that level would survive the explosion. Also, it will lower the actual damage that it's capable of, so I need to stick with it. Noah explained, standing up from his crouching position and carefully inspecting the damages on Leo's spell. The spikes didn't manage to break through it, but they still did some damage. Noah concluded that they were the most powerful aspect of the instability. Leo watched his spell with a complex expression. Noah's weapon was almost useless against rank 3 cultivators, but it seemed to be quite effective against those in the second rank. The casualties in the monthly battles were always red or blue cultivators. Increasing their battle prowess would sharply lower that number. You said that you could create something similar with just a single rank 4 material? Leo asked. Yes, it should be doable. The power of the explosion originates from my breath, after all. I just need to find a quantity that can be sustained by a rank 3 material, and I will be ready to perfect it. Noah's answer was honest. He wouldn't lie about that. The Audionation was providing him an endless stream of materials for his experiments. His ability in the elemental forging method was greatly benefiting from that. He didn't want to stop. So, what do you think? Lisa asked Leo. He was the cultivator appointed to control Noah's expenditure of precious materials. He had the last word on his experiments. If a single rank 4 material can save our soldiers' lives, I don't see why I should prohibit its usage. Leo recognized the power behind Noah's weapon and ultimately approved his creation. Then it's settled. I will start the new rounds of inscriptions after the battle. I should be able to provide some prototypes for the battle next month. Noah concluded, moving to return to his room. You don't have to fight if you are tired. We can handle the battle ourselves. Lisa spoke with a bit of hesitation. The value of Noah's life has increased by a lot after the performance of his creation. However, Noah simply shrugged his shoulders. I have still 98 red robes to kill. How would I reach the required number if I don't fight? He left after saying that. He seemed completely uncaring toward tomorrow's battle. My lady, strong personalities are usually the most independent ones. I don't think we will be able to make him join our cause. Luke spoke with a soft voice as he watched Noah's figure disappearing in the distance. She calmly answered. There was wisdom in her eyes as she replied to her protector. There is still time. The Empire isn't stupid. They can't allow for so many red robes to die at the hands of a blue one. Lisa was right. The next day, Noah went to the valley where the war was fought and joined the blue troops like he did the other time. Yet, he didn't recklessly charge inside the enemy lines at that time. Such a surprise effect could be used only once. He simply limited himself to kill as many blue cultivators as he could, calmly waiting for the red ones to join the battle. However, he soon discovered that he couldn't find a single cultivator in the solid stage alone. They were always in pairs. It seemed that the Empire had given strict orders to them. Damn. I will be forced to wait till I have another breakthrough if things continue like this. Noah moved his attention back on the blue cultivators. If the Empire didn't want to give him an opening, he would create it. However, he found out that even the blue soldiers had become wary of his presence. Every time he neared a battle, the soldiers of the Empire would shout warnings to raise their attention. The hooded devil is coming here. Watch your backs. He is hiding somewhere. Oh no! The hooded devil took Samir. Regroup around the commander. They seem to have precise battle formations to counter his fighting tactic. Even if Noah managed to kill some of the isolated blue soldiers, they wouldn't abandon the formation. Instead, they would group around a pair of red soldiers in a defensive manner. Noah felt that it was impossible to near them while remaining unnoticed. I guess I've gained a battle title. Noah sighed at that sight and simply wandered around the battlefield, casually taking the lives of the weaker or isolated soldiers. Then, as the night neared, the black cultivators entered the battlefield and began to fight at its center. Noah found a safe position where to watch their battle. Even though he couldn't understand their actual power, he was still inspired by their show of strength. The battle then ended. The Audionation had clearly won again, but their casualties were larger than the previous month. Noah had managed to tilt the scales in their favor last time, but he couldn't affect this battle. He felt that the Empire was too wary of his actions. It seems that I can only place my hopes in the forging. I will remain here for quite some time. That realization didn't discourage Noah. The formation around the country blocked most of the probing of the outside forces, and the environment inside it was quite beneficial for Noah's cultivation. I should use my time here to solidify my foundation in the elemental forging method. My mental sphere will be the first to have the breakthrough. I will wait for that before doing a scene. It was with those thoughts that he went for the mausoleum. It was nighttime. It was time to train his dantian. I have just reached the liquid stage. It will take some time even with this density. Oh well, nothing I can do about it. He calmed his mind and sat on top of his breath, blessing carefully placed at the end of the second layer of the mausoleum. Noah had created a working prototype. Now it was time to perfect it. The first challenge was to use a weaker core for the instability. The reserves of the Audionation were incredible, but even those couldn't sustain the mass production of disposable items. The outer layer of the inscribed item was made from the spikes of a rank 4 creature. The rest of its body remained untouched. Instead, the core needed the skin of the magmatic whale, which was its most precious part. The rest of the corpse would become almost worthless after it was skinned. That's why Noah wanted to use its rank 3 version. The properties of the skin were the same, only its durability was affected. Noah managed to recreate the instability using the rank 3 material after a week of tests. He had ultimately decided to diminish the breath contained in the sphere to solve the issue. The item forged in that way came out as a weaker version of the first prototype, but the depletion of the materials became far more sustainable. After all, it was obvious for the inventory to have more beasts in the human ranks. There were simply more of them in the wild. Also, some of them could even be hunted in the nation. The formation prevented the creation of danger zones, but magical beasts in the human ranks still appeared. It was impossible to completely halt their birth. Theoretically speaking, the outer layer can be formed from any kind of spiked beast. I would only need a few days to become used to the new composition. Noah judged, analyzing the new instability in his hands. The issue with rank 4 materials was that they were fewer in number. There was a limit to how many of them the inventory held. Yet, since Noah simply needed sharp and resistant materials, he could freely replace the spikes of the brown hedgehog with any other beast with similar properties. Now, I need to tune the delay before the explosion. Ideally, it should go from a minimum of 1 instant to a maximum of 20 seconds. The second challenge consisted of setting the internal structure in a way that could make it possible for a cultivator to control the speed of its destabilization. The breath was the trigger for the explosion, but the quantity injected in the item had to decide the speed of the internal destabilization. A small amount of breath for a delayed explosion and a large amount for a quick one. That wasn't hard to accomplish. Noah had already more than 1 month of experience with that type of item, and, since its composition had been weakened, he discovered that it had become easier to manipulate its structure. Only one last challenge remained. The main quality of every disposable item is the uniformity between each of its copies. The instabilities have to work all in the same way and with the same requirements. I can only surpass this hurdle with constant practice. Each creation couldn't be exactly the same as the previous one. Noah was only a human, not a machine. Yet, he was also a cultivator. His mind had long surpassed the limits of a simple human. He could work with far greater precision. That's why he didn't give up and reduced the differences between each product to the minimum until, during the last week, he managed to produce a batch of 14 instabilities that were almost identical. Next month, I should be able to start the mass production. Now I just have to test them in a real battle. His eyes shone with a cold light at the sight of his finished products. They were still brown and covered with spikes, but their size was smaller than the first prototype. They were just slightly bigger than a man's fist. Power in the middle tier of the second stage. Their explosion shouldn't be able to injure a prepared red cultivator, but they should do some damage if they catch him by surprise. Also, the explosion is not meant to kill but to shoot the spikes. He didn't lose track of the passage of time that month. He was aware that the battle was held in the following day. Luke arrived in the afternoon. He wanted to warn Noah about the incoming battle and was relieved to see his robe being intact as he entered the room. I suppose that this month went better than the previous one. He smiled seeing that Noah was getting ready to rest, which meant that he had not forgotten about the battle. I have a finished product. I will personally test it tomorrow. If everything works as intended, I will start to arm your soldiers. Noah explained. The forging had been perfected. He had reached the limits of what the closed-door testing could show. Only a real battle could expose any eventual flaw in his creation. Oh, will you show us another amazing performance? Noah smiled at that question, and his aura was enveloped by a chilling battle intent as he answered. They won't even know what hit them. The next day, the soldiers gathered again in the valley after the main road of the Odria country. Beware! The hooded devil is joining the battlefield. Logan mocked Noah as he wore his hood and entered the ranks of the blue soldiers. Well, I wonder what they will call me after today. Noah sighed. He couldn't control the titles that his enemies gave to him, but he didn't care much about them either. A title was simply the proof that his performance had put him on a higher level compared to the other blue soldiers. It meant that his battle prowess deserved some sort of recognition. The line of blue soldiers was deployed and the battle began. The exchange of long-distance spells occurred again. The battles in the valley always started with those attacks. Then, just as the vanguard of both armies was about to clash, Noah jumped ahead and made his way between the enemy lines. He was barging in the enemy's army alone for the second time. The soldiers of the Empire were prepared for that eventuality. They opened a path for Noah and focused on defending against the ethereal sabers that surrounded him. They didn't have any way to block his real weapons. They learnt quickly. Noah judged as he entered the enemy's army. He smiled seeing their reaction. The more focus they put on me, the less there will be on their feet. He ran for a few meters and, when he was sure that he was at quite some distance from the soldiers of the Odria nation, he injected breath in one of his instabilities and dropped it on the ground. That movement was smooth. It was covered by the storm of attacks that surrounded him and wasn't noticed by the soldiers around him. The small grenade was successfully armed and left in their lines. 20 seconds. I should be able to plant a few more. He was the maker of those inscribed weapons. He knew exactly how delayed the explosion would be with each quantity of breath. He continued in his charge. Most of the soldiers were able to withstand Noah's offensive, but some of them were still injured by the first form. That martial art was still in the fourth rank. Some blue soldiers simply couldn't block it. Then, when the timer in his mind hit 5 seconds, he dropped another instability on the ground. The quantity of breath injected in it was small. It corresponded to the maximum possible delay that the bomb was capable of. Another 5 seconds passed and Noah planted another bomb with the same programming. 10 seconds. 5 seconds later, another instability was dropped. There were 4 bombs on the terrain, right under the feet of the soldiers of the Empire. They came rather quickly this time. Noah's killing intent rose as he saw 2 red figures coming in his direction. 4 seconds for these 2. Noah quickly calculated the needed quantity of breath before injecting it into 2 instabilities and dropping them on the ground. Then, he turned toward the Odria army and began to make his way back to his allies. The blue soldiers in front of him opened a path while the red soldiers behind him continued in their chase. However, Noah's attention was on the countdown in his mind. 2, 1, 0. Boom! Precisely 20 seconds after he planted the first instability, an explosion resounded near the first line of battle. The blast was powerful. It directly flung away any blue soldier that was in a 3 meters radius from its epicenter. Those soldiers were just in the liquid stage. That blast had their same power. Their natural defenses weren't enough to protect them from the explosion. Soldiers flew in the air. Their legs had been destroyed due to the explosion, while those closer to the blast had been directly killed. Burned corpses and severed limbs flew everywhere. One simple instability had reaped a few victims already. Then the spikes came. The soldiers were still surprised by the sudden explosion that they didn't have time to protect themselves from the incoming fuming needles. Their bodies were stabbed without mistake. All the cultivators that had survived or avoided the explosion were hit by that sharp rank 4 material. 10 or so blue soldiers fell on the ground. Their bodies were covered in spikes and their faces showed their surprised expressions. They still couldn't understand how they had died. One instability killed more than 15 rank 2 cultivators in the liquid stage. The red soldiers chasing Noah were surprised by the sudden blast and moved their attention toward the vanguard of the army. Yet, in that moment of distraction, the 2 instabilities under their feet exploded. Noah had precisely planned for them to detonate shortly after the first instability and had left them on the red cultivator's path. He knew that a blast out of nowhere would distract them for an instant. That planning paid off. The red soldiers were still running when their bodies were swept by a hot wave of energy. Their robes and hair were burned in an instant and their legs were blown away during that process. They found themselves in the air. The burning sensation completely covered the pain from the countless injuries that the spikes stabbed in their bodies had created. Everything had happened too quickly. They couldn't even understand why life was abandoning them. Yet, they died anyway. Their bodies weren't any different from those of the blue soldiers. They were only slightly more resilient. Being underestimated sure has its advantages. A cold aura was radiated from Noah's figure as he inspected the results of his creations. Those 2 instabilities have killed 2 red cultivators and 19 blue ones. The first grenade should have produced a similar result. Then, another explosion occurred. The soldiers on the front line were still recovering from the first blast when they were hit by a second one. Boom! 2 more to go. Boom! Boom! Noah carefully listened to those noises. He wanted to be sure that the weapons had worked as intended. Most importantly, he wanted to be sure that they had exploded exactly as he had planned. The delay had to be perfect in order for those weapons to be reliable. Nevertheless, the instabilities worked perfectly. The morale of the soldiers of the Xianxia skyrocketed when they saw Noah safely returning in their ranks. They had greatly benefited from the commotion created by his weapons. The army of the Empire was in a state of complete chaos after all. All the soldiers were too scared that another explosion would occur that they forgot about the enemies in front of them. The result of that chaos was a total victory. The blue soldiers of the Xianxia country completely overwhelmed those of the Empire. The red cultivators were forced to step in the battle to limit the casualties on their side, but they still couldn't stop the unrestrainable wave of cultivators coming at them. A hidden threat was scarier than a visible one. The army of the Empire couldn't focus on the enemies in front of them at all for fear that a bomb was under their feet. The third battle in which Noah participated was even more one-sided than the first one. The number of blue soldiers dying in the Empire's side was too high to count. The red cultivators had to step in to stop the slaughter. Yet, they had lost too many cultivators. Even those in the solid stage were being overwhelmed by the sheer number of the soldiers of the Xianxia. What the fuck were those explosions? Seth shouted from his position at the top of the mountain. He had seen how even the most experienced blue soldiers had died under the might of Noah's weapons. He really didn't know how he would explain those losses to his superiors. Lisa maintained an expressionless face as she watched the battle. She was doing her best to suppress a radiant smile from appearing on her face. Leo and Luke did the same, but they were far more surprised than her. They clearly understood the power behind each of those weapons. They couldn't help but applaud Noah in their minds. That kid totally deserves the title of devil. Leo spoke in a soft voice. He wanted to maintain that conversation away from Seth. The weapons themselves are not that powerful. A defensive spell would block most of their effects. Yet, he actually gathered the attention on himself to mask his real intentions. What a scary kid. Luke replied in that same tone. He was aware of Noah's character, but he would have never thought that he would use himself as the bait to test his weapons. The 2 protectors didn't ask for Lisa's opinion. She was busy pretending that everything was going according to her plan. So, do you think they are worth the expenditure of a rank for material? Luke asked Leo. The latter was the one controlling Noah's expenditure of magical beasts' corpses. He had the last word on that matter. If they can produce this result every time, then yes, they are definitely worth it. We don't have a better use for them anyway. Leo gave his approval. The Odria country had lost all their inscription methods as well as their knowledge in runes and formations. Their only usage of the magical beasts' bodies was for the creation of good weapons, but rank 3 creatures were enough for that. Using rank 4 materials for an inscribed item that could damage red cultivators was completely acceptable. The only problem is that the Empire won't simply watch as we slaughter their troops. We are used as a training ground after all. There is a limit to how many soldiers it's willing to lose. The battle in the valley continued. The red cultivators of the Empire were continuously pushed back. They couldn't do much about the wave of soldiers launching attacks at them. Yet they held on. Battles between cultivators could last for hours. The solid breath in their dantian allowed them to fight for protracted times without ever being expended. They focused on defending. They just had to stall the battle till the night arrived. Noah ran freely on the battlefield. The defense of the red cultivators was tight, but there were still some of them that were forced to abandon the formation to recover. Of course, he wouldn't waste such opportunities. The mental tremor spell was cast as soon as he found an isolated red soldier. His mind kept track of each assassination that he managed to accomplish. 8. That number was the total amount of red soldiers that he had killed in the 3 battles. 2 were killed during the first one, 2 in this one due to the instabilities, and the other 4 after the onslaught started. Surprise effects really suit me the most. Yet, I don't think it will be this easy next month. His thoughts were already on the next battle. Noah knew that the Empire would proactively create battle formations to counter his tactics. There wasn't much that he could do about it. I should be fine next month. They won't expect the other blue soldiers to be armed with my weapons. However, what about the following one? What about the one after that? Unless he was able to continuously surprise his enemies, he would be forced to wait for his breakthrough before reaching the set number of kills for his release. I have tons of materials and all the time I need. What is lacking is my ability in the elemental forging method, but that can be fixed by constant exercise. I should use my time here to increase my ability as much as I can. I need to diversify my creations. The only solution that he found was to be unpredictable. Defending from one unusual weapon was easy. One had just to understand how it worked and plan accordingly. Yet, what about defending from 2 of them at the same time? What about 3? Noah had the knowledge of 2 words. There were many things that this one had yet to experience. The only thing stopping him was his inexperience in the inscription field and his limited knowledge of weapons. He had only fought using his sabers after all. He knew nothing about the other types of weapons. If I was to arm the soldiers with 2 to 3 different weapons, they would be able to diversify their offensive according to the type of defense that the Empire is setting. I can already imagine my next prototype. Noah smiled under his hood as he looked for any other isolated red cultivator. Yet, they had become too wary of him. No one else dared to leave the defensive battle formation. The few surviving blue soldiers of the Empire did their best to support the red cultivators, but they weren't that effective due to their low number. The losses on the side of the Empire were huge that day. Almost all the blue cultivators had died and many red ones did the same. When the black soldiers stepped inside the battlefield, they were surrounded by hundreds of corpses that tainted the valley with countless red puddles. The cause of that scene could be found in a hooded cultivator safely watching the battles at the peak of the human ranks. The 3rd battle ended, confirming the spectacular victory of the Odria nation. Almost all the blue soldiers of the Empire had been killed and many red ones had suffered the same fate. The Empire had never experienced such huge losses. Couldn't be helped. Noah had disrupted their formation and instilled the fear for the instabilities in their minds. The soldiers simply couldn't focus on the battle after that. That was amazing. When will you arm us with those weapons? Logan excitedly asked as he saw Noah exiting the valley. I should have around 50 instabilities ready for the next battle. You saw their effects. I'll leave the battle tactic to you. The instabilities were powerful, but they needed to be used in the proper way to produce satisfying results. Noah had studied battle formations in the academy, but he had always fought alone. He had little experience in that field. Instead, Logan was the appointed captain of the Blue Soldiers. His cultivation level and experience made him the perfect man for the creation of a battle tactic that involved the inscribed weapons. That many? Does the inventory even have that many rank 4 materials? Logan's worries were understandable. He had no knowledge about the inscription field, but he knew some of the specifics of Noah's creations. He was aware of the expenditure of precious materials. One brown hedgehog in the 4th rank has enough spikes for 10 instabilities. The inventory has enough bodies for 200 more bombs. I'll swap to another material after that. Noah explained the situation to him. Giving Logan a detailed picture could only benefit the next battles. Just one thing, you'll need to practice a bit before using the instabilities. I can use them skillfully because I'm the one that has created them, but you need to be careful. I don't want to be blamed if one of them explodes in your hands. Logan nodded at those words. Give us some instruction and leave it to me. I'll handle my soldiers. After Logan reassured him, Noah went to the mausoleum and resumed his cycle of training and forging. He was really using his time in the best possible way. His cultivation was steadily increasing, his mind was becoming stronger, and he was also accumulating useful experience in the elemental forging method. The continuous absorption and usage of the breath in his mental sphere further increased the expansion speed of his sea of consciousness. He had never trained his mind so efficiently. 1 month passed quickly. Noah successfully delivered 50 instabilities to Logan and explained many times the connection between the quantity of breath injected and the delay of the explosion. He didn't really know how Logan intended to use them, so he wanted to be sure that some careless soldier wasn't going to set them off next to him. The power of the instabilities was great. Noah would have to enter the complete demonic form to protect himself from them. The truth was that he had managed to forge more than just 50 bombs. He could only create 2 instabilities per day at the beginning of the month, but, towards its end, he had increased the production to 3 per day. That surplus was added to his secret stash. He didn't really care if Leo noticed it. He needed them for his personal protection. The day of the battle came, and he went to the now familiar valley early in the morning. Logan was already there, together with some of his most trusted soldiers. Noah recognized some of their faces. He had fought side by side with them after all. He couldn't help but memorize some of them. They are all in the liquid stage. Their power matched his own, but they looked at Noah with reverent expressions as he neared their group. They had witnessed his battle prowess. Anyone able to kill a red cultivator while still being in the liquid stage would be considered a genius. Then, they discovered that such a genius could also perform inscriptions and was willing to arm them. The level of admiration that they felt toward Noah couldn't be expressed by simple words. "Are these the cultivators that will use my weapons?" Noah asked as he reached Logan. He wanted to understand the battle tactic that he had decided to perform before he made his own. "Yes, they have the best control over the breath among the blue soldiers, and they all are of the fire or earth element. They won't waste your efforts," Logan proudly replied. He had chosen each one of them according to Noah's instructions. They really were the best he could find. "So, how will you fight?" Noah nodded before asking what really interested him. "We will launch them right after the exchange of spells. I suggest you don't barge into the enemy's army this time." Not that I wanted to, Noah thought. He knew that the Empire had its eyes on him. He had created too much havoc in 2 of the 3 battles that he had fought. "I will die if they manage to encircle me with red cultivators. I should just lay low for a while." Laying low didn't mean that he would stop attempting on the lives of the red soldiers, but that he would stop attracting so much attention on himself. "The Nation can take the fight head-on. I will just be on the sidelines reaping the benefits." The battle started a few hours later. Spells were launched right after midday. They were the attack with which each battle began. Couldn't be helped. Spells had a wide area of effect. They would most likely hurt the allies if they were launched after the 2 armies collided. Yet, that time, some blue soldiers from the Nation stopped their charge to throw spiked spheres toward the opposing army. Noah saw that scene and immediately slowed his assault. He wasn't sure of those soldiers' ability, so he decided to wait for the detonations before reaching the army of the Empire. 40 or so spiked spheres rained on the charging army of the Empire. The soldiers had never seen those items. Noah had secretly dropped them on the ground the last time. They didn't know what to expect from those spherical things. Yet that was still a war. The Empire had to completely refill the ranks of the blue soldiers after the last battle. It had warned the new troops about the unusual battle tactics of the hooded cultivator. So, they slowed their charge and raised their weapons toward the incoming instabilities. They prepared themselves against that attack. The bombs detonated mid-air, right over the troops of the Empire. They were too far away to actually damage any of them with the blast, but the spikes were successfully released on the army. However, the soldiers didn't passively endure that attack. As soon as the explosions resounded in the battlefield, they deployed their defensive measures in order to counter the incoming spikes. Spells and martial arts were performed to fend off the power of the instabilities. The army completely stopped its charge to defend against the inscribed weapons. Some of them still died, but the majority managed to block the destructive effects of the bombs. It was at that moment, though, that a second wave of spells was launched by the army of the Audionation. Logan wasn't stupid. He knew that the Empire would warn its soldiers about Noah's creations. He couldn't just hope to take them by surprise a second time. That's why he decided to use the instabilities as a decoy. Generally speaking, spells could only be blocked by other spells. They were the most powerful weapons of a cultivator after all. There were a few exceptions. A rank 4 martial art could easily block a rank 1 spell if the centers of power of the cultivator performing it were at a decent level. The same went for inscribed items. Noah's demonic swords were an example of that case. However, the soldiers of the Empire didn't have powerful inscribed weapons nor centers of power strong enough to block the incoming wave of spells. It was a slaughter. The first line of the army of the Empire was swept by the torrent of magical abilities. They had just used their protective measures against the instabilities. They were basically defenseless after that. The damage didn't stop on the first line. It reached even the depths of the opposing army. Hundreds of spells created havoc. They could finally show their might instead of being blocked by a similar force. Who would have thought that Logan was such a sly commander? Noah completely approved that battle tactic. It perfectly exploited the weakness created by the instabilities. Burned corpses, frozen limbs, severed heads. The scene after the spells was filled by the remains of those blue cultivators. Hundreds had died. More than half of the army of the Empire was destroyed in a few seconds. That outcome was even more astonishing than the previous battle. The two armies had still to clash, but the victor had already been set. Then, the army of the Audionation resumed its charge. The remaining blue cultivators on the other side saw the seemingly endless tide of enemies and became disheartened. There were simply too many of them. They couldn't hope to survive with that difference in number. Also, their battle formation had been wrecked. Their inexperience didn't allow them to adapt to that sudden change in the battlefield. Huge losses were suffered as soon as the army crashed on them. The cultivators of the Audionation were unrestrained in their slaughter. They knew that the Empire wasn't actually suffering that much, but they still had to vent years of abuses. The soldiers in front of them were the only ones where they could redirect such feelings. Noah, instead, didn't have any enmity with the Empire. He limited himself to kill anyone in his reach, but his attention was on the red cultivators. They were the requirement for his release after all. As for which side was right or wrong, he couldn't care less. He would have done the same if it was the Empire holding him captive. He was willing to fight as long as he gained something out of it. He had long lost count of how many men had died because of him. He remembered his first one, though. Baylor, the fat guard that trapped him with the rank 3 ironclad spiderback when he was still in the outer circle of the Bulvin mansion. He had the appearance of a kid back then, but an old guard was still willing to kill him because of a petty reason. It was then that he understood that the world was merciless and that, in order to survive, he had to be even more merciless. That decision accompanied him through countless battlefields, ultimately ending in that valley surrounded by mutilated corpses. He didn't hate the Empire nor had any grievances with it. Yet, he was willing to kill as many of its soldiers to obtain what he wanted. The pile of bodies that I've created managed to bring me in the second rank. I wonder how big I need to make it to become a god. His thoughts wandered as he severed the head of an isolated red cultivator. The battle was progressing way faster than the other ones. The sudden loss of the blue soldiers had forced the more powerful ones to join the battle. The events then unfolded in the same way as the battle in the previous month. The remaining blue cultivators of the Empire worked together with the red ones to defend against the relentless assault of the Odria country. Noah jumped from battle to kill the isolated cultivators, managing to slay a few red ones in the process. Hours passed and the night came. The black soldiers did the usual show of power. Noah had become used to watch them from the side of the valley. Today was quite profitable. My kill count of cultivators in the solid stage reached 15. It's going better than I had predicted. It was with those thoughts in mind that the night came, decreeing the end of Noah's fourth battle. The troops returned to the city on the mountain peak. Lisa had issued a celebration to honor that overwhelming victory. The soldiers would drink to their fullest and take a break from the constant battles that they were forced to fight. The mental state was an important factor for a cultivator's battle prowess. Exhausted soldiers would perform poorly on the battlefield after all. Noah, however, wasn't in the mood for parties. His mind wandered between the many possibilities that the elemental forging method offered. Also, he didn't share the same feelings of the soldiers. The Odria nation wasn't his home after all. That's why he went in the mausoleum. Nighttime was the best moment to use his cultivation technique, and the battle in the day had been quite easy. He had no reason to skip his training. The second layer of the mausoleum was empty. Noah quietly cultivated at its bottom on top of his breath blessing. Cultivating had become a habit by then. He could easily concentrate on other matters while the vortex between his hands absorbed breath. His thoughts were on the possible items that he could forge. The instabilities were useful, but they had a great weakness. They could not be used next to allies. The explosion is not enough by itself. I can't remove the spikes from the structure. Also, I have no control over the direction of the spikes. The whole point of the instabilities is to exploit the natural destabilization of forged weapons. There should be a way to apply the same theory on items that can be used after the armies have clashed. To do that, he needed to think of a way to reduce the area of effect of the weapon without reducing its power. Precision over destruction, lethality over sheer power. The blueprint of the moon needle might actually work. The main problem of his inscription method was that the items created in that way would need a cultivator of the darkness element to express their full power. That's why Noah chose to create disposable weapons. The issue with the conflicting elements was solved in that way. Yet, another problem appeared due to that. The precious materials were expended too quickly. I will wait for the Empire to develop a countermeasure to the instabilities and then forge something else. I should create a weapon only after I've discovered the weaknesses of their battle formation. Noah simply concluded that it was better to see how the Empire reacted next month rather than blindly create a new weapon. A bit more than 100 instabilities and all the spikes of the rank 4 brown hedgehogs in the inventory will be depleted. I should use the steeled corals next. Noah was already planning the new rank 4 material to use for his instabilities when a person entered the second layer of the mausoleum. Noah noticed the newcomer and slightly opened his eyes. He recognized the cultivator. She was the red soldier that had protected him during his first battle, one of Logan's personal troops. She casually walked inside the room and neared Noah. The smell of wine and sweat immediately filled the air. Noah guessed that she had just come out of the party. The battle had just ended. The soldiers didn't care about their smell enough to wash before the celebration. Both she and Noah had still some red stains on them. Noah didn't mind her and simply closed his eyes again to resume his brainstorming. That place was usually crowded after all. Yet, she didn't sit on a mat to cultivate and neared Noah's position while wearing a smile. You should relax too. She spoke in a soft voice, stopping at a few steps from Noah. She didn't want to forcefully stop his cultivation. Did Lisa send you? Noah, however, was already guessing that the encounter was a scheme to bound him to the nation. The woman was, after all, attractive. She looked in her 30s. Her body was slender and fit, and her black curly hair perfectly matched her dark skin. Our only obligation is toward the monthly battles. The Lord would never control what we do in our free time. This nation is already a prison. If even our actions were to be restricted, we would feel like prisoners rather than soldiers. She calmly answered while sitting right next to the mineral. she would eye Noah from time to time as she stared at the passage leading to the first layer. I knew I would find you here. I've never seen someone so dedicated to his training. The other soldiers would have enjoyed your presence to the celebration, though. I don't belong to this nation. I'm just being paid to fight. Noah honestly replied. There was no reason to lie. Yet, the other blue soldiers look at you with admiration. They respect you. They would just fear me if I was their enemy. Another quick exchange of phrases resounded in the room. Noah was just replying honestly to her. Then we can consider ourselves lucky that the mighty hooded devil was captured by the formation. I really don't know what we would do if your weapons were to be used against us. She laughed at that statement. She didn't seem to mind that he had no attachment to the Odria nation. Why did you come looking for me? Noah sighed. The conversation wasn't bothering him, but he was still wondering about the actual reason behind her presence there. I figured that this was the only time where I could have a conversation with you alone. I was born here. Everything I know about the outside world concerns the Empire. Seeing an outsider like you awakened my curiosity. Noah arched one of his eyebrows as he gazed at the woman below him. She was smiling and was looking at him with eager eyes. Do you want to know about the outside world? She nodded at that question and continued to stare Noah. She seemed really interested in his knowledge. Noah lowered his gaze, reviewing all the information that he knew about the various countries before opening his mouth to speak a few simple words. The world is cruel. Noah wasn't exactly what was called a sociable person. His only real interest was his personal power, which generally occupied all his thoughts. Yet, that didn't mean that he was completely detached from the usual human emotions. He still felt them, but he had far more important things to do. The truth was that he pitied the woman a bit. Born in a prison, forced to fight for her country, life here mustn't be easy. He understood her situation because he had lived a similar one too. She also reminds me of June. Their appearance is totally different though. Seeing her battle outfit and her spontaneous answers, Noah couldn't help but think about that wild girl with whom he had shared his life in the academy. Her image unconsciously appeared in his mind. Her long silver hair casually laying on her white skin were a memory that gave him some peaceful sensations. There were really a few persons in his second life that he could trust, and June was one of them. Well, he was sure that she had no ill intentions toward him at least. Yet, recalling her also reminded him of the reason why he was in that situation, and he couldn't help but make that statement. Cruel? She asked. She wanted a more detailed explanation. Noah didn't mind speaking to her. His cultivation wasn't hindered by that action, and he felt that interaction quite pleasant. Being always alone was a habit of his, but that didn't mean that he couldn't enjoy a normal conversation. The powerful exploits the weak to become even more powerful. The Wuxia nation is ruled by nobles who detain the cultivation methods of the country. Commoners are treated like beasts or turned into loyal soldiers. No one can escape that fate. Noah spoke calmly. He knew exactly how the noble families managed that nation. But you did it, right? She asked, but Noah simply shook his head. I just exchanged one prison with a bigger one. Freedom seems to always escape my grasp. Bulvin Mansion, the royal family, the Odria nation, everywhere he went, he would always end up in the same situation. Well, rejoice. We are all prisoners here. She laughed again, trying to lift Noah's morale a bit before she resumed her stare on the upward passage. My name is Nina, in case you were wondering. Adam. Noah plainly replied. I was sure it was Noah. You might not remember it, but I was there the day you were captured. Nina said in a playful tone. Call me whatever you want. It's not like you can spread this information to my enemies. Oh my, you even have enemies. Maybe you should really be a prisoner. That last line made Noah chuckle. He couldn't help but agree with her. You can even laugh. Can you do that again in front of the other soldiers? No one would believe me otherwise. Nina playfully mocked Noah, making him enjoy her company even more. They spoke for a long time. Nina basically told him her whole life. She seemed really happy to have found someone that didn't know her. The whole nation was concentrated in one city after all. They all knew each other, and the monthly battles further deepened their relationships. Then, Noah interrupted his cultivation and jumped off the breath blessing, carefully taking it back in his space ring. It's time for me to go. I need to rest. Just know that I've appreciated your company. Noah slightly smiled as he spoke those words, but Nina snorted. You never stopped cultivating. Tell me the truth. You would have kicked me out if I was to hinder your training, right? Noah coughed a little and turned toward the passage for the first layer. He didn't really want to answer her question. Hey! Nina reached him and grabbed his arm before continuing to speak. Do you mind if I come with you? She blushed a little as she said those words. It was quite obvious what she meant. Noah didn't hide his surprise, at which Nina promptly explained. Death can reach each one of us every month. We have abandoned those restraints a long time ago. Also, our population is constantly declining. Certain activities are strongly encouraged. She spoke without releasing her grasp on his arm. Her hand trembled slightly during her explanation. I have no intention of having a child, and I will eventually leave this nation. I believe that one of your fellow soldiers can be a better match. Noah refused her. He really didn't want to become a father. But I like you. Nina's answer was so blunt that even Noah was surprised. She then neared her face to his and timidly kissed him on his lips before whispering a simple plead to his ear. Please, I don't want to be alone tonight. At that moment, Noah gave up. He had no reason to refuse. His days were carefully planned. He had time for activities that weren't training or forging. Also, cultivators had great control over their bodies. There wasn't any chance for her to get pregnant. Ultimately, Noah simply wanted her. She was beautiful and funny. Noah had initially refused because he was wary of any hidden meaning behind her actions, but she was simply doing that for herself. The monthly battles placed a heavy burden on each of the soldiers of the Nation. They needed ways to vent that pressure. Nina wanted Noah and simply went for him, resorting to a blunt request when she saw that he didn't make any move. Noah spent what remained of the night in her room with her and fell asleep with her head laying on his chest. When he woke up in the morning, he carefully moved her away to resume his forgings. Even if he had indulged in those happy moments, he didn't forget his duties. Nina woke up after noticing the missing body below her. You really never rest, do you? Remember that I'm doing this for your nation. Nina complained, but Noah's answer was ready. She couldn't reply in any way. She sighed and dressed herself before crouching next the cross-legged Noah and kissing him on his cheek. Can I come here tomorrow too? She asked with the same timid tone of the previous night. Noah placed the materials for the instabilities on the floor and opened his mouth to say a single word. Yes. Noah's days became slightly different. He would still forge in the morning, memorize the Xianxia rune in the afternoon, and cultivate during the night. Yet, when he went back to his room, Nina would follow him and remain with him till morning. That relationship was quite casual. They were just relieving each other's stress after all. However, Noah appreciated her company. Being always on the edge would ultimately lead to a breaking point. Noah wasn't aware of how much he needed to relax until he eventually did that. He found his mind clearer after he began to take those mental breaks, which made him further enjoy the nights spent with Nina. She, on the other hand, simply wanted to spend time with him. Noah soon learned that the soldiers of the Nation would often engage in those kinds of relationships. The monthly battles were a constant attempt on their lives, so they simply wanted to make the best out of time between them. Did you become faster? Nina asked Noah as she watched him forging the instabilities. She would remain in his room sometimes and stare at him in wonder as he created weapons out of magical beasts' bodies. Inscriptions were a practice reserved only to a few cultivators. Most of them didn't even know that there were different schools in that field. Yes, I can make 4 of them every day now. Noah's ability increased as he continued to forge. He had become used to the form of the instabilities, reducing the time needed for their creation. How many will you deliver to the army? Your secret stash should have reached 20 bombs already. She had noticed that Noah kept some of his creations for himself, but she didn't care much. If Leo agreed to that behavior, she had no right to interfere. Most of them, I just keep one every now and then. I'm alone after all. I don't need that many of them. Noah spoke the truth, but he wasn't being completely honest about his reasons. The instabilities were powerful, but they were also heavily limited. They had a wide area of destruction, meaning that Noah couldn't use them in a 1-versus-1 battle. Also, he was nearing a breakthrough. Those weapons would become unsuitable for his power after that. He was just storing a few bombs for unexpected situations. It was always good to be prepared for any event. Do you simply like to train, or there is a hidden reason for that? Nina would probe Noah from time to time. She knew that he had many secrets, but she still couldn't figure out how he became so diligent in his cultivation. Noah placed one bomb in his space ring and took out more materials from the one belonging to the Audionation, the one carrying all his requested beasts. Meanwhile, he thought about Nina's question, and the memories of both his lives came to his mind. He clearly remembered the powerlessness that he felt when his previous life reached a dead end. He was just a normal man that couldn't have success in the modern society and didn't feel any attachment to it. Then, he was reborn only to be stuck in the same situation. Bastard son of a noble family, forced to witness the abuses endured by the only person that loved him, and surrounded by what he initially thought were superhumans. Yet, this world offered him a chance to obtain power. His situation wasn't good, but he gave his everything only to take the few steps that ultimately brought him to his current level. The constant training, the unflinching willpower, the endless schemes and plans that barely got him through his misadventures, everything piled up till that point. Once you know how powerless you can be, it's hard to see anything different from the road to power. That was a simple reason, but it was enough for Noah. Nina seemed satisfied with that answer. She could understand his feelings when he said those words. She was born in a prison after all. Her life was spent under the shadow of the Empire. She knew powerlessness too well. It was with a bitter expression that she replied to him. The next battle is in 1 week. I wonder how the Empire will react. 1 week later, the two armies faced again each other in the valley. The same thing as the previous month happened, only on a larger scale. Noah had provided more than 100 instabilities that time. Their joint power could rival the wave of spells of the blue cultivators. The Empire didn't come up with many countermeasures in 1 month. It simply decided to split the defensive spells into 2 parts. The first one to defend from the spells and the second one to defend from the instabilities. That tactic, however, had many flaws, with the most important being the fact that there were fewer cultivators performing spells each time. The Audionation had 2 powerful long-distance attack methods. After all, while the Empire only had one, it had to divide its troops to prevent one of those methods from devastating its army. It was obvious that a weaker defense would create more victims, but the Empire was still willing to pay that price to maintain a sort of balance in the battle. Only around 200 blue soldiers of the Empire died during the launch of spells and instabilities that time. Those were still huge losses, but they were somewhat acceptable. That outcome forced Noah to focus the blue soldiers for the entirety of the battle. No red cultivator dared to expose himself to his sneak attacks. They have indeed learned. I can't force an opening in their formation with this little difference in numbers. Noah thought, aimlessly wandering on the battlefield. The tactic of the Empire revealed itself successful. The battle ended with only a bit more than 300 casualties on the Empire side and a few dozens in the Audria's one. His disappointment, though, didn't last much, thanks to a joyous Nina happily following him after he came out of the mausoleum. To think that I would prefer straightforward women despite the twisted personality that I have. Noah found himself thinking about his relationship with Nina as their nights together continued. Maybe it's precisely because of how I am that I prefer them. He didn't trust people, nor did they give him reasons to do so. Yet, with people like June or Nina, he could relax knowing that they wouldn't try to scheme behind his back. Well, when things are like this, they are easy. I don't know how it would go in an actual relationship. His rapport with Nina was purely physical. There wasn't any affection between them. I guess I'll think about it when I'll feel something for someone. Noah put those thoughts in the back of his mind as he continued with his routine. The Empire was slowly building countermeasures for his creations, and the spikes of the rank 4 brown hedgehogs were exhausted by then. It was time to change materials. You shouldn't remain here in the morning from now on. I need a few days to stabilize the new structure. Noah said to Nina in the morning when the rank 4 steeled corals arrived to his room. Why is that? Some secret technique of yours? She crouched behind him as she said those words. Noah could feel Nina's warm body laid on his back. No, my weapons simply tend to explode in this phase. I know when I need to protect myself, but I fear that you might be taken by surprise. Noah was the maker of the instabilities. He knew exactly when the destabilization escaped his control and he had to throw them away. Because of that, he could defend himself with impeccable timing, but any other cultivator would risk being 1 second too late and suffer some injuries. Do you realize that I'm stronger than you? Are you saying that you'll be fine if one of these were to explode inside the room? Noah smiled as he took one of the instabilities from his space ring and raised it over his shoulder, right next to Nina's face. Nina stared at the spiked sphere for a while before sighing and hugging Noah from behind. Okay, I'll leave you alone for a few days, but you make up for them now. Noah released a small laugh and shook his head before placing the instability on the floor and turning, pushing Nina on the mat. Explosions resounded again from Noah's room, but they stooped after a few days. Noah's ability in creating instabilities had increased by a large margin. He could easily modify their structure in order to adapt it to the new material. The newly created weapon was dark gray due to the new spikes that made its outer layer, and they were also slightly heavier. Do they work in the same way as the previous ones? Logan asked Noah after the latter had delivered the new batch of instabilities. Yes, nothing has changed in the inside. I will reduce the production a bit to work on another weapon now. I will give another list of materials to your soldiers later. Noah answered. He didn't really need to create a different weapon, but he had become so skilled in channeling the innate destabilization of his creations that he couldn't help but have many inspirations for new items. Oh, I'll leave you be then. Another battle occurred. The Empire was still struggling against the instabilities of the Nation, but it was slowly reducing its losses. That battlefield was a simple training ground after all. There was a limit to the resources that it was willing to invest. In the end, the Nation was skimming its soldiers as planned. The Empire simply wanted to reduce the casualties. That's why it began to use red soldiers during the first exchange of long-distance attacks. It didn't use random red cultivators, though. Simply being in the solid stage of the second rank wasn't that helpful in that situation. Instead, it sent those who had a strong mental sphere, almost at the peak of the second rank. Those soldiers could be considered prodigies of their generation. It was rare to have such a powerful sea of consciousness before reaching the third rank of the Danteon. The result was that the defensive spells cast by them, together with those of the other blue soldiers, were able to further reduce the damages inflicted on their army. Another battle went by. The two armies seemed to have returned to the kind of balance that they had before Noah's weapons. It was needless to say that Noah couldn't add any other red soldier to his kill count. Noah spent the following month testing a new weapon while providing a fewer number of instabilities. Their power had been heavily countered in just 2 months. It was time to create something else. The result of that month of experiments was an improved version of the Moon Needle. Its core was formed by rank 4 Cloud Eagle's bones, but its insides were filled by rank 3 Fire Snake's flesh. This should be far more useful in battle. The improved Moon Needle solved the issue of the friendly fire. It could be used after the two armies clashed, and there was virtually no possibility of accidentally hurting an ally. Hidden Blast should be a good name. Its full power can be expressed only when used by darkness, fire, or wind cultivators. I should test its effects in the next battle. When the other battle arrived, Noah calmly waited for the two armies to clash before joining one of the group combats. The battlefield had returned to the state it was when he first arrived to the nation. The soldiers of the Empire were simply more focused on the defense. It seems that they have received a better training. It should be because of me. Noah judged as he neared one battle. 8 blue cultivators and 4 red ones were fighting each other. That combat was obviously one-sided. The soldiers of the Nation had far better teamwork, while those of the Empire were simply focusing on their defense. Then, a simple-looking gray needle shot through the air toward one of the red soldiers of the Empire. The cultivator snorted at its sight and dodged it easily, doing no unnecessary movements. However, just as the needle passed next his right shoulder, it exploded. The explosion wasn't that strong, just as powerful as the instabilities. The needle exploded right next to the red cultivator's shoulder, creating a blast with the power of rank 2 cultivator in the liquid stage. The soldier had a rank 4 body. The power behind the explosion was enough to pierce his natural defenses. However, just as his skin was burnt and his flesh was destroyed, he released the breath inside his dantian in a protective manner. That raw breath wasn't enough to completely block the blast, but it still offered some sort of protection due to its intrinsic power. The explosion destroyed his robe and engulfed his body. Yet, he barely managed to survive. The soldiers there could see how his charred body came out of the cloud of dark smoke created after the needle detonated. "Who dares to dash?" he cursed loudly, but his words were interrupted by a black saber that severed his head. Noah wasn't the type to waste such a precious chance. The remaining soldiers of the Empire were still stunned by the even that they understood what had happened only after Noah's hooded figure entered their field of view. Hooded devil! That thought was shared among them. Noah was, after all, renowned in that battlefield. His actions had created far too chaos in the previous battles. And here he was, ready to make a scene again. Retria one of the blue soldiers of the Empire tried to warn his allies, but that action only gave enough time for the cultivators of the Nation to reach him. They were far more experienced after all. Even if Noah's appearance had surprised them, they managed to recover far quicker than their enemies. Noah, however, completely disregarded the weaker soldiers around him and focused his gaze on the other red cultivator. A mental shockwave shot from his eyes which directly pierced the mental sphere of his opponent, making him fall on his knees as he screamed in pain. Months had passed since Noah was granted access to the mausoleum. His centers of power had steadily improved and his sea of consciousness was nearing the limits of the second rank. The difference in power between his mind and that of his opponent was too big. The red cultivator couldn't withstand Noah's mental tremor at all. It was with quick steps that Noah neared the kneeling cultivator and cut his head off. The demonic sword severed his neck without any obstruction. The power of a single hidden blast made him kill 2 cultivators in the solid stage, bringing his kill count to 17. However, there was no happiness in Noah's expression. His allies were rejoicing at the sight of his feat, but they were immediately scolded by his loud words. "Kill any witnesses. We can't give the Empire intel about the new weapon." Noah's words awakened them from their astonishment. They immediately understood that the sooner the Empire knew about any new weapon, the sooner it will create countermeasures. The soldiers around him quickly raised their heads and swept the battlefield with their gazes as they looked for the blue soldiers that had escaped when Noah appeared. The cultivators of the Odria country shot in 3 different directions. Noah could see how 3 powerless blue soldiers of the Empire were killed in a few instants. Damned idiots! Noah cursed in his mind but was relieved seeing all the witnesses dying. The hidden blast that he had just used was the first of its kind. He didn't want its details to be revealed so soon. At least the test went well. He nodded internally at the power of his new creation. The actual damage that it's capable of can't be compared to the instabilities, but it can be used in far more situations. Also, it expends fewer materials. The hidden blasts were the size of a finger. The Cloud Eagle's bones were simply used to contain the concentrated flesh of the fire snakes that he filled with his breath. Their structure was really simple. The only problem was that he still wasn't used to their forging. He would need some time to become used to the process like had done with the instabilities. It's not that strong singularly, and it can deal some damage only if the opponent isn't aware of its dangerousness. Ideally, each soldier should have 5 to 10 of them. If I exclude the black cultivators, I would need to create between 5,000 and 10,000 needles. Noah brainstormed as he wandered in the battlefield. There wasn't much else that he could do. His surprise effect had been used. There weren't other situations where he could kill red cultivators. 5,000 is too much. The inventory simply doesn't have that many materials. Also, how much time would I have to spend forging? It took me more than 2 months to surpass 200 instabilities. I don't plan to stay here for much longer. Noah didn't forget his real purpose. He needed cultivation techniques and methods to continue in his pursuit of power which the Nation could not offer. That country had sold its future for the chance to survive. The only thing that could save it was someone offering help from outside. Also, he was still escaping. The formation around the nation prevented any external investigation, but his traces still led there. I don't know how far the royals can reach. This is Empire's territory in the end. Yet, I don't see them giving up on me just because of that. The Empire had a god at its lead. It was safe to assume that the royals had a similar power or they wouldn't be in the top 3 countries of the continent. Noah didn't know if they had methods to freely chase him or if they had simply given up on his capture. waiting for him to appear in neutral territory. I can consider the Empire as my protector for now, but it won't be the same after I come out of the formation. I should think of a plan before continuing my journey. Noah was just a passerby before all the events in the Odria country. The Empire didn't have any reason to target him. Now, however, he was the hooded devil. He was the reason behind thousands of casualties in the ranks of its army. Noah couldn't just hope that they will forget about his deeds. I guess that I'm back at planning escapes. Why do I always end up in these situations? Noah sighed internally as he went to the side of the battlefield to prepare for the fight of the black cultivators. Months passed without much changing. Noah would simply stick to his schedule and grow stronger each day as he investigated for an escape route. Nina gladly passed information to him. She knew that he was set on leaving, so she felt unnecessary to hinder his plans. The truth was that leaving was easy. Noah had just to cross the formation and he would be back in the wilderness. However, the Empire strictly guarded the borders. It would investigate anyone leaving the country. His forging, though, led to positive results in the monthly battles. The hidden blasts offered the soldiers another type of offensive, one that could be used after the two armies had clashed. The soldiers of the Empire found themselves burnt to death or heavily injured without even knowing what hit them. A couple of months had to pass before they identified the cause of those explosions. Even after that, though, there wasn't much they could do about it. Those blasts had the power of the liquid stage of the second rank. They weren't any different from the spells of the blue cultivators. Their strong points were their immediate effects and their size. The hidden blasts didn't need time to be cast, and their size allowed them to easily slip between the defenses of the soldiers. The soldiers of the Empire would often raise their weapons to defend against their enemies only to find a needle in front of them. It was needless to say that another period of overwhelming victories occurred. Noah saw his kill count steadily increasing, his centers of power becoming stronger, and his forging ability improving. He felt his whole self being sharpened in that environment. The Empire couldn't come up with many countermeasures. The instabilities increased the power of the long-distance attacks while the hidden blasts performed extremely good in the group fights. Its only option was to give its soldiers a better training focused on defense. Then, the inevitable happened. Noah had been in the Odria country for almost 2 years. He was 23 by then when the breakthrough happened. He was in his room with Nina, diligently memorizing the third Xianxia rune while she read a book. Really few cultivators could dedicate their entire life to their training. It was normal for the others to occupy their days with things they liked. However, Nina hurriedly closed her book as she saw Noah dropping the sheet in his hands and crouching on the floor while holding his head. What happened? Did you hurt yourself? Her worries weren't misplaced. She had seen how Noah never stopped training. Incidents during cultivation could happen if the centers of power were too stressed. Yet what was happening was the exact opposite of that. Noah's mental sphere trembled violently. It sent waves of pain that forced Noah to shut his eyes to resist them. Then, there was an unparalleled clarity. The tremors stopped, allowing Noah to finally open his eyes and evaluate the changes. His eyes shone with a blue light as he moved away Nina's embrace and looked at the world in wonder. The room was still the same, but Noah could see every detail in it. His focus went on the inscriptions that reinforced it, and, even though he still couldn't understand their meaning, he could vaguely make out their purpose. It was similar to a feeling. Noah could sense what those inscriptions were meant to do. As his focus increased, though, he seemed to see some sort of invisible layer that prevented him from looking more in depth, as if the world itself was stopping him from uncovering its secrets. The world itself is a prison. What a joke. He understood the meaning behind that layer. It represented the limits of the human ranks. It hid the world that only entities could see. Yet he laughed at its sight. It was a loud laugh. Noah seemed unable to contain himself. "My mind has reached you, Master." The master he thought of was William, the one that had introduced him to the cultivation world, one of the 2 persons that had protected him as he grew. 23 years, rank 3C of consciousness. Monsters would hide in front of that achievement. "Are you okay?" Nina was somewhat relieved seeing that he wasn't hurt, but she still couldn't understand his behavior. Noah moved his gaze on her. His mind was exuding a boundless ambition. The sight of the invisible layer had triggered his deepest emotion. Nina felt danger. Noah's mind waves radiated a suffocating pressure. She instinctively retreated to a corner of the room, but her mental sphere was still affected by his gaze. Noah shut his eyes and turned his head. His focus went inside his sea of consciousness as he tried to contain its power. The third Xianxia rune stood proudly over his half-transparent figure. The black roots of the demonic form spell had entangled around it as the rune completely formed. Stillness. No waves could be seen in the sea that represented his thoughts. The crystalline water seemed somewhat heavier. As I increase the rank of my mind, my thoughts become stronger. I should be able to affect the material world when I reach the 4th rank. Then, he tried something that he had stalled for too much time. The non-refined breath over his sea was immersed in the water. Noah's will was immediately injected in it. His ambition powered the image of a figure jumping from the ground and reaching the sky in one leap. The breath was refined in no time, and Noah immediately redirected it toward his right leg, with which he stomped twice on the floor. A shockwave resounded in the room. Noah lost control of his leg, which propelled him in the air, making him smash on the ceiling. Thud! A loud thud resounded in the reinforced room as Noah fell from the ceiling and landed on the floor. "Are you okay?" Nina was still speechless in a corner. She had long abandoned the idea of understanding his behavior. My will is finally able to push my martial art into the realm of the heroic ranks. Noah, however, was completely ignoring her. The breakthrough of his mind had opened him countless possibilities. He just had to understand the limits of his will. This is amazing. My mental energy is not limited to the spells. Infusing it in the forging process will increase the effects of my creations by a large margin. Every superior rank would increase the power of the center of power by a lot. It was needless to say how much the power of his creations would increase if Noah was to forge with his improved will. A stronger will would produce stronger effects. The breath infused by his own meaning was able to push a rank 3 martial art to the 4th rank. It was obvious that the same would apply to his creations. Then, he felt 2 hands blocking his shoulders. Noah found a pissed Nina watching him closely and holding him still. She was using her real strength. Noah wasn't able to escape from her grasp. "Stop ignoring me," she pouted as she pushed Noah toward the wall. "If this is some form of injury, you need to calm down before the damage spreads." Her words were sincere. Noah could see her concern from her expression. He smiled at that sight and unconsciously caressed her cheek. His pale hand made a stark contrast with her dark, smooth skin as he reassured her. "Don't worry. I've simply become a rank 3 mage and got too excited. I'm fine." His words, though, had the opposite effect. "Are a rank 3 mage?" Nina muttered those words with an astonished expression, and Noah nodded to answer. But you are not even 30. He shrugged his shoulders as a reply. Nina released her grasp and raised her hand to hold the one caressing her face. "What kind of monster are you?" She then laid her body on his, and together they sat on the floor with Noah caringly holding her between his arms. "Does this mean that you'll leave?" she asked in a soft voice while snuggling her head right below his jaw. Noah could feel her words reverberating through his throat. "It won't be now, but yes, I'll leave soon." Noah didn't lie to her. He had been clear about his intentions since the beginning of their relationship. "I'll miss you," she said, adjusting her position in his embrace. Noah looked at the beautiful woman in his arms, and he couldn't help but smile at her sight. They have been together for more than 1 year. Even if their relationship had started as a simple method to relieve their stress, they unavoidably began to feel some affection toward each other. "You could come with me." Noah said those words even if he knew that they were wrong. He had managed to escape from his many pursuers because he was always alone. He could easily warp away to make them lose his tracks. Being with someone, however, would slow his march and hinder his journey. Noah knew that being alone was for the best. Yet, he felt some unwillingness in abandoning the peaceful feelings that Nina gave him. That's why he spoke those words. "You could remain here." Nina replied to him using a similar proposal. She was a soldier. She had defended her country for years and endured the battles against the Empire since the moment she became a rank 2 cultivator. Her country was everything to her. She was willing to die for it even if that meant delaying the inevitable. That was her pride. Noah had his ambition, but so did she. Their goals simply required for them to separate. Noah didn't answer her. He limited himself to caressing her curly hair. She did the same. Her hand found its way inside his robe where it could caress Noah's chest. They stood in silence. Their eyes were shut as they enjoyed each other's warmth. A sensation that they were so used to feel, but that now seemed ready to vanish forever as soon as they released themselves. Noah! Nina broke the silence, calling Noah with his real name and raising her head to stare at the young man capable of wonders. Yes. He turned his head toward her. Her sensual figure was covered by the brightness of her brown eyes. Let's just make the best out of the time that we have left. Let's leave the sorrow for when you are gone. She was smiling as she spoke. Noah couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her in response. She accepted his kiss and replied with one of her own. The two of them then laid themselves on the floor, uncaring of the fact that there was no mat, to continue with their soft effusions. A couple of days had to pass before they managed to release each other. They didn't leave the room at all during that time. Then, Noah was seen exiting the reinforced room with a determined expression. The aura around him seemed to exude a dense seriousness. Noah went directly for the central building of the city where a cultivator in the third rank blocked the entrance. "Call Lisa, I need a meeting." Noah didn't waste time and directly went to the point. The soldier nodded at his words and entered the building to convey his words. Noah's status had become far loftier in the past months. All the soldiers looked at him with gratitude and respect. He was sharing their same fate after all, and his creations helped them in the monthly battles. They considered him as some sort of benefactor. That's why the rank 3 guard didn't ask any question. He simply contacted Lisa through his methods. Just a few minutes had to pass before Noah was brought in the main hall of the building where Lisa, Leo, Luke, and Logan were waiting for him. "What is it?" "We were planning the next battle tactic," Lisa explained as soon as he entered the hall. Noah crossed his arms over his chest before speaking in a stern tone. "I'm here to talk about my last battle." "Last battle?" Noah's words made the 4 cultivators raise their heads in his direction. "What do you mean by that?" Lisa asked. She had kept track of his battle records and knew that his kill count had still to reach half of the agreed number, so she was surprised by his statement. Lisa and Logan couldn't find anything different when they watched him, but Leo and Luke had surprised expression as they inspected him. Noah's cultivation level was completely exposed to their sight when he first arrived in the country, but now it was cloudy. They couldn't make out the limits of his power. The reason for that was that he had enveloped himself with a layer of mental energy, which could somewhat block the protector's probing now that his mind had reached the 3rd rank. What has happened to you?" Leo couldn't hold his curiosity back and directly gave voice to what he had in mind. Lisa and Logan turned toward him, but they realized that something was wrong when they saw that even Luke seemed interested in Noah's answer. "I've become a rank 3 mage," Noah nonchalantly said. The eyes of the 4 cultivators widened at that statement. Even Leo and Luke, with their usual demeanor as elders, couldn't suppress their surprise. "It's no big deal. With the mausoleum strengthening my mental sphere and my mass production of inscribed items, I'm surprised it has even taken this long." Noah uncaringly replied to those gazes and neared the table that they encircled. A map depicting the valley at the border of the country was placed there. He could make out the formation of the army from the disposition of the pawns over it. "I have an offer to make, and, in my opinion, it would be far more beneficial than simply killing 100 red soldiers. Do I have your attention?" His words were somewhat able to bring them back from their stupor, but they still eyed Noah with strange gazes. It couldn't be helped. Noah had the aspect of a young man. That image didn't match the one of a mage at the peak of the human ranks at all. "Speak." Lisa was the first to react. Her cultivation level was too low. She didn't know the hardships that a cultivator had to go through to reach the 3rd rank of the Sea of Consciousness, so she simply labeled Noah as a genius in her mind. Noah sighed before beginning his speech. "Our first meeting was quite traumatic. I entered your country and was captured. Initially, I was pissed about that, but now I understand that you were just doing everything in your power to survive." He still remembered his first meeting with Logan when his centers of power had been threatened. The truth was that Noah had overreacted. The Odria country didn't have any ill intention. They just wanted his intel about the outside world and his battle prowess. Other than that, there wasn't much to expect from a random outsider. "Your situation is tragic, but you were still willing to pay me for my services on the battlefield. Then, you saw that I could perform inscriptions and you gave me access to your inventory, allowing me to keep some of my creations. All in all, I can say that I've been treated quite well. The Odria country had simply treated him like one of its soldiers. It has just forced him to share the fate of its citizens. Differently from the Bulvan Mansion and the royal dynasty, the Odria country was a prison where everyone was a prisoner. Noah could relate with its soldiers since he had experienced their lives for more than 1 year. That's why, instead of limiting myself to the killing of 100 cultivators in the solid stage, I've decided to make a new deal. Noah sighed again. He had thought about this plan as he searched for an escape route, and that was the best option. This deal comprises 2 gifts on my part and 1 on yours. I'd like to start with your part. You want us to help you with your escape. The Empire is on our borders, and you can't safely leave without our help. This can be done. What do you offer? Lisa interrupted him. She could clearly understand Noah's difficulties. They were the same that forced her citizens inside the formation. Noah sighed for the 3rd time. Lisa was inexperienced when it came to cultivation, but her political skills had already surpassed Noah's. He wasn't her match in that field. My first parting gift will be turning all your materials in the inventory into weapons for future usage. I should be able to create a few thousand instabilities and hidden blasts with the remaining beasts that fit their structure, which would give your nation a few years of stability. Mind you, the power of these new weapons would be higher since my mind is in the 3rd rank now. Lisa listened to his words and nodded. She liked that idea. She turned toward Leo and saw that he also nodded after a loud sigh. He handled the inventory after all. Losing so many materials over disposable weapon was a heavy blow on the reserves of the country. However, they didn't have a better use for them. Exchanging them for years of overwhelming victories was a good trade due to their unique situation. So, you want to avoid the battlefield to concentrate on your inscriptions, I understand. I believe that you already have an idea of how many months you will need. What about your second parting gift? Lisa pressed Noah to continue. His improved mind had an increased thinking speed and could perform some tasks of the elemental forging method in far less time. Noah had already a vague idea of the time needed to use all the materials that fit his criteria. Noah wore a stern expression as he pointed toward the map depicting the valley. I will give you a battle where all the soldiers of the Empire, except those in the 3rd rank, will die. Noah exited the main building of the city to return to his room. An agreement had been reached. Now it was time to prepare. The capabilities of my mind have been vastly improved. Forging that many items is not a problem. I even have more free time. The 3rd Xianxia rune had formed in his mind. He didn't have the 4th one, so his afternoons were now free. That didn't mean that he would stop training his mental sphere, though. The Xianxia runes were the safest and fastest method that the humans had developed, but it wasn't the only one. Noah had already decided to store even larger quantities of breath in his sea of consciousness to make up for the lack of Xianxia runes. His 2 blood companions radiated virtually no pressure, but the breath was still able to affect his sphere. Once I find a rank for magical beast of the darkness element, the expansion of my sphere should pick up some speed. Well, at least I have a way to continue training. Noah couldn't bear slowing the growth of his mind. Since he was reborn, his sea of consciousness had been his biggest advantage. He didn't want to let go of the center of power that made him a monster. The training of the mind consisted in enlarging its sphere. All he had to do was to find ways to increase the internal pressure to obtain a similar effect. The breath could cover for part of it, but Noah still felt that it was too slow. That's why he had finally made up his mind about having a blood companion in the heroic ranks. The problem was that the Odria country didn't have any danger zone. He had to wait for his escape before searching for a rank 4 beast of the darkness element. As for how he was going to spend his remaining time inside the nation, he had already made a schedule. His nights would continue in the mausoleum. His dantian was still in the liquid stage. Such unbalance between his centers of power was not a good thing. His breath wouldn't be able to keep up with the power of his spells. The demonic form spell was part of his plan. He needed to increase his reserves of breath or he would deplete them with one simple activation. Spells required 2 types of energy, breath and mental energy. Since Noah was now a rank 3 mage, his demonic form would reflect that rank. However, his dantian was still in the liquid stage. The breath inside it was barely enough to fuel such a powerful spell. The solid stage was still out of his reach, so he could only focus on increasing his reserves of liquid breath before his last battle. When he returned to his room, Nina welcomed him with a warm hug. How did it go? Lisa agreed. I will focus on transforming all the suitable beasts' corpses into weapons before my last battle. I should start immediately. I'm quite eager to test the limits of this new power. Noah had many things to test with his new sea of consciousness. He had to tune his martial art to his needs. He had verified its strength, but he still needed to integrate it with his battle style, which required some time. Also, he still had to see how his breakthrough affected his forging. Imbuing his will inside the breath had taken him less than a minute, and that was just the refining part. Manipulating the structure of the materials was a hard task, but he was now far stronger than before. He could easily inscribe at a higher speed. I know you. Once you start training, there's nothing that can stop you. Just be sure to leave some time for me, Nina said with a pissed expression. Noah smiled. Nina wanted to make the best out of their remaining time, but he needed time to prepare. What he had in mind required a lot of preparation. That's why he made sure to satisfy her first before starting with his session of forging. The material had yet to arrive after all. He could spend time caring about the woman that relieved his nights for more than a year. The materials arrived in a few hours. Nina left him alone as soon as a soldier delivered the goods. Noah began to work immediately. He was eager to test his new power. Breath was imbued with his will as he held the materials for the instabilities in his hands. A black membrane was created in a few seconds. Noah was already able to perform those two tasks at the same time. The materials began to fuse as soon as the breath invaded their structure. Their form slowly changed under Noah's control. A blue sphere was created and the gray spikes were carefully layered around its shape. In less than an hour, an instability was created. Noah smiled at its sight. The power that it held far surpassed his previous creations. It was a disposable weapon with the power of the solid stage. This is amazing. At this pace, I will be able to create more than 10 weapons per day. He was amazed by his forging speed. The benefits of a rank 3 sea of consciousness were already showing themselves. Then he began to forge a hidden blast. Its creation took even less time. Its form was simpler after all. He didn't even need to focus during the forging. A needle with a threatening amount of breath concentrated in its little shape was created. Noah could already see that its power had surpassed each of its previous hidden blasts. Less than an hour had passed, but 2 items had been forged. That speed left Noah speechless. This will take even less than I thought. Forging training, I only need 3 months to be ready for my plan. It was with those thoughts that he resumed his forging. He seemed possessed by the new power that he held. 4 months passed before Noah returned to the battlefield. During that time, he had become used to his new power and carefully explored its limits. As it turned out, he could store far more breath than he had initially thought before his headache returned. His mind firmly opposed any internal pressure before Noah could force it to enlarge. The 3rd rank was the peak of the human ranks after all. Noah was basically 1 step away from becoming an inhuman entity. His forging speed continued to rise in that period. Leo had seen how the magical beasts' corpses in the inventory quickly transformed into weapons for the army. Also, Noah trained his martial art in the meantime. Nina was the perfect sparring partner. She was stronger than him in a fight without spells. Noah could accurately tell how effective his form was in a real battle thanks to that. His dantian was nearing the limits of the liquid stage. The weapons had been forged and his martial art had been implemented in his fighting style. He had no reason to delay his departure. The Empire strictly guarded the borders of the Odria country, so he couldn't just leave. He had to resort to a scheme to continue in his journey. That's why, after 3 months of absence, the hooded devil reappeared in the valley at the borders of the formation. The army of the Empire didn't have it easy during his absence. The soldiers of the Odria country had used the weapons previously created by Noah to maintain their supremacy on the battlefield. The Empire was barely able to contain its losses. The instabilities and the hidden blasts provided too much support to their fights. The Empire couldn't come up with any cheap countermeasure. The Odria country was, after all, a training ground. There was a limit to how much the Empire was willing to invest to skim its soldiers. That's why blue cultivators continued to die in high number. They could only improve their defensive methods as they fought. Yet, the sight of the blue figure with its face covered by a black hood gave them an ominous feeling. They could already predict that something would be different that time. Remember the plan, don't get near me when my part starts. Noah gave the last warning to Logan before joining the ranks of the blue soldiers. Even with his rank 3 sea of consciousness, he was still in the liquid stage of the 2nd rank. He wasn't breaking any rule in wearing that color. Logan sighed at that sight. He knew all the specifics of the plan. Noah was ready to take a big risk to ensure his escape. His mind replayed the scenes of his capture. as he stared at the hooded figure disappearing in the sea of blue robes. Not even love could stop him. There was no way to make it stay since the beginning. He was aware of his relationship with Nina. He had initially been happy to learn that Noah was slowly integrating himself with the nation, but he had misjudged his determination. He can only see the path to power. That realization was the last thought that he had about Noah before redirecting his attention to the red troops around him. They had a vital role in the incoming battle. "Is everyone ready?" he asked in a soft voice to the man next to him. "Yes, 50 soldiers are armed with the new instabilities and hidden blasts. We had never carried this much firepower in a single battle." Logan nodded at his reply. "Good, let's give them a taste of our new strength." The soldiers around him smiled at his words. The years spent fighting had rooted the seeds of hate deep into their very essence. There was nothing that they enjoyed more than slaughtering the pawns of the Empire. "I can't wait." The soldier next to Logan gave voice to those words before joining the battle formation. Then the sun reached its highest point in the sky, signaling the beginning of the battle. Spells and instabilities were launched as soon as the two armies began to move. The soldiers of the Empire were used by then at that site. The red cultivators in their ranks used their strongest defensive spells to stop most of the power of that offensive. They were doing their best to limit the losses between the blue soldiers. However, some of them still died. It couldn't be helped. Those two waves of attack were too much to handle with just their spells. Only the help of the black cultivators could prevent those losses. Yet they were focused on the opponents with a power similar to theirs. They couldn't waste their energy to protect the weaklings in the army. The armies then clashed. The vanguards of both sides merged together to form a messy line of battle where the cultivators in the liquid stage could obtain some fast kills. Blood began to sprout in every direction. Then, a scene that the soldiers of Empire had not seen in a while played itself right under their gazes. Noah, the hooded devil that had brought chaos in the valley many times, was forcing his way in the enemy army again. His black sabers took the lives of many surprised soldiers. Most of them had only heard stories about his weapons. After all, they didn't manage to move away like their training ordered. A straight line of corpses and maimed bodies was created. Noah didn't seem like he was going to stop anytime soon. Yet, even though most of the blue soldiers were new recruits, the red ones weren't. They were generally more experienced than the blue ones, and most of them had seen Noah's feats in the past. They reacted immediately at the sight of his actions. 10 red robes left their ranks and ran toward the hooded figure that was unleashing precise attacks right in the middle of their army. They soon reached him, encircling him and blocking his escape route. They were set on killing that nuisance once for all. Just as planned. However, Noah had expected a similar situation and smiled under his hood, seeing that his prediction was accurate. He didn't wait for them to make the first move. His figure immediately began to emit black smoke that quickly transformed him into a horned fiend. A black cloud was quickly formed around Noah. His fiendish appearance had changed again after the roots in his sea of consciousness entangled themselves on the third Xianxia rune. The horns and the tail of the demonic form had grown, and Noah's fingers had become sharp, pointy fangs. The spell now made him look like a real demon rather than a human figure with a gaseous armor. The breath in his dantian depleted quickly. The liquid breath wasn't enough to sustain a spell with the power of the third rank, so Noah's reserves diminished at a fast pace, hurrying him to end the battle as fast as he could. The 10 red cultivators stopped their tracks at the sight of the black smoke. The amount of danger that they felt coming from it surpassed that of his black sabers. They had no confidence in safely crossing it. That's why, after a brief pause, they all began to cast their spells. The soldiers of the Empire had created a large empty area around Noah. They didn't want to get caught in his battle with the red troops. That's why the cultivators in the solid stage didn't hesitate to launch spells. The area was empty after all. They wouldn't hurt their allies with those destructive attacks. Ice shards, fireballs, and beasts of various elements shot toward Noah at high speed. He watched how those spells cut the air, aiming to crash on his exposed figure. Even if my demonic form is in the third rank now, defending from so many spells will just deplete more of my breath. It's not worth it. The spells seemed to slow their pace as soon as he began to think. The thinking speed of a rank 3 sea of consciousness gave him the feeling that the world around him was slowing down as he pondered on his next step. It's time to use my martial art, Noah concluded in his mind, and pressed twice on the terrain while bending his body in a half-crouched position. A shock wave resounded on the battlefield. The ground under Noah's foot cracked and a deep mark was dug in it. As for Noah, his leap surpassed the maximum speed that his body was able to reach, making him dodge all the spells at once. Boom! The spells of the red cultivators converged in his previous position, creating a loud explosion that sent destructive shockwaves in every direction. Those were the most powerful attacks of cultivators in the solid stage of the second rank after all. Their power couldn't be underestimated. Yet, Noah dodged them quite easily. The effectiveness of a martial art that focused on movement could be already seen. I have only 30 more of these sprints, I need to use them well. Noah thought as he redirected his gaze toward one of the red soldiers around him. His martial art used refined breath to function. Noah had used the same procedure of the elemental forging method to surpass the limits that the diagram of a rank 0 spell had. That meant that Noah had to store some breath, already imbued with his will in his sea of consciousness to perform his martial art in battle. His mental sphere had enlarged after the breakthrough, but it still couldn't even get close to the storage capabilities of a Danteon. The amount of refined breath that Noah could keep with him all the time was limited. Of course, before this battle, he had refined all the breath inside his mind to be ready to use his martial art as much as he could. The result was that he was able to perform 31 sprints that surpassed the maximum speed of his body. They weren't many, but it was the best that Noah could accomplish with his current level. He would need for his Danteon to have some breakthroughs before he could further upgrade his martial art. A mental beam shot from Noah's eyes toward the head of one of the red soldiers. Noah felt an intense burning sensation on his eyes. The power of the mental tremor spell had increased due to his breakthrough, meaning that the after effects on his body would be greater. His veins bulged and turned black under the armor of smoke. The liquid breath inside the membrane around his heart was injected in his circulatory system to aid the recovery of his body. The burning sensation on his eyes stopped almost immediately. As for the unlucky red cultivator, he bore the full power of the mental beam. His mental sphere tried to oppose the shockwave that made its way into his mind, but its defenses were broken as soon as the beam touched the sphere. A deep crack formed where the beam landed. A hole was dug inside the soldier's mind as he still stared in surprise at the shining blue eyes that were fixed on him. Then, the beam invaded his mind and crashed on the other side of the sphere, dispersing its power as soon as it touched the internal border of the sphere. A tremor reverberated throughout the mind of the soldier, which deepened the cracks that the beam had created. In a few instants, his mental sphere completely crumbled, dispersing the soldier's thoughts in the material world. A cultivator in the solid stage died in one attack. The mental tremor fits my current level more. It basically only uses mental energy, allowing me to avoid the issue with my weak breath. Noah judged while he moved his gaze toward the other soldiers. They looked in fear at the fiend that had killed one of their companions with one simple look, but they still launched another wave of spells. Noah performed again his martial art, shooting toward two red soldiers close to each other. A trail of black smoke was left in the air as Noah neared the cultivators. The corrosive cloud was slowly filling all the empty area in the Empire's army and was threatening to reach the blue soldiers. A spear and a hammer appeared in Noah's path. The weapons of the two red soldiers were inscribed items. Noah could see that their power wasn't low. Yet he didn't stop. 6 arms converged into 2 to perform 2 horizontal swings. The black sabers bent the air as they cut toward the soldiers. Everyone on the scene could see how the attacks of the fiendish figure cut the inscribed weapons in half before severing the heads of both soldiers. A spell powered by the power of a rank 3 sea of consciousness, inscribed weapons with the power at the peak of the second rank. The second form of the Ashura performed after the sudden acceleration of another rank 4 martial art. Noah's offensive was making use of his most powerful abilities to produce incredible results. The 2 red soldiers were astonished seeing that their weapons were cut without even being able to slow Noah's offensive. They watched as the black sabers reached their necks to sever their heads in one powerful slash. Just a few seconds had passed since the Empire tried to encircle Noah, but 3 cultivators in the solid stage had already died. My martial art is somewhat able to fix the issue with the second form. Sparring with Nina was indeed useful. Noah was satisfied with his performance. His ample preparations were paying off in the battlefield. The sight of 3 red soldiers dying so easily made the surviving ones reach one simple conclusion. We can't stop him. That realization shook their minds. 10 red cultivators weren't able to restrain a single blue one. That scene didn't seem real. Events like that happened only in legends and were performed by widely known geniuses. Yet, their eyes weren't lying to them. In the valley at the borders of the Odria country, in one of the training grounds of the Empire, a hooded cultivator seemingly appeared out of nowhere, was defying their deep-rooted beliefs about the hierarchy of power. Though, being unable to kill him didn't mean that Noah couldn't be defeated. The soldiers of the Empire were quick in their decision to retreat. They knew that they had to change their battle tactic. Noah saw the 7 red figures returning to the ranks of the red soldiers and cast another mental tremor. The mental beam chased one soldier and crashed on his mental sphere, killing him on the spot. Then he dispersed his demonic form and hastily ate one pill from his space ring. He needed to refill his reserves of breath. That short battle had depleted far too much of the energy contained in his Danteon. I need to reach the solid stage as soon as I can. Damn, being too powerful can also be an issue. Noah cursed in his mind as he chewed another pill. His Danteon was slowly refilled by the generic breath contained in those drugs. Pills and potion couldn't replace the actual energies of the centers of power. They were only a temporary solution to a shortage of breath and mental energy. Now, I should create some more chaos before the second wave of red cultivators arrives. Noah smiled under his hood and resumed his killing inside the army of the Empire. The blue soldiers were scared. They had seen how not even the joint effort of the red robes was able to stop Noah. They began to retreat as soon as he focused on them. A black cloud created a dead zone and a black hood was working hard to do the same. The blue cultivators could only focus on defending, hoping to clash with the ethereal sabers of the first form rather than with the 2 real ones. Meanwhile, the army of the Odria country was greatly profiting from Noah's performance. The ranks of the Empire were a mess due to the threat inside its army, so the Odria nation could exploit that situation to their advantage. The vanguard of the Empire had long since fallen and the second line of battle had never fully formed. The joint efforts of the Odria army and Noah disrupted their battle formation, giving them an easy battle. Soldiers with blue robes continuously fell on the ground. The casualties were uncountable that day, and not even an hour had passed. Then, the second wave of red cultivators reached Noah. More than 30 red figures surrounded Noah from every direction. They seemed ready to die only to kill him. Here they are. Noah's eyes shone with a cold light as he probed the surrounding area with his mental energy. A smile appeared on his face seeing that everyone was in position. The red soldiers didn't speak, they directly cast spells that created wonders in the air as their mental energy mixed with their breath to launch those destructive abilities. The spells were almost ready. That time there was no way out for Noah. The red soldiers had carefully covered all the area around him. Yet, right when the spells were about to be launched, more than 20 instabilities arrived in the air over Noah's battle. The red soldiers were surprised. They were inside their army after all. Only Noah was supposed to be there. What they didn't realize was that a few red cultivators of the Odria army had taken advantage of the chaos in the battlefield to sneak inside the enemy army to support Noah. The instabilities exploded. They were the new weapons created after Noah became a rank 3 mage. Their blasts were far stronger than their previous version. Spikes shot in every direction. The red soldiers of the Empire were defenseless. They could only watch the hooded figure being enveloped by black flames and disappearing before the spikes reached him. In their dying moments, they realized that Noah was only the bait for this trap. A big cloud of gray smoke was created on that part of the battlefield while black flames appeared in another one. Noah came out of them unscathed and ready to unleash another wave of destruction. The army of the Empire had already lost too much. Casualties in the blue ranks were a common sight. They could be refilled easily. Yet, the red ones were elites at the peak of the second rank. They were far more important than those pawns. Due to Noah's trap, 30 red soldiers had died, coupled with the 4 that he had killed to create that situation. Noah's achievements had surpassed all his previous battles. There were only 200 red soldiers in each army after all. Noah had basically removed 1/4 of their power. The easy part is done. They will focus on defense now. It's time to use the new hidden blasts. Noah thought as he continued to slaughter blue soldiers. He knew that the battle was still far from over. The soldiers of the Empire retreated in a defensive formation. Their ranks tightened at the sight of the advancing Odria army. Noah's ploy had caused too many casualties in just a short amount of time. The sun was still high in the sky. The prospect of a prolonged battle couldn't help but worry the army of the Empire. Defending was the best tactic in that type of situation. The monthly battles had a time limit after all. The Empire had to simply focus on defending till night if the situation became too one-sided. Yet, at that time, the soldiers of the Empire found themselves outnumbered in just an hour. They already knew that most of them won't be able to survive. The Odria army didn't waste time. It launched another wave of spells and instabilities before clashing on their enemies. Noah's weapon further diminished their numbers, creating openings where his allies could strike. Noah, on the other hand, was simply using his first form to pressure some blue cultivator. He wanted to preserve as much breath as he could. His plan protracted far after that battle. Explosions rang out. The soldiers of the Odria country were armed with the hidden blasts, and they didn't hesitate to use them. Their enemies would often defend against an attack only to discover that a needle had slipped between them. That was the battle tactic that the Odria country had used in the past battles. The hidden blasts were too small and sneaky. They could easily pierce the defenses of the Empire and cause great damage in its formation. Also, even if some soldiers noticed them and tried to stop their course, they would just explode, giving an opportunity to their opponents to strike. Little by little, the army of the Empire was being reduced to a small troop. Couldn't be helped. The defending side usually held the advantage, but Noah had caused too many deaths. They were too outnumbered to effectively defend against the relentless offensive. Noah's new weapons had some role too in that outcome. The new hidden blasts caused more violent explosions. The red soldiers were usually able to survive the blasts of their previous version, but the new ones could kill them on the spot. A mental tremor shot from Noah's eyes, which was followed by a precisely timed wind slash. A red cultivator in front of Noah lost his mental capabilities for one instant, allowing the slash to hit his neck. The slash wasn't able to completely sever the head, but it was enough to kill the soldier. Noah watched with cold eyes as the man unsuccessfully tried to stop the bleeding with his hands before life abandoned him. 18. Damn, even by reducing the power of the mental tremor, my mental energy is still depleting at high speed. Noah was doing his best to preserve some energy for after the battle. He knew that the next days would be crucial for his plan. His gaze swept the battlefield. The Odria nation was still pressing the remaining soldiers of the Empire. Noah could see 100 red cultivators and a few dozen blue ones being assaulted by more than 900 cultivators. He knew that the Empire wouldn't be able to hold much longer. This should be their worst defeat. Refilling the ranks of the red soldiers will take a while, and this training ground will become scarier. The Odria nation should have it easy for a few months. He sighed at the sight of the countless corpses that filled the valley. I could have been one of them. Being a pawn of a powerful force is too dangerous. Noah knew that he had had some chances to join powerful organizations during his life. Yet, joining them would limit his actions and, most important, would put a limit to his growth. No ruler would want a pawn stronger than him. In a society founded on power, the head of an organization had to be revered. Noah knew that he couldn't put a hold to his ambition. He needed the power to kill his father, but that desire was just dictated by his anger and guilt. It wasn't what fueled his determination. His gaze went on the black troops standing at some distance from the battle. They had solemn expressions, but they didn't seem to be that interested in the outcome. Are they that detached from the mortal world? I guess I'm also like them. Noah found that, as his power grew, he couldn't look at those weaker than him in the same way. He had tasted the power of his new mental sphere. Just one thought could unleash a spell capable of killing any blue cultivator on the battlefield. Weaklings die too easily. It's becoming harder to see them as persons. Noah knew that his mindset had never been completely normal. His innate detachment had accompanied him since his previous life, and the difference in power that was created through his hard work only empowered that quality. Taking lives had become part of his natural responses to difficult situations. If someone blocks your way, kill him. If someone hurts you, kill him. If someone tries to control you, kill him. I wonder how many lives they have taken to reach that level. His gaze still lingered on the black troops when he noticed that something was amiss. Wait, there are 49 of them. Where's the last one? Then, his mind sent him a warning. Noah felt a dangerous sensation coming from above him. You have caused enough trouble. An aged voice resounded in his ears. The cultivator had spoken in a calm but resolute manner. Shit! Noah didn't even raise his head. He deployed the demonic form spell and contracted the membrane around his heart to inject liquid breath into his body. His figure quickly changed. It morphed into a fiendish form that launched an upward vertical slash in the direction of the voice. He was directly using the second form of the Ashura in the demonic form, and with his 2 black sabers, that was the strongest attack that he was capable of. As soon as the attack was launched, it met with a spear made of compressed air. The spear made of air was already above him. If Noah hadn't reacted that quickly, he would have been hit by it already. Yet he had managed to react just in time, using his most powerful attack to stop the incoming spell. A shockwave occurred over his head. The clash of those 2 attacks sent him flying. Noah was able to recover his balance only after he rolled on the ground for a dozen meters. Only then he could raise his head to stare at the elderly black cultivator that had tried to assassinate him. He had white hair and a short black beard, thick black eyebrows and shining green eyes. Noah could clearly feel that he was far stronger than him. Rank 3 mage, rank 3 Danteon in the gaseous stage, he is too strong for me. His mind was able to identify the power of the assassin. He internally heaved a sigh of relief, seeing that he had been barely able to block his spell. The shockwave had pierced his attack and destroyed the armor of black smoke. A long wound could be seen on Noah's torso, which poured blood over his blue robe. His demonic form spell had the power of the 3rd rank, but it was still fueled by liquid breath in the second one. It couldn't express its full power. The man in the air, however, was a rank 3 cultivator. His centers of power allowed him to express the true strength of his level. Wind element, he is probably using a spell to fly. Noah judged quickly. He could see that the man was standing mid-air on a seemingly invisible platform. So you really are a rank 3 mage, what a sight. The man spoke. His voice resounded in the battlefield, suppressing all the soldiers around him. Yet Noah had already stopped listening to him. His demonic form was restored, and the liquid breath in his circulatory system worked at full speed to heal the wound on his torso. Only a few seconds had passed, but the blood had already stopped flowing from it. The black smoke radiated by his spell inevitably reached the soldiers of the Odria country around him. Some of them died on the spot at the touch of the corrosive smoke. Nevertheless, Noah didn't dare to face a rank 3 cultivator without using his strongest spell. His life was more important after all. He didn't care if he was blamed for the friendly fire afterward. The black cultivator raised a hand to prepare another spell, but Noah had already acted. Dozens hidden blasts shot toward the black soldier as Noah stomped twice on the terrain to activate his martial art. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another, enveloping the assassin in a gray cloud. Noah didn't dare to stop his offensive. He retreated, launching fuming wind slashes toward the cloud. The gray smoke was slowly devoured by the black one as his attacks piled up. Then, a gale swept the area, dispersing the dark cloud and revealing the unharmed black soldier. His expression, though, had changed from a relaxed one to a stern one. He had been tasked with the assassination of the hooded cultivator, but his sneak attack had failed. His position was noticed by his target just as he had launched his attack. Then, he watched as Noah unleashed that firepower without hesitation. The sight of his allies dying didn't even slow his retreat. What a brutal opponent. He couldn't help but have that thought. Noah could easily deactivate the demonic form and stop endangering his allies, but he prioritized his safety, uncaringly causing casualties among the army of the Odria nation. Stop running! The black soldier cursed loudly and created another spear which he aimed toward the escaping Noah. Yet, as he was about to launch it, another aged voice resounded in the battlefield. Do you have no shame? A mighty rank 3 cultivator sent to assassinate a blue one. The empire has really fell to its lowest. One of the black cultivators of the Odria country appeared in front of the assassin. It was an elderly woman with gray hair and a hunched back. She also stood on an invisible platform in order to float in the air. Noah heaved a sigh of relief and dispersed his demonic form. The Odria nation had finally reacted to that threat. His gaze went on the trail of death that he had left as he escaped. Bodies and corroded limbs could be seen on the path that he had taken. A bit more than 30 casualties? This spell is really uncontrollable. The sight of his dead allies didn't stop him. Noah waved his hand toward the black cultivators in the air as he returned toward the battle between the two armies. You little rascal! The black cultivator from the Empire was angered by that gesture and wanted to pounce him but was blocked by the elderly woman that forced him in a 1-versus-1 fight. The attempted assassination of the Empire was a signal for the black soldiers. They joined the battle even if there was still some time before the sunset. The black cultivators from both sides engaged in a spectacular battle, but Noah wasn't in the mood to watch them. He had luckily survived the assassination, but that dangerous feeling was still lingering on his mind. He had to vent it somewhere. The soldiers of the Nation opened a way for him to join the vanguard. They shot reverent gazes as he passed through their ranks, and some of them even bowed. It couldn't be helped. A blue cultivator had survived the sneak attack of a black one. That feat was something that even legends struggled to tell. As for the allies that he had killed, they didn't seem to blame him. Noah had warned them many times to stay away from him when he went all out, and the number of lives that had been saved thanks to his weapons far surpassed the deaths that he had caused. It was with a suffocating killing intent that he rejoined the battle. His sabers bent the air as he jumped toward the remaining soldiers of the Empire. Attacks and explosions resounded in the valley at the border of the formation. The now less than 100 soldiers of the Empire did their best to survive the wave made of more than 900 soldiers. The Nation was giving its all to annihilate what remained of the enemy. Behind them, the black cultivators from both sides were facing each other in a violent battle. Since there was still some time before the sunset, their battle was causing some injury on both sides. Those mighty rank 3 cultivators weren't just buying time that day. Like that, the last minutes passed and the night took over the day. It was with a bitter expression that Seth watched below him, only to see that less than 60 soldiers had survived and that 50 of them were those in the 3rd rank. 7 red soldiers and 1 blue one were heaving sighs of relief seeing that the army of the Odria country. Their gazes would often linger on a hooded cultivator that radiated a cold killing intent. Noah had been spectacular in that battle. First, he had set up a trap to kill the many red cultivators that had tried to surround him, tilting the scales of the battle in favor of the Nation from the beginning of the fight. That had allowed his allies to make use of the numerical advantage to pressure the defensive formation created after the first clash. Then he had been ambushed by a cultivator in the 3rd rank, a being at the peak of the human ranks, but he survived in a spectacular way and even mocked him as he rejoined the battle. Then he had waved his sabers like a madman, killing as many soldiers as he could, only to reach that situation. The casualties that the Empire suffered that day were too many. More than 900 soldiers had died, and those deaths weren't limited to the blue robes. Seth felt a headache rising from the bottom of his mind. He really didn't know how he would explain his superiors that almost all the red cultivators had died due to a ploy of what was considered a training ground. "I don't think we'll see each other anytime soon." Seth sighed and turned his head toward the young girl on the other side of the formation. Lisa was sitting with her 2 protectors, Leo and Luke, at the top of the mountain. After hearing Seth's words, her mood turned sour. There was another person that she wasn't going to see for a long time, maybe forever. "Why do you have to leave? Just when you gave us hope?" Seth saw that Lisa wasn't paying attention to his behavior and crossed his arms over his chest as he continued to talk. "That outsider, the hooded devil, are you willing to sell him to the Empire? I believe that, after today's performance, the Empire would stop at nothing to recruit him." That offer wasn't surprising. Seth was the man handling the training ground called Odria Country. His job was to skim the new recruits so that the Empire could maintain a high standard when it came to its soldiers. However, Noah happened, which he obviously reported to his superiors. The Empire was aware of his battle prowess and was also almost sure that he could inscribe items, even if all they did was explode. Such a person had created a lot of troubles in the last 2 years, so many that the Empire had ultimately decided to assassinate him. Yet, he survived the assassination attempt, showing that the Empire had greatly underestimated his actual strength. Seth knew that surviving the surprise attack of a rank 3 cultivator while being in the liquid stage of the 2nd rank was an incredible feat, something that could only happen once every 1,000 years. "If we can't kill him, we will simply buy him." That thought summarized the behavior of the Empire. It was the strongest nation in the entire continent. Their whole country was founded on war and on the slaves that it produced. It would try to suppress any enemy before trying to make deals with them. That was how domineering a country with a god could be. However, Lisa only chuckled at his offer. You stripped us of our future, of our freedom, and now you want to strip us of our hope? What could you even offer anyway? Traces of anger could be heard in her tone. The hatred that she had toward the Empire couldn't be expressed by simple words. We could set up a peace treaty. What do you think of 3 years without battles? We would simply come in the valley and drink wine or tea in that period. The agreement with the Empire forced both nations in a fair battle. It didn't specifically force them to fight. That's why Seth could offer a break from the monthly struggle as part of a deal. You know, sometimes I wonder if we should have just died that day hundreds of years in the past instead of becoming your training dummy. What a spectacular sight our last struggle would have been. Lisa dreamed. She imagined a world where the Odria nation had long been destroyed, and she wasn't forced to see her citizens slowly die with each passing month. She sighed before shooting a pitiful gaze toward Seth and opening her mouth to speak. I can't change the decisions of our ancestors, but I surely can determine what kind of people we will be as we survive. We are proud soldiers of the Odria nation. Our fate is in the hands of the random outsiders that enter our borders. Selling them away would be as if we have given up on hope. Also, what makes you think that I can control him? Lisa concluded her speech and stood up from her chair before pointing below her, toward the end of the valley. Both armies had still to return to their respective sides when Noah sprinted in the direction of the Empire. Seth watched with wide eyes as Noah took a step outside of the borders of the Odria nation. The remaining soldiers of the Empire couldn't believe the scene that was unfolding in front of them. The hooded devil who had created mayhem in the last 2 years in the monthly battles was running away from the valley. That wasn't all, he was sprinting toward the center of the continent. The formation at the border of the Odria country didn't stop him. He simply stepped outside of it as if nothing was there at all. It was nice to meet you all. Noah shouted behind him while waving his hand in goodbye before he resumed his escape. Seth watched the scene from above the mountain and hurriedly grabbed a token from his space ring. What the hell are you doing? Chase and capture him. His loud orders resounded on the mountain peak. Lisa and her 2 protectors couldn't help but smirk at that sight. You seem quite anxious. I bet that you didn't see this coming. Lisa mocked him, further fueling his anxiety. Black troops hurry. The other soldiers will just die if they chase him. Seth was well aware of Noah's strength. That last battle had proven that he couldn't be captured by using simple red troops. Rank 3 cultivators were necessary for that job. The black cultivators were a bit stupefied by the sudden turn of events that they didn't react to Seth's orders that quickly. Not all of them at least. One black cultivator, the elderly man that had tried to assassinate Noah, shot in his direction as soon as Seth's voice resounded from his token. He wasn't flying. He ran on the ground while using a spell to push his speed to its limits. Winds blew from behind him. They propelled him forward toward the escaping blue robe. I won't let you go this time. Those were his thoughts. Shame still lingered in his mind. He was a mighty rank 3 cultivator, a being at the peak of the human ranks. The task of assassinating a blue robe was a shameful record in his life. Yet, not only he had failed in it, but he had also watched how Noah mocked him while he returned to the battlefield. Such disrespect had angered him to no end which, coupled with his shame, gave birth to hateful emotions toward Noah. That's why he was set on reaching him. If I was to use too much strength and kill him, the Empire won't be able to blame me, right? His intentions differed from Seth's orders. His reputation had suffered too much for him to simply capture Noah. He was set on killing him. Yet, right when he was about to reach him, Noah's figure was enveloped in black flames which made him disappear in less than a second. The battlefield was silent. Noah was nowhere to be seen. Go forward. That's a teleportation spell. You idiots. He couldn't have gone that far. Seth's orders resounded again. They awakened the soldiers of the Empire from their astonishment. The black soldiers didn't hesitate at that time. They went outside the formation and began their search for the hooded devil. Was this your plan? You purposely left the formation open because you knew that he was going to escape. Seth turned to look at Lisa. His expression radiated unparalleled anger. He knew that something like that couldn't have happened without Lisa's help. I'm simply performing my part of the agreement. I can open the formation whenever I want. Lisa snorted and turned to leave with her 2 protectors, leaving an anxious Seth alone on the mountain peak. Fuck! He cursed loudly before hurrying toward the valley. He was going to search for Noah. A few seconds earlier, right after Noah performed the warp spell, black flames appeared behind a hill near the valley, revealing a blue cultivator wearing a black hood. Did everything go as planned? A female voice sounded in that place. Nina's figure could be seen nearing the hooded man with a warm smile. Yes, they think that I went in the depth of the country. This pretense should buy me some time. Noah took away his hood and undressed himself. He was doing everything as fast as he could. He knew that he couldn't fool the Empire for too long. The truth was that Noah didn't warp forward but behind. He went back into the Odria country. You look tired. Are you sure that you don't want to rest first? Nina asked with a concerned expression. Noah was paler than usual and traces of sweat were still on his forehead. Large eye bags could be seen under his eyes and his breath was a bit ragged. He didn't seem in the best condition to travel. They sent a black robe to assassinate me. I have depleted a bit more breath than predicted to protect myself. Don't worry though. I'm used to long escapes. Noah briefly explained the situation while smiling at the woman that was expressing her worry. In just a few seconds, he wore a tight black robe and neared Nina, taking her in his arms. He gave her a warm kiss. Noah could taste the salty flavor of the tears that had started to flow from her eyes. Noah made a bitter smile as he separated from her and wiped away her tears with his thumb as he caressed her face one last time. Don't let your bed become cold. Okay? Noah said. The same goes for you. Don't push any good woman away like you tried to do with me. Nina gave him the same advice. They smiled at each other for a few seconds before Noah sighed and turned, whispering his last words to her. Goodbye, Nina. His whisper was answered by soft words. Goodbye, Noah. Nina used his real name as she watched the black figure running toward the western border of the nation. A cold aura enveloped it as if a switch had been turned on, which returned Noah to his previous attitude when he was alone against the world. She stared at his figure disappearing in the distance. His short black hair fluttered in the wind as he reached for the coastline. Noah's spectacular performance had one sole purpose: gathering all the attention on him and increasing his value in the eyes of the Empire. As for why he had done that, it was to instill some urgency in the soldiers on the battlefield. Anxious persons would commit mistakes, and that was what Noah wanted. He had to create the image of the genius running away from the battlefield, forcing the other soldiers to chase him immediately. The warp spell played an important role in the matter. Since his teleportation spell made him completely disappear, leaving no traces of his passage, he could deceive the soldiers, making them believe that he had gone toward the depth of the continent. Noah's plan worked. The remaining cultivators of the Empire quickly moved to chase him. He guessed that it would take them a few days to realize that they had been fooled. 1 week and there is still no trace of land. Well, my speed is quite low. Noah was flying over the sea. His 2 pairs of black wings paired with the occasional usage of the shadow step spell allowed him to travel even with the absence of a foothold. The only problem with his flying ability was that his speed was far lower than what his body was capable of. That ability used a rank 3 magical beast and a rank 0 spell to work. It was obvious that it couldn't match the power of a rank 4 body. If only I could make a movement-type martial art that can be used mid-air. That would be too troublesome. It's best to wait for a rank 4 flying creature of the darkness element. Noah's martial art needed him to stomp twice on the ground to work. He couldn't pair it to his flight. Yet, a flying rank 4 magical beast would solve the problem concerning his weak wings. I might even surpass the power of my body like that. Magical beasts have a stronger body after all. Having their wings would surely add my ability to fly to my combat style. Noah didn't want to give up on his wings. The ability to fly was usually restricted to cultivators in the heroic ranks or to specific spells. Having it before that threshold was an advantage that Noah wasn't ready to abandon. Well, I don't think I'll find a suitable creature anytime soon. The environment of the sea doesn't fit the darkness element. When Noah escaped, he didn't follow the coastline. The Empire was simply too powerful and he was deep in its territory. The few days that he had over his pursuers wouldn't be enough to make him reach the Afrana nation safely. He needed to change his route. Noah stared in the distance. Only the blue sea was visible on the horizon. Behind him, the site of the continent had long disappeared. He was quite far away already. Where the hell is this coral archipelago? Noah cursed in his mind as he continued to fly forward. He required rest, and his reserves of breath had never been refilled after the last battle in the valley. He needed to find a place where to recover. As for the coral archipelago, that was Noah's new direction. If he couldn't reach the Nation directly, he would just take the long road across the sea. The archipelago was his first stop in that path. I really didn't want to go there, though. Noah's mood became sour at the thought of going to that place. Generally speaking, there were many gray zones in the continent, places that had no rulers. Most of them were danger zones. Only superforces like the Empire or the Nation could transform them into research grounds, and even they only chose those that suited their needs. Apart from the danger zones, there were places that were ruled by more than one powerful nation. The Afrana country was one of them. Its geographical position put it between the influence of two great nations, making it a seemingly lawless zone where mercenary troops and tribes could develop. The Coral Archipelago was the same. The only difference was that it was under the influence of all three big nations, which is why Noah had excluded it when he obtained the map. More than 2 years have passed. Are they still looking for me? The thought of returning to a territory occupied by the royals worried him, but he couldn't find a better solution. The Coral Archipelago was far away from the main territories of the three big nations. Information about the continent was scarcer. It seems some kind of colony from the description of the map. I don't know much though. I should go for the part controlled by the Papal Nation as soon as I reach my destination. Noah's new escape route was quite articulate. He had first thought that he could travel in a straight line toward the Nation, but the events in the Odria country had piqued the interest of the Empire. It wasn't safe to travel between its territories anymore. So Noah created an alternative path. He would fly toward the Coral Archipelago, enter the territories under the influence of the Papal Nation, and find a way toward the northern part of the continent. He wanted to enter the Papal Nation. Then, from there, he would head south toward the Nation, where he would continue to develop. Noah's intentions for his escape were quite simple. He wanted time to develop without being controlled by powerful forces and wanted to gather resources where he could. Being a mercenary would have helped in his search for techniques and spells, but he had realized that many countries could produce unexpected benefits, just like it had happened with the Odria country. Simply speaking, Noah was worried about the possibility of being discovered by the Nation, but he was also eager to see with his eyes how the cultivators of the other countries lived and trained. He couldn't wait to see what possibilities the archipelago offered. The entirety of the sea was considered a danger zone. The density of breath in it was generally higher due to the lesser concentration of living beings. The sea was simply too vast. Even if it had numerically more living beings that absorbed the breath, its width made up for it. Noah was still flying. The endless crystalline water prevented him from understanding how far he had traveled. Only his mind was useful to keep track of his advance. More than 1 month, no land in sight. Noah sighed as he took a pill from his space ring and ate it. The constant flight was slowly eroding his reserves of energy. Only his pills and potions allowed him to continue in his travel. Another week had to pass before Noah spotted one small island that stood alone in the immensity of the sea. Noah didn't waste time. He dove directly toward its sandy terrain and landed violently. A small cloud made of yellow sand rose in the air due to the impact. Noah didn't even wait for the cloud to disperse. He directly laid on the terrain and closed his eyes. More than 1 month of travel without any sleep and right after a taxing battle had left him without energy. He fell asleep immediately. The blinding sunlight couldn't win against his exhaustion. He woke up when the night arrived. The feeling of having his mental sphere refilled was refreshing after such a long period of travel. He was able to assess his condition more clearly. My mind and my body have recovered. I will halt my training for a few days just to be sure. My dantian needs to be refilled though. Noah took the breath blessing from his space ring and placed it on the terrain before jumping on it and activating his cultivation technique. His dantian seemed to rejoice at that act. It greedily absorbed the dense breath of the darkness element that the black vortex redirected toward it. Potions and pills couldn't replace the breath absorbed through a cultivation technique. They were only a momentary solution. However, Noah had abused them for more than a month. He felt as if his dantian had been malnourished till that moment. Finally, I can relax a bit now. Minutes passed. The feeling of having his reserves slowly refilled improved his mood. Noah felt that it wouldn't take much for him to return to his peak form. Then, a tremor ran through the island, forcing Noah to open his eyes to inspect the situation. The sand dispersed in the sea as the tremor continued, and a huge form could be seen rising from the water and appearing on the surface. It was a reptilian head. It was 7 meters large and 4 thick. It turned to look straight at the human figure over what Noah realized was its shell. Rank for sea turtle, this is so cliché. Noah cursed in his mind at the sight of the magical beast that was hungrily staring at the piece of breath blessing below him. Sea turtles would often wander over the surface of the sea, waiting for a nourishing prey to appear. Noah was always covered by his layers of mental energy. His presence was hidden from beings with a weaker sea of consciousness. That's why the turtle didn't react to his arrival. However, the breath blessing had increased the density of breath right over its shell, awakening the beast from its slumber. Be good and nothing will happen. Noah warned the turtle, releasing his cold-killing intent in the area. He had felt what was like to be a magical beast. The bloodline inheritance made him experience the mindset of those powerful creatures. Their behavior was dictated by their hunger. That feeling was so strong that it ruled their every action. Yet, there was one instinct that could put a hold even on their hunger: the survival instinct. Noah tried to convey his power to the beast through his mind waves. He hoped that the turtle would give up on the mineral below him. The sea turtle was, after all, his foothold. He didn't want to fight with it. However, Noah's luck wasn't that good. The turtle had saliva coming out of its maws. It seemed that it had starved for quite some time already, and the sight of Noah's power couldn't stop it from pouncing at him. Damn it! Noah cursed in his mind as he took back the breath blessing in his space ring and warped away from that location. The head of the beast landed there just 1 instant later. The sea turtle had attacked. Noah reappeared in the air over the beast and performed a descending slash with his 2 black sabers. His weapons fused and traced a black line in the air as they stabbed themselves on the turtle's neck. An enraged roar resounded in the area. Noah's attack had pierced the natural defenses of the creature, and it inflicted a deep wound on its neck. Yet, the beast was alive and its head shot again toward the human figure that was still standing over it. Noah warped again, slashing again on its blind spot as he reappeared. Warp, attack, that type of battle tactic was quite exhausting, but Noah didn't mind it. He would rather try to keep the shell intact than enter the complete demonic form and consume the first foothold that he found in more than a month of travel. In the end, the turtle lost too much blood and died. More than 12 wounds could be seen on its lifeless neck. That was easy, Noah judged as he placed again the breath blessing on the shell and resumed his cultivation. The blood that had tainted the remaining sand didn't bother him at all. Luckily, it does still float. I should refill my dantian as fast as I can before this place becomes too crowded. His attention went on the blood that had dispersed in the sea. He knew that the body of the turtle would soon be noticed by other beasts. I might as well refill my reserves of materials since I'm at it. The blood dispersed in the sea during the battle with the sea turtle would attract other magical beasts. Noah was sure of it. It's a pity that the blood drain spell is only up to the 2nd rank. Killing rank 4 beasts is quite easy now. The blood drain spell had helped Noah in shortening the amount of time required for his body to reach the 3rd rank. He held in high regard the mechanism behind such spell. Transforming the blood of an enemy into nourishment for my own body. That sound precisely like a magical beast. It's a pity. I can't use it since my level is too high, and I don't even have a body-nourishing method to absorb the energy gathered in that way. The In-Body was a rank 4 body-nourishing method. It had brought Noah to the peak of the lower tier of the 4th rank, but now it couldn't be used anymore. The In-Body was formed. Noah needed a stronger nourishing method if he wanted to resume training his body. It's not really a problem right now. Being in the 4th rank gives enough space for my other centers of power to grow. It doesn't apply any limitation yet. Noah thought about his previous nourishing methods. He knew that obtaining something in the 5th rank wouldn't be easy. Creating a technique from nothing seemed more doable. After all, who held methods and techniques in the 5th rank? Only the biggest powerhouses of each nation could hope to see such rare scrolls. Also, cultivators in the heroic ranks would start to detach themselves from the human species. They would become entities with their individualities. I don't even know if it's worth training in a rank 5 method. Creating a technique that fits myself would be perfect, but Noah didn't have much experience in the training of the body. The forging of the 7 hells didn't need for Noah to cultivate, and the Een body had already reconstructed his body. Noah was left with no ideas on how to improve. I'll think about it when the limitations return. My Dantian is still in the 2nd rank, and I don't have a rank 3 cultivation technique either. Creating one for it should be easier though. I have already a few ideas. Noah had diligently cultivated till that moment, automatizing that procedure as much as he could. It was normal that he felt more experienced in cultivation techniques. Here they come. His mental energy detected something approaching from the distance, interrupting his thoughts. A pack of toxic blowfishes. They are basically worthless for me. Noah stood up from the breath, blessing, and deployed his wings to fly toward the incoming magical beasts. The blowfishes were only in the 2nd or 3rd rank. They were the first to notice the corpse of the sea turtle, and they immediately began to swim toward it. The body of a rank 4 creature held an unimaginable amount of breath. It was an irresistible meal for those weak beasts. However, they were of no use for Noah. He simply limited himself to fly toward the pack and launch a few fuming wind slashes. The black smoke devoured the area of the sea where the beasts were swimming, vanquishing the pack in a few instants. Rank 3 beasts are just ants when I use spells. That realization made Noah sigh as he returned to the shell to cultivate. He was a rank 3 mage now. The power of his spells was deadly even for rank 4 creatures. Those in the human ranks simply couldn't hope to survive. Not even a drop of blood remained in the area where he attacked. The black smoke had even consumed the water where the blowfishes were swimming. A few minutes later, a pack of giant sea worms arrived. Their strongest specimens were in the 3rd rank again, so Noah destroyed the whole pack without leaving any trace. He didn't want the area to become too crowded after all. Finally, something strong. About an hour later, a pack of razorhead dolphins neared the corpse of the sea turtle. Those beasts were white and had a sharp vertical fin that grew from the top of their head. It was a hard material used to forge weapons of the water element. Also, the pack had a rank 4 dolphin at its lead. Noah didn't waste time. He directly flew in the air and launched another series of fuming wind slash. The pack was destroyed almost immediately, with only the leader surviving. Noah was about to dive toward it in a descending lounge when the beast dove deep into the water, escaping from his reach. I guess it wasn't that hungry. Noah shook his head at that sight and returned to the shell. The smoke released by his wind slashes had hurt the rank 4 creature, dispersing some of its blood in the sea, creating an even bigger bait for the beasts of the sea. At this pace, I might refill my Dantian without gathering any material. Maybe this area isn't that populated. The rank 4 dolphin had escaped because it realized the difference in power between it and Noah. Its hunger wasn't that pressing, so it had smartly decided to escape. The sea is just as it was described in the academy, huge and filled with threats. Noah concluded in his mind. The magical beasts course in the academy had taught him the differences between the land and the sea. The sea had more magical beasts but was also incredibly huge. The strongest creatures were on its depths, silently absorbing the breath in their solitary slumber. I wonder if there is something on the level of the albino snake right below me. I still have to uncover the secrets behind the high density of breath in Twilboya Cliff 2. Noah dreamed of the time when he could just barge into that cliff and kill the giant snake that had almost killed him when he still didn't have a Dantian. I'll be sure to snore on your dead body, damned snake. He was forced to interrupt his fantasy since his mental energy sensed 3 rank 4 creatures swimming at high speed toward him. 3 hammerhead sharks, all in the 4th rank, no pack. Noah judged the situation from his position over the shell. One of them seems stronger than the others. This might be troublesome. Noah was a rank 3 mage, but his techniques and spells weren't that effective in that environment. The mental tremor spell was extremely useful against cultivators, but magical beasts didn't have a sea of consciousness. The spell could make them stagger at best. The complete demonic form was effective, but it was too powerful for him to safely use it on the shell of the turtle. It would surely damage his foothold as he fought. My dantian is halfway refilled. I don't know if it's worth to fight this time. Noah took back the breath blessing and stared at the incoming sharks with a pensive expression. Is the leader in the middle tier? The strongest shark was 2 meters longer than the other two beasts. It seemed far stronger than them. The fourth rank had tiers too. Noah had fought only beasts that were in the lower one alone and didn't know the actual battle prowess of the stronger ones. I would love to fight it if we were on the ground, but here it doesn't feel like the right thing to do. He was still escaping after all. He could completely relax only after he reached the Coral Archipelago. I'll take the weakest one with me and then resume my travel. Noah quickly decided and deployed his wings as he took the 12 meters large shell into his space ring. Then he warped. The 3 sharks seemed enraged by the sudden disappearance of the sea turtle and began to swim circularly to see if they could pick some remaining traces of its corpse. A black figure appeared over them at that moment. Its 2 pairs of wings coupled with its fiendish form created the image of a demon descending on the surface of the sea. Demonic form. Second form of the Ashura. Noah slashed with his most powerful attack at one of the weaker sharks, severing its hammerhead in one neat blow. His hands moved quickly. The head of the beast was immediately stored in his space ring, and he was about to fly away when a dangerous feeling hit his mind. Noah warped away, turning his head to look at what had caused that sensation. A blade made of watercut where he was previously flying and continued to cross the sea for a few meters. Noah knew that the power behind that attack would have broken through the defenses of his spell. His gaze went on the biggest shark. Its eyes radiated anger as it redirected its attention to the black figure hovering in the distance. That beast reacted faster than I thought. The 4th rank is indeed vast. Magical beasts were similar to humans. They had different power levels according to their species and the tier they were in. The leader of the sharks was stronger than its followers, but Noah didn't imagine that it could react as soon as he attacked. The sea turtle and the head of the shark should be enough to make some quick trade in the archipelago. I should just resume my travel. It was with those thoughts that he turned and flew toward the direction pointed in his map. Behind him, the 2 sharks noticed that Noah was leaving and began to eat the drowning corpse of their companion. Another month passed. Noah had flown for the entire time without taking resting. That time, however, his situation wasn't that bad. He had rested over the shell of the sea turtle and his flight depleted only a small portion of his breath. His complexion was far better than before. Traces of life. His mental energy sensed some life form in the distance. That was the first change in his travel after he left the shell of the turtle. Noah carefully changed his direction and flew toward those life forms. Little by little, the shape of a ship became visible in the distance. Noah could see how its veils and hull had inscriptions all over their bodies. Humans. Noah neared the ship. The sailors on it were mostly cultivators in the 1st rank, and they stared with wide eyes at his figure slowly descending on the main deck. Is there a captain? Noah asked in a loud voice. His manners were quite overbearing and resolute, and his aura radiated part of his coldness. Who is asking? A fat man with black curly hair came out from one of the lodgings below the deck. He was shirtless and held a golden cup as he walked on the deck. Noah performed a simple bow before raising his head to speak some simple lies. I'm Zach. I come from the Shandel Empire and I'm on a journey to hone my skills. I wanted to reach the Coral Archipelago with the help of my puppet, but it seems that I've lost track of the right path. I wonder if you could help me. Noah's attitude was straightforward and domineering, just like a soldier of the Empire. Impersonating someone else had never been a problem for Noah, especially after living in the Odria country for so long. My ship will return there in 2 weeks, but we first have to finish our fishing route. Also, no one stays for free on my ship. I might give you a room if you help my sailors. The captain laughed as he spoke those words. He didn't seem to have much respect for his fake status. Are things different here? Maybe the society here has developed in ways that I'm unaware of. Noah took a few thousand credits from his space ring and handed them to the captain. Are these enough for your trouble? The captain looked at the crystals with wide eyes. The cup in his hand almost fell on the floor due to his astonishment. "Why, yes, yes, for sure, my lord." That sudden change of attitude was unexpected. Noah couldn't help but think that he had misjudged the financial situation of those sailors. The captain of the inscribed ship happily took the credits and welcomed Noah in his quarters. His attitude drastically changed after Noah paid him. He became more hospitable and he tried his best to satisfy Noah's needs. A small table was filled with the best food and wine that the ship had to offer. Noah found himself having dinner alone with the captain. Only a few servants were in the room apart from the two of them. Of course, Noah used that chance to gather as much information as he could about the Coral Archipelago. The name of the captain was Cody. He was a former cultivator in the Papal Nation who was exiled in the archipelago due to some minor crime. According to his words, the political situation in the Coral Archipelago was quite far from Noah's expectations. Each powerful nation had sent their representatives to colonize some of the islands that made the archipelago a long time ago, but they all had different criteria for the selections of their envoy. The Wuxia nation had sent professors of the academy escorted by royal soldiers to set up a branch of the academy. Their job was to gather resources that would be sent back to the main country for research or cultivation purposes. The environment of the archipelago was completely different from the one of the continent. Some materials could only be found there. The Shandal Empire didn't have a specific reason to colonize the islands. It simply did that because the other two big nations were doing it. That's why it sent old and retired soldiers. Their professions varied from the slave trade to anything they could get their hands on, leading to a disorganized control over the territory. The Papal Nation, instead, had a strict code of conduct. Its cultivators emphasized balance and diligence, leading to a large number of minor crimes. Simply speaking, the Papal Nation used the Coral Archipelago as a prison without bars. It would just send troublesome cultivators there and leave them be. Yet, that was the situation of a long time ago. Time had passed since the archipelago was colonized and the different factions slowly merged to form a more uniform political situation. Couldn't be helped. Every human had its own ambitions. Being far away from the landmass gave them a lot of freedom. Little by little, the citizens of the archipelago began to feel like an independent country, forcing the rulers on the continent to enforce a stricter control over their envoys. Each one of the three big nations sent some trusted representatives to take control of their respective factions, restoring the barriers between the countries. However, once an idea was created, it was almost impossible to destroy it. Whispers about independence still resounded in the islands. The rumors spoke about an underground organization that secretly interfered with the powers sent by the continent. What's the name of this organization? Noah became extremely interested once the conversation with Cody reached that point. Noah was a criminal in the Wuxia nation. The royals had a complete profile of his strength. Also, he was wanted in the empire. Even if it wasn't aware of his facial features, it still knew his abilities. I had initially thought that I would be joining some minor organization controlled by the Papal Nation. Yet, between another big country and an underground society, I obviously prefer the latter. Noah knew himself. There was a high chance that he would become an enemy of the Papal Nation too if he was to become too close to it. Yet, an underground organization was perfect for his plans. Its members must be constantly hiding from the ruling powers, meaning that I can be as secretive as I want. Also, it might have a way to smuggle people back in the continent without alerting the big nations. Noah didn't forget his purpose. He needed to reach a country where he could gather resources and develop. The Afrana nation was the best choice according to the information that he had. However, he wasn't so delusional to think that he could simply fly toward the Papal Nation and then walk to Afrana. The events in the Audria nation had clearly proven that feat impossible. That's why he had decided to join some organization that could lead him back to the continent while he was still flying over the sea. Yet, realizing that a secret society existed had opened a more suitable path to him. My lord, I'm just a simple sailor. How would I know matters related to those powerful forces? Cody didn't answer his question. He lowered his gaze on the golden cup full of wine and began to eat again. That's a lie. Noah was sure of that fact. He had lived in a place that had secret organizations. The citizens there simply called them gangs. He knew that the name of those gangs was well known in the minds of the common citizens. A name could inculcate more fear. it created a real threat. Noah showed some displeasure. He silently sipped from his cup, keeping his gaze on the fat man in front of him. Little by little, he showed more of his aura. Cody's habitation became colder as time passed. Cody was a rank 2 cultivator in the gaseous stage with a rank 4 body. He wasn't weak for the average level of the cultivators in the human ranks. However, in front of Noah's rank 3C of consciousness, he could only lower his head. His face began to exude cold drops of sweat that fell on the plates below him. After a few minutes, Cody couldn't handle the silence anymore and sighed while placing down his cutlery. "My lord, you have to promise that you will never tell that I've revealed this information to you." Cody seemed extremely serious as he spoke those words. Noah couldn't help but be slightly surprised by that. It's just a name. Why is he so worried? Those thoughts didn't prevent him from nodding at Cody to accept his condition. Cody lowered his head and used one hand to prevent the sound of his words to disperse in the room before he finally whispered a name. "The organization is called Hive. My lord, you might want to know that this name is taboo in the archipelago. The powers there have been sent precisely to stop any rumors about a possible independence. I've seen good people imprisoned and interrogated only because they were aware of this name." Cody added shortly after. His serious expression never left his face. "It makes sense. I guess I'll see how grave the situation is once I arrive. I don't really want trouble." If the situation of the Hive was too serious, Noah would simply go back to his original plan and join a legal organization. It didn't make much difference to him which faction he joined as long as he succeeded in his plan. "Thank you for your honesty. It seems that I've troubled you." Noah changed the subject of their conversation while wearing a smile. Cody couldn't help but sigh in relief seeing that he didn't probe further. That dinner ended shortly after. Cody gave Noah one of the best cabins on the ship and made sure that he had everything he needed before leaving him alone. Damned big nations. They have their influence everywhere. Noah felt a bit frustrated. He only wanted to cultivate in peace and to have access to techniques, but those things seemed always locked behind powers with whom he could not interfere. The royals want to enlarge their family. The empire wants more soldiers. I wonder what the papal nation asks its cultivators. Noah had seen how 2 of the 3 big countries handled lone and promising cultivators, and their ways conflicted with Noah's interests. He didn't mind joining a powerful organization as long as he could maintain his personal freedom and his growth wasn't hindered. Yet, in that world, that seemed too much to ask. Controlling power, securing your position through power. Everything here is about power. Hindering the cultivation journey of your subjects was the best way to maintain your ruling position. No one would be able to take your crown from you if no one was strong enough to do so. I'm not sure about the inner circle of the empire, that God must have had some kind of privileged position to be able to cultivate till that level. I wonder if the royals have a god too. Noah's understanding of that world was limited to his level. He only knew about the matters handled by humans. The situations above his level were a topic that he was completely unaware of. The papal nation doesn't seem so bad though. The sects willingly cooperate for the greater good of the nation before handling their internal conflicts. Well, that's what Cody says. Cody came from the papal nation, so he knew more about its political situation. Also, he had been exiled, forcing him to make a living as a sailor. That gave birth to negative emotions toward his nation, which made it easier for Noah to gather information. Cody's crime consisted in the illegal purchase of female slaves from the empire. That simple crime was enough to exile him in the archipelago, where he could only rent a fishing ship with the little finances that he had. His crew was rented too. However, since his sailors were quite weak, he could fish rank 3 magical beasts at best, barely meeting his monthly expenses. Balance and diligence, a code of conduct. There shouldn't be anyone more diligent than me, but the other requirements are quite vague. Noah's thoughts wandered through the many information that he had gathered that day before he decided to rest. He had still to sleep after he left the shell of the sea turtle, so his centers of power needed another round of recovery. Yet, he had finally found a safe foothold. The 2 weeks required to reach the Coral Archipelago were more than enough to return to his peak form and even improve a little. Noah barely came out of his cabin in those days. Cody tried to give as much information as he could about the archipelago, hoping to make some quick gain, but Noah didn't hand him any more credits. Little by little, Cody stopped inviting him to dinner and limited himself to send food to his cabin. Noah preferred that treatment since it left him with more time to train and to plan his next move. His sea of consciousness was enlarging due to the breath stored in it. It wasn't as fast as with the Xianxia rune, but it was still better than not training at all. His dantian had completely recovered and was quickly nearing the limits of the liquid stage. The breakthrough to the solid stage was nearing even faster than Noah had predicted. His body and mind were at a higher level after all. They were increasing the speed at which his dantian grew in order to restore some kind of balance between his centers of power. The rest of his days was used to train in the elemental forging method. He had left the Nation in a hurry, and he knew that a long escape would have followed that event. That's why he didn't bring any of the materials in the inventory with him. They were already old and partially decomposed. Only the formation of the inventory could slow their decay. It would have been fine to take them if Noah was to have time to forge during his escape, but the flight over the sea would have just wasted those precious materials. To put it simply, he lacked the materials needed to improve the demonic swords or to attempt in any other creation. His training consisted of creating stronger wills to imbue in the breath. His ability had risen a lot due to the mass productions of disposable weapons, but he knew that he could do better. After all, when he was forging weapons for himself, Noah wouldn't aim to create self-destructive items. He wanted durable and stable creations. Also, using his mind as much as he could was another form of training for the sea of consciousness which Noah gladly accepted. It was in the silence of the cabin, with the occasional noise of the sailors in the background, that the ship completed its route, successfully returning to a port in the Coral Archipelago. A purple sight welcomed Noah as soon as he climbed to the main deck. A dazzling purple halo illuminated the air, giving a peculiar shade to the environment. This should be the coral halo that Cody mentioned. It is indeed striking. The archipelago was formed on top of the exoskeleton of an immense pack of magical beasts, the purple corals, which naturally created a sturdy purple shell as a form of protection. The pack had long died, but the exoskeleton created by its specimens remained. As time passed, terrain began to accumulate on top of that huge exoskeleton, ultimately becoming the foundation of the archipelago. The magical beasts had died, but their shells still radiated a purple light, illuminating the sea around it with a bright purple halo. You'll become used to it. It's barely noticeable on the ground. Cody spoke some last words to Noah before he began to shout orders to his sailors. He had to unload the contents of the ship to sell his goods. That was his profession after all. Noah understood the meaning behind his words and jumped off the ship without even saying goodbye. His eyes curiously wandered on the scenery of the port. According to the information previously learned from Cody, this port was on one of the islands controlled by the faction from the Papal Nation. It was one of the poorest and smallest islands, though. Its only purpose was the trade of the goods that had to be sold in the richer markets in the internal parts of the archipelago. Cody's shipment wasn't that precious. Rank 3 creatures could be found anywhere in the sea. The market of the archipelago was full of those resources. That's why their prices were low. Beasts of the water, wind, and light element were quite common there, those in the human ranks at least. I should find a way toward the important markets. I don't think that this place has what I need. Noah could feel the precarious situation of the island from the scenery on the port. Barracks and simple-looking wooden habitations were sparsely built on the terrain. Sailors with their top exposed or wearing loose robes could be seen running everywhere near the many ships that filled the port. They were weak, mostly rank 1 cultivators. Those in the second rank were either captains of their ships or managers that handled the situation in the port. As Noah walked away from the shore toward the center of the island, the purple halo diminished, leaving only a shade of its color that the terrain couldn't block. The scenery didn't change much as he entered the deepest parts of the island. Only a few better-looking buildings attracted his attention at times. This should be an area for the commoners of the archipelago. I can spot a few non-cultivators between its inhabitants. The sea was a danger zone, preventing any commoner from sailing from the continent toward those islands. Also, the archipelago was a land colonized by cultivators. It was obvious that its citizens would have access to rank 1 cultivation techniques at least. When Noah reached the other side of the island, he could clearly witness the vastity of the archipelago. Hundreds of islands surrounded by a purple halo unfolded themselves in front of his eyes. They had different shapes and dimension, but they all seemed inhabited by a large number of cultivators. I wonder how they protect themselves from the waves of magical beasts. I didn't see any soldier here. Noah pondered about the new environment when the sight of a cultivator wearing an eye-catching yellow robe stopped his train on thoughts. It was an old woman with white hair combed in a simple bun. Her face carried the marks of her age, and she stood silently with her eyes closed next to a small formation. Noah neared the woman. His gaze swept the formation many times as he tried to understand its purpose. It should be something related to the movement field, but I can't understand its specifics. His rank 3C of consciousness made it possible for him to read the purpose behind the symbols on the ground, but its true meaning was still obscure. Only inscription masters of the attunement method would be able to understand that aspect of the formation. This must be your first time here. Welcome to Island 206. The elderly woman opened her eyes and spoke to Noah when he became too close. Did they give a number to each island? I'm trying to reach a market able to satisfy my needs. Could you please help me with this matter? Noah bowed as he said those words, suppressing his curiosity for when he reached a better place. The woman smiled and pointed the formation while giving a brief explanation. This formation can transport you to a bigger island controlled by our country. I suggest you take this teleportation matrix for Island 170, where you can find another formation for the market on Island 132. This may seem confusing at the beginning, but our transport network is envied even by the continent. You just have to become used to it. Noah nodded and moved his gaze toward one of the islands in the distance. There were only a few kilometers of water between the two. Flying there wouldn't be hard. What prevents me from simply swimming to travel through the islands? The woman didn't seem bothered by Noah's question. She seemed used to solve the doubts of the newcomers. The purple coral is a precious material that can't be found on the continent, and it's also a natural deterrent against the assault of magical beasts. Many cultivators have tried to bring a piece of the coral back on the continent in the past, so the authorities here have jointly decided to forbid the traversing of the sea. You can move between the islands only through the teleportation matrix of the various factions. That seems expensive. Noah nodded at the woman's words and moved his gaze back on the formation. Teleporting wasn't cheap. The warp spell expended a lot of his breath, so Noah guessed that a decent sum was needed to use that service. How much would it cost to take the route that you suggested? Noah wasn't short of money. He could be considered quite rich for his status. 500 credits to reach Island 170 and 700 from there to reach Island 132. The prices are set based on the distance between the teleportation matrices and the importance of the destination. That's not as bad as I thought. I guess they still want to give some chances to the people in the poorer islands. The price set on the matrices was a clear barrier to the citizens of the archipelago. The poorest ones would decide to remain on the peripheral islands and continue working there instead of moving to the inner parts, looking for a better occupation. Noah could already guess that there was a connection between the richer islands and the level of their inhabitants. I wonder how much they gain with this system. The organizations behind the matrices should be filthy rich. Owning the monopoly over a basic service was always extremely remunerative. Noah was starting to understand the reason behind the flashy yellow robe of the woman. I'll take the route that you suggested. Noah handed 500 credits to her and stepped on the formation, calmly waiting for her to power it. The woman stored 300 credits in her space ring and placed the remaining 200 on the borders of the formation. The symbols and lines on the ground lit up as soon as the crystals touched their borders and began to envelop Noah in a soft white light. 170. The woman spoke to the formation, completely activating it as the destination was set. Noah felt a slight pressure on his mental sphere when the scenery changed drastically right in front of his eyes. The barracks disappeared, replaced by many 1- or 2-story buildings orderly built on the ground. Next to him, many other matrices could be seen inscribed on the terrain. Noah counted 15 of them from his position. A stream of cultivators walked calmly on the streets. They wandered between the many shops that filled the scenery. Hey! Don't just stand there, we need to use the matrix. Noah's train of thoughts was interrupted by the rough voice of a bald man dressed in an eye-catching yellow robe similar to the one that the elderly woman was wearing. Only then he realized that there was a line of cultivators near the matrices, anxiously waiting for their turn. Noah stepped off the formation and left the crowd in front of them. He wanted to analyze the situation before going to the market. They should belong to different organizations. There seemed to be 3 of them in total. I suppose there is one for each faction. He could see that there were 2 other types of cultivators that handled the formations. They wore azure and white robes that were of a similar quality of the yellow ones. They sure don't try to hide their wealth. I guess those matrices lead to islands belonging to the Nation and the Empire. Well, I'll stick with yellow. Noah appointed that discovery in his mind and began to walk through the streets of the city that expanded itself on the island. This should be some kind of residential area where cultivators of any faction can live. The division between the big countries should be limited to the many businesses that fill the archipelago. The city was mostly composed of habitations available for rent. Banners with any kind of writing and price could be seen fixed on top of some building. Some of them had symbols of a faction next to the prices, while others explicitly prevented to cultivators of different countries from renting the houses. The majority of them, though, were open to everyone. The shops here cover only a small part of the market. There is nothing that catches my attention. Island 170 only had shops that were useless to Noah. They were mostly taverns or restaurants, with a few stores specialized in refined clothes that had some inscription on them. Seeing that he couldn't find anything worthy of his time, Noah returned to the shore where the matrices were placed. Destination! The bald man with a yellow robe smiled, seeing that he had returned to the matrix of his faction. His clients were divided between the other 2 organizations after all. I heard that there is a market on Island 132. Is that true? The man nodded before giving a quick explanation. Yes, that market is a neutral area. The merchants from each faction place their stands there. It's 700 credits for the transport. Noah had the money already in his hands when the man confirmed the elderly woman's words. The same process happened. Noah stepped on the matrix and the man used some of his credits to activate it. The scenery changed again. The buildings disappeared only to be replaced by fancy shops that had large banners on their front. There seemed to be even more people on that island. Crowds could be seen staring with greedy eyes at the items inside some of the stores, while the wealthiest ones were casually walking along what looked like soldiers. So, there are soldiers in the archipelago. I was starting to doubt about their existence. Island 170 didn't have any guard. The only cultivators that seemed to have any kind of authority were those that handled the teleportation matrices. There, though, Noah saw how some cultivator was escorted by groups of stern-looking guards. The people that saw them coming would just move away from their path and stare at them in envy. Stick with yellow and avoid those guys. I shouldn't expose myself before having a clear picture of the archipelago. It was with those thoughts that left the matrix, nearing a store that had a flashy map as its banner. The store seemed quite wealthy from the outside, and Noah could confirm that sensation as soon as he entered it. Welcome. A middle-aged woman raised her head at the sound of the main door opening, but she quickly lost interest when she saw Noah's figure. It couldn't be helped. Noah had just come out from a long journey and only rested on Cody's ship. There was some dirt all over his body, and he smelled due to the sweat that had accumulated over the flight. To put it simply, he didn't look like someone that could afford the items in the store. She must think that I'm some kind of poor customer that entered just out of curiosity. I can't blame her. Noah understood the meaning behind her actions and agreed with her judgment. He really needed a bath. Yet, that didn't stop him. He limited himself to look through the many shelves to see if he could find what he needed. The store was only a one-story building. The items that it sold were all in exposition with their prices written next to their descriptions. Oh, they even sell information. Noah was surprised to see that some shelves were empty but a price was still attached to it. Their tags indicated a certain topic or organization of the archipelago, and there were even tiers to how detailed that information was. Of course, the price increased according to the number of details requested. I bet that there is a lot going on in secret. No one can accumulate all this information without having connections with the underground world. Noah concluded in his mind as he continued to inspect the items. Maps and information of any kind appeared in his eyes, but he was still unsatisfied. Everything seemed too generic, and there wasn't anything that offered a complete overview of the archipelago. In the end, he gave up and neared the desk where the woman was after releasing a loud sigh. "Could you please help me with my request?" Noah performed a polite bow before asking that question. The woman raised her head again and stared at Noah for a while before nodding. "I need a detailed map of the archipelago. The map must feature information about the Matrix's network and the political situation of each island. It would be perfect if it also described the role of each island." Noah casually spoke those words, but the woman opened her eyes in surprise. Apart from the intel about the organizations, the maps were the main business of the shop, and Noah was basically asking for their best product. "I don't know if you can afford something like that." The woman didn't refuse him right away, but she politely questioned Noah's financial situation. "Name a price." Noah didn't mind it. He simply replied to her in his usual aloof attitude. 15,000 credits. Noah waved his hand, and that sum appeared on the desk right over the sheets that she was reading. The sight of the pile of crystals surprised the woman, who immediately stood up and bowed toward Noah. "Every request of our customer shall be granted." The drastic change of attitude made Noah roll his eyes, but he remained silent. He would have done the same if he was in her situation. The woman bent under the desk and seemed to activate some kind of inscription, since a pale light illuminated the floor for a few instants. When she stood up, an azure scroll was in her hands, which she handed to Noah. "This is the most updated map of the archipelago of our store. You can modify the information through your mental energy if it becomes outdated, or you can come here, and we will update it for you." Noah unfolded the scroll and swept it with his mental energy. A blueprint of the archipelago appeared inside his sea of consciousness. Information about each of its islands revealed itself as soon as Noah focused on them. The information included the faction that controlled them, their purpose, and the matrices placed there together with the route needed to reach them. As he willed, the teleportation network illuminated itself on the blueprint. Noah could clearly understand the many connections between each formation. "Does it satisfy you?" the woman asked when she saw that Noah closed the scroll to store it in his space ring. "Yes, but I wonder if you could do something else for me." The woman smiled at his words before being stunned by the sudden drop in the temperature of the store. Noah was staring at her with a cold expression. His eyes shone with a bright blue light as he used his mental energy to express his seriousness. "How much does it cost to stop the information about my purchase from going into your records?" A store that sold information would surely record Noah's arrival. He didn't want to expose himself so easily. The woman gulped. The gaze fixed on her was limiting the activity of her mind. Her mental sphere was restricted under the pressure of who she had initially thought was a beggar. 3,000 credits, and the store will forget that you even entered." She didn't falter. Her words were steady. She seemed trained for that kind of situation. Noah nodded and retracted his aura, covering himself again in layers of mental energy before taking out the requested sum. The woman took the money and smiled. Her expression was different, though. The warmth from before was gone, replaced by a stern and cold attitude. "I hope that the store has satisfied you. Feel free to use it whenever you need." Noah gave one last look at the woman before leaving the building. His mind replayed the events in the shop as he moved toward a matrix. She was trained to handle matters of the underground world. "It seems that I've misjudged the situation of the archipelago. I wouldn't be surprised if all the stores had connections with the hive. The continent has sent representatives after the situation in the islands was going out of hand, which means that most of its former inhabitants were all willing to become independent already. I don't know if I can use this to my advantage, though." Noah took a matrix that led to one of the residential islands belonging to the Papal Nation. The map purchased in the store was very detailed. Noah had just to think, and the islands on the blueprint inside his mind that satisfied his needs would illuminate themselves. It took less than an instant for him to pick an island and decide a route. The prices for the teleportation corresponded to those indicated by the map, which made Noah even more satisfied with his purchase. As for why he left the market area without inspecting other stores, it was because the woman's attitude had raised his wariness about the archipelago. "I don't know how much of the archipelago the hive controls, but it doesn't feel like the representatives of the continent have done much progress in suppressing it. I can't move freely if I don't have confidence in my strength." Wandering in unknown territories was something that Noah had done many times already. However, he had never been in a place where the political situation was so vague. Why there isn't any soldier patrolling the islands? What is the actual role of the representatives of the continent? What is the role of the hive? How much control does it have over the many organizations? Doubts filled Noah's mind. There were too many questions that he couldn't answer. Since I can't find answers, I'll just focus on increasing my strength before making a move. That was Noah's solution. His dantian was already nearing the solid stage. It wouldn't take much for the breakthrough to arrive. Being in the solid stage would place Noah at the peak of the second rank, making him virtually unbeatable by other rank 2 cultivators thanks to his rank 3C of consciousness. Noah left the formation as soon as the scenery changed. The many tall buildings were the sign of a place built for habitation purposes. He hurriedly crossed the streets of the city. This island was smaller than Island 132. It had fewer buildings, but they featured better rooms. A banner then attracted his attention. 300 credits per week, open to everyone, average density for rank 2 cultivators. This one will do. Noah knocked on the main door of the building and a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes welcomed him. They quickly found an agreement. Noah simply handed 3,000 credits to him and left for his room. The density of breath was quite low for his needs, but the breath blessing stored in his space ring made up for it. This is simply too useful. I bet that the royals will cough blood if they knew that my cultivation is going smoothly thanks to them. Noah couldn't help but smile when he felt the density of breath in the room increase as soon as his mineral was placed on the floor. Cultivators had 2 big obstacles in their pursuit of power: techniques and resources. Techniques were the basic requirement to cultivate, but the training speed was dictated by the resources in your possession. If Noah didn't have the breath blessing with him, his progress would have been far slower. A normal environment could satisfy only rank 1 cultivators after all. I wonder when this stone will become useless to me. I should still be fine during the solid stage, but I don't know about the 3rd rank. Well, I still don't have a cultivation technique for that, so there is no point in worrying now. Noah suppressed his thoughts and closed his eyes to focus on his cultivation. He had planned to leave the room only after his dantian entered and stabilized itself in the solid stage. 2 months passed quickly. Noah was used to training diligently, so he never felt the need to go out of his room during that period. His body and mind were on a higher rank, so his dantian had improved quickly. The breakthrough that Noah was waiting for arrived only 1 month and a half after he secluded himself. His dantian had reached its limits, signaling that it was time to change the state of the breath inside it. The shining black liquid inside his dantian was compressed under the pressure of his mental energy. Noah saw how the walls of his dantian couldn't fight against the steady control that he had on the process. In just a few hours, the entirety of the liquid breath was turned into a small black crystal. Noah had easily entered into the solid stage, the last stage of the 2nd rank. The other 2 weeks were spent enlarging his reserves of solid breath. The breath blessing had begun to struggle to provide the necessary density, but Noah didn't have a better solution at that moment. He was simply glad that he could cultivate at a decent speed. He still had 2 weeks left before his rent expired, but he had yet to decide what to do in the archipelago. Noah found himself inspecting the map of the archipelago many times, looking for opportunities that suited him. However, the month spent in seclusion had made most of the events described in the map outdated. It seems that I have to return to the store. Noah left the room and used the matrices needed to return to Island 132. Now that I think about it, this store doesn't even have a name. No wonder it's so shady. The same woman from the last time greeted him with a wide smile. The place was empty again, so he could speak freely. Another 500 credits were expended to update the map. Noah couldn't help but think that his finances were shortening far quicker than he had planned. Yet that purchase wasn't fruitless. An event that attracted his attention appeared in one of the islands controlled by the Papal Nation. Entrance tests of the flowing river sect, 2 days from now on Island 86. This seems interesting. The chance that Noah was waiting for had finally arrived. On the morning of 2 days later on Island 86, a large pavilion was placed in a remote location, outside the city of the island, near the shore. The purple light radiated by the exoskeleton of the coral gave a mesmerizing appearance to the scenery, and lines of youths could be seen waiting for their chance to enter the building. There are mostly kids who have just grown a dantian, but there is some experienced cultivator. I wonder if the sect will leave a few spots for people like me. Noah was in line, waiting for his turn to enter the pavilion. That building was the place where the first test of the flowing river sect would occur. The rumors of the crowd around him spoke about some kind of examination that would identify the attitude of the applicants. My attitude shouldn't be a problem. I don't think that someone more diligent than me exists. The only problem is my past. I don't know if they will accept me once they make some investigation. Noah could clearly hear the many voices of the youths in line and was already pondering about the events that would follow the entrance test. It couldn't be helped. Noah was confident in his ability. It was impossible to find another cultivator that matched his achievements at such a young age. Noah wasn't even 24, but he was already a rank 3 mage and a rank 2 cultivator in the solid stage. His body had also entered in the heroic ranks a long time ago. Such feats were unthinkable when considering his age. The flowing river sect in the archipelago is just a branch of the sect in the continent. It's the perfect opportunity to reach the Papral nation. Noah had bought information about the sect as soon as he learned about the entrance test. It was needless to say that it had cost him quite a sum. Knowledge was precious. Specific information about certain organizations would be pricier than maps. Yet, using that service had confirmed Noah's hopes, leading him to participate in the entrance test. The line moved quickly. 20 persons would enter the pavilion each time and exit it in 10 minutes. Considering that there were only a few hundred applicants, Noah's turn came quite soon. The green curtains of the pavilion opened, allowing Noah and 19 youths inside. Noah was the oldest of the group. The others were all rank 1 cultivators in the gaseous stage, basically newbies of the cultivation journey. This is just the first skimming of the entrance test. We will test your personality and judge if you are a suitable cultivator for our sect. An elderly man spoke in a calm tone from the other side of the pavilion. He had a long white beard and white hair combed in a simple bun. His robe was azure and simple. There wasn't any type of embroidery on it. 2 middle-aged cultivators stood by his side, a man and a woman who dressed in a similar robe. They seriously stared at the batch of applicants that had crossed the curtains. They are all rank 3 cultivators, but the old one seems stronger. Noah judged quickly before lowering his head. He didn't want to attract their attention that soon. We will give you a mental seed. It's a peculiar type of plant that feeds on mental waves. All you need to do is put it between your eyebrows and let it feed on your thoughts. The plant will flourish in a shape that reflects your attitude. We will then judge it and decide if you can have access to the second test. The elderly cultivator continued his explanation and waved his sleeve as soon as it finished. 20 white seeds flew in the air and landed in 20 different spots over a large mat. Take position and begin. The woman next to him gave the order. The applicants didn't waste time and chose a random seed as they sat on the mat. What an interesting plant. The world is really variegated. Noah inspected the seed as he sat in a cross-legged position. He couldn't find anything strange with the seed. It actually seemed lifeless at his inspection. Then he neared it to his face and a small change occurred. The seed began to emit a suction force that tried to affect his mental sphere. Of course, it was just a seed. Even someone that had still to become a rank 1 mage could oppose that suction force. Yet Noah was still surprised by that behavior. It sensed my mind. Maybe I should have studied plants too back in the academy. The test of his attitude in the Royal Academy had given him only average results in alchemy, making him ignore the course about the magical plants of the world. Noah then stopped wasting time and placed the seed between his eyebrows. He didn't resist the suction force. The seed was only so big. Those few strands of mental energy that it began to absorb could be refilled in just a few seconds by his mental sphere. In a few minutes, the seed sprouted. Noah felt that a kind of connection had been created between him and the plant, attaching it to his skin as it continued to grow. Red branches slowly formed, followed by what seemed a black bud. The growth continued until the plant reached its limits and the seed detached itself from Noah's face and fell on the mat. Only then did Noah open his eyes to stare at the result of the process. He saw a tangle of red branches covered in thorns. They seemed to have been covered in fresh blood for how similar their colors were. In the middle of that tangle, a black rose had flourished. Its exact shape was hidden by the darkness of its color. The light inside the pavilion wasn't able to completely illuminate it. Noah inspected it and thought that it was extremely beautiful, but a halo of sadness seemed to surround its entire form. Noah stared at his plant for some time before raising his head to inspect the other applicants. They had their eyes closed. Their plants were still growing in various shapes, and there wasn't any similarity between the 20 of them. Mine has grown quickly because my mental waves are stronger than theirs. I wonder what kind of judgment I will receive. Noah had realized that the characteristics of his plant were outside of his understanding. He didn't know if he had succeeded in the test. More minutes passed, and the plants of the other applicants slowly completed their growth and separated themselves from their faces. The youths had tired expressions. That process wasn't easy to withstand with their weak minds. The 3 cultivators of the flowing river sect began to inspect the plants as soon as the last seed fell on the mat. They would nod or shake their heads while giving a brief explanation to each applicant. The branches are too soft. You lack determination. This bud isn't fully flourished. You are still too immature. Your plant lacks shine. You are too average. Straight and sturdy. You have passed. Most of the comments from the 3 cultivators were negative. It was obvious that only a minority of the applicants would reach the second stage of the entrance test. Then Noah's turn came. The old cultivator was his examiner, and he abruptly stopped his tracks when his gaze met Noah's plant. A bloodied armor and a black heart. He mumbled those words after a few rounds of inspection. They were spoken softly. Noah could only hear them because of his powerful mind. The cultivator then raised his head to look at Noah. His mental energy tried to probe his cultivation level, but he couldn't make out the exact power of the young man in front of him. It was needless to say that he was extremely surprised by that event. Noah had the appearance of an 18-year-old man. His aging had stopped since his body and Danteon had improved too quickly. It would resume only if he remained at that level for many years. Yet, that young-looking man was able to hide part of his power from the probing of a rank 3 cultivator. Such a feat was generally considered impossible for a rank 2 cultivator. You are too used on being alone. Your branches are strong and sturdy, but they reject anyone that comes close to you. Your heart is dark. It was born in the darkness of your armor. It has severed any need for light and can only feed on more darkness. The elder sighed before putting Noah's plant in his space ring and shaking his head. I can see that you are a rare talent by the shine of your plant, but I know that you will never manage to become part of the sect. I'm sorry, we can't accept you. Noah was a bit surprised by the long explanation. He knew that the test would have revealed his personality, but he didn't think that it would be so accurate. Also, that final judgment had stated that he had failed the entrance test. The sect wasn't willing to accept someone like him. I guess there is nothing I can do about it. This is just how I am. Noah sighed before standing up and bowing to the elder. The latter nodded at that gesture and watched as Noah neared the curtains of the pavilion to exit the test area. Will you remain in the archipelago for the time being? He asked that question before Noah crossed the curtains. Maybe. Noah gave that vague answer and left the area. He had bet on the flowing river sect to return to the continent, but he had failed in the first test. He needed to reorganize his thoughts and find another opportunity that could lead to the same result. I should just cultivate for a few days before going back to Island 132. I still have to explore the market, and maybe something new will appear after I update the map. It was with those thoughts that he left the crowded area and walked toward the matrices to return to his rented room. Meanwhile, the entrance test of the flowing river sect continued and ended in about an hour. Only a few applicants had succeeded, and they were given instructions about the second phase of the test before being dismissed. Good work today, we found some promising youths. Rest now, I have some matters to attend. The old cultivator instructed his 2 followers and left the area, calmly walking toward the city at the center of the island. At some point, he entered a simple-looking tavern that had a horn as its banner. He crossed the hall and sat on the table at the bottom of the tavern. The other cultivators there moved their gazes away when they sensed a trace of his cultivation level. A waitress brought him a jug of wine, and he took small sips from it as he waited in silence. "Dwight, I hope the selections of your sect went well." A hooded figure sat in front of him after saying those words. "Roy, I told you many times to start speaking only after you've sat. The governors are looking for you people like crazy these days. Island 160 has been hit hard by the last investigation." Dwight complained, but Roy didn't seem to care. He simply released a small laugh before replying to him. "So, did you find anything interesting?" "Only the usual, naive kids with some talent and a strong sense of justice. You know what my sect looks for in a cultivator. Yet, I might have found a candidate for your chasing demon sect." Roy released a surprised sound at those words and gave a space ring to Dwight, waiting for him to continue speaking. Dwight inspected the contents of the ring and nodded in satisfaction before taking out an item from his storage device. Noah's plant appeared on the desk of the tavern, and Roy didn't hesitate to inspect it with great interest. Noah was unaware of the conversation between Dwight and Roy. He didn't know that an organization had already become interested in him. He didn't have another plan. The map of the archipelago had other interesting opportunities, but they were all handled by the factions of the Nation and the Chandal Empire. He didn't want to expose himself to them. Since there was nothing he could do at the moment, he chose to explore the market on Island 132. He planned to cultivate and sell his useless items while periodically checking the map store. He was sure that another opportunity would arrive if he waited long enough. The island had various stores. They covered most of the cultivation's fields. Inscribed items, magical beasts' corpses, techniques and spells, potions and pills. Every kind of resource useful in the cultivation journey could be found there. However, for someone like Noah who had lived in the capital of the Nation, the variety of goods was lacking. The inscribed items were mostly in the first rank. Those in the second one were considered masterpieces and sold at exorbitant prices. Noah didn't want to waste money in something unnecessary. The magical beasts' corpses were somewhat satisfying, but those in the heroic ranks and in a good state came from the archipelago. Noah could only find rotten and decomposed corpses when he looked for creatures of the darkness element. The techniques and spells were in the second rank at best, while martial arts and body-nourishing methods only reached the third one. They were also heavily overpriced. Noah found himself unable to purchase anything that could interest him. As for potion and pills, Noah limited himself to the purchase of a few reagents for the breakthrough of his Danteon. There was a chance of failure in the process, so it was better to have more than one of them. The rest of his trip to the market was spent selling his useless items and sorting his space rings. Noah didn't want to concentrate all his wealth in one ring, but he also didn't want to have too many of them. When his trip was over, he had only 2 rings who had 200 cubic meters of space each. Inside of them, his weapons, scrolls, items, and materials were orderly organized according to their purpose. "I got rid of all the useless drugs, materials, and weapons. Only those that could link my identity to Noah Bulvin are still in my rings. I've managed to gain a few thousand credits today, but my finances will just decrease if I continue to travel through the islands and purchase information without any kind of income," Noah thought as he moved to the now familiar map store. Using the matrices and purchasing information was expensive. Even after selling all his useless items, Noah's finances only amounted to 120,000 credits. "I guess I can't help it. I'll just have to find an occupation if I become too short on money." He had already thought of using his capabilities as a hunter and inscription master to make a living, but he preferred to leave that option for last. Those two professions would inevitably expose something about himself. He would rather join an organization and use it as a cover. The usual greetings of the middle-aged woman welcomed him as soon as he stepped in the store. Noah simply nodded before inspecting the shelves. He was just passing by. Only a few days had passed since he updated the map. There was no point in doing it again so soon. Yet, a tag on an empty shelf attracted his attention, making him stop in place. The empty shelves held information about different topics, and the one in front of Noah had a familiar name written on its tag. Hooded Devil. Noah read the tag in his mind while keeping an expressionless face. 2,000 credits then appeared in his hand, and he carefully laid them inside the shelf without retracting his arm. The crystals disappeared and the shelf lit up. A stream of information ran from his hand to his mind in a few instants. Noah had paid for the most detailed report. He would pay any price to know how far the investigation about him had gone. The Hooded Devil, a cultivator that has joined the Odria nation in its battles against the Shandal Empire. Darkness element, cultivation level unclear. Witnesses have confirmed that he has survived the ambush of a rank 3 cultivator and that he can perform inscriptions. Possible identity: Noah Bulvin, criminal of the Utra nation. The Elbas family has issued an arrest warrant and some of his abilities match those of the Hooded Devil. Further information about Noah Bulvin is to be found in the Utra nation. Current location: Odria nation. As the pieces of information entered his mind, Noah was first surprised by how fast a connection with his real identity had been made. Yet, toward the end of it, he became confused. Current location? What does it mean? How outdated are these reports? He immediately asked the woman as he retracted his arm. These have come yesterday. They shouldn't be more than 1 month old. The woman replied with an interested expression, but Noah just nodded at her answer and left the building to return to his habitation. Don't tell me that they are still covering me. That was the only explanation that he could come up with. His escape plan only needed for the Odria country to open the formation so that he could pretend to escape toward the depth of the continent. He didn't ask for anything more. Nina's face appeared in his mind, followed by those of the cultivators with whom he had shared 2 years of his life. Those guys, this wasn't necessary. He could imagine what they had done. Placing a blue soldier with a black hood in a monthly battle that followed Noah's departure would have been enough to fool the Empire. The decoy didn't have to fight after all. Its figure would be enough to give Noah more time to escape. Noah could understand what the Odria nation had done, but he couldn't figure out why. Do they expect me to help them in the future? Yet, they couldn't possibly know that I would have had access to this information. His mind was confused. Knowing that the Odria nation was protecting him made him feel strange. Are they simply doing this out of goodwill? That possibility left him even more confused. He was used to people trying to exploit him, but pure kindness was something that he had experienced too few times in his second life. If it really is kindness, what would I do? Going back to the Odria nation, fight together with it, managing to free it from the clutches of the Empire, those were the things that a righteous person would do. Yet, the Empire had a god. Good and evil didn't matter in front of such an entity. It's not that Noah didn't want to help that country. He had been treated well there, and those pieces of information had given birth to a tinge of gratitude toward it. However, the reality of things was that he was only a rank 2 cultivator on the run. He couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Once again, the feeling of being powerless assaulted him before Noah dispersed it with a renewed determination. If I ever am to reach the divine ranks, I will surely pay back this favor. His mother, William, and now the Odria country, those that had become close to Noah did their best to give him more time to develop, and he had still done nothing to repay them. He had simply continued to escape as he pursued power, without ever getting rid of the powerlessness that he felt. One day, he sighed as he put those thoughts in the back of his mind. Those matters were still far away from his reach. He was only a rank 2 cultivator after all. The shape of the building where his habitation was appeared in his sight. An urge to cultivate made him accelerate his steps as he walked toward the main door. However, when the token needed to open that door appeared in his hand, a voice resounded from behind him. Are you Zach, the one that has taken part in the entrance test of the Flowing River sect? Noah turned only to see a simple-looking man that stared at him with a stern face. Who is asking? He asked. Noah wasn't in a good mood. The recent discovery had put some pressure on him, and he wanted to improve his strength in the shortest amount of time. A friend was captivated by your performance in the entrance test. He would like to meet you. The man answered. Performance in the test? Is he talking about my personality? Noah had failed the first test, the one with the mental seed, so he didn't understand how someone could have taken interest in him, nor how it did gain access to that information. Seeing that Noah was hesitant, the man continued to speak. You wanted to enter a sect, right? This friend can make it happen. He is in a sect too. Noah stared at the man for a while before nodding and gesturing to lead the way. He is just a rank 2 cultivator, not really a threat. The reason why he was so confident was that the man in front of him was clearly weaker than him. He could just escape if the situation became too dangerous. Also, he didn't have anything planned. He was just waiting for some opportunity to appear. He knows my name and the fact that I wanted to join the Flowing River sect. It's still early to jump to conclusions, but there is a high chance that he has connections with the hive. The entrance test had happened only a few days ago and Noah didn't give his name during it. It wasn't required. That meant that the organization behind the man was either aware of all the new arrivals in the archipelago or had investigated about Noah in the days after the test. It was obvious that the first organization that came to his mind was the hive. Noah followed the man for a few minutes until he stopped in front of a poor-looking tavern. I can't go further. You need to enter alone if you want to meet my friend. The man spoke those last words before turning and leaving the small street where they were. How will I recognize it? Noah asked, but the man didn't turn. In a few seconds, he left his line of sight, disappearing behind a corner. The chances of the hive being behind this have suddenly increased. He thought as he opened the door of the tavern and crossed its entrance. Noah had been interested in that secret organization since he heard about it. There was no reason for him to refuse that chance. The tavern was dark and most of the cultivators inside it were either drunk or sonorously sleeping on their respective tables. The smell of strong wine and puke filled the dusty room, but Noah didn't mind it too much. His attention was focused on the search of the friend mentioned by the man from before. A soft light came from one of the tables at the end of the room. The source of the light was a peculiar plant with bright red branches that were filled with sharp thorns. The branches entangled themselves around a dark core. The insides of the tangle of branches were too dark for anyone to make out the actual shape of what they contained. Noah recognized the plant that he had created during the entrance test and understood how that organization became aware of his existence. The Flowing River sect has connections with the underground world. Well, maybe it's the opposite. A hooded figure stared attentively at the plant. Some of its facial features were revealed by the soft light of the branches, but Noah couldn't understand if it was a man or a woman. He decisively walked toward that table and sat in front of the cultivator. His eyes tried to probe its cultivation level, but to no avail. Silence followed at that moment. Noah wasn't going to be the first to speak. Then, the figure opened its mouth to speak. Its voice seemed to belong to a middle-aged man with a healthy constitution. Don't you find it beautiful? Noah didn't answer the hooded man's question. His gaze was fixed on his figure. He was trying to understand his cultivation level, but he could only pick up some clues. I know that he isn't in the heroic ranks, but I can't define his actual power. His mind is stronger than mine. That conclusion was enough to make him realize that he was dealing with some sort of important figure. Rank 3 cultivator, either in the liquid or solid stage. He is far stronger than me. The previous conclusion led to this one. Noah knew that he was a special case. The possibility of a cultivator having a sea of consciousness stronger than its dantian was an extremely rare event. That's why he could safely assume that, since the man in front of him had a mind stronger than his, then his dantian must have been at a far greater level. A rank 3 mage with a rank 3 dantian at that level could be considered at the peak of the human ranks, thus someone important. Joining an orthodox sect with this personality of yours won't be easy. Those old fogies used the mental seeds as the first test from before I was born. The man spoke again. They are actually more permissive back in the continent. Well, they go easy on the young and immature ones at least. Noah continued to listen. The man seemed to speak with no reserves and would often touch or test some parts of Noah's plant. Look at this. There are so many branches. This means that your nature is basically defined and there is no hope of shaping it. I'm afraid that even the sects in the continent would refuse you. The man shook his head after those words. He was probably trying to emphasize his expression, but the hood that covered his face made that gesture pointless. Is he trying to say that he is from the Papal nation? Noah wondered. His mind had been unaffected by his speech. He was only focused on understanding the meaning behind his words. You are lucky, though. I might just know a sect that won't care about this and will probably treat it as a positive quality. Which sect? Noah finally interrupted the man to ask that question. So you do speak. Wonderful, I was afraid you might have been mute. As for which sect I'm talking about, that would be mine. The man's voice turned grave toward the end of the phrase. He seemed to have stopped joking around. You came looking for me just because of my personality? Noah asked. He could understand that every organization needed henchmen and that his personality seemed to be suitable for that role. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if that single requirement was enough to earn a private meeting. Maybe they gather all the members in this way and I'm not a special case. That possibility hit Noah's mind. If his assumption was right, he was in front of an organization of the underground world. Private meetings would be the best way to ensure the secrecy of its recruitment. Yes and no. We have many cells laid around the archipelago and we don't lack pawns that have no relevance in its political network. Your personality fits the requirements to enter our organization, but it also tells me that you could do well in another role. The man continued to explain calmly. He didn't seem to care that he was giving that much information to Noah. What role is that? Noah asked with interest. Joining an organization was part of his plan since he arrived in the archipelago. It would spare him a lot of money and time entering one in that way. As for the issue concerning the legality of said organization, he couldn't care less. The man didn't immediately answer. He first grabbed some branches with both his hands and separated them from the tangle. The thorns of the plant couldn't hurt him. They had grown feeding on mental energy after all. They could be considered sturdy only in relation to similar plants. He then inserted his hand in the dark core and picked up the black rose at its center. Noah could see how, even when out in the open, the edges of the rose were blurry. The light didn't seem to be able to completely illuminate it. This is your core. You can see how it can't merge with the world illuminated by the sun. To use its full potential, you must immerse it in the thickest darkness. The man spoke again and he reinserted the rose back in the tangle, using his sleeves to prevent any light from entering its insides. The rose disappeared right in front of Noah's eyes. He couldn't see it anymore. It seemed as if it had really merged with the darkness. The role. Noah reminded him of his question. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have some kind of enlightenment from the man's speech, but he was still able to put it on hold until the meeting was finished. He wouldn't allow himself to be distracted in front of such a mysterious man. The hooded figure released a small laugh before taking away the hood from his head. Strands of long gray hair were laid on his shoulders as his facial features were revealed. He was a middle-aged man. He was extremely thin and his edges were sharp due to the lack of fat under his skin. However, what attracted Noah's interest the most was his shining red eyes. His skin tensed as he opened his mouth. Noah could see the tremble of his throat as he began to speak. I'm Roy. I handle the recruitment of my chasing demon sect and one of my sources has shown me your case. I could just find you a job as a henchman, but I think that your talent would be wasted in that way. That's why I came to offer you the position of honorary disciple. Would you like to hear more about it? Roy smiled toward the end of its phrase. His smiling expression was quite scary due to his features, but Noah could feel the good intentions behind his proposal. Do you always recruit disciples in this way? Even though he could feel the goodwill behind Roy's words, Noah still had too many doubts. It has happened previously. I simply can't contain myself when I find someone interesting. Roy continued to smile as he answered Noah. I have too many questions. I can't just give you an answer right away. Noah expressed his concerns, but Roy didn't seem discouraged. He simply nodded and began to speak again. The Chasing Demon sect was one of the unorthodox sects of the Papal Nation. We have been expelled a few hundred years ago due to an edict of the council and forced to set ourselves here. Oh, in case you were wondering, we are one of the branches of the Hive, the leading underground organization of the archipelago. Noah's eyes widened after that statement. Is this man for real? Did he just tell me such secretive information right away? According to Cody's words, the word hive was a taboo. Anything related to it would unleash the full power of the representatives of the continent. Yet, in that poor-looking tavern, Noah had made contact with such a wanted organization. Is he so sure that I will join the sect? Maybe he has the confidence of capturing me in case I wanted to escape. Noah's thoughts inevitably reached that conclusion. In Roy's eyes, he was only a talented cultivator with a peculiar personality. His identity of Noah Bulvin and Hooded Devil was kept hidden by the Odria country. They don't know my actual power, and this gives me a chance to escape. Yet, I don't think I'll find a better chance. Now that he knew that he could escape, Noah began to evaluate the position of honorary disciple. What would I gain from joining your sect? Which limitations would I have? What kind of role would I play in the organization? Noah stormed Roy with questions. Since the latter was so open in his answers, he would first solve his doubts before making his decision. Well, you would gain resources in relation to your merits. The limitations are quite obvious. You are not to betray the sect and you must swear to serve it. In return, we will swear to treat you properly. As for the role, my sect mainly handles the assassinations of certain troublesome individuals from the continent. Assassinations that might actually fit me. Noah thought after Roy gave another series of honest answers. Noah had the mental tremor spell and the warp spell. Silently killing someone and escape wouldn't be a problem. What about my freedom? I won't accept a deal that limits my growth. That was Noah's biggest concern. He had always been forced to escape from any organization that had taken interest in him because they would have ultimately forced him to stop his cultivation. They cared more about maintaining their hierarchy than nurturing worthy members. Roy shrugged his shoulders at that question. We are an unorthodox sect. All our members are hotheads with lofty ambitions. I won't deny that there are internal struggles for the important positions, but the sect itself won't intervene on those matters. It will be up to you and the other disciples to handle them. Noah listened attentively. He still wasn't satisfied with that answer. So, can you assure me that the sect won't hinder my growth in any way? Roy nodded at that question. The sect is built upon the strength of its members. You will fall if you are weak and you will climb if you are powerful. That's an iron rule in the world of unorthodox cultivators. This part is actually mentioned in the oath that we will swear together. The last insurance cleared Noah of any doubt. He knew far too well the limits of lone cultivators. He had long stopped training his body and he was enlarging his mental sphere with his methods. Those were the restrictions applied on those that lacked techniques. Simply speaking, everyone needed a backer in the cultivation world. I agree to become an honorary disciple. I would just like to inspect the contents of the oath beforehand. Noah couldn't find anything wrong with Roy's conditions, so he ultimately agreed to join the chasing demon sect. Roy took out a tablet from his space ring. It was old and many intricate inscriptions could be seen over its surface. Touch it and you will know the rules. Noah didn't hesitate. His hand went on the tablet and a stream of information entered his mind. Protect the sect, serve the sect, bring glory on the sect, and swear on your name. That might be a problem. At the requirement of using his real name, Noah hesitated a bit. Then he saw that Roy had taken out a seal with a horned head depicted on its surface. This is an inscribed item. It allows me to swear on account of the whole sect. Roy explained when he saw Noah's confused expression. He then pressed the seal on the tablet and spoke solemn words. The Chasing Demons sect welcomes you as a member and promises to protect and nurture you. May the dantian of those that betray you explode. In the name of Roy Red Ice, appointed elder of the human matters. To think that he would swear before me. Noah smiled internally at that sight but maintained a solemn expression on the outside. Both his hands went on the tablet as he began to chant the required words for the agreement. I swear to protect and serve the Chasing Demon sect and to bring glory to its name. If I ever was to betray it, my dantian will explode. In the name of Noah Bulvin, bastard of the Bulvin family. Roy's eyes widened when he heard that name, but it was too late. The tablet shone and two black marks shot out of it. One mark went on the sigil, which brightened up for a few seconds before returning to its normal state. The other one went on Noah's arm, where it transformed into a tattoo similar to the horned head on the sigil. From that moment on, Noah was a disciple of the Chasing Demon sect. Roy was speechless. Noah's name still resounded in his mind as he continued to stare at the young man in front of him. Noah's actions weren't enough for a cultivator in the heroic ranks to take notice of him, but those in the human ranks that handled the various reports from the continent knew him far too well. It couldn't be helped. Noah had created a lot of ruckus with his escape from the Nation. Having a criminal on the run was a stain on the reputation of the Elbas family, which was the face of the country. After his escape, information about Noah's features and abilities became widely spread, but the royals had tried to keep that knowledge inside their area of influence. The three big nations of the continents were publicly enemies after all. it would have been impossible for the royals to seek the cooperation of the Empire just to capture a criminal in the human ranks. Yet, the events in the Odria country had caused some leaks. The Shandal Empire became interested in the inscription master that hid inside the formation and started its investigation. Then, during Noah's last monthly battle, when he revealed his abilities, a connection between the hooded devil and Noah Bulvin was made, causing the investigations to reach the informants inside the Utra nation. In just a few months, Noah's abilities became known to anyone willing to pay for them. Only his facial features remained a knowledge exclusive to the Utra nation. Roy, as a member of the underground world of the archipelago and as an elder handling the matters in the human ranks, had to be aware of such information. That's why Noah's name surprised him. The reports clearly said that he was still in the Odria nation, fighting in the monthly battles against the Empire. "Are you that Noah Bulvin? The criminal of the Utra nation?" Noah was inspecting the tattoo created after the oath when Roy asked that question. "Even if I was, you can't divulge this information now, am I right?" Noah said without raising his gaze from his arm. "That is right," Roy answered helplessly. "And you can't inform the other interested parties, like the legal organizations and the Hive, that I'm not in the Odria nation, right? As a disciple of the Chasing Demon sect, your identity is protected." Roy answered again Noah's question. Only then did Noah raise his gaze to nod toward the red-eyed man. He showed a shameless smile as he confirmed his suggestion. "Yes, I am that Noah Bulvin." Roy stared at Noah for a while before sighing and massaging his temples, and he continued to sit. Noah calmly waited for him to recover. He didn't trick anyone this time. The other party simply lacked the necessary information to determine his real identity. "The cover of the Odria country is revealing itself more beneficial than I thought." Those thoughts hit Noah's mind as he stared at Roy. He didn't know if the Chasing Demon sect would have approached him if they had suspected his identity, but he was sure that the meeting would have had a different atmosphere in that case. His gratitude toward the Odria country increased again before he was forced to put those thoughts in the back of his mind since Roy finally interrupted his silence. "Ha ha ha! To think that we were forming a team to hunt you down after you came out of the defensive formation. Come, come. We need to go to the headquarters and stop the mission." Roy had exploded in a loud laugh before he said those words. He then stood up and gestured to Noah to follow him. Well, that was unexpected. Noah was surprised by Roy's reaction, but he didn't mind it too much. Cultivators had peculiar personalities. He had learned it a long time ago. He stood up and followed Roy. They went toward one corner of the tavern where the latter placed a few hundred credits on the floor. A formation lit up as soon as the crystals touched the floor. Symbols and runes seemed to appear out of nowhere as they created a complex diagram that encircled Noah and Roy. "Did you manage to set up teleportation matrices under the representatives of the continent's nose?" Noah asked. He didn't sense the formation until it was activated, but when it did, he understood the purpose of its diagram. "Humph, we were on the archipelago long before the representatives arrived. We are the one that set the teleportation network. The continent has just taken control of the matrices that we couldn't hide." Roy snorted as he explained the situation to Noah. The light radiated from the formation reached its peak, and Noah felt an incredible pressure on his mental sphere. He was forced to close his eyes during the process to defend against the force pressing on his mind. The teleportation lasted only a few seconds. When Noah opened his eyes, a purple world appeared in front of him. The color was similar to the halo on the shores of each island, but that place was an underground location. The sky was covered by a metallic purple ceiling. Where is this place? Noah wondered. He was sure that he was still in the Coral Archipelago. The purple halo was the proof that he was somewhere near the exoskeleton of the dead pack of magical beasts. Yet, what he saw gave him no further hints. He could only understand that he was somewhere under the level of the sea. "Let's go, we need to reach the central area of the sect. This zone is reserved for the caves of the elders." Roy spoke to him and began to walk in a certain direction. Noah didn't dare to remain behind and followed him as he continued to inspect the environment. "The density of breath here is far higher than that in my rented room. I wonder where is this place? I have never seen anything similar in my map." Since his map and his gaze couldn't make him understand his location, Noah simply decided to ask. Where is this place? Roy didn't seem surprised by his question and gave a quick answer as he continued to walk. These are the insides of the exoskeleton of the purple corals. The insides of the exoskeleton? Noah shouted in his mind when he registered Roy's words. The coral archipelago was formed on top of the exoskeleton. It made it a safe location for humans since the purple radiance prevented the attacks of the many magical beasts of the sea. He would have never thought that the headquarters of the chasing demon sects were built inside such a precious material. That's why the purple halo is so intense and the density of breath is so high. There is nothing that blocks the radiance, and the absence of other lifeforms maintains the concentration of the breath at high levels. I wonder how they managed to keep this location hidden to the representatives of the continent. Noah pondered as he continued to walk. He was now sure that his sect had to be quite important for it to maintain control over such a privileged location. How did you hide this place from the continent? In the end, Noah couldn't contain his curiosity and simply asked the man that seemed not to care about the information that he gave him. We didn't completely hide it. Before the continent became anxious about the possibility of the archipelago becoming independent, the excavations of the insides of the exoskeleton spanned for the entirety of its body. When the representative came, we were forced to make 90% of the tunnels collapse. We would rather destroy this place than hand it to the continent. Of course, we managed to save some areas and hide them behind the collapse. Quite ruthless. I like it. Noah approved that action. A victory was profitable only if the winner could plunder the resources left by the defeated. It was just a waste of money otherwise. Roy and Noah left the large residential area and entered one of the many tunnels that filled its edges. Noah would often touch the metallic purple walls to try to understand the level of the material. It's far stronger than a simple rank 4 material. I don't think I can even make a dent on it. The purple corals should have died when they were in the 5th rank or above. Noah thought as he wondered how the sect had managed to dig those tunnels. Piercing a rank 5 material wasn't easy. A cultivator in the heroic ranks was needed to create passages in that place. Roy noticed his interest in the exoskeleton and became curious, ultimately probing the young man behind him. Are you interested in magical beasts? Noah returned to reality when he heard that question. He stayed silent for a while before deciding to speak honestly. As a matter of fact, it's my specialization. I was wondering about the level of the corals. They should have been in the 5th rank or above when they died, but I can't be more precise. My cultivation level prevents me from investigating further. Roy released a surprised gasp at Noah's explanation. The reports about Noah Bulvin mentioned that he was knowledgeable in the field of the magical beasts, but the exact value of that information wasn't set since it depended on the social environment from which it was taken. For example, any cultivator would appear as the most knowledgeable human in the world in the eyes of a commoner. Like that, the fact that the reports about Noah mentioned that he was educated about magical beasts didn't mean much since that information was paired with his young age. There was a limit to how experienced a 23-year-old cultivator could be. Yet, Noah had received the best education of the Nation. His mind was strong and allowed him to memorize many pieces of information, and the bloodline inheritance had left him with a peculiar instinct that further improved his understanding when it came to matters related to magical beasts. Our experts think that the purple corals have died during the hibernation for the breakthrough to the 6th rank. They have misjudged the amount of breath needed for the evolution of their body apparently. Roy explained, the exoskeleton had been studied for hundreds of years by then. Those details could be easily obtained by an elder of an underground organization. Oh, I was really inaccurate. Noah nodded at his explanation and moved his gaze back on the metallic material. No matter how much he looked, he wasn't able to reach a similar conclusion. My level is too low. I still can't be accurate when the heroic ranks are concerned. He sighed internally as he moved his gaze toward the end of the tunnel. Another large area could be seen there. Roy had paid attention to Noah's reactions. He saw how he seemed disappointed by his wrong judgment. Is he really unsatisfied? He has managed to pinpoint the rank of the coral in a few minutes, but he isn't proud of it. Roy wondered in his mind. The young man behind him was indeed unusual. The tunnel then ended and the two of them entered the large underground room that followed it. Let me do the talk now and don't mind too much what she says. Roy warned Noah before he stopped to a seemingly normal location and lightly knocked on the purple ground. Reporting to Elder Iris, we need to modify the mission about Noah Bulvin. The floor trembled after his words were spoken and the terrain transformed into the entrance of a cave. Roy wore a solemn expression and entered it, gesturing to Noah to follow him. The cave was simple, with not much furniture. A middle-aged woman with white hair could be seen sitting on the floor surrounded by sheets. "What's the matter, Roy? I thought that you were ready to send some disciples on the continent to ambush the kid when he went out of the Odria nation. Our contacts with the Utra nation are willing to pay a large sum for his head." Elder Iris spoke without raising her head. Her voice sounded aged. It didn't match her appearance. "Something happened. There is no need to send the team. Noah Bulvin is here by my side." Roy's answer made Elder Iris raise her head. Noah felt naked under her probing gaze. Heroic ranks. Noah's mind gave that warning, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't even struggle in front of such a power. "Good, he is worth even more alive. Take care of it and make sure that our contacts receive him." Elder Iris performed a slight smile when she spoke, but her expression froze when the tattoo of a horned head appeared on her hand and began to shine. Noah's tattoo did the same. It moved on the back of its hand and began to shine with a similar light. It was with furrowed brows that Elder Iris began to stare Roy. Her irritation was easily discerned by her expression. Noah stared at the shining tattoo on the back of his hand. It had moved autonomously, which led him to shot a questioning look toward Roy. Roy lowered his head and answered his gaze in a soft voice. "It has simply sensed the ill intentions of another member of the sect. It's like a warning. Don't worry though. You can keep it hidden somewhere under your skin with your mental energy." Noah nodded at his explanation and his focus moved on the tattoo. His mental energy entered the image of the horned head and forced it to hide under his skin. Even its radiance disappeared once Noah chose to cover it. "Roy!" An irritated voice resounded in the cave. Roy staggered when Elder Iris reminded him of her presence. "Well, he is a talented cultivator. I guess that it was better to have him as a disciple instead of wasting resources to capture him." Roy gave a quick lie, but his tone betrayed him. It was obvious that he felt guilty about the matter. "You enrolled him without even asking his name. Am I right?" Elder Iris saw right through his lie. She sighed when she saw that Roy lowered his head in embarrassment. "You are too reckless. We are a secret organization. We need to be careful whenever we make a move." She shook her head as she reprimanded Roy. She seemed to have already given up on the matter. "Well, he is part of our sect now, put him to work." "And you?" Elder Iris interrupted her words to point a hand toward Noah. "You are never to reveal your name in public and, if you ever get caught, you need to erase every connection with the sect. Roy can tell you our story if you are interested. Also, try not to cause any mess. We are powerful in the archipelago, but we need to maintain the image of a suppressed organization so that we can fool the continent." She gave those obvious orders at which Noah politely bowed. She was a cultivator in the heroic ranks and an elder of his sect. He needed to behave properly. Elder Iris seemed satisfied by his gesture and waved her hand to dismiss the two of them. Her gaze went back on the sheets around her as soon as she did that. Roy patted Noah's shoulder and signaled him to exit the cave. The floor closed behind them when they returned to the surface of the underground area. This is settled. My mother might seem strict, but she really cares about the members of the sect. That's one of the reasons why she oversees these matters. You don't have to worry about possible injustices." "Mother?" Roy's words stunned Noah. Elder Iris is actually Roy's mother? They seem to have the same age. Maybe that's why Roy can act so freely in the archipelago. Noah pondered about that, but he ultimately put those thoughts in the back of his mind. Such information didn't affect him after all. What did she mean by our story? Weren't you simply exiled by the Papral nation? Noah decided to ask about the story of the Chasing Demon sect. He was now an honorary disciple. It wouldn't hurt to know more about its past. Yes, that's the short version. Let's move toward the next area. I'll explain as we walk. Roy picked a direction and began to walk. Noah followed closely behind as he memorized the path that they were taking. I've already told you about the council and the exile of the unorthodox sects, but you don't know the specifics about these events. Roy paused a bit as he sorted his thoughts before speaking again. The council is the organization in control of the papal nation. It's formed by the patriarchs of each orthodox sect, and it handles the topics that concern the entirety of the country. Each sect is independent, but it has a duty toward the nation. That's why the council is needed to create a joint front against the other powerful countries. The Wuxia nation has the royal family and the nobles helping them. The empire has its god and the entirety of its population as its army. The political situation of the papal nation is similar to the Wuxia nation, but its central power is composed of the strongest cultivators of each sect. Now I have a general understanding of the three big nations. Noah sorted those pieces of information in his mind as he listened to Roy. He had always been a lone cultivator, so he valued a lot that kind of knowledge. However, this only covers the orthodox sects. Back in the days, there were 12 unorthodox sects that thrived in the nation and that managed to repel the attacks of the council thanks to the 12 demons. Demons? Noah couldn't help but voice his confusion when Roy's story reached that point. He made a slight smile as he nodded toward Noah before he resumed to speak. Demon is just a word with which the orthodox sects label anyone that opposes their rule. The unorthodox sects on the papal nation have taken pride in that appellation and have created the 12 demon sects, giving to their strongest cultivator the title of demon. The power of these 12 demons must have been incredible for them to defend against the leading organization of the country. Noah's thoughts reached that conclusion as he became even more interested in the story. Roy sighed. A trace of sadness appeared in his face. Yet, no matter how prideful they were, unorthodox cultivators would always prioritize profits. The ravaging demon sect betrayed the alliance, and the council managed to inflict heavy damages to the other demon sects, forcing them to escape. The charming demon and the devouring demon died that day, and the 11 demon sects dispersed in the continent. Our sect managed to reach the archipelago, where we slowly rebuilt our ranks under the leadership of the chasing demon, but we lost contact with most of the other unorthodox sects. They are probably hiding like us, waiting for the moment when they are strong enough to strike back. So, you want to return to the papal nation one day? Noah spoke when he saw that Roy's story ended. Roy shook his head as a bitter smile appeared on his face. We still have our demon, but we are alone and far away from our home. Dreams are beautiful but often unachievable. We would need to conquer the archipelago before thinking about defeating the council. Roy replied, even if he usually acted by instinct and seemingly without thinking. He knew the difference in power between a single sect and the entirety of a big nation too well. The two continued to walk for a few minutes in silence. Noah had no other questions. He was just eager to see where they were going. Then, they reached what seemed to be a building dug inside the purple walls of the exoskeleton. It was 4-story tall, and its entrance was made of a simple but large passage. We work in a similar way to other organizations. You complete missions to obtain merit points that you can exchange for resources. As an honorary disciple, your first mission will grant you anything you want in the human ranks. What do you need right now? Rank 3 Cultivation Technique of the Darkness Element. Noah answered immediately. He knew exactly what he needed the most. His body was at the peak of the lower tier of the 4th rank. Only a rank 5 body nourishing method could increase its level. His mind was in the 3rd rank, and he lacked the 4th Xianxia rune but the solid breath. Inside his sea of consciousness was constantly enlarging his sphere. The rune wasn't his priority. His Dantian, instead, had just entered the solid stage of the 2nd rank. His cultivation technique was also in the 2nd rank, which meant that it could only allow him to reach the beginning of the 3rd rank. Noah would be forced to stop cultivating after that. I can reach the peak of the 2nd rank and use the reagent to become a rank 3 cultivator, but then my reserves would be shallow. William had advised me to never advance unless I have a cultivation technique suitable for that rank. William's teachings still remained in his mind after all those years. Noah had received a better education in the academy and deepened his understanding about the cultivation journey, but William had been his first master. He trusted his words more than those of his professors. That is not a problem. You can come here after you complete your first mission and request for it. Your tattoo works like a token. It will register your achievements and merit points. Come. I'll show you how to use it. Roy spoke and led Noah into the building. The ground floor was a large room filled with youths wearing black robes that inspected a large pillar placed at its center. At the end of the room, a desk that had a simple diagram on its surface was dug inside the wall. The students saw Roy and stopped their activities to politely bow to him. Noah could see how the pillar had many tablets affixed on it. Those should be the missions for the disciples in the first rank. They are more than I expected. Noah thought as he stared at the around 80 youth bowing toward the man next to him. Keep going, Roy ordered with a nod and moved toward the stairs placed next to the desk. Noah felt envious gazes shot on his back as he followed him. It seems that Roy is quite important. Well, his mother is an elder in the heroic ranks after all. Noah didn't mind the stairs and continued to inspect his surroundings. The building was dug inside the exoskeleton, which made him further wonder about the actual strength of the chasing demon sect. To excavate so precisely a quasi-rank 6 material means that the sect has a cultivator with a similar power. Was it the so-called demon? Was it an elder? The world in the heroic ranks was still a mystery in Noah's mind, but that didn't stop him from speculating about the actual power of his sect. The first floor was identical to the ground one, just slightly smaller. 30 or so cultivators noticed their arrival and bowed toward Roy while keeping their focus on Noah. The ground floor is for rank 1 cultivators, the first one for those in the second rank, the second one for the third rank, and the third one is limited to those in the heroic ranks. I'll pick a mission for you this time. I'll properly introduce all the features of the sect after you complete it. Roy waved his hand to dismiss the bows as he spoke to Noah. The cultivators in the room created a path toward the pillar as Roy neared it. He picked a tablet rather quickly and he turned to hand it to Noah while pointing at it. Touch it with your horned face. Noah didn't hesitate and followed his instructions. He easily manipulated the tattoo under his skin and moved it to his palm as he touched the tablet. A stream of information entered his mind. Noah understood the contents of the mission in just a few instants. Assassination of a soldier living on Island 158, rank 2 cultivator, escorted by guards of the Nation. The face of the soldier appeared in his mind as well as the escape routes in the area. This is quite detailed. It even explains the reason for the assassination. Apparently, Noah's target had once been a spy of the Hive. Then, he double-crossed them and sold information to the representatives of the continent. Underground's organizations gave a lot of importance to how they were perceived. They couldn't allow anyone to trick them and live. The citizens had to be aware of the consequences for the betrayal. Noah nodded after reading the contents of the mission. It seemed quite straightforward and also easy. Killing a rank 2 cultivator wasn't hard with his current level. Only one doubt remained in his mind since that part wasn't specified in the tablet. Can I kill the guards too? Bert was a soldier belonging to the faction of the Nation in the archipelago. He had a family, but working as a guard in Island 160 didn't pay him much. He struggled to provide cultivation resources to his children. That's why he became an informer of the Hive when the chance came. That underground organization gave him generous bribes for his services. Yet, the representatives of the continent were trying their best to suppress any organization that still aimed for the independence of the archipelago. Of course, they wouldn't go easy on those that worked for the Hive. Bert was careless and his identity as an informer was discovered. He was forced to make a deal to save his family. It was either that or months of torture. It didn't play out so bad. The continent has sent capable cultivators after all. Those were his thoughts when he gazed at the guards protecting him. There were 5 guards, all in the peak of the second rank. Their stern auras clearly showed how experienced they were. When will I be able to see my family? Bert spoke to the guards. He was at the top of a building on Island 158. That habitation was the safe location where he was forced to stay after he double-crossed the Hive. Soon, the Lords have to eradicate the roots of the separatists in the various islands before it will be safe to leave. We are doing this for your protection, Bert. The Hive isn't known for its mercy. The leader of the guards answered him. Bert knew that his words were on point, but he still missed his family. He couldn't help but become anxious about its situation as the days passed. I wouldn't be in this mess if I wasn't so weak. The captains in charge of each island make a lot of money. Nurturing my children wouldn't be a problem at that point. Bert was just a simple soldier. He was a native of the archipelago, and he had managed to become a soldier only thanks to the help of his father, who was at the service of some noble. Time passed though. His father died of old age, and he had to sell most of his techniques to help his family with the various hurdles of the cultivation journey. The prices in the archipelago were high, and he could barely afford the resources useful to him after saving for a long time. He needed to find a way to increase his earnings. However, becoming a captain was hard. They were mostly rank 3 cultivators. The legal factions wanted a cultivator at the peak of the human ranks to handle the human matters. Bert was busy dividing his little income between the various members of his family, so he couldn't hope to enter in the 3rd rank anytime soon. He was still in the liquid stage of the 2nd rank after all. The hive paid me a lot, but I was found out. Oh well, at least my family is safe now. 5 guards at the peak of the 2nd rank, a habitation at the top of a building owned by the representatives of the continent, a protective formation that blocked any teleportation ability. There was really nothing to worry about. Chill, Bert. The hive would need to send a rank 3 cultivator to assassinate you, but you are just a minor character. It's not worth exposing such a resource for this matter. The leader of the guards tried to reassure Bert when he saw his anxious expression. He spoke the truth. Only a large team or a rank 3 cultivator could surpass their defensive measures. Yet, a large team would be too evident and a rank 3 cultivator would be overkill. He was quite sure that the hive would just let go of this matter after some time. Then, a loud knock resounded from the entrance door. The rhythm of the knocks was peculiar. It seemed some kind of code. Finally, these guys are always late. Captain, you should say a thing or two to the guards of the other shift. One of the guards complained as he stood up and went to the entrance door. Identify yourself. He stopped in front of the door before shouting those words. Blue whale. An answer came from the other side of the door. Those words didn't make sense, but the guard seemed satisfied by that reply. As a safe location, precautions were needed. The building owned by the representatives was the first one, the defensive formation the second one, the knocking and the verbal code the third. The guards inside the habitation were the last form of defense. The soldier opened the door, but his smile froze when he saw the dark figure covered in blood that waited for him on the other side. He hurriedly tried to seal the habitation again as the defensive protocol ordered, but the dark figure was faster. It had already cast a spell when the soldier became visible. A shockwave hit the soldier's mind. His mental sphere crumbled under the pressure of that mental attack, and he fell lifelessly on the floor, leaving the entrance door open. The dark figure then became visible to the other cultivators in the room. Its features were covered by the large hooded robe that it wore. The leader of the guards was the first to react. He jumped toward the assassin with all his might. Yet, before he could reach it, the assassin waved his hand and 5 spherical items were launched in his direction. Then, the assassin half-closed the door, hiding behind it. 5 explosions resounded in the room. The entrance door trembled due to the shockwave generated after the blasts. It then opened the door again to stare at the results of its attack. The room was filled with fuming spikes, and the cultivators inside were the same. Their charred corpses had been stabbed by hundreds of spikes. They couldn't hope to survive to the instabilities in that small environment. The assassin was, of course, Noah. He entered the room and released some black smoke from his hands. The partial demonic form consumed everything. In just a few seconds, every trace of his presence was destroyed. Even the holes on the walls created by the spikes of the instabilities were removed. He then wielded a white saber and wrote the word hive on the wall. That was a message for the representatives of the continent, and a warning for all the informants that tried to double-cross the organization in the future. Then he left in a hurry. He went for the 2nd floor of the building and entered a simple-looking room. The sound of hurried steps resounded in the building as he closed the door behind him. A few hundreds of credits appeared in his hands, and he hastily placed them on the floor. A large diagram lit up as soon as he did that. Shouts and orders could be heard on the superior floors, but Noah didn't care. He entered in the diagram, and a strong pressure was applied on his sea of consciousness, while the world in front of him transformed. In just a few seconds, the room disappeared and a purple wall took its place. How did it go? Roy was standing right beside the teleportation matrix. He spoke as soon as he saw Noah's figure. The betrayer and 7 guards are dead. I even left the message as requested by the mission. Roy nodded when he heard Noah's report and smiled proudly before speaking again. So, what do you think about our connections with the legal factions? Noah lowered his hood as he reviewed the events of the mission. As it turned out, that safe location wasn't as safe as the representatives of the continent thought. The hive had spies everywhere. Years of undisturbed rule allowed it to plant moles in every facility of the archipelago. A teleportation matrix had been inscribed during the construction of that building. The hive knew that the representatives wanted to use it as a safe location, so it had instructed some of its members to create the diagram. Also, it was even aware of the codes needed to pass the security measures of the guards. Noah had only to use the matrix placed in the headquarters of the chasing demon sect, kill the 2 patrolling guards on the lower floors, and assassinate the cultivators in the protected room. It was virtually impossible to make any mistake thanks to the deep preparation of the hive. The hive really is the leading underground organization. It seems that its roots are spread all around the archipelago. I wonder what kind of influence they have on the legal factions. You have corrupted soldiers everywhere, matrices placed right in their homes. What can even stop you from conquering the archipelago? Noah asked as he stored the large robe in his space ring. Only a tight suit remained on his body. Roy shook his head at Noah's question and patted his shoulder as he gestured to follow him. Even if it's a bit annoying at times, we are freer if we make the continent think that we are being suppressed. If we really were to take over the archipelago, we would have to face the full power of the continent, and we can't hope to win in the long run. It's better to accumulate for the time being until we are strong enough to defend ourselves. They are using the representatives of the continent to protect themselves from the continent. It's no wonder that they prefer this situation. They can control the whole archipelago under the facade of the suppressed organization. Noah understood the meaning behind Roy's explanation, but he had spent too much of his life hiding. He couldn't say that he liked the hive's approach. How strong is the chasing demon sect inside the hive? Are we in the top 5 positions at least? Once he had assessed the power of the hive, Noah wanted to understand how influent his sect was in that organization. Top 3, I'd say. Just our demon alone is enough to shake the very foundations of the archipelago after all. Roy gave his usual honest answer. There was pride in his eyes when he mentioned the chasing demon. Noah was silenced by that statement. He was glad that he didn't join one of the weak branches of the hive. He wanted to have access to as many resources as possible. The 2 of them reached the building where the missions were affixed, and they directly went for the first floor. Use your horned face to activate the formation, and use your thoughts to browse through the various items. You should find what you are looking for. Noah followed Roy's instructions and placed his palm at the center of the formation on the surface of the desk. The tattoo appeared on his hand and reacted to the formation, sending information to Noah's mind. A list of techniques, resources, and spells useful for rank 2 cultivators appeared in his mind. Noah had only to will it, and the many items would be sorted according to his needs. Under the envious gazes of the other disciples in the room, Noah quickly found what he was looking for. Rank 3 cultivation techniques of the darkness element. Finally, I have used the one given to me by eccentric thunder for all this time, damned Utra country and its restrictions. Noah cursed in his mind as he read the descriptions of the techniques. 5 of them. 2 of them are generic cultivation techniques with no restrictions to the aptitude of the cultivator. I can just discard them, they would only slow my training speed. 2 names disappeared from the list in his mind, leaving only 3 techniques. One is the improved version of my Dark Vortex technique. It is an orthodox technique, and I should become used to it quite quickly. The other 2 are the unorthodox ones. As an unorthodox sect, the chasing demon sect obviously had unorthodox cultivation methods that could provide a quicker training speed. Of course, those methods were accompanied by heavy requirements and by dangerous practices. That's why they were labeled as unorthodox. This one seems the fastest one, bone marrow draining technique. It needs the bones of magical beasts and cultivators of the darkness element to be used, but its effects should be amazing with such harsh requirements. However, where would I even find those bones while I'm here? Noah discarded that technique too. His attention went on the last name on the list. Dantian's Opening. Dantian's Opening, rank 3 cultivation technique, restricted to cultivators of the darkness element. The practitioner must pierce its low waist and dantian to create a connection between that center of power and the outside world. Then, it can use any rank 2 cultivation technique to cultivate as if it was in the 3rd rank. This practice puts the dantian under heavy stress, so it's advised to take long periods of rest between each cultivation session. Noah read the description of the technique and became interested. It should be like the 3 form of the Ashura. It improves your pre-existing technique, bringing it to the next rank. Yet, piercing my dantian seems dangerous. The centers of power were powerful but also frail. They could contain a large amount of energy, but they will need a lot of time to recover if they took some damage. Noah clearly remembered how annoying it was to heal his mental sphere when he first created a blood companion. He couldn't help but hesitate a bit when he saw the contents of that unorthodox technique. The improved version of the Dark Vortex technique is the best choice if I'm looking for stability. The bone marrow draining and the dantian's opening are faster but also dangerous. Also, I don't have a way to stockpile beasts of the darkness element while I'm in the Coral Archipelago, so I'm left with 2 options. His mind considered the 2 cultivation techniques. Noah had simply to choose which one was the best for him. The main quality of my body is the healing speed. I should be able to limit the aftereffects of the dantian's opening with the liquid breath around my heart. The more he thought, the more he became interested in the unorthodox technique. Couldn't be helped. Any cultivator would prefer a higher training speed over an average one. Anyone would love to improve its strength as fast as it could. Yet, there were always huge risks together with those advantages. Heaven and earth were fair. They wouldn't just give away something more powerful for free. I'm a criminal, a lone cultivator, a devil. Unorthodox techniques suit me the most. Noah reached his conclusion. He valued his training speed over his safety, and he was used to practicing unusual techniques. The forging of the 7 hells, the elemental forging method, the body inscription spell, those were all techniques that didn't belong to the orthodox world, but that had helped him surpassing the limits of his social status. He willed, and the formation under his palm shone for a while before an old scroll appeared at its center. Noah stored the scroll in his space ring and nodded toward Roy. That latter patted his shoulder when he recognized the technique that he had chosen. Indeed, a true demon. Be careful though. I'd hate to see you injured when you just become a disciple of the sect. Now, follow me. I'll explain the remaining aspects of this place. Roy took Noah to walk through the whole sect. It took them an entire day to complete their tour. Noah could see how the Chasing Demon sect had many structures. It resembled a smaller version of the academy. There were the residential areas in the external parts of the headquarters. They were divided by the rank of the disciples living there and had a density of breadth that matched their level. Next to each residential area, there were the teleportation matrices that were connected with the various islands. Their position allowed the disciples to react quickly when an unexpected situation appeared on the surface. The internal parts of the sect contained the caves of the elders in the heroic ranks together with the various facilities. The Chasing Demon sect had a building where anyone could buy information about the surface, an inventory where precious materials were stored, the building containing the various missions, a research area, and some training areas that offered a better environment compared to the caves. What surprised Noah the most was that all those services didn't accept credits as payment but only merit points. I guess this method forces everyone to actually work for the sect instead of just relying on their wealth. Noah approved that administration. It made the sect more efficient and removed the privileges that a rich person would have, forcing everyone to complete missions if they wanted to have access to the many resources. Also, the missions themselves weren't only assassinations. The killing of certain troublesome individuals was the main occupation of the sect, but the actual assassination missions were few compared to the other ones. Most of them concerned the gathering of information about certain topics, or the spying of some building, or even the bribing of some cultivator with an important position in a legal organization. That, coupled with the merit point system, increased the knowledge and the influence of the sect over the archipelago with each passing day. Knowledge to exploit the plans of the representatives of the continent, bribes and threats to make use of their structures and organizations, assassinations to remove the difficult individuals. These were the things that the disciples ended up doing to accumulate points. There were other peculiar missions that required long undercover operations or trips to the continent, but Roy explained that those types of works were mostly handled by the other branches of the hive. The center of the sect was entirely dedicated to the chasing demon. It was its private area. No one was allowed to enter it. In the end, the tour ended and Roy accompanied Noah toward his cave. The sect doesn't force you to complete missions, but you should do at least one of them every few months. I don't want to have my mother bugging me because of you. Roy gave those last words to Noah before he left the residential area. Noah remained alone in front of the entrance of his cave. The horned face appeared on his palm and the entrance opened. The purple walls moved to make a path for him. After he entered, the cave sealed itself, leaving him immersed in the purple halo of the single room that was his new habitation. It's quite simple, but the density of breath is not bad. Noah judged as he took the breath blessing from his space ring and placed it at the center of the cave. Now, let's see this new technique. He was eager to test the effects of his new cultivation technique. It had been too long since he upgraded the training of his Dantian. He sat over the blue mineral and the scroll describing the Dantian's opening technique appeared in his hands. Noah carefully studied it as he understood its contents. It doesn't seem too difficult. The only problem is the time needed for the Dantian to recover after each training session. The Dantian's opening required for Noah to create a link between his Dantian and the outside world in order to increase the quantity of breath absorbed during the usage of the dark vortex technique. Also, he needed to slightly modify his rank 2 technique to welcome the new practice. The vortex had to have the Dantian as its center instead of his hands, which meant that his skin would create some sort of obstruction. To sum it up, the larger the cut on my waist, the less obstruction the vortex will have. It is quite gory, but I wasn't expecting anything less from an unorthodox technique. Hurt yourself to obtain greater advantages. Noah knew that kind of practice too well. Well, I should just try it out. He had memorized the technique and the breath in the cave was so dense that the time in the outside world wouldn't impact his cultivation that much. He couldn't find a reason to delay his training. A black saber appeared in his hand. Noah carefully pointed it at his low waist as he focused all his attention to the regenerative proprieties of his body. Since he became a rank 3 mage, he was able to momentarily halt the innate healing of his own body. His control over his whole form had greatly improved when his sea of consciousness reached the last stage of the human ranks. Then he stabbed his abdomen. The sight of his own skin being cut didn't even make him blink. The body inscription spell had made him too used to that scene. The saber pierced deeply until it reached a small organ that had a shining surface. The technique says that even a small hole is enough. I shouldn't take unnecessary risks. Noah reviewed the contents of the scroll one last time before he decisively put strength on the saber. The point of his weapon touched the surface of his Dantian and pierced it easily. Noah felt a burning pain coming from his waist. Its intensity was similar to when he damaged his mental sphere. He took his time. He stood still in that position until he became used to the painful sensation. Only then did he dare to move his saber again. He retracted his weapon slowly. The small hole on the surface of his Dantian began to release breath. It naturally returned to the outside world without the restrictions of that center of power. Noah acted quickly but not rashly. He traced a long line on his abdomen with his weapon, enlarging the wound. Then, he directly stored the saber and joined his hands over his wound. His thumbs and middle fingers were inserted in the wound as he created the usual dark vortex. Since his fingers were joint inside his flesh, the center of the vortex shifted and neared his Dantian that was still releasing the breath stored inside it. At that moment, a great suction force was generated. As soon as the center of the vortex met the Dantian, its rotation speed increased drastically. Large amounts of dense breath of the darkness element were captured by the suction force and redirected directly inside the Dantian through the hole on its surface. Pain. Incredible pain. Noah furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth as the breath entered his Dantian and enlarged his form. Yet, the hole on its surface was also affected by that process. Noah felt as if his waist was being torn apart by a burning blade as the hole stretched together with the rest of the organ. However, Noah didn't stop. He had never seen his Dantian improving so quickly. He didn't want to stop so soon. A few hours passed in that way. Noah had his eyes closed and every pore of his body released cold sweat as he endured the painful practice. Then, his Dantian began to show signs of instability as the hole on it became too large. forcing Noah to disperse the vortex and to stop his training. The vortex disappeared and breath started to leave his dantian again, but Noah was prepared for that situation. The membrane around his heart compressed itself, sending liquid breath in his circulatory system. Also, his mental energy enveloped his dantian, greatly slowing the speed at which the breath returned to the outside world. About half an hour had to pass before Noah was able to stabilize the condition of his body. The wound on his waist had healed almost immediately, but his dantian had needed half of the liquid breath inside the membrane to close the hole. Only then Noah could relax, and he slowly laid on the floor of the cave as he assessed his gains. This is at least 10 times faster than the dark vortex cultivation technique. However, my dantian needs a few days to completely recover before I'm able to cultivate again. All in all, I say that it's about 5 to 6 times faster. Noah calculated in his mind as he began to plan another training schedule that could accommodate his new cultivation technique. I should be able to do the dantian's opening twice per week, but I should limit myself to one for the time being. I would rather take things slowly with such a dangerous practice. His mind was in the 3rd rank, so maintaining his concentration while enduring the burning sensation didn't deplete all his mental energy. He was still able to think normally. I guess I should practice in the creation of strong wills for now. I don't have the materials to resume my forging, and I don't really need any new weapon. I should just focus on becoming used to this new practice for now. In the purple halo of his room, Noah closed his eyes as his mind used his ambition to form strong and dense wills. Noah spent the following weeks in his cave. There was no immediate need to complete another mission since he had succeeded in one assassination, which was considered the most important kind of mission. He needed time to become used to his new cultivation technique, but he also wanted to explore other aspects of his abilities. He could cultivate only once per week, and his sea of consciousness was enlarging autonomously due to the solid breath inside it, so he found himself with a lot of free time. However, Noah wasn't the type of cultivator that would just laze around or rest because his centers of power were already improving. He quickly found something else that could fill his days. Noah had no materials to practice in the elemental forging method, but he could improve the meaning that he injected in the breath before inscribing an item. The power of his creations depended on the level of the materials used and on the strength of the will that he managed to inject. He knew that there was a large room for improvement in the latter. That's why he would often create a will and inject it inside a portion of the breath inside his mental sphere. He would then evaluate the result only to disperse that breath shortly after. This type of training allowed him to slowly increase his ability in giving a meaning to his breath, so to have better effects when he later used it to forge items. Other than that, he also began to study the diagrams in his possession. The form of his martial arts and the lines of his spells contained the meaning of heaven and earth. He wanted to see if he could make some progress in the creation of techniques. However, studying diagrams was a slow and painful process. Noah was often forced to stop due to the aftereffects that hit his mental sphere as he isolated the various lines. I don't know why, but this feels wrong. He reached that conclusion after another line exploded in his mind, forcing him to stop studying. The scroll describing the blood drain spell was put back inside the space ring as Noah laid on a mat to think about that matter. He had decided to study the diagram of the blood drain spell. He was a rank 3 mage now. He was barely able to endure the isolation of the lines of a rank 2 spell. Also, the blood drain spell was the spell that interested him the most. Not only did it match Noah's demonic form, but it also contained part of the secrets behind the evolution process of the magical beasts. Noah wanted to resume training his body, but he knew that obtaining a rank 5 body nourishing method anytime soon was simply impossible. The only other option was to create a nourishing method himself. Yet, he continued to have the feeling that something was wrong with his approach. This is the standard procedure. Every cultivator begins with the isolation of the lines of the diagrams. Then, when they are more skilled, they can attempt to create diagrams from their sheer understanding of the nature of the breath. I am limited by my inscription method. Heaven and earth will never allow me to hear the breath, but I've managed to surpass that hurdle. Noah had created a martial art. Its foundation came from the rank 0 shadow step spell, but Noah added breath, containing his will to obtain effects that matched a rank 4 martial art. This approach, though, limits myself to copying pre-existing diagrams. I will never be able to create something from scratch this way. Also, I can only obtain simple effects while having limited uses of my Shadow Sprint. Shadow Sprint was the name that he gave to his martial art. The Shadow Sprint and the three forms of the Ashura were on the same level, but they were worlds apart when it came to their complexity. The Shadow Sprint could only do one thing: create a propulsion force that greatly increased the speed of the cultivator. The three forms of the Ashura instead had various effects. Not only it improved a pre-existing martial art, but it also created 4 additional arms and weapons. Then, there were the three forms. Its complexity was simply on another level. Ivor's legacy doesn't even mention this issue. The previous practitioners of the elemental forging method have only focused on inscribed items. Noah thought that, but he knew that the truth was slightly different. The previous practitioners of his inscription method could only focus on inscribed items because they died or injured themselves before they could attempt in the creation of techniques. The elemental forging method was dangerous. Noah was the last known practitioner after all. I believe that I'm in uncharted territory here. Noah sighed as he pondered about the issue. To create a technique or a spell, one needed to understand the meaning behind the behavior of the breath and reproduce it in the form of gestures or diagrams. Yet, Noah was one of the individuals that could not hear the meaning of the breath. He was forced to use weaker or unorthodox inscription methods to overcome that hurdle. The elemental forging method steals breath from heaven and earth and uses the will of the practitioner to set a meaning to it. Then, it fuses that breath with various materials to create weapons that carry the practitioner's meaning. Noah reviewed the details of his inscription method to find the reason behind his odd feeling. Following this concept, I should not use the lines of the diagrams created with the attunement method or similar practices. The logical procedure would be to create diagrams that carry my meaning, but that would be as if I was creating a different language that only I know how to speak. Also, this new language would need the backing of a strong power in order to have the same value as the one of heaven and earth. Noah continued to consider that new idea, no matter how impossible it looked, that seemed the real usage of his inscription method for the creation of techniques. That would need a will powerful enough to create strong effects all by itself. Noah continued to think about the issue of creating techniques with his inscription method. The Shadow Sprint was a martial art that used both pre-existing diagrams and personal meaning. Each one of those elements alone wasn't enough to reach the level of the 4th rank. Yet, Noah's conclusion was to use only the personal meaning. This isn't just a matter of strong wills. I would need for my sea of consciousness to dictate meanings that can match those of heaven and earth. This seems delusional. The breath of heaven and earth carried their meaning which had no form. Cultivators that created techniques and spells were able to write that meaning in the form of diagrams or inscriptions so that they could produce the wanted effects. However, Noah was thinking about creating something completely from scratch, using his mind as the entity that generated such meanings. This is impossible, at least in my current state. I'm still a human. These are matters handled by entities or gods. I can't hope to do something so amazing with my rank 3 sea of consciousness. I guess it's enough to have reached this conclusion for now. Noah ended his brainstorming and decided to put that issue in hold until his mind became stronger. He then gave up on studying the diagrams of his spells. There was no need to waste time and risk his mental sphere if he was going to use another method in the future. He could just resume the isolation of the lines of the diagrams later on if he needed to do so. His days became empty again. Noah would randomly practice in his martial arts as he waited to become used to his new cultivation technique. A total of 3 months passed. Noah had never exited his cave in that period, but he had succeeded in his objective. He had become quite skilled in the Dantian's opening, and he had ultimately decided to practice it only 3 times every 2 weeks. The truth was that he could easily cultivate with that technique twice per week, but he decided to go easy on his Dantian. Not only the constant stress could be harmful, but it would also force Noah to stay locked in his cave for the whole time. His Dantian needed time to completely recover after each cultivation session, and cultivating too often would put Noah in a state of constant healing. Noah hadn't forgotten his position. He was a disciple of the Chasing Demon sect, and he was wanted by at least one big nation. He wanted to be ready to fight at any moment. 3 Dantian's openings in 2 weeks were the perfect compromise between a fast cultivation speed and a stable battle prowess. The matter with his new cultivation technique was settled, so he decided to exit his cave to complete some mission. Roy had warned him not to push the patience of Elder Iris after all. The residential area for the cultivators in the second rank was quite far from the building containing the missions of the sect. The disciples that weren't cultivating or busy in some mission would use the central space of the area to entertain themselves and engage in discussions accompanied by good food and drinks. When Noah exited his cave, he was surprised to see a large table with 15 or so cultivators happily sitting around it. So, they really gather here. I guess they prefer not to use the taverns on the surface too much. Roy had told him that, even if they had control of the archipelago, the representatives of the continent would still strike hard whenever they discovered traces of the hive. That's why it was safer to spend time in the sect rather than on the surface. There was no reason to risk being exposed just to have a drink under the sunlight. The disciples on the table were silenced at the sight of Noah's cave opening. They were aware that a new disciple had joined their ranks, but they had only seen him in the building with the missions. He had isolated himself right after he completed his assassination. There are even rank 1 cultivators. They should be outer disciples waiting to obtain access to the resources of the sect. Noah thought as he gazed at the group at the center of the residential area. The strongest cultivator in the group was in the solid stage of the second rank, but Noah had a rank 3C of consciousness. It was impossible for those disciples to stop his inspection. Traces of envy and even arrogance could be seen on their expressions as they looked at Noah. It was obvious that they felt superior to that newcomer. I guess I should try a bit harder this time. I am their fellow disciple after all. Noah didn't care about their gazes. He could understand the reason behind their pride. He had joined the sect because Roy had taken interest in his personality, while most of the other disciples had to either pass a test or had some connection with the elders. Noah seemed privileged in their eyes. Yet, he didn't want trouble as soon as he entered the sect, and he also didn't want to isolate himself as usual, so he thought about interacting with them a little. His gaze was still on the disciples when he nodded before turning to leave in the direction of the missions building. The cultivators on the table sat speechless at that gesture and stared at his figure disappearing in the distance with wide eyes. Normally speaking, a newcomer would pay its respects to the more experienced disciples and try to establish a peaceful relationship. However, Noah had isolated himself for 3 months as soon as he completed his mission, and, when he had finally come out of his seclusion, he just nodded. What's wrong with this guy? Maybe he is shy. Shy? He stood still for 5 entire breaths before nodding. I think that provoking him isn't the best approach. Do you think that we should invite him? Since when the older disciples have to take the first step, we should still try to befriend him before the other factions do. He seems strong. We should try to make him join our team. Noah was unaware of the conversation of the disciples in the residential area, but he didn't care much about it. He had always been a loner, with few exceptions when it came to people that managed to become important in his life. Yet, Lily was dead, William served the Bulvin family, June was in the Utra country, and he had left Nina to search for better cultivation resources. The few relationships that he managed to build seemed to always conflict with his ambition. Cultivation is a long and lonely journey. Even the heirs of the large-sized noble family will eventually exhaust the support that their family can give them. Those words resounded in Noah's mind as he went for the missions building. The image of the disciples happily feasting in the residential area was still on his mind. He could clearly see how the majority of them were still unaware of the true nature of the cultivation world. It couldn't be helped. Noah had really seen too much. His many misadventures only empowered his natural cold demeanor. I guess there is no need to rush. I will just focus on accumulating merit points. I will eventually learn to know someone. I am a member of the sect after all. I will spend a lot of time here. Noah had always been used to exploit the various organizations that he came in contact with. However, at that time he was a proper disciple. He needed to work for the greater good of the sect. I would have completely avoided joining any organization if cultivation resources weren't so hard to obtain. Well, the Chasing Demon sect has offered me good conditions in the end. He was satisfied with his current status. The sect, as an underground organization, provided cover to his identity, and it didn't hinder his progress in any way. The only thing that Noah had to give in return was some mission every few months, which didn't bother him at all. The missions building appeared in his eyes, and he went directly for the first floor, where cultivators in the second rank were. The usual envious gazes were shot at him, but Noah didn't even look at the others in the room as he pressed his palm on the formation on the surface of the desk. The list of resources suitable for the rank of his dantian appeared in his mind, and he calmly sorted out those that were useful to him. Earth pills and their improved version, yellow earth pills, helped the dantian in the breakthroughs between the 3 stages of a rank, but Noah's mental sphere was too strong. He didn't need any external help. Curative and situational potions and pills were also useless. Noah had stashed far more of those medicines than needed. He wouldn't waste merit points for them. There were rank 4 martial arts, but their prices were exorbitant. Noah guessed that he had to spend months doing assassination missions only to gather the necessary points for one of them. The spells listed on that floor were in the second rank at best. They couldn't increase Noah's battle prowess since he was already a rank 3 mage. Using them would probably limit his power instead. I should wait for when I gain access to the next floor for the expensive purchases. Now I should just stabilize my situation. He willed, and a list of pills and potions remained in his mind. These should all have beneficial effects on the dantian. It's better to have them and pair them with my new cultivation technique. The dantian's opening put his center of power under heavy stress. It couldn't be helped. Unorthodox techniques were famous for their fast results, but they were also known for their unusual and dangerous practices. The forging of the 7 hells had allowed Noah to obtain a rank 3 body without the help of a dantian, but he had to risk his life every time he underwent the procedures. In the same way, the dantian's opening increased the speed at which his dantian improved because it directly poured breath in its insides, and it exploited the suction force of the pre-existing cultivation technique to further increase the enlarging speed. However, the price to pay was a wounded dantian. Noah had chosen that technique over the improved dark vortex because he preferred a fast cultivation over a safe and steady one, and because he was confident in the healing capabilities of his body. Yet, he couldn't help but worry about the long-term repercussions that his center of power might eventually suffer. That's why Noah was looking for resources that specifically targeted the dantian. Heaven pill, purple seaweed potion, heat refining pill. The sect sure has a good variety for even if doesn't match the academy. Noah read the descriptions of the many items and ultimately went for the most expensive ones. He wouldn't be stingy when it came to his centers of power. Sea snake's tears. This is the most expensive potion in the field. It says that it has great curative effects on the dantian and that it also helps in strengthening its walls. It should be perfect. Noah memorized the price and moved toward the pillar where the missions were affixed. I should avoid those that require the gathering of information. They are the longest and the less remunerative ones. I should aim for those that concern threats and bribes and do the assassination ones on if necessary. Noah didn't want to gather too much attention to himself. He was always careful whenever he made a move, but the assassination missions were the most valued ones in the sect, which meant that they had more repercussions on the archipelago. Noah didn't want to become the target of some legal organization or end up in a trap. Under the gaze of the other disciples, he registered for 5 missions that needed for him to threaten certain cultivators that had positions that the hive could exploit. Then he moved toward the matrices that would teleport him on the island where his first target was. On Island 191, in a dark tavern illuminated only by the few candles sparsely placed in the hall, an anxious middle-aged soldier was conversing with a hooded figure as they sat on a table in the back of the room. Please, you must understand. The captain is looking for moles like he has never done before. After the assassination on Island 158, every legal faction is keeping its attention on all of us. I can't give you the reports about the shipments of the next month. The soldier pleaded the hooded figure. He looked pitiful and even scared when he said those words. The hooded figure was, of course, Noah. That was the last of his missions. It had taken him an entire day to complete the other 4, and he was now doing his best to convince the soldier in front of him to sell the information about the provisions that the continent sent to its representatives in the archipelago. Noah released a bit of his aura. The soldier was only a rank 1 mage. He immediately stopped speaking when he felt the cold pressure enveloping him. Please, I really can't. However, the soldier continued to refuse even after that. The other 4 gave up as soon as they sensed the difference in power. It seems that I have to use another approach. Noah thought, deciding to change tactic. He took a small sip from his jug and put a hand on the side of his head in a pensive gesture. Bill, right? You have a daughter named Cora, if I'm not wrong. Bill's expression froze after he heard Noah's words. His hands began to tremble as he sat silently, waiting for the hooded man to continue. You have always been happy to work with us? Our cooperation allowed her to obtain a rank 1 cultivation technique and a rank 2 martial art. She should be in the liquid stage by now. Am I right? Bill didn't move. Noah's words resounded in his mind and he was incapable to provide any answer. However, Noah wanted him to understand the situation he was in. Even more of his aura was released as he repeated his words in a slow but calm manner. Am I right? Bill was awakened by that question and timidly nodded. Cold sweat traced shining lines on his face as it fell on the wooden table. Noah sighed and shook his head. He purposely accentuated those gestures before he resumed to speak. They grow up so quickly and the expenses for the techniques can only increase as their level rises. I wonder what she will do when her dad disappears. We might find a job for her so that she can continue to cultivate, but this really isn't something I suggest. I don't like to see promising kids ruined by lecherous old men. Noah spoke slowly. He wanted to make sure that Bill understood the meaning behind his threat. Bill suppressed an angered shout as he lowered his head. You hive are evil. Using my child like this. He spoke softly, but Noah could clearly hear what he said. Yet, he didn't care much. He knew that the soldier was right after all. Noah had never used the name of the chasing demon sect during his missions. It was always the hive that was mentioned. As an underground organization, the less it was revealed to the public, the more mysterious and powerful it would appear. Most normal citizens weren't even aware that there were different factions. They just labeled any criminal organization of the archipelago as hive. Noah silently waited for the man to decide. His cold pressure never left his target. Then, Bill sighed and took a scroll from the sleeves of his robe and handed it to Noah. Noah opened it and nodded before storing it inside his space ring while handing a few thousand credits to Bill. See? It was easy. Let's not make it so difficult next time. Noah spoke as he stood up and patted Bill's shoulder. Then, he simply left the tavern. Bill's voice ordering more wine reached his ears as he returned to the streets. I'm finally done for today. Noah internally sighed as he moved toward the deeper and poorer parts of the island. There, he entered an almost broken wooden cabin where he placed a few hundred credits on the floor. A matrix appeared behind his feet and the pressure of the teleportation hit his mind. In a few seconds, he had returned to the now familiar purple environment. He was near the residential area of the disciples in the first rank of the Danteon, and some of them were silently cleaning the matrices placed on the purple ground. They noticed Noah's presence and immediately stood up to perform a polite bow. They were youths in the gaseous stage. They were the outer disciples of the sect who would act as servants until their cultivation reached the liquid stage. Noah nodded at them and moved toward the missions building. The missions of that day would provide him with 300 merit points. They were enough to buy a bottle of sea snake's tears. He quickly reached the first floor of the missions building and went for the desk. The tattoo on his hand appeared to interact with the formation and confirm the outcome of the missions. The items that he had obtained that day were laid on the formation and disappeared during the process. Behind him, on the pillar, the missions completed by Noah disappeared and new tablets replaced those empty spaces. In a few seconds, a bottle containing an azure and dense liquid together, with a few thousand credits, appeared on the desk, and Noah promptly stored those items inside his space ring. The credits expended for the activation of the matrices and for the bribes during the missions were refunded by the sect. It would be unproductive to ask for the disciples to pay with their own money after all. Noah didn't need to pick other missions, so he simply returned to his residential area. He was eager to test the effect of the potion. Yet, as he returned to his cave, he saw that 5 disciples were waiting right in front of its entrance. A circular table was placed at the center of the residential area of the cultivators in the second rank. Noah was sitting on a simple chair together with the 5 disciples that were waiting in front of his cave. They had invited him to join them for a talk, and he didn't have a reason to refuse. Noah strived for a peaceful environment where to cultivate. As a member of the sect, it seemed right to at least maintain friendly relationships with the other disciples. Yet, As the minutes passed, he started to become impatient. "Zach, right? Have a taste of this wine. I personally bought it on Island 49. Why don't you tell us more about yourself? I bet that your story must be amazing. You sure are good looking. We should go together to the brothels on Island 99. I bet that they will give us a discount if you were to come with us." The conversations of the disciples differed a lot from what Noah had expected. Did they invite me just to have a drink? Where are the prideful stares from before? Noah thought as he kept shaking his head every time someone asked him a question. He simply continued to take sips from his cup, waiting for the conversation to reach the important topics. However, it seemed that their chit-chats had no end. "The chasing demon sect has really a shortage of female cultivators. We are forced to go on the surface every once in a while or we will go crazy. The best wine is found in the islands number 20 and below, but this one isn't bad at all. Where do you come from? Are you a native of the archipelago? Did you come here from the continent? Are these the normal conversations that cultivators have? Damn. I miss June's surprise attacks. They were easier to endure." Noah sighed as he remembered the silver-haired wild girl that only wanted to surpass him. "She might have surpassed my cultivation level already thanks to the inheritance. Oh well, I have wasted a lot of time escaping after all." His mind began to wander as he reviewed the events in the Utra country. The words of the disciples around him became a soft background noise as he lost himself in his memories. "I wonder what happened to Ivor. Now that I think about it, he was the person closest to me in the eyes of the royals. Ivor was only interested in passing down his inscription method. His mind had been on the verge of falling apart for a long time. Only his obsession allowed him to endure the waves of pain that his cracked mental sphere constantly radiated. He is either dead or imprisoned. That was the obvious conclusion that Noah reached. He knew that investigations about his background had been made after his disappearance. He was entangled in too many obscure matters after all. The royals wouldn't just let him go. However, Noah didn't feel bad about him. There was a tacit understanding between him and Ivor. The latter knew that Noah had many secrets and that he would eventually leave, so he did his best to pass down his knowledge. Noah, instead, knew that Ivor's life was hanging on a frail thread. Only a soft blow was enough to take it away. He would have approved my actions. His inscription method is alive and I'm planning to surpass all my predecessors. I should have left more wine though. Zach, are you listening? Noah's thoughts were interrupted by those words. He returned to reality only to find out that the 5 disciples were staring at him with displeased gazes. No, I wasn't. Listen, why don't you just get to the point? I am busy. He couldn't endure the chit-chats any longer and just gave voice to his thoughts. The disciples were surprised by his rash words, but they quickly recovered and wore stern expressions. The friendly smiles from before disappeared in less than an instant. That's more like it. Noah liked that behavior more. Even if it was slightly threatening, it was honest. New disciples usually pay their respects to their seniors. The strongest of the group spoke. His peak rank 2 cultivation level was radiated together with his words. Seniority is a matter of strength, and no one on this table is stronger than me. Noah arrogantly replied. His dantian might have been weaker than that of the disciple, but he was a rank 3 mage. That difference in power could surpass any larger reserve of energy. The disciple didn't like Noah's words, and his eyes sharpened as he spoke to him in a calm voice. Oh, would you like to prove it? I, Perry Seaborn, challenged the new honorary disciple to a battle. Do you have the guts to accept the challenge? Perry's words made the other 4 disciples gasp in surprise as they moved their gazes toward Noah, eagerly waiting for his answer. However, Noah directly refused. No. It was a simple word, but the atmosphere created by Perry's heroic challenge was disrupted with it. It was a waste of time. Noah internally shook his head as he stood up and moved to return to his cave. Wait, don't you have any honor? First, you claim yourself as the strongest among us, and then you refuse my challenge. Noah turned his head only to see that even Perry had stood up and was pointing his hand toward him. Noah simply shrugged his shoulders at that reprimand as he explained his intentions. What's the point of fighting? Why would I fight only to prove my strength? Pride is for the orthodox sects, we fight for benefits. The disciples listened to Noah's words and their eyes widened in understanding. They couldn't help but think that his mindset was that of a proper demon. A tinge of shame appeared on Perry's face as he listened to his words. Noah was right. They were assassins and criminals. What kind of honor would they even have? The winner gets a 3,000 merit points from the loser. Is that okay with you? Perry changed tactic, which worked as he hoped. Noah became immediately interested in that offer and turned completely to face the man at the peak of the second rank. I accept your challenge then. The chasing demon sect was filled by excited rumors in the following days. Perry, the strongest disciple in the residential area of the rank 2 cultivators, had challenged Noah, the new honorary disciple of the sect. The rumors, as per their nature, didn't tell the exact events that led Perry to issue the challenge. I heard that Zach was so disrespectful that he refused to even look at Perry. No. I heard that Senior Perry was forced to challenge Zach because he wouldn't accept his honest pointers. I actually heard that Zach refused Perry's challenge until he offered him merit points. I even heard that Zach accused Perry of being more suitable for the orthodox sections. Words run faster than light. How did I even end in this situation? Noah thought as he heard the many voices coming from the stages around him. He was in one of the training areas of the sect. The purple terrain was filled by inscriptions and many seats were placed all around the battle area. Only 70% of the seats were filled. The audience was mostly made of rank 1 and 2 cultivators with only a few rank 3 disciples that had connections with Perry. Of course, Noah was unaware of Perry's title as the strongest disciple in the second rank and didn't also know about his connections with the rank 3 cultivators that were on the stages. Perry was on the other side of the arena. His tight gray robe coupled with his burly body gave him a heroic aura. A few women in the audience found themselves unable to move their gazes away from him. Noah, on the other hand, seemed incredibly plain. He wore his usual black suit and his short but messy hair conflicted with his cold expression. Also, his body was slender rather than bulgy and he was shorter than Perry. If looks could decide the outcome of a battle, Noah would have lost already. However, some spectators didn't have the same thoughts as the rest of the audience. Noah didn't radiate any kind of aura. Not even a whiff of his cultivation level could be discerned by the inspections of the cultivators in the second rank. Those in the third rank, instead, stared at him with surprised expressions and even with traces of interest. They seemed to have picked up some clues about Noah's power. Roy walked from behind Noah and neared his mouth to his ear as he whispered a few words. The rules of the sect are laxer when it comes to official challenges, but try to go easy on him. He is a promising disciple. After those warnings, Roy moved toward the stages. Bows were performed by the cultivators that he passed by. As I suspected, he knows about my unusual situation, Noah thought. He knew that Roy was stronger than him, so there was a high chance that he had understood his power. Also, he had made Noah stop on the first floor of the missions building, meaning that he knew that he was still a rank 2 cultivator. Even Elder Iris has laid her eyes on me. It was impossible to hide this information after all. The information Noah was thinking about was, of course, his rank 3C of consciousness. He had initially hoped to hide that quality until he became rank 3 cultivator, but he had met cultivators far stronger than him as soon as he entered the sect. He simply couldn't hide his power from them. However, Noah soon accepted that outcome. He was a proper member of the sect. The information about his power could only be divulged to other disciples but never to outsiders. Let's see. How should I approach this? Noah began to think about the imminent battle. He was completely confident in his capability to defeat Perry, but he had to limit himself in the battle. That wasn't a fight to the death after all. It was only a simple spar to decide who was the stronger between the two of them. The demonic form is an absolute no. It's better to not use the demonic swords either. The mental tremor is another no. Perry's sea of consciousness would just shatter under that spell. Warp and martial arts then. Noah set the fighting style in his mind and begun to walk toward Perry. The audience was silenced by that gesture and they raised their concentration, waiting for the battle to begin. Perry didn't waste time. As soon as he saw Noah's near him, he did the same, wielding a short sword as he jumped at the man in front of him. 2 white sabers appeared in Noah's hands and 4 additional arms materialized as he prepared himself for the imminent clash. Then, the 6 sabers met the short sword. Noah found himself forced to use 3 weapons to defend from the explosive power behind the sword. It seemed that Perry's body had the strength of a giant as he slashed vertically. However, even if he was sent back, Noah managed to defend and his other sabers were able to land on Perry's body. The first clash ended quickly. Noah was pushed back for a few meters, but he was unharmed. Perry, instead, remained still in his position as he stared at the 3 cuts on his robe. The skin behind the robe showed some light wounds. A few drops of blood came out of them before the regenerative properties of his body healed them. Strange. His body is clearly oriented toward strength and defense, but he uses such an unsuitable weapon. Maybe his martial art will be different. Noah analyzed the clash and found something amiss in Perry's fighting style. "Shall we get serious?" Perry asked with a smile, but Noah only answered with a shrug of his shoulders. Perry then charged again. His massive body resembled a horned bull pouncing at Noah as he stretched the short sword right in front of him. The tip of the sword began to shine with a brown light and his body accelerated, releasing a gray smoke due to the friction force with the air. Staring at the incoming horned, fuming figure, Noah knew that he had to dodge. Time seemed to slow down as Noah began to analyze Perry's attack. "I don't sense mental energy, so it's a martial art, but I can't figure out its element. It's a fast and strong move. I can't block it even with the second form." Noah concluded. Perry gained speed as it continued to charge toward him. His martial arts had always focused on speed and precision. His attacks couldn't match a rank 4 martial art that focused on sheer power. Perry became closer. Noah could feel how the temperature in the area rose due to his seemingly unstoppable charge. Then, when Perry's horn was about to hit Noah, a shockwave resounded on the battlefield. Noah activated the shadow sprint after he could store solid breath in his mental sphere. The number of usages of his martial art that he was capable of increased drastically. He had more than 60 sprints available at that moment. The sudden increase in speed made Noah disappear right in front of Perry's eyes. The latter was unable to stop himself. He crashed on the defensive layer that covered the battlefield, making the inscriptions on it flicker to no end. Perry turned to stare at his opponent. A long cut had appeared on his robe, but there was no blood coming out of it. Only a white mark was present on his skin. His defense also increases when he performs that move. This might be annoying. Noah analyzed again. He had slashed Perry's side when he evaded his attack, but the outcome was disappointing. He didn't manage to inflict any damage. "You are not using the full power of your martial art," Perry angrily complained. "Why would I? I can just continue to dodge until you are exhausted. Your martial art suffers against fast opponents." Noah covered his lies with his analysis of Perry's moves. It was true that the weakness of his martial art was its scarce maneuverability, but Noah's usages of the shadow sprint were limited. "At this rate, I will deplete the breath in my mind before I manage to pierce his defenses." Noah was trying to contain himself. Not only that battle was a friendly spar and gravely injuring someone was something to avoid, but Noah was also heavily restricted. He knew that, in order to win, he had to surprise Perry with his strongest move when he was defenseless. Luckily for him, he was a rank 3 mage. His mind was so strong that he could easily ponder about the battle and create tactics as he fought. He had discovered the weakness of Perry's attack after just one move after all. "It seems that you are underestimating me," Perry shouted in anger as he resumed his charging form with his small sword stretched in front of him. Noah watched the bull-like shape coming at him again and dodged at the last second thanks to his martial art. He slashed toward one of the natural weak points of the human body that time. His white sabers cut the skin on the frontal part of Perry's elbow. He was satisfied to see that a few red lines had appeared on his weapons. However, just when he was about to turn to watch Perry land on the defensive layer, a sense of danger hit his mind. Perry performed another technique. His charge suddenly did a V-shaped turn and aimed toward Noah's new position. The audience gasped when they saw that Noah was taken by surprise. In their minds, it was impossible for him to avoid that attack from such a short distance. Boom! A loud sound resounded in the area. Perry crashed on the defensive layer again. No sign of Noah could be seen in front of him or on the ground. I have to admit, I didn't think it was possible to make such a sharp turn with your speed and frame. Tell me the truth, that move pushes your body to the limit so you can't use it often, right? Noah's voice resounded in the arena, but Perry couldn't find him anywhere. Yet, when he looked toward the audience, he saw that they were staring at a point midair. Only then did he raise his head and found his opponent. Noah had a calm expression as two pairs of wings behind his back flapped rhythmically. His feet would kick the air from time to activate the shadow step spell that kept him flying. Perry didn't answer Noah's question. His eyes sharpened when he realized that his opponent could fly. Generally speaking, only cultivators in the heroic ranks or specific spells of rank 3 cultivators could allow someone to fight in the air. That's why most martial arts and spells in the lower ranks had flying opponents as a weakness. They simply weren't created to face such enemies. That was one of the reasons why Noah didn't let go of Echo to create a new blood companion with his inscription method. He valued his ability to fly more than any other little increase in strength. You don't have a way to hit me up here, do you? Do you want to give up? Noah nonchalantly asked. He only wanted the merit points so that he could return to his cave to cultivate. That battle was a complete waste of time in his mind. However, Perry snorted at his proposal and placed the sharp side of his sword on the palm of his hand. Then he retracted it with a fast gesture. Noah became interested. He sensed that mental energy was being used. Perry was finally using a spell. Drops of blood fell on the ground. His palm bled from the cut created during the previous gesture. It doesn't heal like the other injuries. Also, I feel that some sort of connection has been created between his palm and the ground. Noah analyzed everything. Nothing could escape the probing of his mind. The ground began to shake. Small boulders started to come out of the terrain which morphed as they reached the surface. Purple humanoid figures about 1 meter tall appeared on the surface and began to surround Perry. In just a few seconds, more than 20 golems were formed. Earth element. At the sight of the purple golems, Noah understood Perry's aptitude. The terrain here comes from the surface. It's not part of the exoskeleton of the purple corals. Perry's spell made Noah realize that the battlefield was created on top of the exoskeleton and wasn't a part of it. It makes sense. The sect probably wanted to create a fair environment where its disciples could challenge themselves. The environment could affect a cultivator's battle prowess. Fighting underwater would be detrimental for cultivators of the fire element while it would favor those with a water aptitude. In the same way, a cultivator of the earth element would have heavy restrictions if it could not control the terrain around him. The exoskeleton of the purple coral was a quasi-rank 6 material while Perry was only a rank 2 mage. It was impossible for him to affect it. The golems around Perry began to move. They created a trampoline with their arms which pushed the golems that jumped on it in the air. Noah saw how 3 golems flew in the air toward him. Their movements were clunky, giving them a funny aura. However, there was nothing funny in the power that they held. Noah felt a dangerous sensation coming from the golems that were nearing him. They were slow, but they seemed heavy. Facing them wasn't the smart approach. That's why he simply dodged. They couldn't fly after all. They had no way to follow Noah as he flew toward another part of the battlefield. Yet, just as he dodged the first jumping golem, it detonated, creating a shockwave so loud that even Noah's balance was affected. Noah didn't have time to adjust his position when 2 other explosions happened. Boom, boom. The audience was protected by the protective layer, but the weaker disciples on the stages had to cover their ears to protect themselves from the loud sound. Noah's balance was in chaos. He couldn't control his wings anymore, and he could only use the shadow step spell to land safely on the ground. Perry didn't let go of that chance. He charged as soon as he discerned Noah's landing spot. Yet, when Perry was about to hit him, 20 ethereal sabers surrounded Noah's figure. They slashed recklessly at Perry, covering his body with injures as Noah dodged again. Perry crashed on the defensive layer. His eyes showed his surprise as he turned to look at Noah. He saw how black veins had appeared on the white skin of his opponent and a cold aura was radiated from his figure. First form of the Ashura. Liquid breath. Inside his body, 2 of Noah's abilities were revealed. It seemed that Perry's spell had finally forced Noah to use part of his real power. My rank 3 mental sphere can't defend against such a powerful spell by itself. It's time to end this. Noah thought about the situation and didn't hesitate to become serious. Perry was a peak rank 2 cultivator after all. His spells expressed the full power of his level. On the other hand, Noah was only using his martial arts and relying on his superior battle experience to fight him, without using proper defensive methods. He couldn't defend against the formless shockwaves that the explosions of his puppets created. Spells could only be blocked by other spells or by techniques on a higher level. Noah knew that his demonic form would have been enough to annihilate the purple golems and block Perry's spell once for all, but he would probably kill his opponent in the process. If I can't defend, I'll simply attack. Those were Noah's thoughts as he charged toward Perry. The latter wasn't surprised. More blood fell from his palm, which generated more golems as it came in contact with the ground. At the same time, the golems that he had left behind ran toward him. Noah found himself encircled by more than 30 golems before he could even reach Perry. However, he knew that they couldn't explode. He was too close to Perry, the shockwave would hurt both of them. The golems were there only as a form of obstruction. The first form of the Ashura was performed. More than 20 ethereal sabers attacked the golems around Noah, opening a path toward his opponent. Perry focused on generating more golems. His face paled as more blood was poured on the ground. He wants to see who will last longer. Noah understood Perry's intentions. This spell is probably his strongest attack. I just need to beat it and the battle will be over. Noah's intentions were clear. He wanted to destroy all the golems in front of him and reach Perry. However, no matter how much he cut those puppets, they didn't stop moving. Even those cut in half would still crawl toward him to hinder his advance. Little by little, Noah was forced back. It was the first time that he was losing due to the numerical disadvantage. His martial arts had always been perfect for those situations, but they were still martial arts. They couldn't match the spell of a rank 2 mage. When Noah was forced to retreat at 10 meters of distance from Perry, 3 of the smallest golems jumped recklessly on him and began to radiate a dangerous aura. They are going to explode. Noah knew that Perry was using that chance to inflict the final blow. How caring of him. He is making sure that I won't die. There were bigger golems around him, but only the smallest and maimed ones had jumped on him. It was obvious that the power behind their explosions would be lower. I guess I'll just show him that he never had a chance from the beginning then. Black flames surrounded his body as soon as the first golem exploded. Then the other 2 followed. An even louder shockwave resounded in the area. The protective layer flickered under the aftereffects of Perry's spell. A purple cloud was generated in the middle of the encirclement. Looking at it, Perry was sure that Noah didn't manage to use one of his sudden acceleration. Yet, just as he was about to relax, black flames appeared next to him. One thick saber curved the air as it slashed vertically toward his face. The killing intent behind the weapon was so dense that he found himself unable to move. He could only watch as the blade continued in his upward path. The tip of the saber seemed to miss him. Only a small cut appeared on the point of his nose. A drop of blood fell on the ground as the flames disappeared and Noah's unharmed figure became visible. Perry was speechless. Noah stood still. His gaze was fixed on him, and the pressure that his mind was capable of was completely unfolded. Perry couldn't move. His mind worked at full speed to analyze the recent events, but he didn't find any mistake in his battle tactic. The only possible conclusion was that Noah had always been holding back. He didn't even use an offensive spell, actually. He only used one spell from the beginning of the battle. Those were his thoughts as he slowly understood the situation. He knew that the attack from earlier didn't miss by chance. Noah had purposely held back and retracted his sabers at the last second. Perry couldn't help but feel beaten under every aspect. Noah's cold gaze coupled with his suffocating aura was a clear message. Perry knew that he would receive mercy only once in that fight. His legs lost strength and he fell on his knees. Realizing that he could have just died if Noah didn't hold back made him lose any will to fight. I surrender. Those soft words reawakened the silent audience. They had been holding their breath since the 3 golems in the encirclement exploded. Then they too understood. Those in the second and first rank couldn't sense the pressure that Noah was radiating, but one thing was clear in their minds. Noah had won. He was the strongest rank 2 cultivator of the sect. Cheers and loud comments could be heard. Noah was a disciple of the sect after all. The other members were happy to see that the power of the chasing demon sect had increased once more. Noah stretched his hand toward Perry. A horned face appeared on his palm as he waited for the latter's reaction. Perry understood the meaning behind his gesture. His hand reached Noah's one, and the two tattoos interacted with each other. 3,000 merit points were transferred to Noah. He nodded at Perry when the transaction was over and pulled his arm to help him stand up. Perry had still traces of confusion on his face, but a tinge of respect had appeared. He was by no means weak, but he had been outclassed in every aspect by the new honorary disciple. The sect is lucky to have you. He performed a polite bow as he said those words. Noah shook his head as he patted his shoulder to console him. Don't be too hard on yourself. You are definitely strong for your level. You simply never had a chance to beat me. Noah was a rank 3 mage. Just one of his offensive spells would have been enough to destroy Perry. Perry seemed to understand something. He was a rank 2 mage nearing the peak of the rank after all. Being suppressed by a mage on his same level was impossible. Unless he is a rank 3 mage. That realization hit his mind and caused waves of shock. No matter how impossible it sounded, that was the only conclusion that Perry could come up with. Noah had always been able to react and to analyze each one of Perry's attack, and that last burst of killing intent didn't belong to the world of the rank 2 mages. His mind was in chaos as he stared at the honorary disciple that had already turned around to leave. Perry suddenly felt glad that he didn't provoke him more than that. This is settled. Now I can finally test the effects of the sea snake's tears. Noah thought as he walked outside of the arena, but he stopped for a few seconds when he felt that a few powerful gazes were trying to probe him. He turned his head and saw that the rank 3 cultivators in the audience had incredulous expressions as they watched him. They were either amazed by Noah's peculiarity or surprised that he had noticed their gazes. Oh well, this is a safe environment. They would have found out about my mental sphere anyway at some point. Noah covered his figure in layers of mental energy and left the area to return to his cave. His methods couldn't completely prevent the rank 3 cultivators from understanding his level, but they could at least confuse the results of their probing. Roy appeared in front of him as he entered one of the purple tunnels. He had a satisfied expression as he nodded at Noah. You did well. The other disciples will respect you from now on. Noah shrugged his shoulders at that remark. If respect allows me to cultivate in peace, then it is welcome. Roy sighed at that answer and followed Noah as he continued to return to his cave. The other factions have taken interest in you. My next days will be filled by meetings with the other rank 3 cultivators because of you. Roy's comment made Noah slow his pace. He knew that there were factions inside the sect, but he wasn't clear about their areas of interest. Can't I just join your faction? He asked. Roy was honest and seemed ready to solve any of his doubts. If Noah could choose, he would rather pick him as his captain. However, Roy shook his head at that question. I handle the recruitment and supervise the human matters inside the sect while answering directly to my mother. Also, I'm forbidden from creating a faction. I have the backing of a cultivator in the heroic ranks after all. How could the other factions compete with mine if I were to form one? Noah listened to his words and understood a few things. The first one was that every faction had a rank 3 cultivator in charge. Those in the heroic ranks couldn't influence or help in human matters. The second one was that he would be forced to join a faction at some point. Noah knew that the missions in the building were just the most basic occupations inside the sect. The real gains had to be where the powerful cultivators were. Could you tell me more about the factions? Noah was in his cave. A deep wound was on his waist as he cultivated the Dantian's opening technique. Breath of the darkness element was attracted inside the dark vortex, entering his Dantian and enlarging its form. That was the second time that week that he cultivated. Only 3 days had passed since his last training session. After a few hours, he stopped, injecting the liquid breath in the membrane around his heart, inside his circulatory system to heal his injuries. In about 10 minutes, all his wounds were healed. Then, he took a bottle containing a dense azure liquid from his space ring and drank half of its contents. A cold sensation filled his low waist. Noah focused his mental energy on that spot to inspect the effects of the potion. His Dantian, which seemed perfectly healthy before, showed signs of further healing. The scars created after Noah's unorthodox cultivation technique slowly disappeared, and the walls of the organ seemed to assume a metallic nature under the nourishment of the potion. After half an hour, the cold sensation disappeared and Noah heaved a sigh of relief. This potion is indeed perfect for my situation. My dantian feels stronger already. Noah thought as he retracted the mental energy from his body. That was the third time that he used the sea snake's tears, and he could clearly feel the positive effects that it had on his center of power. Not even 2 weeks had passed since his battle with Perry, and had exited his cave only once in that period. The reason for that was because he wanted to spend his merit points to purchase more potions. Each bottle is enough for 2 treatments. This is my second bottle and half of its contents are gone. Considering that I still have 9 bottles left, I can cultivate peacefully for 9 weeks and a half. With the help of the potion, Noah resolved himself to perform the dantian's opening twice per week, meaning that he would expend 1 bottle of the sea snake's tears each week. A bit more than 2 months, I will be forced to complete more missions after that. After testing the effects of the potion, Noah didn't dare to cultivate without it. Unorthodox techniques were dangerous. Noah had been forced to train in the forging of the 7 hells in the past because the Bulvin family didn't give him any other option. Yet, this time he was training in a dangerous technique by his own will. Since his cultivation speed was already fast, he would rather train safely now that he found a method to reduce the aftereffects of his technique. Also, he had nothing to do in the days between each training session. He could easily use that time to gather merit points. Roy should be almost over with the meetings. I wonder if the various leaders will agree to my request. The last time that he spoke with Roy, Noah had asked information about the various factions. Yet, Roy could only give him a general overview of their fields of interest. He wasn't aware of the actual benefits that each faction enjoyed. He was only a supervisor after all. He had to make sure that there weren't major conflicts inside the sect while recruiting new members. He wouldn't investigate the factions as long as they did their job. The Chasing Demon sect had the Chasing Demon as its leader. That alone was enough to suppress any thought that could harm the sect. It must be said that there were methods to safely break the restrictions applied by the oaths. A strong power and peculiar practices were needed, but it was possible. Heaven and earth were fair. If methods to bind people existed, then methods to free them had to exist too. For the members of the underground organizations, gaining access to those methods wasn't hard. Both the Hive and the representatives of the continent had them. Their interrogations would always be fruitless if the oaths were unbreakable. Yet, with such a mysterious and fearsome leader, every disciple of the Chasing Demon sect was proud of its status. They belonged to one of the strongest organizations of the archipelago after all. Since Noah couldn't discover much about the factions, he had ultimately asked Roy to set up a meeting with the various leaders or their representatives. He would rather be the one to decide which side he picked. Another week passed, but no traces of Roy could be found. Noah didn't mind it. He limited himself to cultivate during that period. His dantian was progressing incredibly quickly. Noah guessed that he would reach the peak of the 2nd rank in less than 3 years. Then, a buzz hit his mind. Noah stopped practicing his martial art as he picked an inscribed item from his space ring. That item had the form of a notebook. It had been given to him by Roy after their last conversation. Noah opened the notebook to the first page. The name Roy could be seen written on it, and Noah probed it with his mental energy when he saw that it was shining. The meeting is tonight, in the residential area of the cultivators in the 3rd rank. I'll be there as a mediator. Roy's words resounded in his mental sphere. The notebook was a simple inscribed item that could store the mental imprint of a mage. It created a connection between another item of the same kind and allowed for 2 cultivators to send messages even when they were far apart. Of course, the communication distance depended on the level of the mage and on the quality of the item. Noah's notebook was only in the 1st rank. It barely covered the surface of the sect. Noah closed the notebook and prepared himself. The sect was underground, but it wasn't hard to understand what time it was for a cultivator, especially for someone with a rigid schedule like Noah. A few hours later, he came out of his cave. A few disciples were sitting on the ground and happily conversing, but they stood up and performed a polite bow when they saw the entrance of Noah's cave opening. "Zach, would you like to join us?" One of the strongest disciples tried to invite him, but Noah shook his head. I'm sorry. I have an important matter to handle. Let's do it another time. Noah's answer was plain, but it satisfied the disciple who simply watched him entering one of the purple tunnels to leave the residential area. The residential area of the rank 3 cultivators was placed near the center of the sect. The matrices in that area led to the islands that were more important to the sect or toward those that were more valued by the representatives of the continent. Rank 3 cultivators were the most powerful asset in the human ranks. Of course, they would be assigned in the areas connected to the high-value zones. Noah had only gone once in that area when Roy accompanied him on the tour of the sect. The density of the breath there was far higher. It even surpassed that of Noah's cave when his breath blessing was placed on the ground. I bet that the concentration of breath inside the cave surpasses even that generated by the big boulder that I found in the royal inheritance. If only I could train here. Noah's mind wandered as he thought about that. That area was specifically created for cultivators in the 3rd rank. Their dantian was stronger, they could withstand such density. Noah had personally tested the aftereffects of cultivating in an area unsuitable for his cultivation level. He had to take a long period of rest after the events in the royal inheritance, and his dantian was so stressed that his breakthrough to the 2nd rank had been delayed because of that. Now that I think about it, I've really been reckless at that time. If I hadn't shared that breath between my body and dantian, I might have had harsher repercussions. Noah thought as he reviewed those past events. Well, I was still in the same nation of the Bulvin family. I needed to become stronger as fast as I could. Now I'm doing the same, but at least I'm learning to control myself. Noah desired power over everything. His entire life was built on that pure pursuit. That's why he found it hard to control himself whenever a chance to accelerate his growth appeared. Methods to quickly improve the cultivation level were everyone's dream, and Noah wasn't an exception. He yearned for those even more than other cultivators. Yet, as time passed, he learned that there weren't shortcuts when it came to the cultivation journey. Heaven and earth were fair, they would always place a price next to such methods. Even if Noah was to obtain a cave in the residential area of the cultivators in the 3rd rank, he would probably avoid cultivating there. He won't use it as a stable training spot at least. A stable growth was always the best option. Unorthodox techniques pushed their practitioners to the limit already. Anything that surpassed them would only create more harm than good. Noah spotted Roy as soon as he entered the residential area. He waved his hand, gesturing to near him. An open cave was behind him. Noah could sense that there were other people inside it, but he couldn't understand their cultivation level. Rank 3 mages. He immediately reached that conclusion. The only beings that could hide from his investigation were mages with a stronger mental sphere than his, and he didn't believe that cultivators in the heroic ranks would be interested in him. Roy entered the cave when Noah reached him. He waited for him to enter before closing the entrance. The outside light was blocked, but the same purple halo illuminated the insides of the cave. Noah could clearly make out the contents of the large room that filled the main hall. The cave was large and had many rooms. It was far more luxurious than Noah's one. A few beds and a large table were placed on the ground. 6 cultivators could be seen sitting around the table, and they began to inspect Noah as soon as he became visible. Noah didn't falter under those powerful gazes. His mental waves fought the probing of the external forces, managing to hide some of his power. The cultivators' eyes widened before they nodded enthusiastically. Their interest rose when they saw that Noah could really defend against their minds. Roy pointed a chair and Noah followed his silent order. He sat there, on the opposite side of the other cultivators. Then Roy sat between him and the others. He was acting as a mediator. His position on the table was a sign of that status. Let's start with a few clarifications. Roy began to speak as a few servants bought wine and food. He continued only after they left. This is my cave. We are on neutral ground, so your status can't be used to suppress the representatives of the other factions. He eyed the other cultivators before he pointed at Noah. Zach is a cultivator in the solid stage of the 2nd rank, but also a rank 3 mage. This achievement alone speaks for his talent, so obtaining him will surely add a rank 3 cultivator to the ranks of your faction in the future. Noah listened to Roy's words and analyzed them as he gazed at the reactions of the representatives. They were willing to set up a meeting only because they were sure that I will enter the 3rd rank of the dantian. I don't believe that they would go through this process with every member of their faction. The biggest obstacle in the breakthroughs between ranks was the control that a cultivator had on the process. To succeed, the cultivator had to contain the impurities expelled by the solid breath and use them to improve its dantian. A great amount of concentration was needed. If the dantian didn't manage to improve its qualitative form because too many impurities escaped its walls, then the breakthrough would fail, heavily injuring the cultivator in the process. However, Noah's mind was far stronger than his dantian. There was virtually no chance that he would fail in the breakthrough. That's why the envoys and Roy were so sure that he would enter the third rank in the future, and that it was better to make him join a faction now rather than then. Zack, however, isn't his real name. His real identity is that of Noah Bulvin. I'm sure that some of you are already aware of that name. Roy suddenly revealed that information. Noah could feel 6 surprised gazes staring at him with even more intensity than before. Information about Noah had been on the archipelago for a few months by then. The Chasing Demon sect, as an underground organization, was aware of the reports sent by the continent. Criminals and traitors could be used in many ways by the Hive. It was normal to have at least a general overview of those individuals. I'm sorry, but it seems that my faction can't take him. He is too renowned. One of the representatives on the other side of the table spoke. I know, Holly, but I believe you will still be interested in which faction he joins. Roy replied to her and she nodded in answer before moving her gaze back on Noah. My faction handles the gathering of information throughout the archipelago. Our members are usually asked to join legal organizations to pass information to us. I believe you can understand why I can't use you. Holly briefly explained her situation. Noah could only nod in understanding at that. I can't really become a spy. Not only I won't like to go undercover, my identity would be at risk in those missions. Noah concluded in his mind. He was still a fugitive. Preventing his identity from being exposed was still on top of his list. He felt glad that Holly had refused him before he could do it. He was facing influent cultivators of the sect after all. He had to make sure that none of them would feel offended by his decision. Let's start with the introductions then. Roy stood up as he said those words. He waved his hand toward each cultivator while describing its identity. Holly is the leader of the faction in charge of the investigations. The intel of the sect comes from her hard work and impeccable management. Most of our missions are possible only thanks to the reports that she provides. Byron's faction handles the basic needs of the sect. He makes sure that every disciple has access to food and basic services. We would be forced to eat on the surface if it wasn't for his excellent work. Joel is the envoy sent by Edgar, the leader of the faction that handles the defenses of the sect. His faction is the first line of defense of the sect and the one suppressing any possible threat on the surface. If we manage to survive for all this time is also thanks to their amazing services. Marcia is the head of the inventory. Her faction handles the many items that our missions provide and makes sure that our disciples are well equipped. The merit point system was her creation, which helped in bringing the sect to a new height. Linus is the envoy sent by Kate, the leader of the faction that handles the inscribed items and manages the teleportation matrices. Everyone in her faction studies formations or inscriptions, and it's pointless to express the importance of her services. Seth is the envoy sent by Bruce, the leader of the faction that handles the raids on the resources that the continent sends to its representatives here. His faction makes sure that our sect doesn't lack cultivation resources or techniques, allowing us to continue to nurture promising disciples. The last of the cultivators was introduced and Roy sat again, taking short sips from the cup in front of him as waited for Noah's reaction. Noah, on the other hand, was still sorting the information just obtained. His mind worked at full speed to decide which faction was better for his situation. Holly, Byron, and Marcia's factions are definitely a no. Holly needs cultivators with a clean record to turn into spies, while Byron's work is just boring. As for Marcia, her faction seems to be quite remunerative, but I don't want to be stuck in the inventory for long periods. Noah discarded 3 factions immediately. He wanted to join a group that could value his strongest qualities. Edgar's faction is interesting. The defense of the sect would surely earn the respect of the other disciples and would make my battle prowess shine. Yet, Do I even want respect? Defending the sect was a noble job, but Noah wanted to find methods to become stronger. The remaining two factions seemed a better match for him. Could I know more about Kate and Bruce's factions? Noah's words caused the appearance of displeased looks on the representatives of the other three factions. Only Holly remained impassive as she memorized the events in the meeting. It must be said that Kate and Bruce didn't come personally but had sent envoys. Byron and Marcia in the specific didn't like being discarded without even having the chance to speak. However, when they felt Roy's stern gaze on them, they soon calmed down. What angered them was Noah's lack of consideration rather than the actual loss of a future rank 3 cultivator. They felt as if their factions weren't equally valued by the man in front of them. Linus and Seth smiled. They were happy that Noah had taken interest in them and gladly explained more about their work. Kate is a genius when it comes to formations. She makes sure that our connections with the surface remain hidden to the continent's investigations. The member of our factions can study under her or under other inscription masters. Also, they have free access to the research facilities of the sect where precious materials and peculiar environments are provided. Linus was the first to speak. He had a calm demeanor as he described his faction. My ability in the elemental forging method would further improve if I was to join them. Yet, I can't use normal inscription methods. Those masters wouldn't be able to teach me much. Noah sorted the information in his mind. Evaluating the pros and cons, we are thieves. We raid the precious shipments that arrive from the continent or attack the secret inventories that the legal organizations set up on the islands. Our work is not exactly safe, but we are the ones who provide the cultivation resources to the sect, which means that we are allowed to keep a few of them for ourselves. Seth spoke and Noah's eyes lit up. Noah was immediately interested in Bruce's faction. Raiding inventories and stealing the cultivation resources belonging to the representatives of the continent was, by itself, a double victory. On one hand, the chasing demon sect would grow stronger thanks to the new resources. On the other, the legal organizations in the archipelago would be weakened since they would find it hard to nurture their members. After all, the most important requirements to advance in the cultivation journey were resources and techniques. Being able to steal them from your enemy could be considered the best possible option. Does your faction assign merit points with each successful mission? Noah asked Seth. It was clear that he was more oriented in choosing his faction. Of course, we might be attacking our enemy, but we are still doing it for the sect's interest. Any valuable deed is rewarded with merit points. Seth answered with a smile on his face. He had understood that Noah had been captivated by his previous words. Kate might help in improving my ability in the elemental forging method, but that's something that will happen anyway as I continue forging. Instead, resources and techniques are irreplaceable. I don't think I'll find a better opportunity than this. Noah quickly cleared the last bit of indecision in his mind and stood up when he reached a conclusion. He performed a polite bow toward Seth as he spoke a few words. It would be my honor to join Bruce's faction. Displeased looks appeared on the other 4 cultivators. Only Holly seemed disinterested. Seth stood up and laughed as he walked on the other side of the table to straighten Noah. No need to be so formal. My faction is quite open-minded about ranks and cultivation level. Come. I'll lead you to your captain. He will explain more about our work. Seth began to lead Noah outside of Roy's cave. Noah turned his gaze toward Roy, but the latter only nodded with a slight smile. He was trying to reassure Noah with that gesture. The entrance of the cave opened and Seth hurriedly pushed Noah outside it. The sound of the wall closing again after they left could be heard behind their backs. Why such a hurry? Noah couldn't help but ask that question, seeing that Seth wouldn't let go of his shoulder. Seth showed an awkward smile, but he didn't stop dragging Noah along the way. You know, cultivators can be petty and our faction has a bad reputation. I didn't want you to question your decision. Bad reputation? Noah couldn't understand Seth's words. The sect was an underground organization after all. It was obvious that bad rumors were spread about it. Well, we are the chaotic group of the sect. We recklessly chase resources, and there have been occasions where Edgar's faction was forced to intervene due to some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Noah continued to question Seth's words. He didn't like where that conversation was going. Look, there was a time when we received a report about a safe house on Island 71. The report didn't come from Holly's faction, but we were quite sure about its source. When we barged inside the house, we discovered that the resources were instead female slaves intended for the harem of one of the representatives of the continent. We were angry and disappointed, so we indulged in that temporary pleasure. You should have seen the faces of the soldiers when they found our whole team naked the following morning. Noah didn't have time to question him, that he resumed speaking about the misadventures of his faction. Another time, we raided a ship that was supposed to have some slices of miraculous meat. We managed to take all of it, but we missed the cooking recipe and sold it to Byron's faction. All the disciples below the second rank weren't able to exit their caves for 2 entire weeks at that time. There was a time when a batch of rank 3 inscribed weapons arrived in the archipelago. We immediately raided the building that contained it, but we didn't gather enough information and we found ourselves against an entire troop made of rank 3 cultivators. The sect was forced to hide for a few months after that matter. I understand. They are mindless idiots. Noah gave up on trying to question Seth for fear to discover more misadventures. It seems that I need to be careful about my captain too. Seth continued to speak as he dragged Noah through the passages between each area. Apparently, there was also a time when they ended up in a trap and unleashed destruction upon that island to ensure their escape. Noah's mood became gloomy as the number of misadventures piled up. He couldn't help but reconsider his previous decision. Seth led Noah to a peculiar training area where a few dozens of disciples were sitting on the ground. They sat in small circles and each group seemed focused on a different activity. Hey, you cheated. No breath allowed when gambling. Who are you to accuse me of cheating? I'm your father. I took pity on your mother long ago and gave her my heroic essence. What did you say about my mother? Boom, boom. A series of attacks were launched after that brief bickering. The 2 disciples arguing seemed drunk or under the effect of some medicine. You bunch of worthless scoundrels. Can't you see that your vice leader has arrived? Seth shouted and his voice filled the large training area. Only then did the disciples notice that Seth had arrived and that he wasn't alone. Their eyes lit up when they saw Noah. Some of them immediately stood up and wore the widest smiles that Noah had ever seen. Oh, mighty vice captain, who is he? Is he a new recruit? Why don't you leave him with us? We will surely give him a tour of our exalted quarters. Yes, we will take good care of him. The chaotic behavior from earlier disappeared in an instant only to be replaced by a peaceful and trustworthy one. Seth sighed at that sight and turned his head to warn Noah. Never trust any of them unless you are in a mission. I wouldn't dare to shake their hands when we are in the sect. Noah stared at the expression of the disciples in front of him and couldn't help but feel that they were somewhat familiar. Don't tell me that I had that face when I scammed the guards in Bulvin Mansion? Complaints resounded in the area as soon as Noah had those thoughts. Come on, Vice Captain, we have talked about this. You agreed to warn the new members only after a game of card, or dice, or a spar with extremely favorable conditions for us. The disciples turned toward the one that spoke for last. What? We have already lost him. I'm allowed to crack some joke at this point. Noah stared at the disciples' interactions with wide eyes. He cursed his greed when he saw the situation of that faction. If I have to speak the truth though, they all seem quite strong. Noah analyzed. Under that messy behavior, Noah could clearly sense that each one of them had a powerful aura. It wasn't a matter of cultivation level, the students in the area were either in the first or second rank, it was more about the battle experience. They all seem experienced warriors, maybe their many misadventures have tempered their character. Every cultivator had unusual peculiarities in its personality. Noah was addicted to cultivating, June was a battle maniac. Roy didn't seem able to lie. These qualities were only enhanced as the level of the cultivator increased. That's why he didn't feel too strange that the disciples in Bruce's faction were like that. They were thieves after all, their missions were dangerous, it was normal for them to relax as much as they could when they were inside the sect. Shut up, he is a special case. Is Allison in her usual spot? As soon as Seth said those words, the disciples were silenced and only the bravest among them managed to nod to answer his question. Come, I'll take you to your captain. Seth grabbed Noah's shoulder again and dragged him across the training area. The disciples that they crossed shot pitiful gazes at him as they watched him disappear in the distance. Poor guy. He has just joined our faction only to be sent in that hag's clutches. We couldn't even take one credit from him. What a waste. Hey, who wants to play cards? Noah listened to those whispers and moved his attention away when heard that they had resumed in their gambling activities. Is this Allison that bad? He asked Seth. No. She actually is one of the strongest captains in our ranks. Then, why were the other disciples speaking as if I was going to die? Seth was speechless for a moment. He had momentarily forgotten that Noah was a rank 3 mage and that he could clearly hear the whispers of the disciples behind him. Let's say that you should be careful. She is the oldest among the rank 3 cultivators in the faction, but her cultivation technique allows her to appear to us in the form that we like the most. I still don't see what's so bad about it. Noah complained when he saw that Seth didn't explain further. I hope you won't see her bad side. Just don't trust your eyes. Too many good disciples have been traumatized. Seth led Noah toward the end of that training area where a series of caves could be seen. Does your faction live here? Why don't they use the residential areas? Noah saw that the area was inhabited. There were many mats and pillows on the ground along the road. Well, the disciples here have tried to scam those belonging to other factions or caused some mess. Edgar's faction forces them to live here because they disturb the environment of the sect. This is basically exile. Noah was astonished. He had joined Bruce's faction because of the evident advantages, but he had only seen the bad traits of its members until now. They arrived in front of an open cave. An awful smell was exuded by it, which seemed able to affect the purple halo radiated by the exoskeleton of the coral. Allison, I have a new member for your team. Silence reigned after Seth spoke. He and Noah stood firmly in front of the entrance, waiting for any reaction. MHHHH. Seth. My date yesterday went pretty bad. I want to be alone. A loud grunt followed by words spoken in a guttural tone came out of the dark cave. This new member is good-looking, Seth replied and shook his head to reassure Noah. Yet, his hand forced him to stay still with even more strength than before. Noises resounded in the cave and a gracious figure came out of it after a few minutes. It was a woman with dark skin and silver hair. Noah couldn't help but think that her facial features resembled June in some way. Oh my, he is indeed good. The woman spoke with a young voice. The guttural one from before was nowhere to be found. So that's what he meant with a form that we like the most. Noah thought, repressing any kind of self-analysis about his tastes. Allison's figure seemed a mixture between Nina and June's features after all. He didn't have time to analyze himself because his mind sent warnings about Allison. Noah felt as if he was in danger even at that distance. He forced himself to bow at her, but his focus never wavered. He really couldn't understand the cause of that unsettling feeling. He is so formal. I like a guy that knows his manners. Why don't you come inside and tell your story to Aunt Allison? Seth let go of Noah's shoulder and began to retreat. I'll leave you to be then. Welcome to our faction, Zach. I hope you enjoy your stay. Noah wanted to shoot a cold gaze at Seth, but Allison began to near him, increasing the dangerous feeling in his mind. I refuse. I need to return to my cave. Oh, don't be so shy. I'm your captain now. I'm more than happy to share my bed with you. Allison replied to Noah's refusal. She continued to get close to him as she spoke. She stretched her hand toward him and the dangerous sensation reached its peak. Noah sensed some sort of invisible gas nearing him at fast speed. He instinctively activated his demonic form. Black smoke came out of his figure and devoured the incoming threat before dispersing in the air. A change occurred after that. Noah's spell seemed to counter the illusion created by Allison. Her appearance changed right before his eyes, revealing an elderly woman whose skin was filled with pulsating pimples. Noah's demonic form seemed to have opposed the hallucinations that Allison's gas caused. Noah became able to clearly see her true form as well as the cause of her strange power. The pulsating pimples all over her skin seemed ready to explode, but there were small pores on them from where the strange gas came out. Noah could see how the entire area around her figure was covered in the secretions of her pimples. He had been previously affected because he had breathed them. Yet, when he had activated the partial demonic form, the previous effects were dispelled, allowing Noah to see what was really happening. Noah's eyes darted between the many pimples and the invisible gas that caused the dangerous feeling in his mind. He couldn't help but retreat at that sight. Allison noticed the changes in Noah's gaze. She stared at him in confusion before understanding what was going on. You can see me," she loudly exclaimed, and traces of anger began to appear on her expression. Seth was already far behind, but he sighed when he heard her words. A small notebook appeared in his hands, and he used his mental energy to send a message to one of the mental imprints on it. Noah didn't understand that turn of event. He simply continued to retreat at the sight of the extremely repulsing old woman nearing him. "No one can see my true form. Come here. Let me affect you." Allison continued to shout, but Noah had no intention of ever coming close to her again. "What the hell is even happening? Why is my tattoo not reacting to this threat? And what kind of cultivation technique is that?" It seems to work alongside her body, but it also uses mental energy to create the hallucinogenic gas. Noah inspected Allison's peculiar state and was surprised to see that her technique seemed to use all three of her centers of power. It is quite interesting. When he understood that her cultivation technique seemed to form a connection between her centers of power, Noah became extremely interested. However, he had to put those thoughts in the back of his mind since Allison jumped on him using the full power that her body was capable of. Noah activated the shadow sprint. A shockwave was generated after he stomped his foot twice, creating a sudden acceleration that made him dodge Allison's charge. "Don't run. I just want to fix your sight." "What fix? Keep that damned gas away from me," Noah replied to Allison's complaints as he kept retreating. Allison didn't give up though. She continued to pursue Noah with all her strength, but he always managed to dodge with impeccable timing. From time to time, Noah's vision would become affected again by the hallucinogenic properties of her gas, but he would promptly create strands of black smoke to fight it. Like that, they returned in the central zone of the training area where the other members of Bruce's faction were uncaringly gambling and drinking. Noah landed in the middle of a group of disciples, crashing a rolling dice that those in the group were staring with hopeful expressions. You destroyed the dice. It was definitely even. What are you saying? I swear on my mother that it was going to be odd. Do you want to hear the story of your mother again?" The disciples began to bicker, but they soon redirected their anger toward Noah, who was uncaringly continuing to escape. "Hey newbie, come back here. The price for disrupting a round is to pay back all its participants." "Yes, and my mother was a good woman." However, they were soon surprised to see that another figure appeared between them. Their attention was immediately attracted by her figure. Allison's gas made her appear as the most beautiful person according to each of their tastes. It affects even women. What a powerful ability. Noah analyzed the situation behind him as he continued to retreat. He saw that even the women seemed affected. The invisible gas entered their lungs and caused their vision to change. "You are all so cute, but Aunt Allison has something to do first. I'll play with you later." Allison spoke to the disciples around her, but her polite words only awakened the strongest of them. "Wait! It's Captain Allison. Run! Run while you are still able to think. Josh, block her for a while. You have already become immune to her mind control." "No way! I don't want to get close to her ever again." Immunity? Noah listened to the disciples' words and began to think about the recent events. Maybe the tattoo didn't work before because Allison's ability isn't harmful. It just affects the mind of a cultivator, but Allison herself doesn't have bad intentions. Noah turned to watch how Allison had started to bicker with the disciples around her. She really seemed to hate anyone who knew about her true form. No, someone with that body shouldn't get close to anyone. The sect should make a special oath just for her. Noah looked at the pulsating pimples and had those thoughts. He really felt bad about that Josh. Then, an immense pressure appeared behind him. He felt as if all his centers of power were being suppressed by that suffocating atmosphere. He turned his head with difficulty only to see that giant man was behind him. "Are you the cause of this mess?" The man spoke, and his words made Noah's mental sphere tremble. It was with extreme difficulty that he regained control of his body to back away from him. Yet, a hand appeared on his shoulder as he tried to escape. Noah felt completely powerless in that situation. Leader, it's not his fault. Allison was already in a bad mood, and he managed to dispel her hallucination. I couldn't control the following events. Seth appeared next to the giant man. His stature paled when he was next to the more than 2 meters tall leader. Oh, did he fight Allison's gas so soon? Is he the new member of my faction? My faction? Noah listened to those words and understood the identity of the man that was keeping him still. Is he Bruce? I told you that he was a special case, but you were busy with your stupid rumors. We were lucky that you arrived before he changed idea about our faction. Seth rebuked Bruce. He seemed really annoyed by his behavior. Bruce made an awkward laugh while scratching the side of his head. The source this time seemed accurate. It's a pity that he was just a drunkard looking for booze. Seth shook his head and pointed toward the mess at the center of the training area. Could you at least handle this situation? Only then did Bruce remember that Allison was still chasing the other disciples, and he nodded as he lifted Noah with both hands to hand him to Seth. Keep him here until I come back. We can't give him to the other factions. Seth grabbed Noah and placed him on the ground. His expression showed tinges of shame as he tidied Noah's clothes. I'm so sorry, the leader is an idiot, but he is really reliable in battle. He can't control his power very well, so he rarely interacts with rank 2 cultivators. I believe you can understand why. Noah listened to Seth's words, and his cold gaze was slightly eased. The recent events had put him in a complete battle mindset, and Bruce's suppression had almost made him decide to change faction. Allison! A loud shout resounded in the training area. The disciples that were escaping from Allison felt as if their heads were going to explode, while those in the first rank directly fainted. Allison stopped her tracks. She turned slowly. A wide smile was on her face as she faced Bruce's arrival. Leader, this is all a misunderstanding. I wanted to, know the new member, but he was so impolite. I had to teach him a lesson. Allison lied, but Bruce's stern gaze forced her to retreat. Please, leader. I'm just a young woman stuck in this horrible body. Don't I deserve to find love too? Allison pleaded, but Bruce's gaze was unmoving. What did I say about getting too close rank 2 cultivators? The last time you brought someone to your cave, it took us 2 months to make him forget that trauma. A few disciples patted Josh's shoulders when they heard Bruce speak. A few tears could be seen running down Josh's face as he remembered those events. But, no buts. Go back in your cave. Today's events made you lose the new member. Allison tried to complain, but Bruce had already turned. She could only stomp her foot in irritation as she went back to her cave. Bring the injured to Byron and undo this mess. Bruce ordered, and Seth bowed. He immediately picked his notebook and began to send messages to some of his contacts. You, come with me. Bruce's words made Noah's sea of consciousness tremble. He closed his eyes to resist that pressure before following him. They crossed the entirety of the training area before reaching its deepest parts. Noah was surprised to see that the density of breath in there was so high that drops of liquid breath could be seen on the purple walls. This is indeed worthy to be the habitation of a rank 3 expert. An entrance appeared on the purple walls. A large cave made of only a single room unfolded in front of Noah's eyes. Come. Sit. Let's talk. Bruce spoke, creating again the intense pressure on Noah's mind. Leader, could you please control your mental waves when you speak? Noah couldn't hold back anymore. The series of events that had happened since he joined the faction had really pushed his patience to its limits. Bruce turned and seemed to remember something. He closed his eyes and knitted his brows. He seemed really focused on what he was doing. Is this better? He spoke again. Noah could still feel a bit of pressure on his mind, but it was way more bearable than before. He nodded at him when the pressure disappeared. Good. I'm sorry for everything that has happened since you arrived. Seth usually handles these things well, but he can't control Allison's mood. More and more members are leaving her group to join other captains lately. That's quite obvious. Noah could clearly understand the behavior of those disciples. Not even an hour had passed and he wanted to leave her group too. Also, as you saw, we are a bunch of messy people when we are inside the sect. Our faction does the riskiest work inside the sect, but this is what allows us to have the best rewards. It's normal for our members to have extreme personalities. Noah nodded at his words. The behavior of the disciples had surprised him, but it wasn't that different from those of the guards in Bulvin Mansion. The more a work puts you closer to death, the more extreme your activities will be when you need to relax. That's how it worked in most cases. As for me, I find it hard to control myself, so I usually don't go near the areas where the weak disciples are. I'm almost at the peak of the 3rd rank. I fear that I might kill one of them if I'm careless. Noah continued to nod. He had personally endured Bruce's power. A rank 2 mage wouldn't be able to talk with him for more than a minute before suffering an injury. I could continue to listen to him only because my mind is in the 3rd rank. So what now? Just to be clear, I'll never join Allison's group. Noah spoke. He expressed his thoughts without holding back. She isn't that bad. Her cultivation technique can't really harm anyone. It just renders those affected by the gas more benevolent toward her. You will soon develop an immunity toward it, but I advise you to allow your vision to be affected at least. You don't want to see that body every day after all. Bruce explained, but Noah's expression remained cold. He was set on not joining her group. Bruce sighed before he continued to speak. Seth is busy with the management of the faction, and the other captains are either on missions or have enough members in their teams. It seems that you will be joining me, young man.